I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The Oklahoma City Thunder are one win away from their first ever NBA championship. For the first time in the finals, they lead the Pacers 3 victories to 2, a resounding Game 5 home court win, 120-109, as the Thunder have 2 shots to get 1 win to hoist their first ever NBA title.
I'm having a hard time picking who I want to win the NBA Finals based on the play-by-play I don't want to hear. The Indiana guy's half dead, and that, of course, is Matt Pinto.
And the Pacers win the NBA title.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday here on Sean and RJ. Alongside our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, we got Peyton running the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube, as it looked like Indiana was going to do it again, mount another comeback, scare Oklahoma City in the second half, but Jalen Williams said absolutely not. It's a 3-2 Thunder lead.
There was a 3-ball that McConnell had after a steal that he clanged. I was like,
It was off a turnover.
Yep. Turnover.
Yep.
I was like, man.
Yep, that was it.
I was like, that was your chance. I was like, and they still had like 10 minutes to go in the game, and I was like, that felt like your chance, and it just didn't happen. But I mean, look, you're not going to win when Halliburton is not doing anything, injury or not. You're just not going to win an NBA Finals game, and I was trying to figure out, like,
well, he can do the other things. Like, I'm already.
Like be a facilitator and stuff, yeah.
Because him scoring is not going to be a consistent thing. Hasn't been a consistent thing, and they've still gotten 2 games.
No, it hasn't been. But, I was trying to think, like, it's not often that the superstar player isn't the leading scorer in your NBA Finals game. And that was the case. That just goes to show you how solid this Oklahoma City team is.
Well, and it also shows you, I'm not trying to do a ESPN first take thing here, Bobby. I was trying to think about Tyrese Halliburton, his game, the way I think about him. I feel a little bit bad for him in the sense that he's limited. And the local name that came to mind was Dak Prescott. Now, to me, Dak is better. I don't know if Dak is better at what he does than what Tyrese. 2 very nice players. But Dak, a little bit limited in some areas. I think Halliburton is probably even more limited, definitely when it comes to being a scorer and making big-time plays, putting the ball in the basket. So when last night happens and he's shut out in the first half for the first time in his playoff career, yes, he's not playing well, and all this heat, Stephen A. Smith calling him out and superstar and overrated. I feel bad for him in a sense in that I don't think he's just playing bad. He doesn't have that in his bag. I told you after they pulled out a win a few games ago, it's still Oklahoma City because this is Tyrese jack it up and heave threes. That's what it was. And he hit them a couple of games ago. He did not hit them last night. I feel a little bit bad for him in that there's a limitation, right? There's all this expectation on Dak Prescott, the Dallas Cowboys quarterback, and $60 million. Well, he's not really a $60 million quarterback, so there's some limitations there. Still a very nice player. Tyrese Halliburton is a very nice player. He's not a superstar, and he's not someone who's just going to bounce back off a bad game and drop 28 or 30 points. He is limited.
You remember, I was talking about this with Hagee during one of the breaks recently. So
Did he guarantee something that you disagreed with?
No. See, look, he's finally learning. He learned during crosstalk yesterday. Like, if I just follow what Bobby picks, I will be right. And so that's what he did. Is that he reminds me, Halliburton reminds me of in 2014, whatever year it was, 2014, 2015, when Kawhi shut down LeBron for a large part of the series against Miami. He wins the MVP, and it's like, whoa, who's this Kawhi guy? Like, he reminds me of where Kawhi was at right there, except there's no way to get to where Kawhi was.
Yeah.
So it's like everybody saw Kawhi and was like, man, can this guy take it to the next level? And then he did. Like, Halliburton feels like that player who's just never going to go to the next level. And it's not, or maybe even a little better than Kawhi was right then, because Kawhi was still kind of a limited player at that time. But it just, it feels like he's not got the ability to tap into anything else. He's good. He's a good player. He's a clutch player. He's really good in big moments. But Robert Horry was clutch too. I mean, like, who was the human microwave? Used to come off the bench, Vinny Johnson for the Pistons. Like, there's certain things you can do that are clutch, but it's like you're limited on who you can be.
Right on the back over there.
Oh yeah, I forgot it. We made a Detroit reference. Damn it, that's what that is. But this game last night, like that turn when Siakam hit that 3 and cut it to 2, and I was like, all right, here it is. And then they like blocked 2 straight shots
you
at the rim.
texted earlier to us this game's going to get out of hand, beat down, and it did get up to 18.
Yeah, and so when he hits that 3 with 8 minutes left, and then they block back-to-back layups for Oklahoma City, and it's like, okay, scoop up the ball. They can't. They kick it out to Jalen Williams, and then Jalen Williams knocks down a 3. Then they steal the ball, and they get a layup, and then it's like, man, you went from 2 to 7 like that, and you just feel like, okay, I felt like that's when Indiana was just like, we're tired. We're not going to be able to do this.
And Jalen Williams was the star. For the past couple years, we've been saying, well, who's the number 2? Well, he is the no doubt number 2. And this is going to sound really stupid, and I don't follow the NBA as much as I used to when I was buying League Pass and everything, but I still like it over baseball as my second favorite sport. This series is going to be an opportunity for me to learn more about Oklahoma City. And that sounds stupid because of their 68-win season, setting all the records, MVP. But I went down to Jalen Williams' rabbit hole. You're going to learn about their head coach, most importantly, how to pronounce his last name, who are some of the role players that make them so absurdly deep, because OKC is not a primetime tune-in unless you're just like, all right, them in Cleveland, let's watch them this year. They're leading both of the conferences in wins. But Jalen Williams, wow, the star of the night easily with 40.
Dude, he's fantastic. And, like, I've seen him on podcasts. I mean, he's a good interview.
Yeah, I was trying to like figure out his style. I talked about his look the other day. Like, he's not looking like this.
Well, yeah, I mean, he'll have the hair like up sometimes, and it's just like it's a completely different look. But no, he's fantastic. But the way both these teams were built, they weren't built off of like big time free agent signings necessarily. They weren't built off of the number 1 overall draft pick. I mean, you had a lot of guys this year outside of Chet. You have a lot of guys this series who are like, 8 to 15 or beyond that in the draft.
Here's Jalen on the huge night.
It's something more that I'll like look back on later on than like worry about what kind of statement it makes. I think the only statement we have right now is we're up 3-2 and we still have to go earn another win. But it'll be cool to look back on later on, and hopefully somewhere down the line I'll have like a more fun answer for you.
And now I think I'm changing my mind for the 4th time in the series. I still had Oklahoma winning no matter what. I was wrong about how fast it would be. I think it is now over in 6 because I think that Tyrese Halliburton is now broken. I'm going to say
literally like injured.
No, I don't want to hear about the injury stuff. I'm like Kendrick Perkins at halftime. I watched him in the second half. They covered that like Michael's flu game. Holy crap.
Oh, yeah. Shams couldn't wait to just go.
Shams Charania reporting.
I'm reporting live from the locker room. Guys, he is in deep pain.
Yeah. And then he comes out. I watched him run the first 5 minutes of the third quarter. Now, maybe it tightens up. Maybe they gave him something. But he was moving around totally fine. Injury was not a reason that Tyrese Halliburton went into a turtle shell offensively. He's terrified. He is scared. There's zero confidence in the jump shot or the three-point shot. Now, the greatest of the greats are usually scorers, to your point. And they always bounce back. Shaquille O'Neal, you can't have 2 bad games in a row. I know I got to bounce back. And that a usual star scorer in that situation is coming back and dropping at least 25. Tyrese isn't that. I think the confidence has to be shattered, and I think it's done. But no, I didn't see any injury, especially coming out after halftime that limited him whatsoever.
Yeah, it's clearly the calf. It's clearly a calf strain. Like that's what the ice pack was.
Yeah.
On the play, obviously it shows like that's where it is. I don't know that. I don't know that we can have it both ways. He's clearly the most clutch player in the league. And so I don't think you can say that he is scared of the moment.
Okay, well,
you know what I mean? It's like you can't. I don't think you do that.
Then why isn't he? Why does he have a scoreless first half? Why does he disappear? I think in the last 2 minutes, no matter what happens, I think I can actually have it both ways to where he can struggle and then something in that last 2 minutes, he's like, it doesn't matter. I thought he was going to hit a 3 or 2 in the fourth quarter, wake back up, scare Oklahoma City even more. But I still last night, I could have gone into that game, bet the under, which I did on Tyrese, 17.5, and still in the last 10 seconds, if it's tied, say, I think Tyrese is going to hit the last shot. I think what you're saying is you can't have that mentality and that clutch gene and then be scared to start off a game or be ineffective throughout the first 3.5 quarters. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I think what he is.
But I would bet you and guarantee you he doesn't score 24.
Yeah, I think Tyrese's issue is like he struggles to find a flow in the game.
He can't drive. He has to heave threes.
Well, he can't drive because of the calf.
He can penetrate at times, but
he has that floater, that little stupid little floater.
I mean, you just think more of his offensive game than I do.
I don't know. I don't think much of his. What I'm saying about his offensive game is that like it does seem that he struggles to figure out the flow of the game, whether it's he's supposed to be a scorer on this play or a facilitator on this play. I think that's where his struggle is.
I think he's hostage to his own history typically. So I think when he gets into crunch time moments, he's been told you're a badass and you've killed it here so many times. Like he has the confidence to do what he does. And then I think it's almost like in between he hears all that stuff about you're the most overrated player in the league.
It's almost like Robert Horry. Yeah. Robert Horry
Big shot, Bob.
is not going to score 30 or come close to it in the first 3 quarters of quarter, whatever way I should say that properly. But I'm betting on him with that last shot. I'm betting on him with the ball in his hands. Here's Tyrese playing despite the injury.
I mean, it's NBA Finals. It's the finals, man. I've worked my whole life to be here, and I want to be out there to compete, help my teammates any way I can. I was not great tonight by any means, but, it's not really a thought of mine to not play here. If I can, walk, then I want to play. So, they understand that and, is what it is. And, got to be ready to go for Game 6.
He's really a victim of Indiana overachieving because we're trying so desperately to find a star. Typical, he's just not your typical star. He's not a superstar, and he's not your typical star. He's like does a better Mark Jackson sound crazy, or a more athletic Mark Jackson?
I mean, he's bigger than Mark.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah.
His game. Like Mark Jackson's offensive game, he's going to post you up a little bit, but Mark Jackson was a facilitator,
Mark, he was a true point.
Yeah, I
think Tyrese is a true point.
I think he's
Tyrese Halliburton can and wants to get 12 assists a night.
Yeah. And that's fine. Like that, you don't have to be. You could be the number one on a team and not be a great scorer. You could play that point guard role. It's just more difficult to look at it and see that. You know what I mean?
And you got to have a super scorer next to you. Like Siakam is a nice player. Pascal Siakam is not a star. When, he's going to get you 18 to 22, 24, maybe a night. He can pop off here and there, but he's not a star.
It's like Howard Beck wrote about that we had read in The Ringer a couple weeks ago, where he's like, when you look at the moves that Indiana has made over the last couple of years, you would not think that's a team building a champion. You would think that's a team trying to just remain sort of relevant. Like they're trying not to be in the dregs of the NBA, but they're also not willing to compete at a high level. You would just look at it and go like, that's a team trying to make the playoffs every year, and that's all they're doing. But I mean, yeah, They've managed to scrap their way around. Rick's a hell of a coach. Like, that's a big part of the Indiana makeup, and he's got them to buy into a certain mindset that's been really successful for them. It's just, Tyrese is limited in what he can do. If you had one more star, if you had Desmond Bane, and he's not even a star, but if you had Desmond Bane to this, Indiana's that much more impressive. Like they're still just missing something until Tyrese has another talk with Sue Bird and figures out, how do I become more of a prominent scorer?
So Game 5 goes to the Oklahoma City Thunder, getting the W at home. Thanks for waking up with us on a Tolo Tuesday with the entire morning family here. Why RJ wants the Dallas Cowboys to act like the Pittsburgh Steelers. Inside the Star on the home of America's team after this. And this is the big cash giveaway still happening at GiveMeTheVin.com. It's already the best place to sell your car.
you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Complete, the Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan, segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car and wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby with you here on your home of the Texas Rangers and Dallas Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan. Myles Garrett, you may have seen. Was he there when you were there?
Were you there?
At the Ranger game, Peyton?
No.
Or did you leave before first pitch?
Yeah, I left before. No, he was there Sunday. He threw out first pitch Sunday.
Myles Garrett was out there throwing out the first pitch in Arlington, and reporters caught up with him. Who's the Rangers?
Abby Jones.
Abby Jones wanted to give her the credit, caught up with Myles, and asked about Micah's contract.
I think he deserved whatever he's earned. I mean, the guy's special. Unfortunately, I got the chance to train with him. And, you know, I've seen his work ethic. I've seen how he attacks the way he's running. You know, he's 100% committed to his craft and getting better every day. And someone who produces on the field and has that level of dedication, to the game, you should get every penny he's owed.
So the defensive end sign off from Myles Garrett.
Yeah, and you have to. Like at the position that he plays, he has to. The NFLPA puts a lot of pressure on guys at the same position to hey, if you're at the top of the market, you better not send any trickle down the market to guys who are beneath you at the same position. So Myles, you better get everything you can. Mikey, you better get everything you can. And when you get everything you can, like as you're going for that, if you get asked about somebody's contract, if you get asked about another defensive end, yeah, they deserve everything. Trey Hendrickson, Cincinnati's doing him wrong. Trey Hendrickson deserves his money and they need to handle him. It's just wrong what they're doing to a guy like that. He's just so good. Because if you take a discount, you end up drawing the anger of the PA and a lot of players beneath you. There were offensive linemen for years that really resented the Tyron Smith deal. There still are quarterbacks who resent the deal that Mahomes took, where Mahomes took that 20-year deal to spread everything out, and there were quarterbacks who were like, dude, we were good. We were making money. They were having to reset all the time. Why did you do that? You could have pushed this up for everybody else. You bring everybody else up with you. So yeah, typically the expectation is, Myles, you get asked about it, you don't even take a no comment. You take a give him everything. You don't talk about a man's money. No, you talk about his money because that's your money and that's everybody else's money at your position too.
And RJ, you have been monitoring, of course, your favorite player, TJ Watt, what the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to do with him. Trey Hendrickson is still trying to get paid. And I could not believe what you sent over yesterday when it came to the Steelers negotiation.
So this. I mean, Ian Rappaport said they're going to try to give him as much. They want to wait. They want to wait for all the other tea leaves to go to give him more.
Wow.
And their thought is that this is kind of the Steelers' way, and it sets the tone for what fans and the analysts can expect for what he's going to wind up getting. But
man, I was listening to someone I cannot remember who it was. It's driving me crazy. I think it was an insider, someone credible.
Me.
And they were like, credible. And they were like, who says TJ Watt is going to get 40? I don't think TJ Watt is going to go ahead and set this brand new standard that the Cowboys have to leapfrog. Someone was suggesting that, that they don't want to pay his next contract that much, but Rappaport's saying different.
Yeah, and he says if Watt signs a deal below Garrett's, that sends a message, right? It sends a message inside the locker room that about how they treat the players. But also, and this is what I found fascinating about the fans. The fans respond externally. He's a fan favorite, the face of the franchise, and basically the idea is anything short of a record-setting deal is going to kind of be poor optics for the fan base. And look, I get they operate a little bit differently than the rest of the league. Cowboys kind of operate in a similar way from the mom and pop way. They're just a mom and pop franchise. They don't have this conglomerate as an owner. It's a they're one of the oldest ownerships in the league. Giants, them, etc. they just operate a little differently. Like, they're like, we're going to pay our guy the most. We don't care if it hurts some other position. It's very odd. It's very odd. But if they think it's going to make their locker room better, I guess that's their culture.
Yeah, there's also, I know there's a thought process between or behind some of this. It's like economics. Like you'll have economists who can be really well informed and really well educated, and they all still see the answers to the economy differently. Mm-hmm. Like that's the same sort of thing sort of with salary cap management, that I don't know if this is just talk from Pittsburgh, but I know that there are other teams who would approach it similarly and say, this is the last contract TJ Watt is getting in all likelihood here, because he is, getting older. And if we pay him too early and others reset the market, he'll play on this deal for 2 years, and then he'll be demanding a new deal after the 2-year mark. If we just take care of him as the top of the market now, then what happens is that he'll probably play this out to the end, not ask for a redo of his deal, and we end up saving money in the long haul because we didn't pay him that chunk of money for 2 years and then reset the market 2 years from now too when he's demanding another extension.
Give him like 4 years and blow it up.
So the idea is just like, yeah, all right, reset it for 4 years and take it. And you've told him we set you at the highest mark, instead of we tried to prioritize getting you done, and then we let a bunch of other people come in ahead of you, and now you're demanding more money in 2 years, the way somebody like Tyreek Hill or Ramsey or like Lamar's about to do, that they're demanding extensions after 2 years.
You'll be the only fan base who is like, no, we want less pie for everyone else. Just reward the player and give him the most. Because that's not how it usually works. Maybe the Laker fan base with the last Kobe contract, where they wanted to reward him for the past. But no, I want my team to save. I want my team to save for other players.
And this is the same organization that we talked about yesterday that thought he was saving the environment by handing back a pen after they had him just staple down an entire tree to print off the playbook with Aaron Rodgers.
But maybe the locker room or players would appreciate it. But then they'll be like, you going to treat me the same? But they're not TJ Watt.
Obviously, it was a different question because at the end of his career, he was nowhere near the top of the market. But would it be viewed similarly potentially as, I don't think anybody would have complained necessarily at the end of his career if the Mavericks would have maxed out Dirk.
No.
And so I don't know if that's just where it's a thing where they go, you know what, he's at the end, just give him a big payday.
But he's got more left
he does,
than Dirk or Kobe had.
That's why I say it's different, because Dirk definitely was not a max player at the end.
Right, but the difference is the Steelers are kind of talking out of both sides of their mouth here. Like, why would you get Aaron Rodgers if you're not trying to compete and win now? He's not a future player. So, if you're going to compete and win now, does it make sense to give TJ the max?
Do you think a TJ Watt deal could hurt the Cowboys?
I think it's what Steven said the whole time. They have their hands around generally what it's going to cost Micah. I think everybody knows. The only way it could do it is like when J.C. Horn signed his deal, and all of a sudden you're going, oh my gosh, J.C. Horn just got that much money at corner.
That would be Trey Hendrickson here.
Yeah, which I don't anticipate would happen with TJ Watt. I don't think TJ Watt's going to get 45 and all of a sudden make everybody go, oh my gosh, nobody saw this reset coming. But yeah, I think that everybody knows generally Micah's going to come in around probably 41 to 43.
Rappaport and the NFL Network discussed Micah Parsons apparently telling Clarence Hill, all you're doing is making the price go up by waiting.
Yeah, and if the Cowboys want all of the info, they may have to wait a little bit because there's still several edge rushers who may get done before Micah Parsons. And you're right, Parsons was fascinating in that article, acknowledging that there was a sort of kind of negotiation with Jerry Jones without his agent. From the sounds of it, sounds like the term was just as much of an issue as money. In other words, the Cowboys like longer deals. David Mulugeta, who is Micah Parsons' agent, generally pushes for shorter deals. Perhaps that was part of the issue as far as why this did not get done. We have so many edge guys that need to get done. Trey Hendrickson, we've talked about a ton. Aiden Hutchinson, now that he's healthy, could that deal get done? Could that affect Micah Parsons? TJ Watt did not show up to minicamp. That likely affects Micah Parsons. So it certainly seems like Parsons is content to wait. But in reading these comments and kind of understand the landscape of things, it seems like he's acknowledging like maybe there's a window. If the Cowboys wanted to get it done, they maybe could do that. It just doesn't seem like they're going to. So here's what I expect, Tom. 2 hours before kickoff, you and I will be furiously texting each other, just like we were during the Dak Prescott negotiations, trying to figure out, is this going to happen before game day morning signs off or just after?
Did a sit down with RJ Ochoa yesterday. Blogging the boys. And he asked why I thought these contracts keep getting delayed. Because RJ, like myself, refuses to believe that the Joneses are bad business people and that they are incompetent.
What's your point?
And I said, well, you tell me what you think. And he said, I don't have a definite answer, but if I had to lean on one, it would be for the attention and to stay in the headlines. That the $3 million you may lose waiting on Micah Parsons is more than made up in all the shows and all the radio stations talking about you in the dead period over a subject like this. But we threw out a bunch of different theories. Maybe it is some financial incompetence. Maybe you are behind the times. Maybe it is a stubbornness. Maybe it is the agent that's waiting things out. Micah Parsons' agent knows, like Dak, he's got the Cowboys by the balls.
Mm-hmm.
He got the Cowboys by the balls. So, I had heard someone else say it wouldn't surprise me if, Micah's agent wasn't picking up because they're just going to continue to barely creep up on not a lowball offer, but something that they're not willing to instantly sign. So, fine. Have him miss camp. You're burning up your window. You're screwing up the first year Brian Schottenheimer. You learned the lesson with CeeDee Lamb. You need him. You are going to put him on the field. So we'll just wait until you come up to our number. So I don't rule out the agents, delaying this process as well.
I think there's also a level of this.
I know we all just want to say all the time they're horrible negotiators and they keep doing it.
I think there's a level of it as well, though, that is, I'm going to make them understand they get paid when I say they get paid.
Okay.
I honestly,
he's right. I think he's right.
I think there is something to the idea of just.
But then and I'm arguing with you, but the instant statement back is, wow, you're telling me when I get paid what you don't want to pay me and that I've been asking for the whole time. So I won the negotiation. You just win the time.
100%. That there's a
like I'm gonna starve in the meantime.
There's an aspect of that like totally feels silly. There's also the idea of you watch other leagues, watch the NBA for instance. The NBA, the players run the league. Like there is something still to the idea of just the owners are what everything comes down to in the NFL, and Jerry probably knows that better than anybody else. And there's. I would imagine there's something where it's like, all right, if we're going to pay this amount anyway, which we're probably going to end up paying, you're going to wait as long as you are going to wait to get this. Because you're going to understand that I ultimately sign your checks, and I determine when you get your money.
Look, I do the same thing. I pay my mortgage the last possible day I can before I get fined. I'm waiting. It doesn't benefit me at all.
Yeah.
It's just I'm hanging on to my money until, you'll get your money. You get your money on this is Arkansas. It's a straight Arkansas business, man. That's what this is. Walmart does the same damn thing. You got a 90-day vendor thing, you'll get paid on the 90th day at the final minute. That's how it's crazy. Look, I don't know why we do it. I don't know why I do it with that, but it's not even on the first. I got a 15-day grace period. I'm waiting those 15 days.
I like to pay instantly to get it off my back. To know what I have in my account and not say, oh, I'm going to subtract that couple thousand. Oh, that's going to be gone. I don't want to owe anyone. Get it off my conscience. All right, so there's a little Inside the Star on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Why are people still reporting that Jason Kidd to New York is alive? And the latest on the Kevin Durant sweepstakes after NBA Finals Game 5 last night. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell, it is, of course, Stephen Gilchrist-owned store, Gilchrist Automotive.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute picture.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Our morning with the Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Shea, blasting inside away from Nemhart. Shuttle feeds Dort. Right wing Dove, wide open, strokes a three. In there, cha-ching it under Moneyball. Jalen Williams, 33 and counting. Thunder making shots, 98-93, 8 minutes to play.
And the counting went to 40 as Jalen Williams gives the Oklahoma City Thunder a 3-2 lead in the NBA Finals. Good morning, Metroplex. This is Sean and RJ.
I don't think OKC is an unlikable team. I really think that there's a lot to really appreciate about them. And
the free throw thing is now annoying.
It's irritating. It is. But
you're gonna hate it. You're gonna hate it in about a year.
He got free throws off a jump ball yesterday.
Yeah.
Off a jump ball. I think TJ grazed his wrist over the free throw line.
Yeah, he's a little free throw merchant. Yeah, that's an accurate description. But every time I think this is not an unlikable team, and I could see rooting for them, I then hear those Pinto calls we play, and I'm like, they can't win. I cannot hear him call a championship call. It's gonna kill me. But I'm probably gonna hear it after Game 6 because I would imagine this is over in 6.
It's 5, by the way. Pacers by 5 is the spread.
Pacers by 5
is the spread for the next for Game 6.
I
I'm
think-
sorry. Oklahoma City by 5.
I was going to say, the Pacers have been favored a single game
Oklahoma
yet.
City. Oklahoma City.
The final last night ended up by how many?
11.
Okay, so it covered the 9.5.
Mm-hmm.
So they hit it. If I was just going to bet that, I would have bet Indiana with the points. And now they will go back home to try to extend the series.
Halliburton is now, I just had to look this up, he's 5th among all players in shot attempts in this series. 5th as like the guy in Indiana. He's fifth, not on Indiana, but between both teams, 5th.
He's also, and this is, I stole this from the Hoop Collective, but I have to steal this obvious point, but they were going through the roster of defensive players.
Did they give you permission? Did McMahon give you permission?
He's going up against a wave of freaking defenders. A wave of them.
Yeah.
The amount of deflections, the amount of intercepted passes, not just last night that we saw in the first half, throughout the entire series. And you're running into Dort. Shea is a good defender. Caruso. Cason Wallace. No one basically knows who Cason Wallace is throughout the entire year. Just waves and waves and waves of people that can come at you. Jalen Williams as well.
And they're young. They're so young.
Yeah.
Like it was referenced last night, they're the second youngest team. It's been referenced a bunch, but it was referenced specifically last night, the graphic of, look, this is the second youngest team to reach the finals behind the Bill Walton Blazers that made it. And they're talking about their average age is 26.2 or whatever. It's like, that's the whole roster. If you take the top 8 guys in minutes for this team this year, the average age is 24.2. They're kids, but they're also, they're battle tested, and they've been through a couple, playoff runs. Now, they did the thing we talked about last year. They had to learn how to lose, and they did, and they're still learning and refining it in this series in a lot of ways. But
that's a
juggernaut for the next probably 4 years minimum.
And we'll get sick of it.
We said it about Boston, though.
Yeah,
I did not. I said last year, I got hell for last year saying they would never win another title with that core.
I don't remember.
Oh, I'm going to pull it.
And I don't, even if you did say it, I'm not going to give you credit because you were doing your Tatum.
Yeah, you were doing your Tatum. That's right.
There was a reason why.
You don't get it, Corey. You don't get it, Corey.
Nope. I do get credit for this one because I said the exact reason why it's happening now, which is they are too talented, but they're also older, and they're not going to afford to pay everybody. They're going to have to blow it up.
Well, about Boston, you're talking about.
Yeah, Boston.
Well, I mean, isn't the same thing going to happen here?
No, so this is one of the things that people say is so unique about Oklahoma City. There's an article written about it, I think, earlier this year, end of last year, something like that, that Sam Presti went with all the different, he was the one who really started pushing for pick swaps in trades and getting the benefit of, which pick was going to be better. And he said, if you look at their history, like this article, I think it was The Ringer, had talked about the way that they've done pick swaps has given them the benefit of all these different guys that they've been able to stack up. And teams are psychologically going, oh, I'm not giving up a first, I'm just swapping, and that they made all these deals. So we're now Oklahoma City's lined up to have the better pick of 2 over the next 5-6 years.
Because the Celtics were paying, well, I'm trying to think when extensions got done, but excuse me, Holiday was getting money, Porzingis was getting money.
Tatum, Brown, they were all getting.
And then, they paid Tatum and Brown.
Derek White.
Well, now you have Chet. They paid Hartenstein, but it feels like they got, if you compare the salaries, it feels like they're on rookie deals.
Yeah, and they also, so the idea behind you've got all this talent, but you've set up these different pick swaps and stuff like that is the Thunder are thought of in financial circles as essentially being kind of New England like. Where New England got to that point where they just say, we'll let somebody go and we'll just keep churning over the roster and getting comp picks and throwing a bunch of darts at the board. That's sort of how OKC set themselves up, and that they're kind of the innovator in the second apron era.
So Shea makes 36. Isaiah makes 30. Give me the next highest paid player, or 2, or 3.
Oh God, Shea makes 36.
There you go. It's rookie deal like.
It's free. That's free.
Is it? I don't know, Caruso at this point since he's older and
no, Caruso makes 10.
Oh my God.
And he's 7th highest.
Chet is 8th highest. He makes 11.
Oh wow.
I have no idea.
Dort makes 17. He's 3rd.
God.
You'll never get the next one ever. Isaiah Joe
I was when you said never get the next.
Joe.
I just started looking through DNP coach's decision last night.
Isaiah Joe is their fourth highest paid player at 13. You'll never get the next one. It's Aaron Wiggins at 11. So Casey Wallace is making 5.5. Jalen Williams is making 4.7. Wow. This is a roster full of your NFL rookie deals. All right, let's go ahead and get to the latest with the Mavericks. Conflicting reports. New York is trying to keep this thing alive, despite Brian Windhorst going on television and saying the Mavs, like Shams reported, like really, truly shut it down. Am I not seeing this, Pepe? I know I sent the Durant one. Do I have Windhorst here?
Was there another one?
Yeah, you got you have the latest on KD. But that's not this one.
Yeah, I thought I also sent Windy with the latest on Jason Kidd. I'll read it, but I do want to know who's right or wrong, so check my email page.
Oh, I'm looking right now.
I need bragging rights. The Mavericks are not interested in further negotiations at all. Didn't even call back is the message. Don't even call back that they want it out there as it pertains to the Knicks' pursuit. Shams said teams would just hang up. Some would say no and then hang up. In other situations, there was profanity involved. Some literal F no responses. So Windhorst is saying the Mavs really wanted to send a message, but then you have Ian Begley, SNY NBA insider, just throwing out the blurb. The door, this is yesterday, the door is not completely closed on the Knicks and Jason Kidd, according to people familiar with the dynamic in Dallas. Other outlets reported as recently as last week that Kidd was still a possibility, and that remains the case as of Monday. What?
I don't get it. It's like, are they just going to maybe make an offer, up their offer? They didn't have one. Just now they're going to try to go back channel to Kidd's agent and make him an offer he can't refuse to where he tries to force himself at. Is that their nuclear option?
So if that all played out the way it sounds like it did, or the way that's being represented in terms of Dallas being like, bleep no, which by the way, the Windhorst audio was not in the email.
Pepe with the win.
If that played out the way that we thought, or the way that it's represented there, then that could be a couple things. That could be New York leaking to their reporters. All right, screw them. We just want to continue to F with them in the media. Tell them the door's not closed. Like almost like stir stuff up. Just like, yeah, let's keep having to have Dallas answer this, even though we know they're not going to move. Or it could be a case of Dallas is telling you no, like we're not going to just let you interview. You're going to give us something if we're going to give you Jason Kidd. And so it's like, the door's not closed if they want to call us up and actually give us something, or they want to give us something substantial to get Jason Kidd. But if they just expect we're going to let you walk away with him, like what happened with Jalen Brunson, no.
But that would be a lack of confidence that the Mavs are showing in Jason. If you're like, I would listen, versus just what's being reported of an absolute flat-out shutdown, slamming the door in your face.
You would think so. You think there's a lack of confidence unless Kidd has told them, kind of don't want to be, I'm not really... Now listen, Nico said he knows what Jason's thinking. Him and Jason are on the same page. He said that about the trade. We're on Jason's. I don't have to ask Jay. We're on the same page.
It's a little arrogant though to even say that. To just be like, I know what that guy's thinking. I don't even have to ask him what he's thinking. It's like,
so maybe
that's an assumption.
Maybe he knows what he wants.
The favorite for the job right now is Taylor Jenkins.
I mean, Michael Malone, they are doing anything they possibly can to not give this job to Michael Malone.
Yeah, I totally misread. Like, I love Malone because of his mouth, but maybe other people are turned off by it, and he's got a bad reputation behind the scenes. But the former Grizzlies coach, Taylor Jenkins, is getting the first interview with the Knicks. Mike Brown, former coach of the Kings, is a retread in the NBA, is expected to interview after that. Vegas has Taylor Jenkins 3-2, Johnny Bryant, Rick Brunson, Mike Malone, Mike Brown, Mike Budenholzer, Steve Nash, Jeff Van Gundy, Danny Hurley. So there you go.
Van Gundy would be great.
I would love the Jeff Van Gundy angle. That would be so beautiful. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't guess that is.
He's back on an NBA bench. He should just do it. They should do it. That's what I'm hoping for.
Bring back 87 point a game Nick basketball.
Or Mark Jackson.
Who's
been basically blackballed.
It's crazy the way that they've gone about this process, the Knicks. Now, the Malone thing, yeah, like you say, if he's got a prickly personality, that makes some sense if that was their issue with Thibodeau. Like, did they feel like Thibodeau was too heavy-handed? Like, do they want that? Do they feel like Malone's too similar to that? That makes sense. But some of these other things, I'm just thinking, all right, we'll just call up, take Kidd. We'll call up Minnesota, we'll take Chris Finch. All right, well, didn't Chris Finch have issues with Cat? Like, why are we mixing? Why are you looking for that, potentially? Let's go to the Taylor Jenkins which Taylor Jenkins was thought to have a lot of friction with front office management. Is that, again, what you want in New York? It's just their whole process has been bizarre.
From the 972, if the Mavs want 2 first-round picks for Kidd, does that show a lack of confidence? For the 903, play hardball with your mid-coach, but roll over and give your star player away for nothing.
Good point. Good tweet right there. So there it is for the 6 a.m. Club. We want you to win another concert ticket giveaway. Outlaw Music Festival starting at 7:20 with the Expressway when we go commercial free and have Ask Reddit at 7:40. But the Rangers are back in action against Kansas City. We're feeling pretty positive about them, and even better, after the Rangers have the American League Player of the Week, and a former GM says, get ready, because Texas is coming back to win the American League West. Some Diamond Calves on the home of the Rangers after this. And the official barbecue of the Texas Rangers is Hurtado, the Tex-Mex that has taken over.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon City?
What? Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it sound called?
Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The 1-1 pitch to him is bounced gently left side. Tough play. Muncy hurries the throw over there in time to end the inning. Shohei Ohtani has to work hard in his first inning back on the mound. Padres get one.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
Shohei is finally back on the bump.
Back on the bump for 28 pitches.
28?
It was a 28-pitch first inning. He allowed the 1 run, 2 hits, no walks, 28 pitches.
I know how many times he hit 100 miles per hour because of ESPN.
Got a notification out of it. It's like this is the Shohei threw 100. It's the he had a bowel movement. It's like you do when you have a kid. It's like, oh, he finally went. Took 3 days. He finally went. That's what it was with Shohei.
His gambler went to jail.
His gambler
yesterday or something.
Yeah, he reported for federal prison yesterday. So he now knows it's now knows. All right, you took the fall. Now I can safely pitch again.
So
did you leave the finals game for this?
Well, it was kind of at halftime, right? We had flipped over.
I didn't flip.
Okay, yeah. So I flipped over because Bobby had mentioned
I was dodging milk puke.
Yeah, on the group chat, it had mentioned something about Ohtani's about to pitch, or I got the notification, and then we were talking about. You said that the scoreless Angels Yankees game. I flipped over to that, and in the middle, they were in the bottom of whatever it was, 10th or 11th, of a 1-zip game, and they flip away from that to go to Shohei's first pitch. And this was before the first pitch. He was just warming up, and they did a split screen. So they showed the split screen there, but this is an absolute different approach they're taking than we are with DeGrom. DeGrom has scaled back his miles per hour after, right? He's not throwing Jake DeGrom speed.
No, not what he typically has over the course of his career.
Second Tommy John, he has scaled back. Second Tommy John for Shohei, he is not. I mean, he threw over 100 miles an hour first start. It's like, we're going to go. We are going to go at this.
Boy, he had zero control over that sweeper he throws, though. That thing was all over the place. The fastball looked good. The fastball looked like an Ohtani fastball. The sweeper was... Man, the sweeper and the splitter both were. There was no telling where that ball was going to go when he threw it.
I get it. Rusty hasn't thrown a game. The last time Shohei pitched on a major league mound, the Rangers had never won a World Series still.
What?
So remember, it was late 2023 or 2023 when he last pitched. So that's a long time, man. That's a long time. I get being rusty, but I was a little surprised that they let him air it out like that to get over 100. That is a little scary.
Jeez, so if you look over the course of his career, his four-seamer has averaged in various seasons 96.7, 93.8, 95.6, 97.3, and then the last time he pitched it was 96.8. Last night the average fastball velocity was 99.1. So I mean he was throwing it 3 miles per hour over his normal before surgery.
They used 7 pitchers in this game, the Dodgers, including our boy Kirby Yates, who got a 10-pitch save.
What type of season is he having?
His ERA is about 4. So not elite, but he hasn't. I'm trying to think how many games. He's throwing his fair share of games. He's throwing plenty of games this year, but his ERA is right around 4.
Josh Smith has been selected as the American League Player of the Week. First time that he's won the award. First time a Rangers player has claimed the honor the entire season. They had one winner last season, Marcus Semien, during that stretch, Bobby, May 6th through the 12th. Smith, 2 home runs, 3 doubles, 4 runs batted in, 4 walks. He had more walks than strikeouts over the 6-game week, leading AL batters in total bases, hits, and extra base hits. The OPS was the second highest mark in the American League, trailing only Evan Carter. So there it is, as you were talking about June being carried by Josh Smith and Evan Carter, along with some positive trends from Adolis Garcia.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing Adolis Garcia, since he came back, is not chasing nearly as much. His strikeout rate has dropped. But yeah, this has been mainly Josh Smith and Evan Carter really kind of carrying things. And there's a rotation around it of other guys. We've talked about this, how they can't get everybody synced up. Guys are hitting well at points, and then somebody else will start hitting well, then somebody drops off. That rotation's kind of still going on. It's just if you stabilize it around two guys who are hitting consistently, like Evan Carter and Josh Smith, you can weather that a little bit more. But Josh Smith deserves a ton of credit for turning into a legit major league hitter, because the first 2 years I saw him here, I was like, that dude should never take the bat off his shoulder. He should be who was Eddie Goodell? Like
Eddie Goodell,
you need to just stand up there,
Browns.
take your 4-pitch walk, and don't you dare take the bat off your shoulder.
Look, you can have two guys absolutely carry an offense if they come up at the right time. The unlucky part of that is when they're hot and they always come up with nobody on base. That's the unlucky part of that. But if you can get a stretch where they're coming up constantly with guys on base, that's how you sustain these long, prolonged winning streaks.
Back in action tonight, 6:30 pregame on this radio station. We are your official home for Rangers baseball. They're going to be taking on Seth Lugo, who looks like he's gotten some bad luck this year. He's got a 3-5 record, but a 3.18 ERA. Jack Leiter and his 3.88 will be out there on the mound, but they're getting the Royals at a good time. They've lost 6 in a row. They're 2-8 in their last 10. They're 4th in the American League Central. The Rangers are in 3rd. They're 5 games back, but former general manager Jim Bowden says they're coming back to win this thing on Sirius.
They're going to get back on track and win this division. And I know you're saying, what?
Really?
They're 33 and 36. What am I talking about? They're going to win the division. They are.
Really?
Now, let's talk about their pitching for a minute, and I'll get to the hitting, right? They lead the American League in team ERA with a 3.17 ERA. That's right. They've gone past the Tigers. They have the best team ERA. They can pitch. They can play defense, okay? This team is too good not to hit. Now, we have to say, okay, is this team declining? Is this team not as good as we thought? Or did they just get off to a slow start? Steve, I'm going with the latter. I believe in Langford and Seager and Garcia and Evan Carter and Berger's power and Josh Young at third base, who's only going to get better. I think this team is going to really turn things around between now and the end of the season. And I think the Rangers are going to start to believe. And whether Beyonce's singing that song or anybody else, I don't think there's any doubt they're coming.
Okay. Hey, look.
What song?
I don't know. That's why I was like, what the hell is he talking about?
No idea what he's talking about.
Which Beyonce, does Jim Bowden have better pop culture references than and knowledge than we do?
He might. He's got worse hair.
Yeah, well.
Is that hair?
It's Mark Davis hair.
Or is that a Marv?
Ooh, could be a Marv.
Looks like a Marv
Looks
to
like
me.
a Marv. They will look. They're pitching wise. He's absolutely right. Their offense has to come around. If the offense has to come around, then all this is moot. They make a deal. Maybe they make a deal and they get a bat. I don't know what bat's going to be out there for them to get. Bobby's mentioned Marcell Ozuna as a name that's possible, somebody that you would want to get. But they do face Bubic in this one, and he has been fantastic. Although he's lost his last 2 starts, one of them he lost 1-0, so not a loss. And then he got roughed up by the Yankees a little bit, 5 runs, 5 earned over 4 1/3. But other than that, he has been absolutely phenomenal this year. The Rangers get him in the second game of this series coming up against the Royals. It is Diamond Cavs.
You got one more thing to add?
Yeah, just real quick. I had and the thought of them like winning the division when Thad Levine came on with us last week and was like, "Hey, they're in a position to where they've got a chance to come back and win this division. They're hardly out of this thing." And Bowden saying that. I talked about this with Sean during the break at one point, Chop. Do you know how far back they were when they made that trade for Hamels at the deadline? 2 months before the end of the season. How far back they were in the division?
5.5?
9 games out, and they won.
Stunned.
I didn't even remember them coming back from 9 games out in the final 2 months of the season.
Wow.
And so, I mean, they're definitely not that far away from it. This is a team that, if you look at the Pythagorean expectation, they're tops in the division.
Okay. Very nice. Diamond Cavs here at 105 through the fan. They list Chris Young as one of the 7 general managers under the most pressure to make a deal this trade deadline. And they're 26th in runs scored. DeGrom and the pitching staff dominating. Evan Carter hitting 387 in June. Obviously Wyatt Langford, they say getting better, and Marcus Semien obviously has been on a bit of a heater since the May 25th, 26th-ish. Hitting much better. He's raised his average about 30 points at that time. So if that were to happen, they bet on a turnaround last summer. Are they going to bet on a turnaround again this year? One other thing about the Devers deal we talked about yesterday, and the return they got was just not very good. But this really, really hacked me up. There's a theory out there that they traded him because the contract that was just purchased by their ownership group regarded an EPL soccer team. So the Fenway Sports Group owns Liverpool, and they just purchased the contract of some, of a soccer player, Florian Wirtz. Sure. Yep. Right? You could have named him anything. I want to know.
Yep.
If this is true, they got to ban this ownership group for the sport. When the other owners agree to take you into their sport, that has to be your top priority. That sport, that team has to be your top priority. If you're trading the guy because you happen to have other interests in other sports in other countries, big problem with that. They cannot allow that. Each individual sport, when you agree to become an owner, they need to mandate that is your top priority.
There's a little bit of a, I don't know, there is I scoffed at it earlier. I guess some of the reports yesterday were that some anonymous executives were like, this is like the Luka trade, which I think is a little much because Devers is not Luka. But how people were like, were you hacked? No way Devers got traded. Then you start hearing the way the Red Sox talk about it, and it's like, okay, well, maybe they're like similar to the Mavericks. Craig Breslow yesterday said, I do think there's a real chance that at season end, we're looking back and we've won more games than we otherwise would have. So they viewed him straight like cancer to winning.
They did.
They were just like, you got to get out of here.
He would not take ground balls at first. He would not take ground balls at third. He refused to do anything. They said he did not live up to his responsibilities.
Whose side do you take?
Well, look, I mean, if your boss asks you to do something, you kind of have to do it. Like that's just how it works. You know
how sports works.
What's that?
How sports works.
Well, it's in life. If your boss asks you to do something, you do it. Like it's not. We're not reinventing the wheel here.
The amount of money he was paid, one of the reports yesterday, I guess, said that they were like, the expectation is when you're paid that amount of money, you fall in line to an extent. We gave you your money, we showed you our belief in you. Now you need to do that. So yeah,
is it like getting paid huge NBA money and then getting put? You're the sixth man now. I know you're still starting, but you're getting moved all over.
You're moved all over.
And you're not getting put in the position you thought.
But isn't it like he gets put
right?
This would be more like you're put at sixth man, and then they're like, we want to make you a starter again. And you're like, no, you told me to be a sixth man.
Or tackle to guard.
Come on, dude.
Yeah.
Or guard to tackle if you don't want to play that spot.
Do you blame an established NFL veteran? Like if Zach Martin was like, I don't want to play tackle.
I guess I side with the Red Sox because I used to blame Michael Young for asking out for trades every time he wanted to switch, or every time they asked him to switch position. I was like, no, you need to go. And so to be consistent, I guess I would side on this with the Red Sox on that.
Yeah, I get it. I understand what Devers is saying. Like, you signed me, and now I guess what the issue would be is that this GM didn't sign him. But look, it's still you become the GM. You take on the responsibilities of the general manager. And you also take on all the debt. Take on the debt of the other team, of the old guy.
Diamond Calves, on your official home of the Rangers with Sean Trefar, Jay Choppy, and Bobby Belt. We got Peyton running the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Let's go commercial free with the Expressway. We got Ask Reddit at 7:40. And what are the biggest quarterback questions for everyone inside the NFC East? That and another music ticket giveaway for you turning it on, leaving it on next.
After we get you over to Zerez and get that carpet professionally cleaned the clean way.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babe.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Leave it on your Cowboys station. 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts, and the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Good morning, Metroplex. We're commercial-free in the Expressway. We're going to ask Reddit, Brian brought us his favorite segment, at 7:40. We have an Outlaw Music ticket giveaway for you turning it on and leaving it on. You're appreciated.
You're appreciated.
Thanks for joining the program. The biggest quarterback questions around the National Football League as we take about 6 weeks off before training camp and specifically focusing on the East.
Yep. So over at ESPN, Dan Graziano has the 32 quarterback questions for all 32 teams. And before we jump into this list, I'm curious. I know you've mentioned this on the air before that you're like, yeah. What's Graziano bringing to the table? So have you come around any? I feel like he's been involved in some better stories over the last year or so.
No.
Okay. All right.
No. He's the Chris Broussard of the National Football League, and I think Chris has more of a track record of breaking stories.
Oh, that hurts. Calling somebody a Chris Broussard is best.
I mean, I'm just being honest. Like last night, I know everyone's scared to say it. Like, I never watch games on mute. All right, I'm not like bitter Michael Lombardi, where every announcer is a moron.
Mm-hmm.
And I was doing something else as well while having the game on. I can't listen to that broadcast very long. They are so freaking corny. And again, these are guests that have been on the show. Dan Graziano, Mike Breen, but I can't listen to Doris Burke is so cheesy. She's the corniest of all. And then Mike Breen like sang a music lyric. It's just so cheesy and so corny. I cannot do it. I'm sure that's going to be written about. Barrett Sports Media will get me for saying that, like they did us with Roy McIlroy.
All right, so let's look at the biggest question facing each quarterback room in the NFL, and we'll take it through the NFC East lens. Do you want to start with the Dallas Cowboys, or do you want to start with the rivals here?
Let's go Cowboys.
All right, kicking things off with the Dallas Cowboys. The top question, and it's a little bit probably easy to guess, and it's which version of Dak Prescott will we get this season? It says the Cowboys hope it's the healthy version. Prescott has played 6 fully healthy seasons in his 9-year NFL career, and the Cowboys won the NFC East in 4 of those seasons. That's the old choppy line that when the quarterback's healthy for the Cowboys, they're generally in the playoffs. If they're not in the playoffs, it's usually because the quarterback got hurt. Even after losing Prescott to a hamstring injury midway through last season, Dallas still managed to finish 7-10. Prescott is expected back healthy to start training camp, and the team added George Pickens to pair with CeeDee Lamb and expand Prescott's options in the passing game. If the post-Zach Martin offensive line holds up the way the Cowboys expect, Dallas has plenty of reason to think it can contend with Philadelphia and Washington in the NFC East. And we're going to do it 7:40. I've got some over-unders for you guys for the Cowboys this season. And
when?
At 8:40. And one of these will focus on Dak Prescott and what kind of output we potentially expect from him. But ahead
he
of
said
that,
740, right, Peyton? You're laughing.
He did. Yeah,
he said 740.
I was the only one.
okay. I screwed it up. I'm a screw up.
Oh, no,
I get it.
No, you want to call it everyone else. You'll make your faces and you call it G-Bag and your laundry list for Zach and worst take. I hold everyone accountable.
Yeah, because that's you guys. That's not me. me. I'm not supposed to be called that. You know what it is? No. Okay, all right. I said 740. I meant 840 below the belt.
Breaking news on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby Belt admits he was wrong without any buts or caveats.
Nice
Thank
job,
you, Bobby.
Nice job, Pepe.
Okay, so
Hey, this is Brother Rick. Come on, let's go.
all right, I said it.
By the way, in Dak's 8 games last year, his QBR was
He generally has a floor of around 62. So
I think it was like 39 though.
45.
Oh,
it was not good last year.
It was a 45 QBR. Let me just remind you, because again, Bobby Hagelin don't want to let go of the beginning of the season, and I understand why they were getting their ass kicked. He threw for $133. Well, actually, did they start? They started with Cleveland.
Yeah,
179 in a win, 293 with 2 picks. 379 against Baltimore. That might have been garbage yards. They were getting murdered with 2 touchdowns, no picks. 221 against the Giants, 2 touchdowns, no picks. 2 touchdowns against Pittsburgh with 2 interceptions as well. And then 178 against Detroit, 243 against San Fran, 133 against Atlanta. Season over.
Yeah, it was. He did not play well even when he was healthy. And to me, that's the biggest question, is that when Graziano says which version are they getting, to me that is the question. But the question is, are you getting the healthy version or not?
That's all it is. It's all about health.
Well, how much are you attributing health to the first 8 terrible games? Not terrible, but that QBR is terrible.
Right. He didn't play well.
That's not a health excuse.
He didn't play well early in the season. I think, and at the time we had talked about this, that a lot of it I think was he had zero confidence in the offensive line in front of him. I think this year he's going to feel like the offensive line is going to be able to protect better. Now that's still on Dak to manage and work around it, but it felt like he just didn't have the trust in what was in front of him blocking, and what it caused him to play poor. It caused him to rush through things that he typically doesn't. So to me, I think the offensive line is going to be improved, and if he's healthy, I think he's going to play really well. It's just a question of, does he stay healthy or not? For me, anyway.
That's a lot. I mean, that's all of it is for me, too. Is he healthy? At the offensive line is good. Dak has shown that when the O-line is good, he's generally a good quarterback. In a related story, everybody else is in the league, too. I mean, that's the number one thing for a quarterback is your O-line good? And if it is, you're generally having a good season.
The 32 questions for 32 quarterback situations in the NFL from Dan Graziano over at ESPN. The Philadelphia Eagles. We'll jump over to them now. How will the Eagles' annual coordinator change affect Jalen Hurts this time? The 22 Eagles reached the Super Bowl with Shane Steichen as the offensive coordinator, but then Steichen got hired away. Hurts and the Philly offense regressed badly under Brian Johnson in 2023. Then Kellen Moore was brought in last season, built one of the all-time great run games, and won the Super Bowl as a result. But now Moore is the coach of the Saints, and Kevin Patullo has been promoted to offensive coordinator. Underestimating Hurts is clearly a foolish endeavor at this point, but he and the team are surely hoping things go better than they did the last time they promoted from within to fill the coordinator spot. I'm curious, bits aside, and my own Kellen bit aside, I mean, I really do like him as a coach, but obviously I'm trying to dig at McCarthy every time I do that. But how much credit do you give Kellen Moore for what we saw in Philly last year versus just you were attached to the project, dude?
I mean, look, Philadelphia's been really good for several years with or without Kellen. Now, they won the Super Bowl, and Hurts was, generally pretty good.
He was definitely reined in, though. He was definitely scaled back.
So,
he threw for 3,700 and 3,900 yards the years before. Last year, 2,900. Oof. Bobby's nostrils. Bobby, well, if he played 15, but still, I get it. My question to y'all was going to be, how have you changed your mind about Hurts after the ring? The QBR was a 65 last year. The years prior, 61 and 68.
Look, he's always been a really good quarterback, but he's always had a ceiling. I think he's tough as hell.
How do you feel about him as a thrower is my main question.
I think he's a good thrower. Yeah, I think there's a limitation there. I think he's a good thrower. I think if he has to throw, he can throw. I wouldn't obviously the running is a major part of his game, and that's a major threat, and that's what allows him maybe to throw. This is the one problem that a lot of quarterbacks are going to have who use their legs is as they age, do they progress as passers enough to be able to deal with it? Like Dak doesn't use his leg nearly as much as he did as a young quarterback.
Right. I mean, yeah, he just
basically
can't.
at all.
Yeah, I mean, he can't. I guess I view Hurts as... I don't know. I view him as he's a good player. I think he could, if you ask him to do everything, I think he can get you to the playoffs, and he can't win you the Super Bowl. I think he can be present for the Super Bowl and be an asset. But if he's
wait. Doesn't he have all-time Super Bowl numbers?
No,
his best game has been in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, he had one of the best games in a loss ever.
Yeah.
Okay, Jason Kelce. He ran for 3 touchdowns. I'm talking about him as a passer. But here's the thing: is that when you watch Hurts play, I think that
look up his Super Bowl numbers.
No, you can look him up. I mean, he was good against Kansas City the first time. It was not like this prolific 400-yard passing game. But if you look at, I think that when I say that he can be present for it, I'm saying if you're asking him to ride, if you're riding everything on Jalen Hurts and you don't have a Barkley running game, whatever else, they're not winning the Super Bowl.
Right.
They're just not. He can't do that. He can be present for it, but there's clearly got to be. It's within certain lines that he's successful and what he can be. But he's. I think he's a good passer. I just don't think he's a difference maker at quarterback.
He was pretty bad in that Super Bowl loss. He was only 27 of 38 for 304 touchdowns, 75 yards rushing. I mean, that's pretty buns.
I mean, if we're talking about in terms of like carrying the team as a passer, it wasn't enough, and he wasn't.
And he 304 yards passing.
304 yards passing on 38 attempts. Like, I mean, that's not like a prolific push the ball downfield performance.
That's fair. It's not 12 an attempt, but it's still pretty good.
And last year, do you have it?
Last
Bassick,
year,
by the way, is weighing in to probably try to upset Bobby.
Hit me.
I can't believe how bad McCarthy made Dak play last year.
last year,
Bobby.
Last year, 221 passing yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick, 72 rush yards. So he had only 293 total.
The biggest quarterback questions in the East and around the NFL here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, do we want the Commies or do we want the Giants next?
Commanders.
All right, let's go to
the Giants. Even have a quarterback.
Let's go to the Washington Commanders next. Will we be talking about Jaden Daniels in the MVP race this season? Well, I think that's missing the question right there. It says the second pick of the 24 draft, Daniels was a revelation as a rookie, leading the Commanders all the way to the NFC title game. Washington added Laramie Tunsil and Deebo Samuel. It kept the coaching staff together, and now Daniels enters his second season with high hopes to go even further. Will the league figure out Daniels in year 2, or will he build on his historic rookie season and establish himself as one of the NFL's elites right away? I think framing it through the lens of, are we talking about him as an MVP candidate, misses the mark, because I think the bigger question for Washington right now is, the reality is a lot of what he did early on did mirror what RG3 did early on. And it's the question to me is more just, should be framed through the lens of, is the league going to figure him out? Because I think that's the greater concern. It's not just like, is he just going to be good or is he going to be an MVP? No, it's more like, is the league going to start figuring out ways to work around him? But he was fantastic last year.
What is the trend on second-year quarterbacks, right? Because I think we're used to saying there's a step back, a drop off. I think that's why you were not as high on Houston last year.
Stroud, I mean, I thought you were going to have a drop off of some kind. Just the league catches up. Year 2 is the year because the league catches up. They figure you out, and then it's up to you to adjust.
Yeah, I mean, they
haven't really figured out. I mean, have they figured out Hurts? I was hoping that his game was figure outable, Aaron Rodgers, and it doesn't feel like it. Not that he's dissecting and picking apart defenses with his arm, but they definitely didn't figure out Lamar.
Yeah,
they may have figured out from a passing standpoint to some degree.
So I think they figured out Hurts, and then there was an adjustment. So like if you like Hurts and the Eagles adjusted and changed up his game, because he was asked. I mean, you look at the year before, 2023, he threw 538 passes. Last year, he threw 361. Like, I mean, we're talking about 200 fewer pass attempts that he had. And if you look at his progression, first 3 years, relatively efficient. His QBR peaked. Then in that 23 season, he threw 15 picks. He was not nearly able to take advantage of some of the things that he had the year before. And then they reined him in and figured out, all right, let's work within this context. Daniels, I think, is unique because he presents such an issue with the way that he can threaten with his legs that it gives so many different softer looks.
And there's no way he is going to be as dumb running as RG3 was. Robert refused to be like Russell Wilson, who was the smartest slider that I've ever seen. Ervion on Twitter says, let Bobby know Hurts is number 1 in Super Bowl history for completion percentage and has the highest EPA per dropback as well. So yeah, I'm just reading Twitter.
No, I know. And this is why it's like, again, if you're looking at it from an efficiency standpoint and the things that he did in there, like, yeah, those games, especially when they got up early on Kansas City on this last one, he played well. It's just, again, it's not like he's not the greatest Super Bowl performer of all time, like people try to talk about. Like, that's what Kelsey's tried to say. The greatest Super Bowl performance of all time. No, there's like 8 of them that were better at quarterback than that one. So that's the Washington setup. There were a couple other questions from around the league that stood out in this one. What
about the Giants?
Oh, the Giants. I totally forgot about them like the rest of the league did. Can the Giants resist Jackson Dart temptation all season? Every year, it seems like there's at least one team telling us it wants to sit its rookie quarterback as long as possible, all year if necessary. The Giants signed Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston to make double sure they didn't do it. It says, but the reality is it rarely works out. Last season, the Patriots were starting Brissett, and ultimately they put Drake May in. Unless the Giants are scoring points and winning games, it feels inevitable that they reach a point where it's time to see what Dart can do, which will be absolutely nothing because that dude is not a very good football player.
Play him. Play him.
I agree.
You know what Russell Wilson is at this point. He's an old man. Jameis is fun, right?
But Jameis can also be a perfect backup. He's not going to get ticked off and being like, why aren't I next up here?
Absolutely.
He's
Russ,
too busy worrying about giving New York Apple tours.
Right. If you make Russ the backup, Russ, I think I get that Russ might be a pain in the butt. You know, Jameis not going to be a pain in the butt.
Who were the I'm trying to think, who are the success stories of sit for a full year or two?
And Mahomes.
Mahomes was
the obvious one.
But again, Mahomes was. See, that's the question. Are Mahomes and Rodgers just Mahomes and Rodgers,
right?
Or did sitting somehow? Chad Pennington sat for 2 years and then felt like, all right, he came on and he was ready to play. Brady, yeah, he sat for a year and a half and he was kind of forced into it. That wasn't a plan. It was more just like he's not the best player. But yeah, I think of Rodgers, I think of Pennington and those sort of examples. But I mean, you do have the immediate impact right away from a rookie quarterback has shifted dramatically. Baker was successful right away. Jaden Daniels was successful right away. CJ Stroud right away, because the concepts between college and the NFL have blurred so much that the learning curve isn't the same a lot of times.
Eli sat for half a season.
And was awful when he came on the field.
Yep. Who's else is number 1? Rivers probably sat.
Rivers sat the whole first year under Breeze.
Goff, I don't know. He only played a handful of games his first year. I don't remember if he sat.
NFL questions, or the one burning question for every quarterback room in the NFL from Dan Graziano. We got a couple others that are outside of this, and some of these are just bizarre or potentially fascinating. This is the one that I couldn't get over. Chicago's question: is it already now or never for Caleb Williams?
Oh my God!
And this is ESPN.
This is Graziano specifically. But yeah, is it already now or never for Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears? Dan Graziano writes that this is a little bit dramatic. Okay, he says, "Well, no. Williams was the number 1 pick in the draft and has 2 fully guaranteed seasons plus an option year on his contract. Even if this year is a disappointment, Williams is likely to get more chances. But it's also fair to say the honeymoon period was very short and is officially over."
Stupid.
Now, here's the only thing I would say. Is the honeymoon period potentially over just because of the comments that were made this offseason or that came out?
No.
If people were upset about that.
No. I mean, I don't live in Chicago, but no.
To me, it's a genuine... Everything that Caleb Williams had said was correct, except for apparently the coaching thing, if you ask Matt Eberflus. But otherwise, I thought that all of that was the same. There's another question on here that I don't understand at all. Could the Falcons go back to Kirk Cousins without a Penix injury? If the Falcons were to go back to Cousins this year before like any sort of an issue with Penix, like if he had an injury or some other thing, that's an organization that needs to be just blown up. Their entire organizational structure. Because when you publicly did to Kirk Cousins what you did, not saying he didn't deserve to have it swapped out.
Yeah.
But when you make that move, and if you were to go back, not even give him a full season, a guy who's already 26 or whatever he is in Penix, to work through that a little bit and become the starting quarterback, that feels like just organizational malpractice.
The Falcons, I think, are a really bad organization.
Yeah,
they are.
That's what it seemed like.
They, look, think of this. Whoever is it Fontenot that's been there forever, or Rich McKay?
Rich McKay was.
Yeah, Rich McKay's with the league now.
Okay, so this was a Lombardi thing that maybe it was Fontenot. He'd been there since like 2004, and he's going into last year. He was 5 games.
It's Fontenot.
Yeah, 5 games over 500 in that time, and whatever they did last year would have altered that. And it's like, who in the league, other than Jerry, is still the GM or in charge of the organization when over a 20-year stretch you're basically 500? It doesn't make sense. And you had Matt Ryan for half that time.
So there it is, a big fat football breakfast sandwich with our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. Franco LaFranco, injury attorney text line, always open. And this is the number to call as well, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 to win this.
Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to the Outlaw Music Festival on July 5th at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Are the NBA Finals now over? Back to that at 8 o'clock. Another music ticket giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour. Let's ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
Tuesday at 7:40, we do Ask Reddit, not Below the Belt, as I teased about 15 minutes ago by accident. We do Ask Reddit every week at this time, and we get your thoughts on the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, 877-881-1053. That's 877-881-1053. You can also weigh in on the Twitch and on the YouTube, and we'll kick around some of these questions in the studio as well. RJ Choppy,
Bobby Belt,
we're going to lead off with you. Forget your favorite. What is your most hated animal?
Cats.
This doesn't have to be a domesticated animal either. You can just have beef with some animal that exists in the wild.
Well, I got some beef with I got beef with elephants.
Why?
So?
I don't know. Just they got they got this trunk. They're just showing off their trunk.
You're offended by their memories.
I have trunk envy. They're just walking around all day. A little hair, a little hairy. And everybody says they're
sounds like Sarah's drawer.
I know, right? Everyone says they're so smart. How do I know? What's their SAT score?
Yeah,
who gave them the brains?
Just because they go and shake those trees,
to
drop the coconuts or whatever.
Yeah,
is up there. I think my family is slowly trying to work on me for a cat.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
It'd be great for if you have a snake problem. They're great.
Great for my allergies too. Be fantastic. That's when my allergies started, when we had to inherit my grandmother's cats. Never had allergies before that.
Dude, cats, they have...
And they're biatches.
Yes. Yeah. They their personality is like, what? What are you going to do?
Yeah.
Like, they're very defiant. Like, they think they run stuff. I can't do cats because, my allergy, that's the worst allergy I have is cats. The answer for this one for me is easy. I never understand watching videos that go viral of people, trying to feed a raccoon or handle a raccoon or something. Those are mean, nasty, just awful little animals they're just as afraid of you as you are of them. Nope, they're not afraid of me at all.
Muskrat's worse.
Muskrat.
No, not a muskrat. I'm sorry.
Meerkat?
Possum.
Oh, possum.
Possums are frightening.
And they're gross.
They're gross.
They're just nasty. But they will generally, I feel like possums at least, they'll run from you occasionally. Or they'll do the play dead thing.
Yeah.
Raccoon, if you see one, it's like, what? And it'll charge at you. It'll aggressive. And that's not just the rabies ones. Man, I would. Those things are terrifying. Peyton, what is your most hated animal?
Real quick, one here on the fan text 641 says most hated animal, his ex-wife. So there you go there. My most hated is, it's easy, it's the kangaroo. You can't find a video out there that they're not trying to square up and fight someone.
Yeah.
They're always mean, they're always tough. It's like, just hop around with your little, pouch and the baby out front, on your stomach. Just be nice and cuddly and sweet. But they're always mean, man. They're buff too, man. They're units.
They are.
Mm-hmm.
The hell?
Snake, easy answer. That's why I got Tolo Joe to install my snake fence. Solved my issues and problems. I wanted to start reading the Bible to figure out why God put snakes on the earth. Any type of snake, no matter what, terrified snake. I wish they were eradicated.
Did you hate them before, or was it when they got into your backyard where you were like...
No, always. My dad found a black snake at his house a couple weeks ago, and I was like, let's not stay around there. Like, I don't even want to stay at the house. And I know there has to be some snakes here and there, but it's in my mind, it's in my brain.
Some of the answers that we're getting from the listeners: Gregory on the YouTube says skunks, and over on the Twitch, we've got Poppy Gordo 22 says hyenas. Mike X Cowboy says wasps. We're doing Ask Reddit
Ants
here
too, man.
Which one?
Ants. I'm
Oh, yeah.
scared to let my girl. I want her like, barefoot, backyard, play like a kid. I'm like, she's gonna step in an ant pile.
Dude, nothing.
She's gonna
worse.
see that, think it's a sandcastle, start playing with it.
Yeah.
There's nothing worse than when you're like you blind step into an ant pile and you just start walking. You're like, my foot kind of burns. What is that?
Or
What? It's
itches.
like, oh my gosh! And then you look down and it's just covered. It's the worst. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. This one came up in our meeting yesterday. Peyton Russell, what's the first song you remember hearing?
This is going to show my age. It really is. I was thinking about this because I was like, okay, it can't be a song from like the 80s or maybe even 90s because I was born in 96, but I wasn't really listening to music till probably early 2000s. And so this one I thought of, and I kind of still listen to it today.
Oh my God,
Lord.
It's still a bop. This was before I had any kind of iPod or MP3 player. This was on a CD player.
How old is this song? 16, 17 years?
No,
Something like that?
2002, 2003.
Damn,
It's over 20 years.
I'm losing perspective on time in a bad way.
This is a good song though.
Chop, you got a song you remember first hearing?
I do, and it was proud of. I was proud of myself because I gave Peyton another song I'm sure he's never heard of before. But I remember my mom used to say every time this song would come on MTV back in like 1985 or whatever or 4, that I would go right in front of the TV and listen to this song. This is the absolute first one I remember hearing. You all know it, and Peyton doesn't. Little Van Halen, not Van Hagar, Van Halen. No, old school.
No, this is a great song. I mean, I don't hate the Van Hagar era as much as other people do. There's a lot of people who hate it, but no, I actually enjoy them, and I enjoy this song. Though this is obviously the Van Halen era. Sean, you got one?
Not really. I always try to go back to like the first movie. Maybe I watched with my mom, with like Pretty Woman. Maybe. Like
Pretty Woman. What year was it? That was 93, I think, something like that.
I don't know if I'm trusting you on years now.
Yeah, no. Oh man, I thought Pretty Woman was an '80s movie.
No, I got my first movie, but no, first song. I remember when I first got into like Spin Doctors.
Oh really?
Oh yeah.
Two Princes.
Spin Doctors. That album, love that.
Dude, everybody mixes up Spin Doctors and then the Third Eye Blind song "Semi Charmed Life." Like they think Two Princes and Semi Charmed Life.
Pretty Woman 1990, so I would have been 9.
Damn, I missed it again. All right, my answer here. My dad had a whole bunch of old
Mr.
music.
Genre over here at his wife's birthday party. My wife loves controlling the music and putting together playlists. So she made a 90s playlist for Bobby's wife's party. And Bobby's sitting on the couch and he goes, this song Bobby's isms kicks in. He goes, this is technically came out in January of 2000. So, and then he said it to me. And I don't remember whether I repeated it to her or he just said it to her. And she goes, shut the hell up, Bobby. Shut up.
She's like, nobody cares. Nobody cares about what day you remember.
January 2000. That was Bobby's isms kicking in. So that made me think of that since you're getting these years wrong now.
My answer here, first song you remember here, my dad collected a ton of old music because he was DJ. And so this was the very first song I remember hearing and loving as a kid.
Right, John's alley.
Little Anthony and the Imperials. The song
Day and night.
Yes.
Night
right
and
here.
day. I know all the oldies. Yep.
This is a great song. I could play this all the time still. It's fantastic. We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, if all men had to be brutally honest for 24 hours, what would women be shocked to learn?
Oh, man.
Don't give away too many of our secrets here.
Yeah. This will not apply to RJ Choppy, but maybe that you're just not thinking about, this is as you get older, You're not thinking about it or craving it all the time. Now, that's an age thing.
That's an age thing.
Pepe is probably still there. I think that would probably shock and surprise many women.
I think for me, it's probably just if they saw no context, some of the depraved things that go through our head or some of the messed up ways that we think. And it's not even, I think they would be like, oh my gosh, you would do that? It's like, no, I would never do that. It popped into my head.
Yeah.
I can't control it.
No, sometimes I think things and it scares myself to where I'm like, why am I having that thought? Like, it makes me terrified that when I lose my memory or my faculties or, control of myself 70, 75, that I'm going to get locked up for something.
Right, because
I'll have the thought and I'm like, that's the thought that someone depraved would have.
Right.
Yeah, because I'll be first to admit, like, I'll be sitting in traffic and I'm like, there better be an accident up there.
Yeah.
There better be carnage. And it's like, I really don't mean that.
I better see someone being flown out.
Yeah.
I need to see Jaws of Life. What do you got, Chop?
I think they would be shocked that we really have zero opinions. We don't care.
About what?
Anything. I don't. Look, first, for me, I don't care. Like, what do you think of this? What do you think of this? What do you think of this desk for the house? What do you think of this couch? What do you think of this outfit I'm wearing? I don't know. I don't care.
Or I would say this: that when a man says "I don't care,"
I don't think that would surprise them, would it?
I think. Well,
I think they want us to care.
Oh, they want us
to care.
So that when my wife says "I don't care," I know she really cares about something, and I need to find out what it is on my own. When I say I don't care, I legitimately mean I don't care, and I think that might be what surprised them. Like, wait, they don't genuinely, they're not just concealing something out of being kind, or just like, no, just don't have an opinion. Peyton, what's something, if men had to be brutally honest for 24 hours, what would women be shocked to learn?
Look, just because I'm not talking to you at that very moment doesn't mean I'm mad at you or that I don't like you anymore. It's just I don't want to talk.
Yes.
That's it. I just want to sit there and kind of just think to myself or watch whatever's on TV. Sometimes I just want to be on my phone, but I can be right next to you. And I don't want to call it, awkward silence. Like we're together. We're in my situation, we're basically married at this point. Like it's not weird. It's just I just don't want to talk right now.
Yesterday in our post-show meeting, as we had to wait for Gavin Spittle again, I know he's listening, so that's my message through the microphone. It's just 10 minutes of dead silence. I didn't feel uncomfortable. No one else felt uncomfortable. We're just yapping our mouths for 4 or 5 straight hours, and Tim Collins, our other boss, was in there. And we were all just dead quiet because you don't want to talk.
You don't want to talk.
I met with Wild Fork Foods the other day.
Well.
And the manager goes, man, how do you guys talk for so long and this and not be exhausted? I had an hour long. I said, can you call my wife? Can you call my wife right now? Because, and again, it sounds stupid because we're sitting here in dream jobs, as Tolo Chris Navar lectured us about the other day. But the energy expended in having to be on for the 4.5 straight hours, like you're like performing in a way, and then you go home, they don't want to hear that.
No.
They do not want to hear. It's like the other night she got on me. Why you have this scowl? The scowl reading the computer at 6 or 6:30 every night. I'm like, because I'm dealing with 2 kids and I don't want to think about topics. I don't want to read and think every single night for 2.5 hours before this 3-hour game that I have to sit here through. I know, small world problems, right? Small work
First world,
problems,
baby.
but they don't want to hear it. No one can really understand.
Some of the answers we get over on the Twitch. DFW Dad says we're always checking them out. We've got another one here, 214. Yeah, we really are thinking about boobs all the time. So you got those. Is it rapid or you want to do one more real fast?
We can save it for KNC.
Okay.
Ask Reddit every single Tuesday during the commercial-free Expressway with a Tolo ticket hookup and giveaway as well. Our way of saying thank you for turning it on and leaving it on. Was anyone playing solitaire during the NBA Finals last night? Next on Sean and RJ. But do not get played by some fake attorney out there that's calling...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The Oklahoma City Thunder are one win away from their first ever NBA championship. For the first time in the finals, they lead the Pacers 3 victories to 2, a resounding Game 5 home court win, 120-109, as the Thunder have 2 shots to get 1 win to hoist their first ever NBA title.
Pascal Siakam, he tried. Obi Toppin, he tried, but no help from Tyrese Halliburton as Jalen Williams scores 40 and OKC takes the 3-2 series lead in the NBA Finals. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
It's the Vince Carter meme. Over. It's over. It's OKC. This is what they needed. They won back-to-back. This was the reminder of, oh yeah, we're in control of this. And I think you've got a Indiana team that is starting to feel a little overwhelmed by it, and I think they're going to go into Conseco or whatever that thing is called now. Bainbridge or whatever it is. Yeah, they're going to go in there, and I think they're just going to close this out in Game 6 pretty easily.
What do you think? You think it's over?
Yeah, I think it's over. I think I thought it was going to go 7, but I just think that Thunder are better. That's the main one. But B, it's like I think Indiana knows they've got the one game they won in OKC. They're not going to win a second. I don't even expect them. This might be double digits. It might be one of those they don't really show up for this.
Although I would say I don't know if it'd be hard to see them just quitting the way that Carlisle's coached them up last couple of years. But I think they are just. I think they do. They look on the court. They look overwhelmed right now.
I think last night breaks Tyrese Halliburton, and he does not respond with any type of big-time scoring game. I'm already checking his over-under at underdog. What do you think it is?
Points?
Yep.
Just points. Well, I would say 16?
15, 14 and a half.
15 and a half.
Damn. I was going to say.
15 and a half. I think last night was like 17 and a half. The internet is saying Tyrese is the first All-NBA player to miss every shot in a finals game since 1958. He becomes the first player in NBA history to record a finals game with 0 made field goals, 0 steals, 0 blocks, 3+ turnovers, 3+ fouls, and over 30 minutes played. By many metrics, the single worst NBA finals performance of all time.
Wow. Damn.
Woo! And it was there. I know that Shams, and the NBA halftime crew, except for Stephen A., who accidentally said, I'm glad he's hurt. They were trying to cover the shin like the Jordan flu game or Scottie Pippen's migraine against the Pistons. Nah. I agree with Kendrick Perkins. Shut up. I don't want to hear it, especially after you watch Tyrese come out at the start of the third quarter and the way he ran around and moved. Luka Doncic was more hurt than Tyrese in the finals.
He was really hurt. Who was it? It was right after the Shams report.
Her feelings from Jaylen Brown shutting him down.
Who at the desk? Who was it at the desk that was coming up with like, well, if Tyrese's calf is tight, then you're looking at almost a strain, and if it's a strain, then
Bob
it's
Myers.
tore. It's like, dude, you were going down some like pathway to be like, see ya, this is why he's not playing well.
It was Bob Myers.
That was when I was like, all right, guys, let's just. Now you're milking this. If you're going, well, this injury could lead to this injury, which could lead to this injury.
And the tunnel shot with the heating pack on around the stomach. And then he's coming out running around. He just has to rely on heave it up threes. He hit them a couple games ago. He didn't hit any yesterday. And none of that is going to change for Game 6. Siakam did what he could. TJ McConnell did what he could. But I agree with you guys that it's over. All right. Was anyone playing solitaire last night? As Stephen A. Smith was during Game 4. And, of course, this blew up as if Bobby Belt was sitting behind Stephen A. with the zoom-in cell phone.
It's wild. This is, look, obviously, if you're like an NBA insider,
Does Carter have this up?
No, he does not. He's not in yet. He's almost done.
Oh. I don't think you're supposed to say that.
Oh, sorry. Well, he's in traffic. It's all good.
Okay.
No spittle timing.
Look, this is not a good. It's not a good look for Stephen A. It's not a good look for Stephen A. It's also a terrible look for the NBA. The NBA has to eat this one. Like the middle of the NBA Finals, and one of your biggest NBA sports personalities, insiders, broadcasters is so bored with your product that he is literally playing with himself. Literally playing with himself on his phone during a game. Like you can't, and this isn't. You can't start watching a football game in the fourth quarter.
But the finals have been pretty good.
They have been good, but this is the part of this is where all finals used to be equal. It was just the finals. And Rick Carlisle talked about this. It was just it didn't matter. I mean, look, Lakers Celtics in the 80s was great. But, the final still meant the same when it was Lakers Sixers.
And no one cared that Portland was Portland when they had Clyde Drexler.
Absolutely. So it used to matter. That's not the case anymore.
No
now
one
it matters
cared that it was the Utah Jazz.
Right.
We were getting the mailman and Malone.
Absolutely.
I mean, sorry, the mailman and Stockton.
And so now it matters who's in as opposed to what's at stake. That's what matters more now. And it's a shame. It's a shame that it's come to this. But that's the reality of life today, is that we've so much at our fingertips, so much exposure, so much things that we can do, that if it isn't this marquee LeBron versus Steph, it just somehow takes on less importance. So, I
could have sworn you were just going to come in and defend Stephen A.
Oh, yeah. I've defended it from the standpoint of, the problem with it is, you can only do this in basketball. You could even to an extent do this in the NCAA tournament. You can't pick up a baseball game in the 7th inning. The game's mostly over.
Okay.
NBA game.
I was about to say, in a baseball game, you can do a lot of things to kill time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You're talking about how late you can do it.
Right. You could literally pick up most NBA games, basketball in general, in the final 15 minutes and basically get a lot. If it's a close game. If it's a blowout, then no. But if it's a close game, that's all you need.
I need to know what's on your computer now.
What would my next move be on this?
I love this game.
Peyton was taking a picture of you, and I was like, "What's Peyton spying on right there?" It's a game of solitaire.
So free cell. It's more cultured. It's like a game of solitaire.
Oh
but
man, see, you've got the blinker turned on.
That just turned on.
The hint turned on.
I just opened it. Turn the hint off. I didn't put it there on purpose. What did you just do?
I don't know.
Are you guys
crap.
really
He
good?
just ruined it.
Are you guys really good at solitaire?
I love solitaire.
Yeah, I played it a lot as a kid. I don't think I've played solitaire in probably 10 years.
How do you feel about Stephen A. playing during the game, having it up on his phone?
Yeah, it's not a great look in terms of if you're going to stand up there and spew really hard hit it. If you're going to draw lines and say this is definitive black and white analysis like he typically does, then yeah, it's really hard to justify not look it up. But I mean, look, even Jared Sandler was head deep into some solitaire a couple weeks ago when that foul ball came streaming up to him and he wasn't looking at the game. So I mean, it happens to the best of us.
He's listening right now. I don't think it's that big of a deal, but it's going to be one of those things. If you don't like Stephen A., the internet's not going to let him forget that. He's going to hear it every time he says Giannis's career is an underachiever, or Tyrese Halliburton is trash, or he messes up a name in football, as Michelle Beadle will remind him. He's gonna pay. It's going to be a harsher punishment from social media than I have in my mind over his credibility.
It's a very solitary opinion of yours, Stephen A.
Nice.
You're kind of standing on an island there.
Brian Windhorst with the latest on the Kevin Durant sweepstakes.
What I understand, the 3 teams on Durant's list, Miami, San Antonio, and Houston, have not made offers that have gotten Phoenix excited to this point. To this point is very important. Minnesota was aggressive at midseason, and Minnesota, from what I understand, has been the most aggressive team in these trade talks. I do think Toronto is lurking out there. Toronto is making the number 9 pick in this draft, in addition to some players available in multiple different scenarios. And I think the LA Clippers are lurking out there as well. But I would say right now, if I had to put a favorite, I definitely think Minnesota is the team that's been most aggressive.
Well, Shams then hopped on the finals coverage while being George Clooney as well on ER and eliminated one of the aggressive squads.
I'm told the Phoenix Suns remain in active conversations around the league on a Kevin Durant deal, but their focus over the last several days has been on 3 teams, and that's the Miami Heat, Houston Rockets, and Minnesota Timberwolves. We know his preferred destinations, though, are the Rockets, Spurs, and the Heat. And so the Suns have been working with Durant's business partner, Rich Kleiman, on just figuring out exactly where he could end up. Could it be one of his 3 preferred destinations? Could it be a wild card team? Because listen, at the end of the day, his expiring contract of $54.7 million is going to play a part in this. And I'm told Durant has no desire to be in Minnesota with the Timberwolves. So how does that shape how the Minnesota Timberwolves and other teams that could have interest that are outside his preferred list decide how to move forward with these Durant discussions?
No Wolves for KD.
No Wolves. So
no Kings.
Yeah,
Sacramento.
if he goes to Minnesota and wins a title and puts them over the hump, they're pretty locked at their ceiling. It seems.
Yep.
It's the West.
Yep.
They
don't have a 2?
No. Does that not help his legacy?
Who are the teams and?
Well, so Miami obviously is further away from a title.
Right. We ranked the legacies with Bobby's exercise the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Miami helps more than Minnesota, in my opinion.
Right.
Houston helps more, in my opinion.
Minnesota, the risk with Minnesota is that you are viewed, even if they're at their ceiling. I was talking about this with a few different people, and it's like Nick Harris had said. He's like, Minnesota's viewed as like they're just a piece of. They're like viewed as kind of inevitable to a lot of people. So it looks like again you're kind of cheating a little bit. Whereas I think Houston makes a ton of sense.
Does anybody take away from Deion's legacy because he went to San Fran and put them over the hump?
No.
No, but I think that was considered
and
fair.
Then Cherry picked right to Dallas the next year and did the same thing.
I think it was considered fair because it's like, first off, we're talking about a pettier group of fans, NBA fans, in the way that they view legacies than NFL fans. NFL fans don't typically, they view it as the quarterback. If the quarterback was jumping to San Francisco from Dallas or doing something like that, that would get killed.
And we never thought about that about Revis either. We never dinged him.
No, never
being
dinged
a mercenary.
Him. Right.
And so generally, quarterbacks, I think, are the only ones who can be viewed that way. In basketball, to me, like, I thought the best option out of the 5 teams we'd heard previously was the Knicks. Knicks clearly aren't involved in this.
Why are the Knicks different from the Wolves?
Because the Knicks are, if you're just talking about his legacy and how he'll be remembered, New York is viewed so much as I feel like in this day and age, a Cleveland Browns or Raiders sort of situation where it's like, they're never going to win. Like, it doesn't matter what you put around them. It doesn't matter what you do. They're in turmoil. They feel like they're in a lot of turmoil right now. It feels like one of those, there are too many things on the periphery to actually win basketball like you need to. And again, if you went in New York with how New York obsessed NBA analysis is, he will get a ton of credit for it. It's their first one in 50 years.
Yeah, but if I'm comparing rosters and situations to the Wolves, you could say the Knicks are better. They just beat the Celtics, and you're going to bandwagon jump to a team that lost in the conference finals?
Right, yeah. It would have been like the
Knicks
Knicks
had a better season than the Wolves.
Yeah, you could make the argument that the Knicks are better. There's no doubt about it. It's just, again, it's sort of an unfair bias thing. But if you want to talk about how he would be remembered, the analysis nationally would be he came in and did something with the Knicks that nobody else was doing. He came in and he rescued the Knicks from 50 years of their mediocrity, and everybody thought they were so impossible to win with. The teams left, Houston's the best option. That is a poetic chance at redemption for this is a team on the cusp that hasn't gotten good enough yet, but it could be viewed as like he's the veteran who walked into the situation with a young core that they probably needed in OKC when he was younger.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Vegas has San Antonio as the favorite right now at minus 150. Then Miami, Houston, Toronto, who was in Giannis rumors, Knicks, Wolves, Thunder, Sixers.
And man, how much does it like? It's a little shot here. Like there's 4 NBA teams that were 5 that play in a state with no income tax.
Maybe
he wants to go to.
Maybe he's a climate guy too. Like Chop had suggested last week. Maybe because Miami, San Antonio, and Houston. He went to Phoenix. Bay Area is kind of weather neutral. Maybe he doesn't want to play in a cold weather area.
There it is. A little NBA recap after the finals last night as OKC takes care of Indy. They lead 3-2. We'll see if they wrap it up in Indianapolis, where it's not just basketball. Peyton Russell has everyone's worst sports jersey nightmare. It's Tuesday. It's 8:20. It's time for PP in the morning.
Oh, baby.
Next.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal NG Lords, Franco. And Franco, if you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first, 214-4817-323-3233. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Well, congrats to Peyton Manna. He has found himself on the most toxic show on The Fan, and there's no number two.
He put together the single worst 30 minutes in live radio history.
That is right, PP in the morning every Tuesday at this time, 8:20 on a Tuesday. And guys, we have to start off with a very sad story here. Thoughts and prayers to this father on Sunday. Look, it was Father's Day. He's a Red Sox fan, and he was gifted a Rafael Devers jersey as a Father's Day gift. But right before he opened it, the trade happened. Devers was shipped off to San Francisco with the Giants. Now, I assume you could return the jersey, but if there's a situation where a few days went by, he got traded, and you had already taken the tags off, what do you do? It's the million-dollar question. Every time I look to buy a jersey, I'm looking at the contract situation. Okay, is he going to be a free agent next year? Because it's an investment at that point, basically.
Bobby, you almost got screwed by Mike Peasley.
Mike Peasley almost did me dirty. This was I was engineering for the Mavericks game, the Mavericks home game. The first night that Rajon Rondo was traded to the Mavericks, and so it was his debut, and it was there's all this energy in the building. Everybody's like, man, they're good to begin with. And
I
then you
missed on that sports opinion.
You bring Rondo in here. They were 20-8 when they traded for him. They were a good team. And it was like, all right, like we're starting to feel this a little bit. And I had said, man, I think I'm going to go downstairs and I'm going to buy a Rondo jersey. And I was like, but he's got that, expiring deal. And Pease was like, he's like, they wouldn't have made the trade unless they knew he was hanging around. It's like, you're right. I'm going to go down there and buy it. Yeah. And I went down there and they were already sold out when I had gone down near the end of the game. And so I was like, oh, thank God, because I never went back around there. And that would have been a waste of money for the, 30 games he played here?
I'm trying to remember the last time I really had the motivation to go buy a jersey. And I can't remember.
I know mine was when I bought Calvin Ridley after he tweeted smack talk at Marcus Mosby.
I went through just getting rid of some stuff in the house, just trying to create space. I went through, I have a handful of jerseys. But I couldn't tell you the last time I actually bought one. It was 20 years ago.
My first one was probably Iverson Georgetown. I was in love. I was obsessed. I loved the jersey. I loved the look. I loved AI. I loved those teams. But I haven't been like, yes, I want to get that person's jersey. I would buy it more for the team look than the player, than the jersey look.
I bought the Heiskanen one at the behest of Sevi. I'd done that one when I needed to start, and that's a sweater, not a jersey. I got the sweater there. But yeah, there's that one, and then, gosh, I'm trying to think. There was something else where I'd bought one and it flipped. I can't remember which one it was, though.
Well, I think a lot of Tolos are going to relate to this in a sad way. It's the Luka jersey. What do you do with it? A lot of people have it. I have a Luka jersey. I mean, I'm not going to throw it away, obviously.
You still wear it out of rebellion.
Exactly. Now, I also do have a Zeke jersey. I got that his rookie year, Christmas of 2016. Now, I still had it. I didn't throw it away when they cut him. It paid off, though, because they brought him back for, half a year, whatever. So, I was like, oh, it's a little genius move. But it's like, what's the unwritten rule on keeping or wearing a jersey after that player's already left the team?
What level are they?
There you go.
You could wear a DeMarcus Ware jersey and a Jason Witten jersey today. They're going to be etched in... Or Zeke. Yeah. Those...
The 21, not the 15.
Yeah, if you're going to be etched in lore within the organization, you could still wear a Nolan Ryan or Michael Young. There's a certain level where it's like they're throwbacks. Michael Young's not a throwback jersey, but you can still wear it.
Yeah, I have the Rangers jersey.
I think of it as a throwback.
Michael Young? Yeah, I wonder. I just think throwback. I think for some reason, I think it's got to be a Mitchell and Ness, Staubach kind of jersey.
Are you saying you can't wear the 15, the Zeke's return number?
That wasn't a good football player. You can't wear that one.
Well, I've worn to the Rangers game the Pudge Rodriguez jersey. That's a
fine.
retro. That's throwback. Fine. That's fine. He's an icon. He's a legend. He's got his own statue.
Yeah, I don't think you can wear I don't know. You can't wear a Shera jersey.
Ooh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and you couldn't wear A-Rod after A-Rod got dealt because, I think it just matters what was the guy's relationship with the city is basically what it is. Because, Michael Finley went to San Antonio, there were still people wearing Finley jerseys.
Hamilton?
That was taboo, the first year he was gone, but then it came back around.
Not a baseball town.
Not a baseball team.
I think it's fine to wear Josh jersey.
I do too. He was an MVP here. I think you can wear it.
And then so is A-Rod.
I mean, a fraud, maybe.
So let us know your stories on the fan text 877-881-1053. Guys, I love a good revenge story, and this one is simple, but it's just pure evil.
Actually, last thing, the number one thing to do with these jerseys that's you want to turn it into a hilarious joke and be funny is just find out a way to tape the back into something funny.
Yeah, that's good.
Yep, that's
tape the number, etch the number out.
The Browns one with all the quarterbacks, that was great.
That's the thing to do.
Peyton and I interviewed somebody during the playoffs where she had taken her Hamilton jersey and she taped Evan Carter over it. And all right, get creative with it.
That's nice. Okay, so
I hope she did it with Band-Aids if it was Evan.
More like MIA.
I'm just joking. That was off of RJ's segment yesterday.
Guys, we go out to Kentucky. Look, a man known as Cowboy Cody was arrested Friday after he released a raccoon inside a bar that he was kicked out of. He was told no more trespassing. You're not allowed in this place anymore. Maybe he got too drunk, sloppy. He was told not to come back. And he said, screw you. I'll bring a friend with me next time, and threw a raccoon in there. The raccoon did bite one person, though. So now he got arrested for all these different charges. I would have never thought of doing something like this, but I hate to admit it. It's kind of genius. It's funny.
I have thought of it. I'm going to combine Ask Reddit two things. The dark thoughts that guys have and the animal you hate. a restaurant that I now despise, and I want the what's it called when you're just handed? It's handed to you.
Hand me down.
You didn't do anything.
Oh, the air.
Yeah.
Nepotism.
Nepotism. The Nepo baby. This skank bar manager and all the other spineless weasels that work in there. They're having this big anniversary party, and all I could think about, like while laying down, was hiring someone to like unleash a bag of rats in there during it and just have mice run around in the kitchen and mess up the whole thing. I was like, I didn't get serious about it, but I was like, I wonder how much it would take to pay someone to do that, to just go in the back door in the kitchen and unleash this bag of mice. So I've thought about it. I love this from this guy.
So we did this in college too. We would play pranks on everybody, and one guy got me. He would tilt a trash can full of water against my door, and he knocked, and I opened the door, and all the water came in.
Oh,
so we would get other guys back. We
That's
would
not cool.
We would put shaving cream in a manila. Is it a manila envelope?
Yeah,
manila folder. Yeah,
and slide under his door. And when he came home, he would step on it. The shaving cream would go everywhere. But the one we got him with the most, we got this one guy.
See, kids, these are pranks. I get a toilet paper, and I'm talking to one of my nephew-in-laws, not your kids.
So we got this one guy to
TP the house.
He would always leave his door unlocked, but he's a real jerk. So what we did is we opened this door, and we went to the not a pet store, but we got a package full of crickets. And open it, and the crickets were everywhere, just flying around like locusts in his room.
Love it.
That's what you got to do. You got to do the cricket thing.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to do it because I have too much to lose. And I said it now on the radio.
This is why raccoons are the worst animal, because he knew. He's like, what will go in there and fight people in a bar? A raccoon would just go like, yeah, I have no fear. I'm going to attack these people.
It's like a Tasmanian devil.
The worst animal by far.
Did it say why he got kicked out? Just being too drunk?
Yeah, loud, obnoxious, drunk. I mean, he was all over the place.
Because mice, you have to shut it down.
Oh, yeah.
You got to get
Board of
people
health.
out. Board of health. And how many nights do you have to stay closed until you're sure? I mean, you exterminate, I guess?
You can't,
maybe.
You can't get past that reputation. If you were a place that had shut down for rats or mice, it's like, nope, that's I don't think you can come back from shutting down for rats.
And if you have to exterminate, right? Let's say you have to fumigate. Like, do you lose all that food? I have no idea. I don't know.
Right. Oh, God, I really wish I could have found someone to do it.
So, Peyton, I
hate this place that much.
You've been kicked out of a bar. Has everyone been kicked out of a bar here?
I have.
No.
You've never been kicked out? Okay.
Baltimore, the
kicked out of a bar.
plant.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah, you got kicked out of the Coliseum.
You got kicked out of the
Coliseum.
Korean
What's
barbecue.
worse?
I tried to
Korean barbecue.
I tried to pass a fake ID. And the cop was like, "Do you really want me to go through your license, your wallet, or do you want to just say you have a fake ID and go home?" And I was like, "I'll just say I have a fake ID and I'll go home." And the guy looked just like me.
I cannot believe that fake IDs actually still pass nowadays. I know someone sitting there using it, and I'm like, "No, that's scanner. That's the beginning and the end of it." No, I think kids have figured out a way to even beat the scanner with the fake ID.
Yeah, use a Costco card, man.
Yeah.
I've never had to buy one, but yeah, first of all, it's PP in the morning every Tuesday at this time. Bobby brought it up. Yes, I will admit, I got kicked out of Lucky Lou's in Denton. UNT, I believe it was my senior year, and
for what?
Too drunk. I threw up in the urinal. I was going, and I couldn't hold. This was a story I've told before where it was like 10:30 at night. My friends were like, it was a Thursday, and they were like, "Hey, let's go to the bar, but we got a pregame quickly, to get a nice buzz going." And I was taking a shot, then chugging a beer, taking a shot, chugging a beer. I was drunk going to the Uber. I had half of a rum coke, I believe, and yeah, I threw up in the urinal, and the bouncer came in and said, "It's time for you to go, buddy."
Well, does that mean someone ratted you out then?
Yeah, so real quick, I'll try and make this quick here. So I did. People were coming in and out, and I told the guy who was like in the urinal a few spots next to me, I was like, "Hey, go get Justin." Like, he knew who Justin was. It was my friend at the bar. It could be anyone. I was like, "Hey, go get him." And he was like, "Okay, who is that guy?" And I was like, "Oh, he's over here sitting there wearing this shirt." And I guess this guy didn't get a face or a name, but he went and obviously got the bouncer and said, "Hey, there's some guy puking in the bathroom." So I got booted out, and I didn't argue with it. I mean, I knew what I'd done, but I just went off to the next place. So there you go. All right, last story here. We've had many stories of Gen Z. Are they good? Are they bad? And Gen Z, man, they finally want to get laid, but only at work. This is a new survey. 29% of Gen Zers believe that working in an office can improve their relationship life at home in the bedroom because they're away from their significant others. 38% of Gen Zers would love a private space in the office to get it on with a coworker. We have talked about the story in the past where Gen Zers don't want to, or they want to have, those sex days where it's like PTO days, but Gen Z, they want to actually get it on now. RJ, this should make you happy.
Look, I'm glad that they're trying to actually get back into the graces of relations, and they're not just being celibate. It's called advancement of the species, and we kind of need that. But doing it at work, or you got to spice it up.
Has that couch ever been violated, do you think?
Ask Larry Flores. No, I'm joking. I have no idea. No, I just threw a name out.
Cameras on all night? I don't know.
Well, they're on. They're not recording, but they're on, I think.
I have no idea. I'm sure it has been.
How many offices, what percentage of offices have a no relationship policy in there? That's what I want to know now. I want to know if it's over or under 50%.
It's a good question. I don't...
Because that used to be the thing, is you can't date in the office.
We don't have one here, do we? I don't think. I know I don't.
We had Richie and Sybil.
That would be a no.
I guess not.
Kavanaugh and Guerra. But she wasn't on this floor.
No, but same company.
Maybe it has to do with managers. Like if we had a female worker here, obviously Spittle couldn't or Tim couldn't. I think maybe it's manager.
No game. Yeah, we know why. I'm just wondering how many offices have changed that and been like, this is unrealistic. It's stupid. I wonder. I want to know on the fan text if you have it or not. That you can't date within the office.
I've never worked somewhere where I've known of that being a policy.
All right, I'm not lying, and I'll try to find pictures. At my Cambridge radio station,
I've heard the story.
We had a little person. It was a girl.
I have not heard this story.
It was a little person, and the program director were dating, and it got pretty serious. And one day, the door slams, and you see her walking down the ramp, storming out and then storming it. And it just made everything so uncomfortable because they broke up or someone did something. I don't know. But I was like, all right, this is why people should not be dating because of this little breakup.
Okay.
But she just Pete in the morning. You're on the fan cam, Bobby.
I've imitated somebody being angry.
Why would she walk like that? Why would you walk like that?
We thought she was going. They're like, she has a gun at home, and we're like, what type of gun? 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line for PP in the morning every Tuesday at 8:20. Will Jake Ferguson return to being a threat? How much will we see Trayvon Diggs? We have some Cowboy over and unders next in Below the Belt right here on the Fan.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Will the offense bounce back? When will we see Trayvon Diggs? Are we going to see Joe Milton at all? Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing. Check them out at dmautoleasing.com. We're going to do some Cowboys over-unders here. So we did this last year where at the end of minicamp, we had done some over-unders, and then we revisited them before the season to see, all right, now that we've gone through training camp and anything else, are we feeling more or less optimistic about where we had some of these things? And we're going to go through a few of them here and then we'll revisit them before the Week 1 game against the Philadelphia Eagles. But a lot of these are going to focus on the offense, since that's where a lot of the turnover is, and I feel like a lot of people feel like that's where you have the ability to maybe make up the most ground from last year. So let's just kick it off right away with one Dak Prescott. Sean Sharif, Dak Prescott touchdown passes this season, 26.5.
During his fantastic years, how many was he throwing?
He was a 30-plus guy. But those fantastic years, he usually played 16, 17 games.
And how many did you set it for?
26.5.
I will take the over.
The over. Okay.
My only question, if he plays 17, it's over. I don't know if he'll play. I think he'll play in probably 13 or 14.
I'm setting 26.5 with the idea in mind. We're projecting potentially 3 or 4 missed games there. Chop, 26.5.
You're playing 4 missed games. I'm gonna have to take the under.
Man,
so are you anticipating he'll miss that many?
Yeah.
I mean, that's generally what he does. He misses a game or two. Yeah, I would probably lean the under because there's going to be enough games where they're going to have a lead and they're not throwing. They're winning because of the running game.
Mahomes, I might make it lower. Mahomes had 26 touchdown passes last year. Josh Allen had 28. I thought it was going to be higher. Burrow led the way with 43, then Baker at 41, Lamar at 41.
Mahomes is mid, though. Like, that's the biggest problem with comparing those two, I would say. I think generally when the offense is clicking, he's about 30. Like, he's 30 to 32 if he's healthy and they're clicking. So
I'll keep it over.
I think the run game is a question, too, of just how effective is that going to be versus how much they'll have to lean on the pass potentially. Next one here. Jake Ferguson touchdowns. He had 5 in 2023. Last year, he had a big old goose egg to his rookie season. So I've set the over-under at that 2023 baseline. 4.5 touchdowns for Jake Ferguson in 2025.
Under.
And is that a function of you think Ferguson's down, or you think that's just weapons related with Pickens being here?
I think that's. I don't think he's down. I just think it's weapons related for one, and he's. I don't know. Like he kind of proved he wasn't a touchdown guy.
I think we're gonna see when he scores touchdowns this year. If he scores the touchdowns he'll score, I would almost be willing to bet they will be between 15 and 20 yards. Every single one of them that he scores. Because I think that right into the red zone seam throw, they're going to love. And Dak's loved that throw before. He tried it with Schoonmaker a few different times. He's done it with Ferguson. He's thrown it to Jarwin in the past. Like, he loves that 20 yards out, throw down the seam as a way to try and take advantage of the defense. So I think...
Give me his percentage rep. In the first quarter of the season, what would be the percentage reps for Ferguson versus Spanford and Schoon?
Ooh. Well, they could go 2 tight end sets, but for him specifically within the offense, I'm going to say, I'm looking at his past. He'll probably play, I don't know, my first inclination was 75% roughly, but I mean, he's played as much as high 80s before.
It's a great number. I'm struggling with it. I'll go over because of the attention to Pickens and CD.
I'm going to take
and the bounce back.
I'll take the slide over.
Okay, same.
All right, next one here is we do Cowboys over-unders for the 2025 season. Trayvon Diggs' first game, setting it at week 3.
You're the doctor, kind of.
He will play week 3.
You think it's right there?
I think it's right there.
I think I genuinely have no idea is the problem. That week 3 felt like to me like, all right, we get a little bit of he's not quite ready for the season, but they got a hold of him in training camp in time to go, all right, we're going to ramp you up and get you ready to go. So, yeah, I'm going to say he plays...
When did he get hurt, and what's the standard return for this injury?
He'd gotten hurt, so he had the surgery in November, I think it was, late November. He'd been hurt for a couple weeks, apparently, and it just got worse.
I mean, we've seen as low as 9 months, right?
I'm going to say he plays after that. I'm going to say it's closer to week 4 or 5.
Was the surgery immediate?
No, he had played with it for a little bit, and then he got shut down, and then he had the surgery.
I'll go after as well.
All right, first George Pickens...
And if I'm wrong, coming after you, Shereen Williams.
First George Pickens sideline blow-up captured by TV cameras, week 4.
After. Because the schedule's easier to start. I'm taking the schedule into account.
So I did too. So this is why I said it at week 4. Week 1 is national television, but it's week 1. You're still getting your footing about you. Then you got the Giants and the Bears on not necessarily like super prime time. Week 4 would be there's been some time built up, and it's the Packers on Sunday Night Football. And he's going to want to show out in a big way on a national stage. And so that's the one where I think, like, all right, if he's going to get a little frustrated, we might see it there first.
Yeah, I'm going to say after week 4. It probably won't be till you get to Washington. I could see it happening on the road to Chicago, but I don't think it will. I think it's too early.
I'm going to say after because over because I think he's been very aware of, hey, I need to make sure I've got everything in order so that I can get my contract right. Next one here is we do Cowboys over-unders for the season. Joe Milton pass attempts. We're setting this over-under at 60.5.
Oh, under.
Over.
So
he's going to get it in one game. They're going to give him. He's not even going to run the ball. Joe Milton's just going to pass it 60 times.
Under.
For reference, last year, Cooper Rush played the vast majority of the snaps. Lance still got in 41 pass attempts with as little as he played.
Yeah, well, this team's going to be more in contention because their backup's not going to have to play as much.
Mm-hmm.
And in the 3 or 4 games where Dak's not playing, it will be Greer. So, no, for Milton.
So I wonder, the only reason why I said it's so high at 60.5 is my thought is if Dak gets hurt, Greer plays. If they have something wrapped up or they need somebody to take garbage time throws as just like get some reps in, I think Milton plays.
Okay.
And so I think that
but you don't think they're going to be in positions to have anything wrapped up. You think the Cowboys are going to win 9 games most, right?
No, well, I moved to 10. I think it's basically about a 10-win team. But if if it's a game where they're up 42-10,
okay,
I could see Milton playing the fourth quarter.
And he's going to hand off.
That's true. He could do it that way. I'm going to say under, but I don't think it's going to be under by a ton. All right, we're doing Cowboys over-unders here. Micah Parsons, let's go to the defensive side of the ball.
If I had more faith that they do the right thing and get Milton the reps, I would love to say over. Yeah. But they butchered that with Trey Lance last year.
Mm-hmm.
That infuriated me.
Would you prefer to just see Milton basically take every single preseason game snap?
Yeah. I think I would like to see that like they did with Trey.
Well,
we know Will Greer's. I think we know what Will Greer. He's comfortable here.
Yeah, I don't know that Will needs a ramp up.
Yeah,
to be the backup.
I want Dak to get some.
Yeah, okay, that's fair too. Yeah. Get him a series. But after that, whenever Dak's out,
Milton over Greer
every single time.
Yes.
Micah Parsons sacks 13.5.
Over.
That was very quick. That over.
Well, because he's the best defensive end in the game, other than maybe Miles.
Well, what about the scheme? What about Eberflus?
No, because Rob Ryan told me personally.
Oh, wow.
Well, it was in a press conference when I was listening. Oh, okay. So Mike Fisher personally. That's how that was.
Yeah, I love when reporters told me.
Yeah, told me. Yeah, me and 30 other people that were in there.
They answered your question, told me.
Take your shirt off and say personally.
He told me how smart Matt Eberflus was. Told me how smart he was, right? Oh, he said, Matt Eberflus, he's a genius. If he's a genius, then Micah Parsons rushes every time.
All right, here are his numbers. Sack numbers for the first 4 years of his career. 13, 13.5, 14, 12.
And you're setting it where?
13.5.
Over.
I'm going to say under.
Oh! Why? Scheme or training camp rust? Or he's just going to hold out all the games?
Scheme. Some of what the scheme will ask him to do. And also I think we've just seen, this is kind of the Micah experience. Is Micah will have these bursts where he's got like 7 sacks in 4 games, and then it's like 3 weeks where he's not getting anything. And so I think those combined, I'm guessing he's going to be closer to around 12. DeMarvion Overshown games played 4.5.
Under.
This would basically be like mid-December on.
Mean to the schedule.
I think it's about 4.
Did Overshown just have a child?
I don't know. Okay. I didn't see that. But I think he plays about 4 games, roughly. So I'll say he's just under that, but I do think he comes back and plays. And then final one here as we do Cowboys over-unders. Cowboys.
Welcome second child. Congratulations to Overshown.
Cowboys Pro Bowlers on offense, 2.5. And these are not replacement guys. These are the initial roster. Guys who are named to the initial roster.
I'll say under. It'll be Lamb and a lineman.
Lamb and Tyler Smith were, like, to me, the ones who I feel pretty confident about. Anything after that is a projection, it feels like.
I'm going to say over.
Who are we going over with? You think this is a Dak year again?
Lamb, Dak, Tyler.
Oh, Guyton.
Guyton?
Or Booker.
Oh, wow.
The rookie Pro Bowler.
Booker is, I just have this, Zach Martin. He is stepping in day one, top 5 guard in the league.
Yeah, as a floor guy, if you want to just talk about where's his baseline minimum, he is the most, and I know we said this, but he is the most pro-ready lineman that they've drafted in a long time. It's probably since Zach Martin.
Since Zach.
I don't think he's going to be Zach, but he's in terms of just ready to play and understanding NFL concepts and not being behind and being competitive right from the jump. He's Zach Martin in that sense for sure.
Belo, D-Belt, from our Cowboys Insider on the official home of America's team with Sean and RJ. It's a Tolo Tuesday. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. And it's also your home of the 9 a.m. giveaway. We have more concert tickets to hook you up with. And is RJ starting to get a little scared of Cooper Flagg, your next Maverick savior? NBA Finals last night, final hour. Sean and RJ with a concert ticket giveaway next.
Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Shea blasting inside away from Nemhart. Shuttle feeds Dort. Right wing Duff. Wide open. Strokes a three. In there. Cha-ching it under money ball. Jalen Williams 33 and counting. Thunder making shots. 98-93. 8 minutes to play.
Thunder Radio with the call. Final hour. Fist pump time. Carter Freeman's getting it. Peyton Russell. I'm Sean Shreve alongside RJ Choppy and Bobby Belt as the Oklahoma City Thunder hang on to take the 3-2 series lead over the Pacers.
If the Thunder win the title,
you look nauseous.
If the Thunder win the title, instead of playing a Matt Pinto call, can we just have like Chop come in that morning and like recreate what the final call would be like?
Oh,
no,
damn it!
But maybe AI could. And more importantly, you just did Cowboy over unders. Set the Matt Pinto over under championship call. Seconds wise.
Seconds. Oh man.
Call it the Chio clock.
Where do you want to start it from the zeros or from him talking leading down to like if it's the last 4 to 5 seconds where he's like
after when the buzzer hits.
Okay, from the buzzer hitting.
Because it'll be like, yeah, there's Shea dribbling out the clock. Buzzer hits.
Because what? Mitch Holthus probably has some long ones from the Chiefs.
Probably.
40 seconds.
40?
Yeah.
That's
because he will. They came from Seattle. They moved down to Oklahoma City through the Durant years. Blah, blah, and it'll just be like something like he's got it all written already.
I don't know that he's going to do all that because he's so fast with it. He talks so fast. They'd be like, and there's the final four, and the Thunder win the national, and for the first time in the history, and say it goes Alexander, and Dagnall, and we are, I think it's 18 seconds. 18 seconds before he breathes.
Okay. So those are the announcer predictions as we all think this thing is over and probably ending in 6 after Tyrese Halliburton doesn't make a field goal.
And it feels like, yeah, the best team is likely to win this. Like I mean, it's obviously not wrapped up yet, but OKC is the best team. They're better than Indiana. If Indiana won this, it was going to be through scrappiness, through Oklahoma City playing down a little bit, which is what they've got in a lot of ways. But yeah, this is leading towards what felt inevitable, which is Oklahoma City winning this.
Peyton Russell has found his longest Matt Pinto call from Thunder Radio.
Not a single day went by this season that Oklahoma City did not hold the best record in the West. And now this historic, relentless thunderstorm has unstoppably, emphatically, and officially earned the moniker Best in the West. MVP, SGA, and company say we will OKC you in the NBA Finals, baby.
It's 21.
21. All right, so that would be over
21.
RJ's 18 seconds. By the way, last night, ABC, they aired the starting lineup intros.
Hey!
They finally said, let's put out the starting lineups. First time since the finals in 2013? What?
No.
First time starting introductions will be broadcast at the finals since 2013. That's what I wrote down in my notes. I'm pretty shocked. You don't think it's right? 12 years? We haven't done it?
Right. It doesn't sound right. Maybe it is. The hell? I just... did they show the... I don't remember. Did they show the anthem?
Should they do it for every... I think they should do it for the first home game
of each team. Yes. Just like, baseball, they do that where everybody gets on the line. First home game, game 1, and then game 3. Everybody gets on the line. Other than that, you just do your regular thing. I'm totally fine with that. Usually, though, usually these leagues, they show the anthem every game. I know they didn't show it in the first game or the second game. I don't know about this one.
No, this is so it says it's the first. Yeah, you're right. It's Shams said it was the first time it'll be broadcast since 2013. The only thing I'm curious about is, like you say, I kind of feel like we did see Dallas's intros when they first came home. So maybe he's just saying like for game 5 or like for the first. I don't know, but either way, it's this is the first time according to Shams since 2013, which seems impossible. I mean, that would have been the LeBron, Wade, Bosch Heat teams.
3-2 Thunder lead. Meanwhile, did the Dallas Mavericks turn into the Washington Capitals with a social media slip?
They made a misstep here.
Who's been worse, the Mavs social team or their PR team?
Boy, the creatives have not been they've not been hitting them out of the park. This was actually it went viral thanks to Kevin Gray, our old teammate here. Kevin Gray had found this on the website. They had a massive "Welcome to Dallas" Cooper flag banner when you would go on the Dallas Mavericks website on Friday. And when it got pointed out and then Awful Announcing circulated it, well, then all of a sudden it's like, got pulled down. It just now you're just seeing path to the draft and different things like that. But somebody got a little overeager in there and decided to post the welcome banner to Cooper flag. Meanwhile, Jason Kidd is having trouble even acknowledging Cooper flag as a human being that exists. and the website's just like, come on home, Coop. But they've had some missteps. The Duro music video was not great. You had the AI hype video that played in the arena that looked so weird and awkward. And now they do this.
Blacked out Luke in the video, but there were other former players. Anthony Davis gun.
Yeah, the guns in the AI video where it's like he's holding up the guns, but he's holding them to his head or whatever because the AI was weird. It was awful. It's been a bad run for them.
The whole idea that you can't even mention the guy's name. There's no tampering. He's not on a team.
I don't understand. I don't remember this.
I don't either. It's not did Cleveland not mention LeBron's name at all in 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, and this was very specific to, as you look, it wasn't just welcome Dallas. It said with the first overall pick, the Mavericks select. So they had it as if the pick had just been made, just sitting on their website.
You starting to get a little nervous?
All right, so I'm still all in. I'm absolutely all in on Cooper Flag. I think he's going to be a great player. This scared the hell out of me. So they did and granted, this means nothing because it's one guy's. We've had him on, Jeremy Woo, right? We had him on. He's like an NBA draft analyst for ESPN, and because it's the rest of the world, ESPN's so New York centric, they haven't finished high school yet, so now they're doing superlatives because they're still in school up there. Like the rest of the free world is out of school. They've been out of school for 3 weeks, but not up there apparently. So they're doing superlatives around the NBA draft. And it was best ball handler, Jeremiah Fears. Best shot creator, Dylan Harper. Best pick and roll guy, that guy from Illinois. Best pick and roll finisher, Ryan Kalkbrenner. Best pull-up shooter, Ace Bailey, right? They're going through all these. Best dunker, best sleeper, best frame, best spot-up shooter, best movement shooter, best court vision. Cooper Flag gets none of these. None of these. Best rim protector, no. Best off-ball defender? No. Best on-ball defender? No. Best defensive playmaker? No. Best offensive rebounder? No. You don't get to Cooper Flagg until best competitor.
Oh, Kevin Garnett-like.
A completely subjective, biased thing. You can't tell who's competitive. You have no way of knowing. People who show outward emotion are all automatically viewed as being more competitive than people who don't. That's why the whole Amari Cooper thing was so stupid, in my opinion, because he was an internal guy. It doesn't mean the fire doesn't burn. It just means it doesn't show outward emotion. Outward emotion doesn't mean that you're competitive. It just means you're a showman. You could be a fraud. You could be a complete fraud. People who tell you how competitive they are, guess what? Not very competitive. And it scares the hell out of me that this is like, everyone's saying this is like a generational guy, and he's not the best at anything?
That's why I think there at least needs to be... I think there's a misnomer about who Cooper Flagg is or what he's supposed to be. And I think Mavericks fans, a lot of them who maybe don't follow along with college basketball or whatever else, have heard some of the discussion around him. And I think they're defaulting to thinking we're getting another LeBron. And you're not. Like, this isn't LeBron. Yeah. And everybody we've talked to, Billis and others, have said, well, no, he's not LeBron. But he's steady, and the floor is very high, and he can develop into a really good player. But nobody's talking about, like, this is Jokic. Nobody's even talking about this is Luka. Like offensively, he's
coming into the league with a higher perception.
Right. And honestly, that's probably, again, a misnomer. Like, when they're talking about the ceiling is Scottie Pippen would be one of the best players going in the NBA right now if he was back in his prime and everything else. But I don't know that anybody would think about a Pippen prototype as being like, well, that's one of the top 5 players in the NBA right now, because it is such a scoring league, and Cooper Flagg is not going to be a 30-point per game scorer.
I think he is going to. I'm super excited about the floor. I think we do need to chill on the ceiling expectations, and I think he will be the most perfect third fit on a win now team that you could almost ever hope for. Third. The third here. He's going to facilitate. He's going to defend. He's going to do all the little things. He'll be a perfect win now player, in my opinion, for the Dallas Mavericks with Kyrie and Anthony Davis. So now, when the reins get turned over to him, I don't know if it's, hey, I'm scoring 28 a night. He is a perfect, right now, rookie third piece for a championship contending club. That's the highest compliment that I'll pay to him.
So, okay, all right. So this year, you're talking about this year, he'll be a third piece. Okay, I can see
the next 2 seasons. Yeah, he will be a seamless. It'll be like this guy. This guy can fit on a championship contender. Okay, with his roles and all the different things that he does. Now, if he was going to Washington, I think we'd see a lot of negative Cooper Flagg segments because his game doesn't feel like right now it's dropping 28 a night because he's not that Luka scorer.
No, and
I love the Pippen thought. I really do. I know it's hard to get away from one of the greatest players of all time. Scottie Pippen to me was never a really impressive scorer. He could score, but he wasn't a great shooter. He just was great at everything.
Yeah.
Great. I want to underscore great all-around player. And I think Cooper Flagg is going to come in here and fit seamlessly in a win-now situation.
Yeah, the full year, because Jordan was out a year and a half.
But I would have liked to see him highlight a little bit more in some of those categories.
Yeah, it's just like, I mean, I still take him number 1. I still think he's going to be a great player. I was just like, I looked at this, I was like, hang on a second. This guy is supposed to be one of the more locked down number 1 overall picks. Like, there's no doubt he's number 1. There's nobody even in the discussion, yet he's not the best at anything tangible.
I bet if they put most versatile, is that a category? I would have Cooper Flagg as most versatile.
So Pippen in 94 and the 93, 94, and 94, 95 seasons, obviously he was playing without Jordan most of the time. He didn't play with them at all one season, and then it was, the back end of another. But during that run, which Pippen was 28, 29 years old, it was in his prime, essentially.
No,
he was...
Huh?
They didn't have most versatile.
Yeah.
22 points a game, 8.5 rebounds, 5.5 assists, 3 steals, and a block per game, which is really good. But that's also like 22 points a game as the guy in Chicago probably doesn't make anybody feel like, well, that's what we're getting out of it. I think a lot of people do have the expectation, probably from the fault of media buzz and discussion about him, they're expecting Cooper Flagg is going to be like one of the top scorers in the NBA, and that's not really his game.
If he was wearing an Arizona jersey or Louisville, the hype would be less.
Well, Duke is a machine.
Yeah.
Yep, there's no doubt about that. They were number one for, large, not a large part, but a part of this year.
Shams reports that Kevin Durant does not want to go to the Wolves. They were aggressive and interested. Mark Spears is now reporting Durant wanted to go to the Knicks. The Knicks are not interested. And Houston as the possible KD destinations. Windhorst says right now the Suns are not impressed in any of the offers.
Man, how impressed they are feels like it's probably going to be a little irrelevant to, you got to get it done at some point, and you got to move on from it. What was the initial talk? Was they wanted the same return they got that they gave up for him,
right?
Which is that's not reasonable at all.
And I would love to compare this to a Luka deal, because Nico said we can't let the rest of the league know. Well, the entire damn world knows about this. The problem in comparing is KD. Everyone is working together on it.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't a KD blindside. So I want to know, when someone gets blindsided and it's national news everywhere, how that lines up with Nico's thinking for the next player. And what Shams and Windhorst said is going to be the craziest NBA offseason ever.
I mean, we already got a crazy trade, so maybe that's it. But
what was the crazy trade?
The Bane.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that was
that better not register as a top 5 thing that happens.
No, the return
was
crazy. The return was crazy. Yeah. I think that obviously you're going to see the Durant deal get returned, and we're going to be like, man, come on. And it is going to be out in the open.
Keep remembering, no one turns AD into first-round picks. It drives me insane. Every time. 4 first. What's Anthony Davis worth? How many picks is he worth?
0.
Shut up. 877-881-1053. That's a good way to end it. 877-881-1053. Why Brian Schottenheimer is talking about the Cowboys staff getting raided already, and another concert ticket giveaway in the red zone next on 1053 The Fan.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Cell Phone Squad?
RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car traffic attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight? You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
The Dallas Cowboys coaching staff is already getting rated. Crosstalk and Ask Reddit with the KNC Masterpiece at 9:40. This is Sean and RJ, and it's the Red Zone, your football fix on your home of America's team with our insider Bobby Belt.
Brian Schottenheimer is a very confident individual. Not just confident, he's also, I'd say, seems to believe in the name it and claim it philosophy. Like, all right, if these are your goals, speak them into reality, talk about them as certainties, and approach it that way. So last week when he had been talking to the media in the afternoon session before minicamp broke away, he was talking about the coaching staff that they have and the guys that they filled the position with. And they got a lot of highly regarded assistant coaches this offseason. Junior Adams, the receivers coach, had been sought after by NFL teams previously. Clayton Adams, the offensive coordinator who came from Arizona, he's thought of as being kind of a run game guru. So they added to their staff, feel really good about it. And when he was asked about the staff, Shotty said this. He said, we're going to win, and when we win, our coaching staff is going to get rated. People are going to come after our coaches because we're going to win, which is, in theory, a obvious statement. Every time you see teams start winning consistently, that is what happens. Your position coaches get upgraded to coordinators. Your coordinators are automatically entered into almost every coaching search, it feels like. It happened here with Kellen Moore and Dan Quinn really quickly when they started winning games here. So he's not wrong in that assessment that winning tends to get your coaching staff noticed, but I'm surprised he's, even with his name it and claim it thoughts, that he's speaking so definitively as, hey, this is what's going to happen. We're going to lose coaches because we're going to win a bunch of ball games.
Yeah, a little strong projection there. You know, probably the most confident thing I've heard Schottenheimer say.
I mean, yeah, it happens. It's great. It's a great problem to have. If all your coaches are getting interviewed elsewhere, that means you did really well. I mean, it's just, I don't. Is Matty, like, get an interview for what? Is Matt Eberflus getting another head coaching job?
I think Clayton Adams could eventually be somebody. Like Eberflus, maybe not. Of course, I mean, there was a time when the
was he the Colts coach?
He was defensive coordinator for the Colts, and then he was hired by the Bears to be the head coach.
Was he interim there at all?
I don't believe so. But, I mean, look, we all thought Dan Quinn's time was done when he got hired here. A lot of people thought he's never getting hired as a head coach again, that things just went way too far sideways with Atlanta. Not going to happen again. When Brian Schottenheimer got hired here as the assistant coach, there were people who thought Schottenheimer was never going to get a coordinator's job again, much less get a head coaching job. So you can turn your reputation around. If the defense comes out and plays crazy and they're just like all over the field and they're one of the top defenses in the NFL, Eberflus will get noticed again, and then he'll probably get another opportunity.
New Cowboy, Solomon Thomas, is getting noticed. Where?
Broadway. The MJ musical. So apparently Solomon Thomas was a big-time supporter of the musical scene and Broadway and everything like that when he had played in New York. Had become a big fan of it, and specifically, he loved MJ the musical. That's the one that he was really obsessed with. And so I guess through his relationships and some of the discussion, he ended up having a cameo. A lot of guys going off to exotic vacations with their time off. Not Solomon Thomas. Solomon Thomas went up north to New York and made his Broadway debut with a cameo, basically playing a Michael Jackson security guard in there. But he got a little speaking role, apparently.
I wouldn't want to play that role.
Yeah, guys, 5 minutes. 5 minutes until MJ's going to get in here. It's one of those kind of things.
Someone who should be fired.
But he grew up a big theater kid. Apparently, he told this outlet, Broadway World, that he actually, the only reason why he gave up theater was because of the football responsibilities in high school. But he said otherwise he would have remained in theater. Absolutely loved it. Continues to take in a lot of theater shows and made his Broadway debut and then got included in the cast at the end.
He's going to be on the all media team.
Yep.
Yeah.
Along with probably the Tylers, and Solomon Thomas is so good and seems to be such a good dude. We would have him on while he was playing for the Jets.
Yeah,
we don't do that. Not the biggest name player playing for someone else, and we still would put him on the show. And he was honest and genuine. So I'm looking forward to sitting down with him at training camp.
And a Coppell High School superstar, a well-known Coppell star, and somebody who I guess has a little bit of the theater in him. Maybe we can get him to do show tunes.
NFL insider Jay Glazer wants to set the record straight that he was not out to screw over the Patriots when he broke the Deflategate story. That happened right when the Patriots were kind of landing.
It was, the 2014 or something like that.
2015.
2015,
and Patriot fans were furious. You are jeopardizing. You are screwing us over right now. Glazer wanted to set the record straight on the Game with Names pod.
You guys were flying in from the Super Bowl, and I reported that the NFL has video of the two locker room attendants of taking 30 balls, whatever it was, into a bathroom for it. So I reported that as you guys were flying in, and guys were all pissed off at me, thinking I timed it on purpose for when you were flying in. But but
just
that's stupid.
Just another mountain we had to overcome.
You're not waiting.
Just another mountain for us to overcome.
Yeah. But you guys landed, and everybody was killing me, and I had all these fans grab me.
Shut up, Edelman.
Down the Super Bowl, thinking I did that on purpose.
Distract dogs.
You also can't touch me.
Wait, what do you mean?
Fans were like, grab me. They were pissed off, and they were like, hey, and I just, you can't do that. And they're like, you did this on purpose. You did. And it actually couldn't have come at a worse time of when I broke that story. Because I was actually with a girl, and this came in. It was the first time being with her. I was like, oh, I got to go. You know about the whole Deflategate? She's like, no, but I know about deflating. Hey, now. Could have been worse.
Man.
Gave it up.
I gave it up. I mean, he couldn't wait 2 minutes.
2?
I don't know.
I 100% believe he did not do this intentionally after seeing him at Super Bowl the last couple of years. That dude's just like, information? Oh, wait, what do I, like, so he was just like, oh, something with Deflategate? All right, put it out. Like, there's no way he could have sat on a story and been like, I'm going to time this out and drop it on
No, I don't
you
think
guys.
he's that itchy to break.
No.
Not itchy to break.
He said he used to be.
But if he's going to break something, like he's so like just information, like it is very much Doug from the movie Up, the squirrel. He very much does have that aspect to him. That easily distracting. Oh, got to focus on this. Let me do this.
So there's a little football fix in the red zone every day at this time here on 105.3 The Fan.
But
catch us up in the world.
All right, let's catch up in the world. This just came down today. R. Kelly rushed to the hospital. He OD'd in prison. His attorneys say they are believing this is a murder plot against him.
A murder plot.
A murder plot. So he alleges Kelly was forced to take medication in solitary confinement on the night of the 12th. The next morning, he feels dizzy, black spots in his vision, crawled to the door, loses consciousness. So he was taken to the hospital.
This might be their attempt to get out. They drugged us. They overdosed us. We can't be in here anymore. That would be a play that I would make.
Yeah,
yeah,
of course. Can't be in here. I'm gonna die.
I'm a target.
They're trying to get me.
Yeah,
no doubt, no doubt.
It wasn't that didn't Jared try that Not Sam. Who? Jared from Subway. Didn't Jared Fogle try the I can't be in here? I'm too much of that. And they're like, yeah, we don't care. You're just gonna have to get stomped out, dude.
The gunman, the shooter.
Try this foot long.
The Minnesota. Wow.
Subway reference.
Yes, it is. I see it. The Minnesota shooter. They are potentially going to go after the death penalty. You think? Well, do you think?
All right, tell me about this dude.
We don't know. There's still a lot we don't know. So what we do know,
he's got 3 names.
Yes,
all shooters have to.
Yes, his name is Vance Bolter. Vance Luther Bolter.
Okay.
All right, he's 57 years old. So we know a couple of things about him. We do know one that
now he killed a couple and then wounded a couple.
Yeah. Yes, he
posing as a police officer.
Posing as a police officer. So we know he was first appointed. By the way, the photo of his vehicle, just the weapons that were in his vehicle, AKs and everything in there, and then he had full tack gear on.
Apparently, he had a hit list with other names.
Hit list. He had the mask on, this rubber mask. He looks like looks out of the Purge.
So was he this crazy? I think the people he shot were Democratic representatives. Was he some crazy psycho Republican?
Well, we don't know. We don't know because he was appointed in 2016 by Mark Dayton, who was a Democrat, and then he was reappointed by Tim Walz in 2023.
I feel like we don't need to be playing the Remember the Titans music to this anymore. I don't know.
He was appointed by 2 Democrats. His roommate...
It was quite a rise through the ranks.
His
roommate... psycho.
His roommate says he's not a Democrat, though, and he would be offended if you called him one.
His hit list was apparently 45 elected officials, all Democrats, according to NPR.
And it was something about voting the way they had voted with some immigration law. I don't really know. But I know they're maybe going to go up to the death penalty, and that he would be offended if you called him a Democrat. He was appointed by Democrats. So it's like, I don't really know what to make of all this.
What was you say big surprise, but the last execution in the state of Minnesota was in 1906.
What?
That's what this says.
They're just too nice there.
They had a botched execution, and so Minnesota had abolished the death penalty.
A botched execution?
Yep, in 1906. It was, what was the issue? The sheriff miscalculated the rope length, and that caused a lot of problems.
We've upgraded. We've upgraded.
I don't know. I think there's still botched executions today. It's kind of been a national story.
Well, that was the guy who wanted the firing squad. It took him. They missed.
Yeah, I mean, if I botch the execution, I don't think we have to cancel it. We can still finish it.
We can find better ways to execute.
Yeah,
dude, just sharpen the guillotine. Worked in France. You can do that, man. So the Air India plane that crashed. They still don't know what's going on.
With the one survivor?
The one survivor jumped out of the plane while it was still in air.
Still not buying that. I think that's a load of horse,
They have confirmed that he was on the plane. They confirmed that he went through the gate and then he got out.
And I heard his brother was on the plane.
His brother was sitting next to him, didn't jump.
Wow.
I think this guy jumped while he could see it falling. He pulled the door and you were going slow enough where the door would open still and he was able to get out.
Is that the sign? Is that a sign of your brotherly relationship that you're both not doing the same thing?
Yeah, I would think so.
If you both do the same thing, you're the ultimate. You can't be tighter. You can't have a tighter bond. But if one's like, nah, man, you go ahead and do it.
Why were they so far? They were both on opposite ends by the doors, by the emergency doors?
I read it as the brother was sitting next to him.
Okay, so he opened the door and then just couldn't, he just see you, bro. I'm not going to, tell you, come on. To me, that seems like that's...
He might have told him, but...
Yeah, maybe he was scared to jump.
The guy's this is what I told my family while we were talking about this during Father's Day.
Story. I'm convinced.
I am judging whether I'm jumping. This is just stupid common sense for me. I'm judging by, when I look out that window, how fast we're going. The view that you showed me the morning of, it looked like it was cruising slow. So I'm like, okay, what are my odds? It's going to be a rough landing. Okay?
Yeah, I would say so.
It's going to be a rough landing. But I'm talking, if the plane's going this, I'm jumping. If it's going like that, I might think I have a better chance of staying on.
So it was, the highest it got was 600 feet. And then it started to just kind of fall.
What do you mean the highest it got?
in the air. The highest the plane got in the air
Period?
was 600
This was off a takeoff?
It was off a takeoff. So they don't know. There's a couple of theories. Did the pilot go to pull the landing gear, the wheels up, and he accidentally put the flaps up, and that's why it just kind of went down? Or did it lose thrust by the engines? And if you're that low, you're not going to be able to make up. And
600 feet, I would.
Not high.
Yeah.
Not high. I mean, are we more than 600 feet, Bobby?
No.
So
the Titan, if you've rode the Titan before, the very peak of the Titan is 250.
Okay, so it's three of the Titans. So it got up that high. It was only going 175 miles an hour at its peak.
My body is shivering just looking down, thinking of this jump.
But
I'm scared of heights like that.
Same airline, same plane, just lost power on their engines yesterday. Dropped. It was at 20,000 feet. Dropped. They had to turn back. There's just ground.
Cool.
Have you just ground?
Glad I'm flying out Friday.
Reunion Tower is 561. So if you've ever rode on, if you've ever gone to the top of Reunion Tower, it's higher than that.
So just about higher than that.
I'm not surviving that jump.
No, but he jumped low. As it was coming down, and he could see, hey, these are buildings. He jumped.
There's something not right here. I'm not buying this.
Let's ask Reddit and crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece next on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forget it.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
You're getting it here in the commercial break with this music. What has become of your father's drum set?
It's still at the house. Still at my mom's house. No, I guess he doesn't live there anymore, so it's not his house anymore. It's not my mom's. So yeah, it's still there.
Weird going back into any of the rooms, or do you try to avoid it when you went over there for your Mexican lasagna?
Nah, you know, it's funny because people say like it's your first Father's Day without my dad. Your dad. I'm like, no, it's not. Like he's been dead for like 5 years. Like
right.
he was alive, but he was dead because he had dementia and he couldn't speak, didn't know who I was. So no, it's not weird.
You gonna leave the drum set? You're gonna sell it? Try to get?
I'm not selling it. That thing is super old. I don't know that I would be able to get the value for it.
What kind is it? What brand?
A Gretsch.
Oh, really?
You know about it?
It's from like 1953.
Fake response.
54.
Oh yeah, those are amazing.
Shut up, Corey.
Love them.
You really got to take care of them though for their age.
Yeah, so I just have. That's supposed to be like a really like good drummer set, I guess.
24 hours ago, I took your cell phone out of your hand as your son Julian was calling you, not realizing what you do for a living.
Not a clue.
Even at the age of 12. So we're all waiting to find out 24 hours later, what did Julian want and need?
Well, he wanted to know when I was coming home because he had a baseball.
He missed you?
No, he wanted food. He wanted food. He had a baseball game that day. He wanted to know where his uniform was.
What?
I had put it in the dryer.
Okay.
You know, so he wanted to know all that stuff. When we were leaving, plan for the day, all the things.
Did he get mad that I jumped him live on the radio?
No, not at all. Did not get mad.
So this set off a conversation in our post-show meeting about when you were able to get food for yourself. Because we were in there and he goes, he calls Julian. He goes, "I'll make you something when I get home, buddy." And it's like Julian was waiting for the presence of an adult to nourish him. You know, it's like the baby bird.
Yeah,
needed it brought. Are you okay over there? Was that a funny joke I told, or just a misstep?
My hydrogen water just exploded on me.
It looks really salty or gray.
Hydrogen water?
Yeah, I put salt in it.
You put salt in that?
I put salt, hydrogen tabs.
Is it disgusting?
No, you really don't taste it.
Really?
Yeah, you can.
It looked like you tasted it.
Huh?
It looked like you tasted it.
Yeah. No, it came out too fast.
Yeah.
You know,
it's a problem sometimes.
It didn't let me know that it was going to come out. It forgot to let me know.
Yes.
But yes, I put hydrogen tabs and salt water in
Didn't assume the right.
Do you like just a little tap or?
Yeah, good tap.
Okay.
Yeah, a good.
So anyway, your kids, when could they fend for themselves?
5.
And I was asking RJ, Pop-Tart?
Yes.
Cereal? And he's like, we don't have any of that junk in the house.
They wouldn't eat it. They wouldn't eat it.
Oh, but he's fine with
Not
just
enough
consuming
protein.
Red Baron pizza.
All he eats
That's
is,
healthy enough.
All he will eat is Red Baron pizza, penne pasta. Has to be penne.
Really?
Or he might have a hamburger. He likes my steak. He likes how I cook steak. And then he'll have chicken nuggets. That's
so
it.
no chips.
Hold on. Chicken nuggets is not classified as junk?
No.
Well, I mean,
It's a
like, we don't
meal.
have Pop-Tarts. He won't eat them, though. He won't eat any of that stuff.
But
he'll eat
chips?
cookies and ice cream. Chips? No. If I offer him Doritos, he might have some Cheetos.
Oh, yeah, remember, he went looking for the cookies.
He'll eat the crumble cookies.
He'll eat
We
the
know
cookies.
that.
Oh, crap. That's right.
Yeah, they're very picky.
I forgot about
They're
that.
very picky eaters.
So you just said 5.
Yeah, so it was a great day in life. Obviously, it's still behind when they're potty trained, but it was a great day in life when Brandon could get up and go to the cabinet himself to get a Pop-Tart, just to give you that extra, I don't know what it is, 30, 45 minutes of sleep maybe.
Yes.
That was a great day.
It's
That was
also,
like 5.
if they can go get the Pop-Tart, they can also go get you the remote.
Yeah.
So you can yell at them from across the house to come back there to hand you the remote so you don't have to get out.
He still tries the, can you get me a water? He doesn't know. He says, I don't know where the cups are. I'm like, I've lived here since 2016.
Yeah.
You know exactly where the cups are. And
You didn't know to look in the dryer? I'm concerned you're not preparing.
He's just scared to open drawers now is all.
That is a fair point.
I will say, I don't think he feels comfortable. Sarah wouldn't want him going into the dryer because he's not clean. And those are clean clothes.
Okay.
His hands are always dirty. He never washes his hands. Picking his nose, playing with his feet, scratching his balls. She would not want him going to the dryer.
All right, it's Tuesday. It's Crosslight with KNC. We finish up with Ask Reddit.
And some of these questions are really tough.
I'm going to hit you with one right out of the gate then.
Yeah.
I really do.
No, I'm serious.
I've got one right out of the gate for you then, Hagee. What's something that can never truly be understood without experiencing it?
I think I was thinking about this getting robbed. Like, I think it's a concept that we're like, oh, yeah, that sucks. But like,
you mean like your house?
Yeah. Or like if your car gets stolen, maybe. I think that's something that, like, it feels more personal when it actually happens, even though you were probably just, a place, a car, or whatever. But it feels really targeted and personal when it happens.
You feel violated.
Yeah.
What did you have?
I had my radar detector and headphones. And this is all one time. And then my iPod Shuffle, the little clip thing. Yeah. You got some cool Dave Matthews songs out of that one back in the day. And then I had my window smashed in at a restaurant in Arlington.
Dang!
And they just took my work bag. There was papers in there. It's nothing was in there. Cool. You got some Bic pens.
Corey.
Good pens.
What?
Bic.
Oh,
Bic pens.
I mean, it's easily the birth of a child, but connection to God.
Wow.
That's delightful.
Like that's a real
deep.
thing. Whenever you
You
get
trying
that.
to get on Kevin's podcast?
No, I'm not trying to get on his podcast.
They're trying to all cover the absence of Mike.
Whatever God you choose. I don't
Let
care
go
which
and let
God you choose. But yeah, I think that connection, whenever you experience that spirituality, it's a real thing.
That's a good answer. Poverty was what popped in my head. Being broke is like
the worst.
When you're like dead broke, that's hard to really understand until you're dealing with it. Sean?
DWI. I've always said I had to get.
What happened with that?
I drank and drove. That's what happened.
That's how it works.
I've always said I had to get that in order to truly stop. Because otherwise, and I lecture everyone around me.
Yeah.
I mean,
I heard your commercial once.
Many people in this, in in this zip code, and I get on them. You can't drive. Give me your keys. Da-da-da. But I wouldn't have done that unless I went through the pain in the ass of having a breathalyzer, having to go to a class, paying all that money. So I had to get the DUI to truly be scared.
And fortunate, too, that nobody else really suffered, right?
Yeah, and I shouldn't have gotten it. It was, these sides.
Sure you did.
Sounds like you learned.
I definitely blew enough, but I like all men. I was a good driver, in my opinion. You know what got me? These side streets where you go to the middle a little bit because there's cars parked on the side, and you go left a little. You cross the center line. What, you want me to hit these cars?
Right.
Oh, center. Oh, you crossed. And that's what got me. Otherwise, I'm convinced.
So you're pulled over under false pretenses, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I
Right.
should have refused. I should have refused the blow.
Ah, there you go. All right, so Ask Reddit follow-up questions here. Corey, Corey, I feel like you're going to have an answer for this one.
All right.
What's the most memorable quote you've ever come across that stayed with you forever?
It is Seneca and BC. To see a man truly succeed is to see him struggle through adversity.
God, you're deep today.
Are you embarrassed?
That's good. Chop, what's yours?
That's fine.
So many come to mind. I live my life a quarter mile at a time.
I knew you were going to do that.
I refuse to join any club that would have me as a member. The world needs ditch diggers, too. It's a good one.
Never heard that.
If you find me offensive, just stop finding me. Another one.
Oh, I do like that.
I don't know what weapons World War III will be fought with, but I know World War IV will be fought with sticks.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
I've always liked that.
Let's see. There's a hot dog at the baseball game is better than a ribeye at the Ritz.
That's stupid.
No. How can you not be romantic about baseball?
Yeah,
we play that one.
That's a very good quote.
Lead, follow, or get the hell out of the way. I live my life by that one.
You got one, Sean?
Just get out of the way.
I get the hell out of the way.
Yeah, he said he lives it by
Okay,
it. Yeah.
that's.
I always loved it is what it is. Also, failure to prepare is preparing to fail.
Yeah,
that's good.
There's my
Hagee,
cheesy
you got
one.
one?
Can I tell you the stupidest quote?
Sure. It stuck with you.
If you're on time, you're late. I hate that quote so much.
Oh, yeah.
You're on time, you're already late. That's the stupidest quote I've ever heard.
My son tells me that all the time.
Tell your son that's stupid.
He wants to be early.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's fine. Then tell me when you want to be there. I'll be there when you want me to be there.
But we're always late at Ranger crosstalks at the stadium. I mean, you should have followed that advice.
No, I
live
have
by
been
that.
late twice, and one of them was because one of our sister stations, they were not. They did not get the correct
The other one was because
credentials.
Derek.
Yeah, the other one was because Derek was like, I got 2 phones. I forgot one.
plug,
I got to get my nutritional drink. Will you carry this bag in for me?
Yo, carry it in.
It's I'm gonna go philosophical like Corey. Do it or do not do it. You'll regret both. By Soren Kierkegaard. That one, because to me, the whole thing was like, oh yeah, if you just accept you're going to have regrets regardless of whatever massive decision you made, then you're freed up from the concerns of the regrets because you're just making it.
Whether you think you can or you can't.
And this is this is a great one for him right here. Hagee, what's an opinion you keep quiet solely because you're tired of explaining it?
God, there are so many.
Oh, I got it.
Tired of
Is it the Shorts one?
No, this is Jerry Jones. He's never selling the team.
Oh my God,
He's going to be the
that
GM.
And Dak Prescott.
Sorry.
Any conversation we ever have about the Cowboys, when they're like, "Oh, are you ignoring the fact that they won't be good because of Dak and Jerry?" And I'm like, "No."
I've genuinely, like, I don't know if you've noticed, like, I have way pulled back on any outside of bits. I've way pulled back on any Dak defense because it's like everybody already knows where I stand. And everybody's got their
You've been
opinion.
better lately.
Like, we got to we'll see him play. I still think it, but it's also like, wait, what? I'm going to explain the same stats over and over again to Wolchuk just because he doesn't know football. That's not reasonable.
Jeez.
That's not reasonable.
Wouldn't take a shot at
What you got, Chop?
Look, I would have to remember any of my opinions to know which ones I have to keep explaining. So I'm probably not the guy to ask this one. My opinions change by the day because I opine on mood.
No, you forget what you say.
I do forget what I say.
Yeah, sometimes
because I am
really felt like
very
when
in the
you
moment.
said opine on mood, you thought everyone was gonna be like, "Wow, that's super deep," and then they didn't.
I don't know my opinion on that is.
Okay,
Tomorrow,
it's fair.
We're taking the show on the road. Arlington Firehouse #1. Not Friday. Firehouse tour tomorrow.
401 West Main Street. Get there early. We'll have Whataburger breakfast, and we'll also have Tolo bucket hats to give away.
How long do you think those bucket hats are going to last?
They usually last about 30 minutes.
Woo!
Get there early.
Because we're not G-Bag. We can give our stuff away.
Golly, y'all.
God.
The KNC masterpiece is coming up next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got, Corey Majors.
People are starting to actually know me by that.
Yes.
Now. This is a thing.
As they should.
Oh, man.
Look, I think one of the most successful campaigns, advertising-wise, we've ever had was you with Dickies because of, man! And I really don't understand why that is not still going to this day.
That and crisp white shirt. Those two things are supremely memorable.
Yes, and that's what you're looking for in an advertisement. And the famous Alec Medford. Now, I want to prepare everybody for the hard-hitting sports content we were going to have.
What?
Roster spots to watch, Deron Bland, the play action pass, and much more Cowboys content. Theoretically, that is what could go here. And it's still what could go here. But a conversation has begun in this room, and it might be time for another rant.
What?
877-881-1053. Do you want the Cowboys content, which I do think is good, or do you want to push that off and start the show with a rant? 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. Now, the rant would, of course, be about gym etiquette.
Okay.
And you don't have to act surprised, Corey, because you are the catalyst for this conversation.
All right, and I just sent Adrian a picture of Jackie Redmond so she would know who she is in case we interview her on Friday.
Which, that possibility does exist. Now, you'll be a gentleman during that interview, though, right?
1,000%.
Okay, good.
No problem.
Because we are concerned about your gentlemanly behavior and conduct.
There should not be a concern. I do the right thing. I do the exact right thing.
What's the right thing?
Friend of the wife.
Mm-hmm.
They have a significant moms group. Okay, like 25 or 30 moms that have all been friends since kindergarten.
Oh.
One of them was at the gym and mentioned to Adrian that I didn't say hi to her at the gym.
And we have somebody in the room, a young person who is a female.
The youth report.
Yes, the youth report. And she goes, ooh, mistake.
Okay.
Like before the conversation even really begun. And I think that's what sparked the conversation.
877-881-1053. Do you talk to people at the gym? Specifically, do you make eye contact with women at the gym? Here's the thing. I don't look around. I don't look at anybody. I try to just avoid everything in the gym. I've told you what happens at the gym down here. That dude came in and he was all loud, and it annoyed me. I was like, I'm trying to focus here. But I don't. I specifically, it's not because I'm focused. It's because I don't want to be a creepy guy.
Okay. Now, I'm going to get to that in just a second, but the people have spoken.
All right.
Couple votes for Cowboys, lot of votes for the rant, and then this insightful comment. Guys, I promise I'm not trolling with this.
J-Met.
But at this point in the season, Cowboys content feels kind of like Entourage in its later seasons, where it's pretty much the same every single... yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Those last few seasons of Entourage were terrible.
But I still watched them.
I did too.
And enjoyed them.
No, I did too.
Knowing what they were.
To be fair, from the 641, I don't know why I said 817, Cowboys content is usually rants. I get that. All right, Alec. I'm going to include you on this because you are the most gym-going person that I know.
This is true.
But also, is Corey overcorrecting his behavior? So, in pursuit of not being a creep, is he going too far that it seems like he's, I don't know, a weirdo who refuses to make eye contact or even speak or acknowledge the presence of any other person because he's trying to do the right thing? He just went a little too far.
I think you have a good point there. I think you might be overcorrecting a little bit because sometimes the less you think about it, the more you'll actually do what you're trying to achieve, which is just kind of mind your own business. So, because for my gym, I usually go to a little community gym in our neighborhood, but I do have a real gym membership too. So, I usually see a lot of my neighbors.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit different. A lot of those people are strangers to me, but sometimes I'll see people that live on my street. So I'll give a head nod or a, hey, how's it going? Or sometimes somebody will actually stop down for a full conversation. So I don't want to be too isolated, but I will allow myself to just exist I try not to focus on the other people too much. Like, I don't want to look at them too much.
Okay, so the problem that comes along with that, and the one thing that Corey's strategy does avoid, is it feels impossible with all the people, all the different directions you could look or actions you could be doing at any point. I feel like most people have probably got caught up in a thing where you really weren't looking, but you just so happened to turn your head at the same time somebody like turned around or was bending over or whatever, and you're like, they saw you looking, and you're like, but I wasn't looking, but that's what they think.
Also, being a famous radio host,
oh my God,
you don't want people to get the wrong idea.
Yeah.
You know, I'm happily married, and I don't want us to make eye contact and the hearts and butterflies start floating around because you recognize me in my voice.
Would that happen with you?
Famous. What's that?
Just their hearts and butterflies,
not me.
your.
No,
Okay.
my hearts and butterflies are at home every day.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, I'm so in love with my wife.
Oh
she knows it too. Listen.
Is this your second overcorrect?
Yep.
No,
it's not another overcorrect. It's just the way I feel about things. I do see a lot of people here, though. I'm with Corey, and I'm so not entertained by people when I'm working out. I built a home gym in my climate-controlled shed.
Oh, that's smart.
Yeah. What was she wearing? If it was scandalous, I agree. No, I mean, it is like have you ever seen a guy wearing the yoga pants at the gym? Because there is a guy wearing yoga pants at the gym, and I'm not looking at that
I feel
either.
like usually you get the athletic shorts, right?
It's yoga
the 5-inch inseam, you know.
Or the compression pants.
Yeah.
My son Carter walked out of the house. He was walking out to go to the gym wearing those, and I was like, "What are you doing?" And he was like, "You gave me compression pants, so I'm going to wear them." And I was like, "You wear shorts over those, son.
Yeah.
Don't just wear compression pants to the gym." But yeah, no, it is the fear of being seen by somebody else in the wrong idea, the fear of being the creepy guy that I want to make people feel comfortable, but I guess not looking at them makes them uncomfortable. Is that what it is? And then it's more importantly, it's being caught on the video. That is the thing. Being caught. You've seen the videos out there of the girl who she's like, oh, this guy's creeping behind me right now, and let's expose him. And
For the
I don't wanna be
469,
that.
Corey, I feel like this person is right with you. Got to keep your head down. Too many people in the gym making accusations on social media.
That's exactly why. And so I'm just like, look, I'm going in there. I'm gonna go get my pump on. I'm gonna get my lift, if you will. I'm gonna really flex and then get a little cardio in and get home. From the 3-2-1, I wear yoga pants to the gym, Corey. I want to call the women creeps when they look.
And that is
that a double
fascinating.
Standard? Do we get to do that?
No, I think there are enough male double standards that you can cede this one. Like, I don't know if women feel this way whatsoever. I would assume some, not all, I don't know. Women go in there thinking there's going to be creepy men. I don't think they're like, God, I can't look. That guy's going to think I'm a creep.
I got a question. I try not to look at anybody too, because I just, there are a couple people that do say, hey, I Corey from the fan.
You don't look at them.
I do want to say hi to them and everything, but Kevin, you have one of the weirdest gym stories I've ever heard. And I do feel like it's because you made eye contact with a man in the gym locker room.
It's possible I am too friendly in the gym. So this is a true story, which I don't know. I thought it was weird. I went home and told my wife what had happened. So we kind of have a policy that, like, if it's a borderline incident that you're like, I don't know, I feel like I should share that, we share it with the other person. And so I told her, hey, there was this thing that happened in the gym locker room, and she looked intrigued and confused. And this guy had his shirt off because, you go back, like maybe you shower, maybe you I don't know, everyone's routine and everything like that. And he goes, hey, bro, could you take a picture for me? And he wanted me to take a shirtless picture of him. I thought I was just being helpful, and I was like, no problem. I really didn't even think twice about it. I was like, sure thing. Give me your camera.
He started snapping some pics for you, man.
Yeah.
Let me get all the angles.
Yeah. And so, he took a picture. I took a picture, and he goes, hold on. We'll get a better pose. And so, he changed it up and got a better pose.
Did he ask you to take your shirt off, too?
No.
Okay.
And then I would have known, thank you for the compliment. I am married to a lady. And so I guess I could have just said married. Married is married.
Mm-hmm.
And so we were in that thing where, like, there could be lots of mirrors and stuff in there. And so I tried to, like, position myself where I was blocked out in the mirror, behind him on the reflection so I would not appear in the photograph.
You're really taking care of this guy.
I was trying to help out.
Just photoshopped you out, and you're like, nope.
Yeah, could have.
Yeah.
But so I took the picture, and he's like, okay, let me take a look. And he was like, oh, yeah, those are good, bro. Really appreciate you. And that was the end of our interaction. Some people
You ever seen that guy again at the gym?
I don't think so.
'Cause
But
you're not
then
looking for
again,
him, yeah.
I don't know if I would notice him unless he approached me without a shirt and his phone again. Because, like, that's the context that I know him. Because I don't remember seeing him in the regular gym. For all I know, he just showed up in the gym bathroom to pose for that. I don't know. But, like, I just thought he was helping, and people said he was hitting on me, and I was like, I don't think so, because he seemed very pleased with the finished product, and, like, he had a person in mind to send it to.
So you didn't ask him, hey, can you send these to me?
No, because I felt like that would be too far.
But you're like, you could be a photographer down the road, and you would have those in your profile.
Yeah. I was a photography minor back in my day,
Yeah. I feel like I'd have to explain more to Jess about why me and shirtless gym guy now have a text thread going.
From the 817, I refuse to speak or even acknowledge women/strangers at the gym or the grocery store or anywhere, really. No eye contact.
What if they need help? What if they're like, sir, can you help me?
It's a good way to be like, oh, I didn't notice. You're just like, oh, man, that's my fault. I wasn't paying attention. I think that's a good approach. Just go in, get your cantaloupes and your charcoal, whatever it is you're getting at the grocery store.
For your roasted cantaloupe.
We're smoking the cantaloupe tonight, boys.
So was that lady, we'll go all the way back to the beginning.
Okay.
Was that lady that your wife knows, she's friends with, did she say, I saw Corey at the gym and he was rude?
No, not rude, but he just didn't say anything to me. And so Adrian's like, why aren't you saying anything to her?
Are you embarrassed?
And now I'm a little concerned. Does she think that means that I'm like
into her?
Yeah.
Oh, I did not think of that.
Like is she like, hold on, you're trying not to do something, you're trying to make it's too obvious. That's not the case. It's really like you. I want you to know that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's my goal. But
okay, PJ Washington, not the time.
You got a good point there.
All right.
Women do be women.
Okay, I don't know what that means.
From the 979, I had a guy in the gym locker room hide behind a pillar. Like I couldn't see him for like 5 minutes. He was waiting for me to put my clothes on after I got out of the shower. I was in my towel. True story. I waited him out. What? He just sat there and waited 5 minutes.
Yeah, you'll never see me behind the pillar in this bathroom. Okay, so if you see her again at the gym,
I guess I have to say hi? Like I have to be like, what's going on? Instead of, hey, I'm so locked in on my workout right now. Look at me trying to get all cut and swole.
But
now we got to chat.
Now you have to say hi.
Thing too, Kevin, here's the other thing. I hate small talk. You know this.
Yeah. You would think that earbuds would prevent small talk, but they do not at the gym.
Yeah, no. I am the worst at small. Gavin Dawson taught me a long time ago. There are 3 questions. I forgot one of them, so I only know 2 of them.
It's a very Rick Perry situation right now. Politics.
I think it is. What's your name?
Okay.
Where are you from? And what do you do for work? And you can rinse, recycle, repeat with every single person you meet. But I'm just not good at that. I don't know. I just, whatever reason, I'll forget your name immediately.
Yeah.
And be like, crap, why didn't I remember that? So I'm just like, hey, man. And so that's the thing, unless you're a woman, and then like, hey, lady. But yeah,
I don't know if that's the right thing
I
to say.
stink at small talk. So that's another reason I don't want to make eye contact, because I don't want to have to chat with you.
Okay.
Because it's more me than it is you. Is that fair?
Yeah.
But now that comes off rude, right? Now that comes off rude, like me
you're
being
breaking
like,
up with them.
Yeah, that means they're like, oh, that guy, what a jerk he was. He barely even asked me any questions about myself.
And since we talk sports in this segment, New Balance officially said that June 25th was Flag Day, which feels like it might encroach with the other Flag Day, but this one has 2 G's.
There you go.
And so this might be a question for a future date. Do you think you could do an offshoot of a holiday, but make it like Halloween with like 1 L and 2 N's at the end? And then like that would get you around some trademark issues and stuff, and you could put on your own holiday.
Which day would we use? What's the best holiday? Because isn't Father's Day like 26th most celebrated holiday out of all of them?
Yeah.
Like Christmas and Mother's Day are the top two. Like Arbor Day is number 6 or something. There's a comedian that has a whole bit about this. Yeah. And so that's where we stand on things.
Okay. I would call it Tree Day. And that would be my holiday. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, this time, roster spots to watch, Ron Bland, the play action pass, so much more Cowboys content. I promise. Next on the...
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it the Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. For people who are also intrigued by Rangers content, fear not. We have plenty of baseball on the show as well, even some college baseball because of the happenings of yesterday. But right now, a lot of people are interested in Cowboys content. Like, I get it. If you're one of those Cowboys fans that you still love the team, but you think this season is already preordained, you know exactly how it's going to end up, or more or less how it's going to end up. As a lifelong Cowboys fan, as is Corey, as is Alec, we all feel that pain. I think Alec probably more than us because he never even got to see them be good before the...
You've never seen a Super Bowl?
Decades of mediocrity.
Man, I'm sorry, buddy.
Yeah, it happens, man.
So, I got some news. Maybe it will cheer you up, or maybe you'll default to they're still going to lose in the wild card round or not make the playoffs.
That's not me.
Okay. Okay, good.
I treat each season as a different season.
Okay.
Dax, can we discuss that real quick? This is a topic that I've actually kind of been on for a minute now before we dive into this. This is unfortunate. Dak Prescott and the Cowboys, because if you listen to Dak talk, he says this sometimes. Expect that each season for the fans is a new season.
Yep.
And unfortunately, he has 30 years of failure attached to him.
Yeah.
Because he's the quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys. That's the reality. But he's like, I don't understand why y'all don't give us a chance for this year. And every year, the Cowboys fans are like, because for the last so many years, y'all been doing this, this, and this. Well, this year's different. Well, that's what you said the last 5 years. And so that's a disconnect between some of the Cowboys players, maybe even some of the Cowboys front office people, is that they think that each year you should just reset, give them the benefit of the doubt, and let them go about their business. But we've experienced this for so long. As a fan, we can't let that go. But I am trying to look at this year as I do try every year. I do kind of try to get into the it's possible, because anything can happen in a season.
All right. So let's start then with Dak Prescott and the play action pass.
Thanks a lot.
What? Okay, well, Alec, let's start with Dak Prescott and the play action pass. So, one of the things that we talked about, I think it was yesterday, was Shoddy maybe being more interested in getting the running backs involved in the passing game. So, you look at hopefully a stronger running attack. I can't promise you that. Look, I have my own concerns about the running back room, but hopefully with a stronger running attack, which is also tied into the offensive line, and the addition of George Pickens bringing more speed, could that lead to more play action passing? Because that is something that the Cowboys and Dak are pretty good at. So let's go back to 2 years ago. Dak completed 68.7% of his passes while having the fifth most play action calls. So they had play action almost 28% of the time. Now, last year...
And what was the percentage of completions again?
68.7.
Good number.
Yes, absolutely. Now, last year, it skidded down to 18.9%. Now, is part of that some of the injury concerns along with Dak that might have slowed him down before?
That's a bad
yes,
number.
That is a big drop. Or is that just strictly a McCarthy thing? I know the argument's going to be, well, McCarthy was the head coach in 23 as well. You're right. But you saw a big drop.
Yeah.
And this is a quote from Schottenheimer. I believe it's Schottenheimer. He said, play action, something he's always loved doing. He goes, I think you can go back and the numbers are usually pretty good in run action, play action. That's probably any quarterback, right? You got to establish the run first, and then when you do that, you get the one-on-ones. All right? So CD, if he's one-on-one, Jake Ferguson, George Pickens, when you can do that, you're going to have the upper hand. So I like that general philosophy. I know a lot of people will say, I'll wait until I see the execution in practice and like rock on. I get that. But I like the general philosophy of potentially going back to even 2023 levels of play action pass.
Yes. It's very easy to say the buzzword of establish the run.
For sure. How
do you do that? And do you have an answer?
Yeah, no, I was going to say, I think one of the things that they're counting on outside of Blue, Jamonte, Miles, I really think, and I've gotten the sense that they really believe the next level running back addition was Tyler Booker. You know what I'm saying? Like that what they did was they upgraded the baseline for any running back they're going to have by strengthening their offensive line.
That BB and Guyton will be better.
Correct.
But you had a 1,000-yard rusher last year.
You did.
And you had a 1,000-yard rusher the year before, too, with Tony Pollard. Last year you had a 1,000-yard rusher, and somehow that still was failing. Now, go back and look at how many times the Cowboys ran on first down. They became predictable. And
agreed.
It's not just
so agreed.
Establishing the run means putting fear in somebody that you are going to run, meaning they need to bring somebody into the box because they are afraid that you're going to. And once they do that, then Dak can go, now I have found the person to beat. And when you bring that person in the box, usually it's a safety that you're bringing down. Or maybe you bring that nickel corner over, and that safety has to roll over and cover somebody in the slot, and that exposes another safety to be single high, and now that gives Dak one-on-one coverage on the outside for somebody. That's when Dak's at his best, when he has one-on-one coverage with one of his receivers. And with George Pickens, that's going to be even better, because with CeeDee Lamb, he knows if I got one-on-one for him, I win. And he's going to feel like if I got one-on-one with Pickens. So that's going to set up that he has that option on either side if the run is feared. If it's not, which a lot of times the Cowboys last couple seasons or last year, it was we know they're going to run on first down. They might run on second down.
Right.
We know we can stop their run on first down without even having to bring somebody down into the box. Nobody really feared their run. And it takes 3-4 games to actually instill that into an opponent. Because when you've done it successfully a couple times and now it's on film, they know when they line up in this formation, we need to get somebody down in the box. So yes, Kevin, the buzzword of establishing the run means you have to be successful at it over and over and over, but you can't be predictable. And that's something that McCarthy's offense fell into way too many times, is the predictability of knowing they're running here, and then they're throwing on third down. And you need the ability to say, we ran on first down, threw on second down, ran again on third down because we had an option. We had a short yardage situation. Or, you know what? We ran on first down, threw on second down, ran on second down, threw on first down. You need to mix it up and have the variety so that they're just like a great pitcher. They never know what to expect. And so that's what the Cowboys didn't do well last year. I agree, though, having Pickens and CeeDee Lamb gives Dak Prescott better opportunities. Now he doesn't have to force it to CeeDee Lamb whenever he gets the single high coverage from a safety because he knows he has Pickens on the other side. And that's when they have to choose their battle. Do we stop the run or do we stop one of these two receivers on the outside?
Yes.
It could be huge if the Cowboys offensive line can block it.
Now, I know part of the answer to this question will probably be it depends on how fast Ravel's ready, how fast Diggs is ready, but do you guys like the concept of Deron Bland as the slot cornerback? Because a lot of discussion happened about that at OTAs and minicamp, but I think him being in the slot was more a product of Elam, Carson, Mukwamu getting a look at the outside. So I'm not saying like that's the plan for the Cowboys, but what do you guys think about the concept of one of those guys shows, hey, they're not too bad. What do you think about Deron Bland in the slot as the cornerback, or do you still prefer him on the outside?
We did have we had the benefit and luxury of having Jordan Lewis in the slot for so long, and he is the reason the slot position is so difficult for the corner and because it's so beneficial for the receiver is because you get the decision of going either direction. You can go right, you can go left, and not all cornerbacks are capable of just swiveling their hips and going that direction quickly. I don't know that Bland is. A lot of people last year kind of liked that idea, though. of him being there. And if he can do that, man, I'm all about it. If there's somebody else on this team that can turn those hips and get moving faster and is better in that area, but also physical enough to put their nose into the run game, because that's another part of the you're so close to the line of scrimmage that you have that ability, then I need the person that's most capable of it. If it's Bland, then I'm all about it, man. And he'll turn into one of those Rondé Barber types, dude. He's taking them to the house all the time.
Alec, do you have any preference or maybe concerns about Deron Bland in the slot, if that's the direction they're at? Again, I'm not saying it is, but it was something we got a sneak peek at to see how the other guys looked on the outside.
I don't think it's too out of left field to say that it's the obvious choice, at least for me, for him to play the slot, because I don't know if he's an all-world tackler, but I do think he has the want to play the run game and defend the run, but I do think he's the best athlete to play that position on the team right now. And he's the best build as well, because you could say if he was fully healthy right now, I think Ravel might be the best athlete in that group, but he's huge. He's a big guy. I want a guy that can spin around, and as Corey said, turn those hips. He can play either direction. He can run across the field. He can go from sideline to sideline, but he can be physical enough to keep up. And I think you saw the physicality enough in the record-breaking season. I think the ball instincts are there because he's going to be going against some quicker guys. So there's going to be some passes that are going to be floated out in front that he's going to be responsible for jumping and defending. So I do think that, in my mind, at least today, until we get to camp and see what it really looks like, I think right now he's the obvious choice.
But doesn't it matter if he really wants to do it?
Sure.
If he's like, no, I'm an outside corner.
I mean, look.
That's where the contract is, baby.
Then that can absolutely matter. I would point out you just saw a huge jump in contracts for slot cornerbacks, but I understand his concern nonetheless. All right. Have you guys made peace with the fact that the Cowboys are going to carry 3 quarterbacks?
What? Are you kidding me? Oh. That makes sense.
All right.
Yeah, move on.
Yeah, I actually have Joe Milton, Will Grier are good options back there.
So the thought is that Will Grier would, and I know Bobby was opining about this on the morning show as well,
that's word.
that Will Grier will be the backup, and you can't risk floating Joe Milton through to the practice squad because I would assume he would get picked up by somebody there. All right. So let's go off of that, because you run out of, the math works against you. You run out of roster spots really, really quickly. All right. Is there room for 3 quarterbacks and 6 wide receivers on this roster? Now, that would also include Turpin. Now, if you wanted to just magically redefine him as a special teams, that doesn't really help you out. No. But then you've got Cropper, Flournoy, Paris Campbell, Jalen Brooks, Calvin Harmon. Like, there are a lot of people in that mix behind. So you go with the idea of CD, Pickens, Tolbert, Mingo, who I should have put him second, my bad. And then
Mingo?
Yeah. And then Turpin. So there's 5 that I feel like we would all be pretty surprised if one of those people did not make the roster. Can you manage 6 wide receivers and 3 quarterbacks without really hampering the depth at maybe some positions that you think you need it more?
So that's the problem. I think because of injuries at cornerback, you might have to go a little long there. And you saw the Cowboys have to do that a little bit last year too. And you might be at 5. Now, if you feel confident in your offensive line, you don't have to carry 9 of them, 10 of them, then you're feeling pretty good. But I think cornerback's going to put you in one of those places. The other thing, and this is why I really want to talk to John Eberflus. I'm just joking. It's I know it's Matt Eberflus.
Was it Steve the first time?
Scott. I throw all sorts of generic names out for him. But with Eberflus, I don't know how much he's going to rotate his defensive line. So how many defensive linemen does he need? They brought in a bunch of random linebackers this offseason too. So I got to figure out exactly where he lands on that. Kevin, this is going to be a camp question for me.
Okay.
And this is going to come down to what he actually needs.
Okay, we might push some of this off because I did.
But 3 quarterbacks is what you have whenever you have Dak on a team, I think.
Okay, because I did still have questions about Moff on the practice squad, Deuce Vaughn, your swing tackle,
awesome.
Sanborn versus Kenneth Murray. So, we could talk about that maybe tomorrow if you want, or we could push it off. We got some time. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Baseball is behaving differently this season, but why? Next on The Fan.
No.
Nutmeg maple.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
0-2 to 3-2. Ohtani to Sheets. Ground ball past the diving Freeman. Edman there to smother it. Throws to Freeman who recovers to get to the bag for the second out.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
When your friend shows you his computer screen, how often or is it serious versus how often is it something that's going to jar you is my question, because Kevin just showed me a picture of a man looks like he's riding ostrich.
Yes. This is on MLB.com. I don't want you to think I was just looking up ridiculous nonsense. This is on MLB.com. How am I not going to click on the link that says meet the minor league hot dog vendor who rides an ostrich? I'm not going to not click on that, right? So I'm not prepared to disseminate that article for you right now. I just wanted to show Corey because I thought the picture they used for it was tremendous as well. All right.
I think it's a relatable question, though. I think it's a pretty universal question. Everybody has a friend that's like, hey, look at this. And you're like, son of a gun. You got me again.
That is true, for sure. And I guess that's me. All right, so Shohei Ohtani made the start last night. He only pitched 1 inning, but I think the more important thing is it was his first pitching appearance since 2023. He also was able to touch 100 while he was out there, so encouraging. It kind of felt like a spring training appearance where like the box score didn't matter as much, because if you broke down the box score, you'd be like, ooh, it took him 28 pitches to get through 1 inning. But like, I think that's the thing.
I would expect it to be like that for him on his first outing.
Sure,
in a while.
exactly. In more than a year, and he can still dial it up to incredible speed. And he was just out there, so that feels like it's probably a win.
That's really interesting that you say that, because a lot of people don't get to watch spring training or pay attention to it.
Sure.
So when your first pitcher goes out there and pitches 6 innings, you're just like, yeah, that's expected. And if he goes out there and pitches 1, you're like, oh my gosh, but it's spring training. It's his first outing. He's just getting his feet wet.
And also in some of those appearances, because you've seen it, they might be like, this is my fastball appearance.
Yes.
Like I'm not looking to mix up pitches.
All I'm doing is working on my changeup
I'm
today.
really working on a couple of different things. And so, that's one of the reasons, among other things, that we talk about don't get deceived by spring training stats. So obviously a huge step in the right direction for the Dodgers, for Shohei Ohtani. I'm gonna let you guys take a wild guess. If you don't get this right, I'm gonna be disappointed in you. Who is the leading all-star vote getter in the American League and the National League?
I'm going to go with Aaron Judge.
Mm-hmm.
Alec?
Shohei
Ohtani and Aaron Judge are, to the surprise of, I would assume, nobody, by far and away the leading vote getters, which makes sense. And I hadn't really thought about this. The last 8 MVPs that have been handed out, these two have won 5 of them. So, and they're obviously unbelievable. Like, I was mentioning Shohei Ohtani went out there and he pitched and it was just 1 inning, but this will never get old to me. He also went 2 for 4 with a double, a walk, and 2 RBIs. So like,
he's so good.
Yeah, it's preposterous.
It's like, you remember the kid on the T-ball team that was just better than everybody?
Yes.
Or the guy that you saw him in high school. He dominated the whole game. That's what Shohei is at the major league level.
Yes.
The best of the best. And he's like, yeah, I do this like a T-ball kid.
And it feels like the only person that is even close is Aaron Judge. And I realize the inherent disadvantage he has because he doesn't pitch. But here's Aaron Judge, by the way. He's on pace this season to hit 377 with 59 home runs, 137 RBIs, and an OPS of 1.226.
Jeez, man.
So, like, if you did that in your own create a player league, you'd be like, okay, well, that's probably stretching it.
And here we are trying to figure out how to score 4 runs, here in DFW.
That's right. That's the dream. 4 runs every game. This Rangers team will break off 50 wins in a row.
All we got to do.
But yeah, so to the surprise of nobody, Aaron Judge, Shohei Ohtani, they are leading the way in all-star voting. I would imagine they will also be the top 2 vote getters when all is said and done.
Probably so.
All right, let's go from that to, do you want to talk about the strike or the stitching of the baseball?
Let's talk about the strike first.
Okay.
We're going on strike?
Not us.
All right. If they need us, though.
Okay, who is they?
You know.
Like Radio 452, our union?
If they need us.
Okay, who's your union rep?
You.
That's not how that works. Inaccurate. Don't try to get me in trouble. All right. So hundreds of workers at MGM Music Hall, and probably more relevant for the purposes of this segment, Fenway Park, have voted to authorize a strike. So Unite Here Local 26 announced Sunday that 700 Aramark, contract workers, and I think if you've ever been to a stadium, like that's who I immediately think of as the workers. You see them in the Aramark shirts and everything like that. Voted overwhelmingly yes in favor of authorizing a strike that marks the first ever labor stoppage in the history of the 113-year-old ballpark.
Really?
So this is the time when, like, announcing that you're going to go on strike, not necessarily shocking. You just needed to show the people that you were willing to take the next step. And I don't think it's a coincidence that they announced the strike while the Red Sox are in the midst of a lengthy road trip.
Yeah.
So, like, they announced the strike after Sunday's game. And Sunday's game, they hosted the Yankees. And right now, they're on the road against Seattle, then San Francisco, then L.A. So they don't play another home game until June 27th.
So the people that work at Fenway aren't losing paychecks because that would be their work days anyway.
And
the company now has time to negotiate, or the Fenway has time to negotiate and get something done before they get back.
Exactly. That is what I think it is. So I think they said, hey, let's do it now. We got a week and a half. At least the organization knows that we're serious about this, and let's try to get it figured out. All right. Do you guys think in the next week and a half or so they will get it figured out? And if not, I hope that the stadium, the Red Sox, etc., they have a backup plan or a contingent plan. Or if I'm one of the people who are going there, that backup plan ain't going to work as good as the usual workers.
Yeah, you go set up the picket fence, right? You get the picket fence out there, and they
Is it a fence or just a line? Do people still do picket lines?
Can you not do a fence as the line? Like, and be like, don't come across this line. And they're like, but I want to. And you're like, you can't. It's actually a fence.
I think putting up an actual barrier
would be illegal.
Depending on who owns the land could be illegal.
You can go with the
I'm
signs.
not positive about that.
Yeah, I think that, this is, they were telling people not to buy things from inside the stadium too now.
Right.
So they're even suggesting to the city, hey, sometimes the shops are open and sometimes these things, so please don't even do that. That's a smart approach on all this. I think it's gonna work.
Okay.
I think that it's gonna work in the Fenway employees' favors, and I hope it does too, man. That number of what a beer costs in Miami versus what a beer costs in Boston, and the discrepancy in what they're paid is very interesting.
So this specifically, Unite Here put out a news release, and I think Corey's right. This is a very effective, just a way of marketing. Because let's face it, a lot of news release is essentially it's marketing. A cashier at Fenway earns $18.52 an hour. A cashier at the Marlins Park in Miami earns $21.25 an hour. All right, so about $3 more, $2.73. But a beer at Fenway costs $10.79, and a beer at Marlins Park costs $5.14. So the first thing I would want to do is, of course, check that math and determine how they came up with that number. But it does seem odd that your workers would be getting paid less, and then the concessions you have cost more, hence the profit margin is more and everything like that. You'd need
the MLB doesn't open their books.
True.
So you don't know what they're making off things anyway. That being said,
I imagine Aramark probably not gonna.
You're trying to get the public on your side.
Sure.
And if the public is on your side against the Red Sox owner when they're not winning, then you're winning. That's a good benefit for you. And they're going to fill that stadium up no matter what. but whether or not the fans are happy is how much they will buy.
Again, another great point from Corey.
That's what I do.
I know, that is true. Is when do people actually start to care about this kind of thing? Like, do you care when people are on strike? Maybe you do. Maybe you're a big union person. Maybe you're against the union, whatever. But a lot of people won't really get invested until it affects them, right? So, like, maybe you're a Red Sox fan. Maybe you don't care about the potential of the Aramark strike until, so I can't get a beer? Or I'm going to have to wait in line and miss 2.5 innings to get a beer or hot dog or, whatever. And then when it directly affects you, then I can see how you get invested. And you're like, you know what? Big company who makes record profits every single year, give these damn people some money.
And from the 469, MLB cut workers' hours with the pitch clock, too. That's fascinating. I didn't even think about that.
You know what? I didn't think about that either. That is a great point.
Get rid of the pitch clock.
Oh, I don't know if that was totally my point there.
Oh, okay.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, no hitters, no baskets, and an update on the Jell-O Shot Challenge. Let's talk about the College World Series and the NBA Finals all at once. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, and Alec Medford rocking with you today. Don't forget, tomorrow, the Firehouse Tour stops in Arlington. Sean and RJ are going to be at Firehouse number 1, 401 West Main Street in Arlington. They're going to be giving away a one-of-a-kind fan Firehouse bucket hat while supplies last. So I would get up there early and be ready to party with them. Also, free Whataburger breakfast.
I love Whataburger.
I think Whataburger has maybe my favorite breakfast food at a fast food place.
I got a question. Okay. Whataburger. Is there what? Because the Pico de Gallo burger is amazing.
Yes.
Right. Tolos have been texting in since we talked about it. Is there a way to get Pico de Gallo burger toppings on a breakfast taquito?
It's only a matter of time.
I'll out taquito somebody. Like I'll out Whataburger taquito somebody.
Oh. Ooh. So like we won't get out Cowboys or Rangers. Whataburger won't get out taquitoed.
Yeah. And that's
a winning strategy.
I'm just
Texas.
asking. I know we have, as Alex said yesterday, we have friends at Whataburger. That's our biggest flex. I feel like I need to know this now.
Okay. All right. Okay. I like it. Hey, there'll probably be somebody from Whataburger there tomorrow morning. You're looking for somebody to get the idea moving. Maybe take partial credit for it. Ooh. You can make it happen. Tomorrow, Arlington, Firehouse 1, Sean and RJ. All right. Now, let's shift to the NBA Finals and the College World Series. And the reason why I've paired these two together when they don't normally seem like they would go together is there were amazing performances in both positive and negative. Do you want to start with the NBA Finals or do you want to start with the College World Series?
Oh, let's go with the College World Series because there was something fun going on there, man.
All right, go ahead and give me cut number 1. This is Gage Wood on the cusp of having just the third no-hitter in College World Series history. Keep this in mind. The other two happened in 1950 and 1960. So, it has not been a generation. It has been generations since you had seen anything like this.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss! Greatness from Gage! A no-hitter!
Did you see him afterwards, too? He was showing the Arkansas on his chest and everything.
I'm glad that you said that. So immediately, he's fired up. But he does exactly what Corey said. He pointed out Arkansas because, I get it that you're pumped about you just threw a no-hitter in the College World Series. That will be remembered forever. But also super important, you kept your team rocking and rolling in the College World Series because they had lost their first game against LSU, so you needed to win this game to keep going in the College World Series. So he's also excited, for the team is going to keep going in the College World Series.
What I thought was fascinating, because in this game, there was a little controversy. In the game, he had hit one guy in the foot earlier in the game, and then late in the game, he hit a guy in the elbow. And it was Dom Decker that he hit in the foot, and then he hit a guy in the elbow. That dude did not move.
Yeah.
And you kind of have to at least act like you're getting out of the way, and he did not even try. So they said, "You're out, buddy." This dude would have had a perfect game. A perfect game had he just done not hit that one guy.
You're going to love it.
That one guy.
Even that he was humble about. Let's go to cut number 2. Is Wood upset about how that went down?
You just threw the third no-hitter in the history of this event. How do you describe your emotions?
I shouldn't have hit the guy. That's it. That's all I got to say.
I love it.
That's
I love
it. That's all I got to say, Corey.
You know what? It wasn't perfection, and that's what he was aiming for. He had an amazing game. Did you say the part about the 19 strikeouts?
No. Yeah. You know what? How absurd is your performance when that's not
side
the
story.
First headline? Yeah, and that is incredible as well.
19 strikeouts, Alec. Just to put that in perspective, Max Scherzer and Nolan Ryan are the only major league pitchers to reach 17 strikeouts in a no-hitter. And he pitched,
Wow.
he had 19 strikeouts in this no-hitter. Now, obviously the competition isn't the same level.
Ya.
But Kevin, I was watching that game yesterday because before Broadus came in here, Broadus was like, I really would like Arkansas to be out of here because Murray State, not that I necessarily want to play them, but Arkansas gives us fits. But watching that game yesterday, I don't know if y'all remember, I was like, oh my God. I said a lot of cuss words. I was like, that was nasty.
Yeah.
He threw a pitch that the Murray State player whiffed on so badly, and it looked like it went from his head to his toe.
Right.
Like this kid was, some days you're just on, and he was absolutely on yesterday.
From the 314, my son was a freshman at Arkansas this year and worked on the grounds crew at the baseball field. He was pumped yesterday, as you should be. Like, what an amazing accomplishment across the board.
119 pitches, though. Does that in the college world, like, is he going to pitch again, or are you going to be like, man, I got to give him some rest for his arm?
Yeah, no, I think he would definitely pitch again, but only if they made it to the final series. Like, if they make it through, and it was tough because they lost their first game against LSU. If they make it through to the final series, which is best 2 or 3, he'll pitch again for sure.
I just saw this line. Do you mind if I read it real quick?
Go ahead.
Pitching coach Matt Hobbs, who reassured Wood during his rehab that he would be back to help the team win ball games this year, said Monday that with the season on the line in an elimination game, there was, quote, never a discussion about who was going to start. However, Hobbs did attempt to have a discussion with Wood in the 8th inning about how he was doing and whether he could go on.
Yeah.
Quote, he looked like he was about to kill me. I just walked away. Don't you love when your coach is like, no, he's got the fire. We're good, guys. Don't worry about it.
Now, that's only part of the excitement at the College World Series. Also, what I know you need to know, the update on the Jell-O Shot Challenge leaderboard.
I'm sorry. I don't. This is actually really fun, though.
So every year they do this, and it's freaking genius. $5 Jell-O shot, and you register it for your team at the College World Series. And there is a certain level of pride, or whatever you want to call it, for winning the Jell-O Shot Challenge. Here are your options. You tell me, maybe you already know, you tell me who you think theoretically should be winning this thing. It's Oregon State, Coastal Carolina, Arizona, UCLA, Louisville, LSU, Arkansas, and Murray State. Those are the College World Series competitors. I know 2 of them have already been eliminated. But who do you think theoretically should be leading the competition?
I feel like it's always should be LSU. They just drink the most. Because of Bourbon Street. That's the only reason I think that.
Okay.
But that's where I am right now.
Alec, what do you think about LSU being the leader?
My brain says LSU, but my heart says Murray State. I wanted to be them. I don't know why.
All right. Murray State is second.
Ooh.
With about 7,300.
That's a lot.
It is. But then there's LSU. They lead the way with 17,746 Jell-O shots swallowed.
At Rocco's?
Yeah. So think about this. Yeah, and that's just at the one place. Can
you imagine having to make that many Jell-O shots all the time?
Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine trying to, shut the cash register because there's so much money in there. Think about this.
$5 is too much for a Jell-O shot. Kevin.
Exactly. But what are you going to do? It's the same thing like if you ever went to Pete's Piano Bar back in the day and they're like, hey, if you drop the right amount of money in here, I'll play your theme song. And they're like, oh, my team's winning. And you get sucked into the excitement of that. They have sold more than 42,000 Jell-O shots, which means already $210,000 in Jell-O shot money.
I'm going to say the profit on that is $4.75.
Holy crap.
So, I really think it to make a pitcher
it's amazing
of Jell-O shots, I think you might even just use about half of a Jell-O packet.
Yeah.
And those Jell-O packets are already 16 cents a piece. If you ever buy a Jell-O, it's the cheapest crap ever.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's not crap, it's awesome. But you go to the store and you're like, pudding? Jell-O pudding? Dude, you can make 10 gallons of that for $8. That's actually way too much.
No, but I
$3.
I understand your
22
point.
cents.
I understand your point about the cheapness of the Jello
I
shot.
walked you through the bar. I've walked Kevin
fascinating.
through the bar before, and how much like a bottle of vodka that you get for $3 in the well, and now you're charging $3 per drink.
Yeah,
and you're like, okay, hold on. How many drinks are in that? And you're like, well, there's about 20, 40 drinks in there. And you start doing the math.
The profit margin of a bar is epically fascinating.
Yet somehow bars lose money all the time because bartenders are giving away drinks all the time.
Ooh, okay. That's good information to know. Look, but you're in a position now. You can give away, I don't know, 10.
Yes.
You can give away 1,000 Jello shots, and like, that's fine.
Give away a human.
Yeah. Well,
don't do that.
Yeah. You do not have the right to do that either.
Too much caffeine.
All right. So let's go. You're having a Halliburton right now. Let's go to cut number 3 because it was rough for Tyrese Halliburton and the Pacers as a whole yesterday.
Getting some very important minutes right now. Nembhard. Stolen. Wallace with the steal. And throws it down. Cason Wallace with a bucket.
So Tyrese Halliburton loses the ball right there in the first half. 16 minutes, 0 points. His first scoreless first half in his playoff career. Now, obviously, I know that there were injury concerns that had him bouncing on and off the court. But at the end of the day, he had 4 points. All of them came at the free throw line. He made no field goals in the game. That, obviously, a huge part of why they didn't win. And I think that's the knock against Halliburton when it comes to superstardom. Is he'll disappear in a game on it kind of honestly I kind of feel the same way about him as I do about Mikko Rantanen. Is he'll do something that you're like, how is that person not one of the best 4 players in the league?
Right.
And then in the next game, you'll forget that he essentially exists on the court or the ice. And I think that's one of the knocks against Tyrese Halliburton. I have no doubt that his high is just about as good as it gets in the NBA. And I know injury concerns yesterday, but let's not pretend like this has been even the first NBA Finals game where he's just kind of disappeared. And that's one of the issues for some people when it comes to accepting him as superstardom. Now, if he comes back healthy or not and wins the next 2 games, I think that will erase a lot of those narratives. But right now, it looks tough, even though it's just 3-2. It is just 3-2. It feels like Thursday is going to be a coronation for Oklahoma City.
Yeah. How much of last night do you chalk up to him not being in it versus Oklahoma City taking him out of it? They did a wonderful job last night.
I do think it's mostly the second one. I was talking with somebody yesterday about fundamental basketball, and I was like, well, then you should be all over this series. Like, both of these teams can play excellent defense. I know. Look,
they're not just roll it out there and kind of fly around.
Exactly. Oklahoma City's defense at times can be absolutely devastating, and I think you've seen that throughout this series.
They're too long.
Yes.
They're too fast.
Yes.
They're too athletic. Even
too aggressive in a good way. Because you really can be too aggressive
22
defensively.
turnovers.
Yes.
20 another like they had 25 in game 1, 22 last night. That's how you're going to lose. And Kevin, I am a big fan of Jalen Williams' game.
And I'm glad that you brought him up because that's the opposite end of the spectrum. So we said...
I'm not supposed to like Oklahoma City either, but I do like him.
Just wait until the C block. Alec, let me tell you, C block today. It's going to be some more damning evidence that Corey Majors presents himself. All right? But for now...
I'm scared.
Let's stick with Jalen Williams. Jalen Williams, we talked about yesterday how effective off the pick and roll him and SGA has been. And Jalen Williams has been building up for years. And so whenever you talk about the value of a draft pick, I just want to point out that Jalen Williams was the number 12 pick in that draft. So whenever people try to say, well, there's only 4 good players in this draft, you see that proven wrong time and time again. And Jalen Williams is somebody who has built throughout his career, and man, oh man, is he looking tremendous in this series. He's the reason they won last night.
Yeah, he bullied some people. He had finesse move. He had everything. There were times when he'd just lower his shoulder and get to wherever he wanted on the court and then make space for himself to make shots. And then defensively, he was fantastic as well. He has a very well-rounded game that if he wasn't on the team with SGA, would he be the star of the team, or is he just a great number 2 for anybody else out there?
See, I want to say right now he would be the best player on a bad team.
Okay.
But I don't want to slot him at that forever because I think he made a huge jump from year 1 to year 2.
Yes.
And now what he's done in the playoffs, he has clearly made a jump in year 3 now. So I don't want to slot him at that forever. We'll see. Right now, I would say he'd be the best player on a bad team. And he's on the cusp of proving he can be the second best player on a championship team, 1 win away. So his rise up in the world has been absolutely phenomenal. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus watch your mouths next on The Fan.
Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, giving you updates on the NBA Finals. We'll talk about the Stanley Cup Final probably a little bit later, the College World Series, and of course, the MLB Draft Combine is going on right now. Your Texas Rangers will have pick number 12 in the MLB Draft. Of course, the terrible Colorado Rockies will have pick number 4, and then as you remember, they will not get to pick in the top 10, I'll say, ever again.
I just saw a seagull fly by our window. Where's the sea around here?
Excuse me?
Do seagulls just exist all over the place?
Alec, I think his question is, can seagulls only be by the sea?
I once saw a seagull.
Thank you, Reggie. It's always good to have Reggie on the show.
Man,
and good to have him around today. Thank you.
It's amazing how some of these drops come in handy. That man who played that drop is Alec Medford, and right now it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Never thought I was going to play that drop again. It's time.
But it was perfect.
4 a.m. on the FM. I instantly thought of that when Corey just randomly says, I saw a seagull fly by. I'm like, you know who else saw a seagull? Mr. Attitula saw one once.
Because didn't you think he was going to say at the MLB Draft Combine? I really did.
I'm like, where is this going?
Yeah.
But he had a golden retriever moment, which we all do.
Sure.
You know, it's a Tuesday. You know, it's a toxic Tuesday, as some people would call it here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. The Frankel and Frankel injury attorneys text line to answer the question of the day. Plus, America, you are very dirty. Oh. We're going to get to that in just a little bit. A really interesting, a really specific study put on by CNN about vulgar language used by different countries that I want to get to that.
Did it feel like it kind of had a liberal slant to it, though?
I'm
just kidding, Alec.
You know,
just kidding.
This one, it felt very patriotic because Americans, they say what they want whenever they want, a lot more than other countries. We will get to that in just a little bit, but we make the return back to the National Day calendar, gentlemen. Today is June 17th, 2025. So you know what that means. Of course you know what today is.
Tuesday.
It is Tuesday. But it's also National Mascot Day.
Oh, I did not know that.
It is National Mascot Day. So, I want you to give me your favorite mascot of all time in the world of sports. 877-881-1053, Twitch and YouTube. Want to hear from you as well. And if you say it's the Stanford tree, I'm blocking you.
I don't know why.
That's the creepiest one out there.
Yeah.
But it was early in the process of watching the NCAA tournament. I thought the Richmond Spiders was awesome. Like when I was a little kid, I just thought that was so cool because you get your steady stream of Wildcats, Panthers, Eagles, everything like that. But Spiders, I was like, ooh, I like that. That's different.
It's the Sudbury Blueberry Bulldogs. That's the best one.
Wait, so their mascot is the Blueberry Bulldogs?
So they were the Bulldogs, but then they got a sponsor, and there's the Sudbury Blueberry Company.
Okay.
And so the Sudbury is the city, Sudbury Blueberry Bulldogs.
Okay.
It's a fun name to say.
All right.
But that one's fake, Kevin.
Oh.
Because it's from a TV show that I love.
Is it the Wake Forest Demon Deacons?
Dude,
as
Demon
the
Deacons
person
was
from the
awesome.
2 and 4 said?
Yeah. Crazy Ray was a great one.
Yeah, you know what? I promise we'll get to more answers. And I know this wasn't the official mascot for the Rangers.
I have the answer.
But I always thought that the coolest mascot in my heart was the guy who yelled, "Hot dogs" at the Rangers game. That was the Rangers mascot to me.
Which, by the way, Alec, when I was a child, that commercial would pop up of that guy. And my mom had the flu. And she, got up while sick and came and told my dad and I, who were throwing the baseball in the backyard, about that commercial. And because we would see that guy out the stadium, too. And we were like, that's not a thing. It's not a commercial. And she was like, yes, it is. And we were like, you're very sick. You need hydration. And we didn't believe her for 2 months until finally we saw it. And she was like, see, I told y'all. She actually, I think she went and got a VHS and tried to record it so that she could run it back and show us.
Wow. Okay.
Commitment to the bit is something I will always respect. I love that. And I do miss, I've got videos somewhere from high school going to the old ballpark, and there was the guy in the green shirt, the hot dog vendor that would go up and down. I think his primary area was the first baseline in the 100 level, and he would death metal scream hot dogs.
Oh.
And he was my favorite guy ever. I wouldn't even be hungry, and I would buy a hot dog off of him.
And that's a salesman right there.
Exactly. I wasn't even hungry, and I'm like, you know what? One glizzy just for the death metal scream. Why not? It was an amazing commitment to the character and just the customer service. Out of this world. It's 105 degrees outside. I'm sweating in places I didn't know I could sweat, but he is making sure, even when we're down 14 runs to the, at the time, Oakland A's, we're having a good time. Guys, somebody is calling the hotline, so can you talk for me?
Absolutely. Talk for you.
Oh, man, that's exciting. Who do you think it is? Matt Hicks? He spent a lot of time in minor league baseball.
He's like, guys, you
That's
don't know
my
about
prediction.
the sod poodles.
Yeah.
But I've always been a big fan of Miss Met. It was about 2 or 3 years ago, Kevin, you were out, and there was a big thing about Miss Met.
Yeah, I remember.
Reggie was in with me, and we had a discussion about it, and we learned that Miss Met was thicker than a bowl of oatmeal. Is what one person said in a message on Twitter. And that's when we were like, hold on, what's going on here? And then we found out.
Well, I got somebody on the D&M Leasing hotline that wants to join the conversation from the G-Bag Nation. His name is Eric Chiafalo.
Oh!
Anytime you get a chance to call into the number one show in the midday in DFW, you have to capitalize on that, boys. Everyone knows that. I also have 2 words for you, Scrody the Nads. Hey, you guys have a great show, man. I'll be listening.
Was that like his, didn't he do the D's and P's segment in the morning one time? And now he's trying to throw that into the mix.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I should not have looked that up.
What is it?
Oh, on the company computer, too.
Oh,
great.
no.
This is great.
That's a mascot?
It is the mascot for the Rhode Island School of Design. So the computer says. That, and I'm telling you, don't look it up because that costume is graphic. It's not as cartoonish as you might think. I mean, it is, but it's too graphic. And where they have the person inside the suit's head popping out is questionable.
Well, I can confidently say that any conversation with Eric Chiafalo, I walk away knowing something I didn't know before.
Yeah.
And something that I probably don't need to know, but now I know it anyways. So
Love
thanks
that
for
guy.
that, Cheech.
Okay, back in October of 2024,
Oh, no.
I didn't even think about this. They're talking about having a documentary about this mascot, and they're the Nads. So you would chant, "Go Nads, go Nads."
That's
There's
somebody
an actual
put time into that.
news story about that.
I believe you.
Somebody put time into that. Also, like the Rocket City Trash Pandas.
Yes.
I don't
That's a
know
really
why
good one.
trash. Like my kid's baseball team, he played against the Trash Pandas all the time, and I was like, "That's the best one we have in this league."
Yeah,
I loved it.
Man, if we're going to go towards the obscene side of things, I remember one time I was hosting the night show with Reggie, and we had Levi Weaver from The Athletic on. And I think we were previewing a Rangers-Astros series that was coming up. And he was like, hey, total sidebar because it's night radio. Whenever this segment ends, just go look up the Astros mascot riding on his whatever animal it is. Orbit riding on whatever the heck that animal is. And the first picture that came up had me crying in tears. And then there was a picture where they blurred out the animal, and it looks very provocative. Looks like Orbit has a side hustle.
Okay.
So that's all I'm going to say about that. I want you to go experience it yourself if you so desire. But thanks to Levi Weaver for that one. So that image is just ingrained in my head when I think of the Houston Astros. It's not even the hatred that comes to mind first anymore. It's just that picture.
Yeah.
And I hate it. I hate everything about it. But one of my favorite mascots, I have no affiliation to this minor league baseball affiliate. I don't care. I can't name a single player. I don't even know what their stadium is called. But the Montgomery Biscuits will always have a special place in my heart because biscuits rule.
Yeah.
Biscuits are awesome.
Yeah, biscuits are dope.
And Kevin's a huge fan of biscuits rolls, if you will.
Biscuits are delicious.
He made sure that they won.
Yeah, we don't have to.
Peace-thon one year.
Hey, and the biscuit can exist on its own. Like, I know, get it with some gravy, get it with some honey or whatever, but if you make that flaky biscuit just right, it can exist on its own just fine.
Oh, I've done that plenty of times when my dad will make breakfast in the morning on the weekend or something. I just drive by, grab a biscuit on the way to the gym. I'm like, there's my carbs. There's my energy for the day. So keep those coming in, 877-881-1053. Your favorite mascots for Mascot Day here on June 17th, 2025. The Chesapeake Oyster Catchers. There you go.
Yeah, look that mascot up.
Yeah. Hey, have they done that change yet? Has John Oliver done that yet?
So they picked the team, but I do not believe, and I just saw their latest episode, they have not announced the mascot and what all that's going to look like.
Okay, fine.
So a headline caught my attention from one CNN. Yes, politics, but not in this case. The headline says, quote, 201 ways to say F. What 1.7 billion words of online text shows about how the world swears.
Oh, my goodness.
So they did a study of more than 1.7 billion words of online language across 20 different English-speaking regions and found 597 forms of swear words used across online chatter on social media, blogs, this and that. It can be shorthand, like abbreviations and acronyms.
You can hear most of them on Fan After Dark.
Yeah, you could hear them in their true colors. But there's also the different variations of like putting a $sign instead of the letter S. They thought of every different workaround for swear words. And what they found is, quote, vulgar words, aka profanity, accounted for 0.036% of all words used online from the United States. Those numbers steeply drop off for the second and third place countries. Great Britain at 0.025% and Australia at 0.022%, which means that the USA is number one at using profanity online. And I think that as a country, as a collective whole, we should take the win where we can get it. We have the dirtiest mouths or thumbs.
But still, it seems like we don't use a lot of bad words online.
Because you thought it was going to be like 4% or something.
Yeah, or 12 or 20.
I kind of did too.
Yeah.
But that
being
number was
said,
lower than I thought it would be.
There are a lot of words.
That's
exactly.
true.
1.7 billion to be exact.
Yeah, and so with all those words, to make statements, and there are a lot of people that cuss daily, minutely, if you will, but will not put a cuss word on Twitter or social media.
Ooh, okay.
Like I very rarely will just put. I usually do end up putting like hashtag and exclamation point or whatever in place of it whenever I say the S word, or the F word, or the B word.
I get it.
Or the A word.
I think we get the idea.
Just say every letter.
Yeah. So,
Dare you.
but usually I will do that, but because I'm afraid to put the S word or the F word or the B word or the A word on there or the C word.
Stop saying that.
Because Odyssey, I don't want Odyssey to be like, look at this guy cussing online. I want them to be like, oh man, look at this one. This is this proud community citizen right here.
I think my favorite nugget from this real quick too is that number 4 in the world for English profanity use online was Singapore. Yet English is not one of their national languages.
Okay.
So it's actually Chinese is one of their leading languages, but even though not an official language of the country, English profanity is very strong in Singapore, number 4 in the world.
Who knew? I guess Alec knew. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Which team can join Kansas City, Buffalo, and Baltimore as an elite AFC squad? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, the Range.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it, rip it.
And I'm going to start with this question. Do we all accept that when you look at the AFC hierarchy, it feels like in whatever order you want? Kansas City, Buffalo, and Baltimore. Those are the three teams at the top of the AFC.
Yes.
Okay. So my next question for you then is, which team this year do you think would be most likely to join them as an elite? Like if you had to pick
AFC?
one in the AFC.
This is... The Steelers last year won 10 games with Russell Wilson and somebody.
Yeah.
They won 10 games last year. And I'm not saying
it's
Aaron
amazing.
Rodgers is a savior, but he's good enough to win games with that team. And because the team is good at football. So I think I would probably put them in the mix. Although the Chargers had a really good year last year.
So the two that I thought of, I think are both in the West.
Okay. The Broncos and the Chargers?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm hopeful that the Broncos take that next step. I like Sean Payton. Some people don't. I do. I think very highly of him. And I was kind of on the Bo Nix train a little early. So I was pretty excited about that. I'm a little concerned that they might have a dip down, but their defense did get better too. So, yeah, man, I can definitely see that. It's interesting that we had the Texans as the next. They were the third team at one point last year before the season, and they couldn't block for them. The Bengals have now dipped out of this conversation almost altogether.
And that is fascinating because I would listen to arguments about the Bengals and the Texans because, as Corey just eloquently put it, as he often does, it looked like, well, I mean, the Bengals wouldn't necessarily be a breakthrough because they've been there, but they would be a break back. Whereas
comeback player of the year.
Yeah. Whereas
you stunk before instead of being injured, you stunk.
They said you're not supposed to do that anymore. But yeah, so like I could see that if the Texans can't figure out how to block and CJ Stroud gets back into rookie mode because he had plenty of his own struggles outside of just the blocking last year. I could see that. Alec, is there a team or two that stands out to you?
I just named all the teams. So.
Yeah, that's rough. I'm
going with the Jets.
Yeah. I'm going to list off all 16 in the AFC.
I had a dream that the Patriots won the Super Bowl with Drake May this year.
This year?
Yeah.
Whoa.
What kind of odds? I need to look that up.
Yeah, that might be a sign from something bigger than you saying, get some money on that.
Yeah.
Because that's a random dream to have.
Buy some more rookie cards.
Exactly, yeah. Just feast on Drake May rookie cards. Please. I'd say Chargers because I think they have the most competent coaching staff on top of the most competent front office in that group of on-the-edge teams. Because with the Bengals, they have all the talent in the world, but some of that talent doesn't want to play for them, and their front office doesn't want them to play.
They're working on that, kind of.
Allegedly, they're trying to work on that. Shamar Stewart, I don't know what the heck is going on there. Trey Hendrickson, it's just like the weather each day. It changes with each day. I don't know what's going on, but the Chargers, it seems like each offseason, the past 2 offseasons now, they've only gotten better. They've gotten a better head coach. They've gotten a better GM. They've gotten better weapons around Justin Herbert, finally, because instead of some old veteran receivers that play 6 games a year, they've actually got some guys. They've got a really good running back now. I think they've got what it takes.
Do you think then, with all that in mind, talent improvement, they've got what it takes, do you think we could finish out this season by saying, oh, maybe Herbert's just not that dude? Look, I've talked about this. This is nothing against him personally, but I think he's got a bigger pass for somebody who's never accomplished anything in professional football than just about anyone I can think of.
You could absolutely see that happen. You know, because it's been long enough. He's been in the league long enough. It's kind of like the conversation about Dak Prescott, where after a few years, maybe 2022 is where you kind of start to get tired of the whole, okay, but the weapons. It's like, well, Amari Cooper. Yeah. Well, Michael Gallup in his prime, CeeDee Lamb in his prime. You know, with Justin Herbert, I'm already at that point where I'm like, what else does he need? Because they've given him everything. This will be the real barometer for what he can do in the league.
Justin Herbert, Kevin, is still kind of they put everything on him.
Yeah, and he could still be great. Like, he could.
And Patrick Mahomes... Do we just think Patrick Mahomes was the only thing to that? Or do we go, man, he always had Travis Kelce too.
Yeah.
And that was a great benefit to him. And Andy Reid. And Herbert has had a bunch of different play callers.
Yeah. Is this his most complete team then?
No real consistent weapon, I guess, other than Keenan Allen.
Yeah.
He had a great relationship with him. I think this might be, but I'm not sitting here trying to make excuses for him. I'm just trying to figure out what exactly he has been a failure with him. And that is, in big moments, he hasn't risen like Mahomes did or some of the other greater quarterbacks.
Now, there's a bit of confusion on the front when it comes to buying football tickets in Ireland. Nobody wants to see a football game more than people in Ireland because somebody sent Pro Football Talk a screenshot that said there were 639,000 prospective buyers ahead of them in the queue. All right. At that point,
there are that many people in Ireland?
I feel like
I don't know the population of Ireland, so this is just
if you had to guess.
I just felt after the potato thing.
Now, that was like 150, 200 years ago. If you had to guess, what do you think the population of Ireland
I keep looking at the redheads in there to ask about Ireland stuff? I have no clue.
Hey!
I don't know.
I just put 2 and 2 together. That's wrong.
Carter's just sitting
potato
back there
cart.
going,
Like, because you're expecting that. You're expecting them to come up and go, potato cart, sir. All right. The population of Ireland is $5.23 million.
Okay.
I'm sorry, people. This is y'all's fault. 5.23 million people.
All right.
I would assume if you're going to a singular event and there's 639,000 people in front of you in the line, you should probably leave.
But what if they get there and they're like, oh, that price is too much? And then you're like, oh, sweet, they didn't buy a ticket.
Okay.
Now you got 300,000 people that didn't buy a ticket.
Okay, well, guess what? That still leaves more than 300,000. You're not going to get in. You need like 90% at least of those people to drop out.
Valid.
And then
only 7% of Irish people have ever been in a stadium to watch a football game.
I've heard that quote a million times, Jerry. I would be willing to guess it's lower than that for people who live in Ireland. But to be fair, I don't know. I take you to the Irish Times.
Gotcha.
Who had a quote from the Ticketmaster website saying there are still tickets available and that your place in the queue is secure, but your wait might be more than an hour. Now, this feels like a basic disconnect. It's the stadium. I don't know the exact number, but it doesn't hold more than 100,000. I don't know, and I was going to make a smart-ass remark that was not going to be helpful. It doesn't hold more than 100,000 people. So if you're told you're going to have to wait more than an hour, but your tickets are available and secure, and you see your number 639,000, something there does not compute.
I'm looking it up.
Okay.
82,300 people.
So,
but if you put up those rickety-ass stands like Russia did during the World Cup, then you can get more people.
I think the lesson we learned from that was we should never do that again. All right, let's talk about Solomon Thomas. He made his Broadway debut in MJ the Musical. Not going to lie, really thought that was about Michael Jordan. Is
it Michael Jackson?
It's about Michael Jackson.
How would you do a Michael Jordan musical? I believe.
Yeah,
well,
I guess you can't. Well, okay. Hold on. No. Hold on.
Today.
How come you couldn't do that? But you can put on Michael Jackson the musical. He did way worse stuff than R. Kelly did.
Big Kevin.
It's all terrible.
But his music was so great.
That's
it.
Look, whenever we talk about Jimmy Johnson, like taking some scrub player and being like, you go on the asthma field. Michael Jackson's music was so great that he's on Broadway and there's a Cirque du Soleil about him, even though he did horrible things to children.
And his music is still played on radios.
Yes. It is quite amazing.
And you know what? I kind of turn it up every time I hear it because it's still good music.
Okay. What do you think about... I don't really know if I want to ask you any more questions. I'm concerned about your answers today.
Oh, because of the Ireland thing?
Yes. We're the KNC Masterpiece. I'm going to use my judgment right here and go to break instead. Coming up next, are the Rangers bats back? Next right here on The Fan.
Heck yeah, these guys are the North Texas Baseball Show of Record.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have.
For Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got Corey Majors and, of course, Alec Medford asking simple questions that might have complex answers. Are the Rangers bats back? 877-881-1053. Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line, or the Twitch or the YouTube. I understand for a lot of people it's probably going to be like, I'm going to give it a little bit more time. But I think there are a lot of positive signs with this offense. But your initial thought, do you think the Rangers bats are back, or either no or you need more time?
See, the sarcastic Corey is like, yes, they did come back on the road trip. They brought the bats back, and they're also in the dugout. No, they've had over 7 hits. And how many games straight now? Is it 4 or 5? Something
I'm
like
not
that.
sure.
Maybe 3. That's a significant deal. There were times, Kevin, where you were like, they only got 2 hits in this game. And
for sure.
So just even getting that much done, and Bochy keeps telling us, and I think will continue to tell us, the timing is the most important factor here. And that is it. Man, you get your timing down, you're hitting the barrel of your bat correctly. So that is starting to come around for them, and I'm liking seeing that. I think they're not back to World Series form.
Okay.
World Series form was unique, but I think they are back to right around at their best last year. And I think this is a good starting point for this team for the second half of the season.
Okay.
Now, if you hear Chris Young talk on G-Bag Nation, the big factor in this is he has ultimate belief in the talent of these players.
Yeah.
And that could wind up hurting him, or it could wind up saving him. I hope it saves him, obviously, because we love Chris Young.
Sure.
But he believes that their talent level, that the year they had in the World Series wasn't a blip, wasn't a career years for these guys. He believes, no, we brought them in because they're that talented, and they just aren't performing at their best right now. But when they do, heck, if they perform at their middle, then we're going to be a winning baseball team. And he thinks that they can win a lot of baseball games if they can perform at their best. So I think that the bats are around, and as you go through this stretch of bad baseball teams to play, the bats are going to look even livelier, and that's going to give them confidence going up against better teams later.
It's interesting that you talk about some of the bad teams, because ESPN put out their mid-season list of offensive rankings. And this is something that we talked about. If the Rangers aren't in the top 10, I feel like we thought something would have gone terribly wrong.
Chris Young thought the same thing, too.
Yes. So Dodgers, Yankees, Cubs, Diamondbacks are Mets, and Mets are the top 5. Rangers are not in the top 10 or 15 or 20. You have to go all the way down to 25th to find the Rangers, and that puts them only ahead of some of the worst teams in the league: Colorado, Pittsburgh, the White Sox, who you just swept, the Marlins, and the Royals. I know me and Mike had kind of joked like this could be a really super low-scoring series against the Royals, but I think that's probably fair for what they've shown most of the season. And most of the season, they've shown that they are not a good baseball team when it comes to hitting. But there are positive signs. So let's take a look at 3 players in particular: Marcus Semien, Evan Carter, and Josh Smith. Okay. Josh Smith just won AL Player of the Week. So obviously he's rocking and rolling and doing well. But you look at some of the teams that you've played throughout the month. Some of them are truly awful, and I won't dispute that. But Minnesota is solid. Tampa Bay is good. And you look at what they've done for the month. Marcus Semien, his OPS for the month is 1.085. He's hitting .354. All right. Then you go to Mr. Player of the Week, Josh Smith, 1.091 OPS. He's hitting .377 this month. And then there's Evan Carter. His OPS since coming back, 1.231. Like, if you have an OPS above 800, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, good for you. If it's near or above 900, you're like, wow, we're doing a hell of a job right here. And then if you get above 1, then you're probably the MVP, or at least a big part of that conversation. So Evan Carter, 1.231 and a .387 batting average. So I wanted to spotlight those 3 individuals in particular for really having a big part in this. But then I wanted to dive into the numbers a little bit more. So, Corey, you brought it up just a minute ago. We're looking at some of these games, and they have 2 hits, or they have no opportunity to score, or whatever. So let's take a look at their last 3 series. They hit 2 for 11 with runners in scoring position against Tampa Bay. So putting aside the fact that that's just not very good, that's also not a lot of opportunities, right?
Right.
So you had 3 games against Tampa, and in all 3 of those games total, you had 11 at-bats with runners in scoring position. Hey, guess what? They lost all 3 of those games. All right. Then you move into the Washington series. You're 3 for 23 with runners in scoring position. This is kind of a good news, bad news scenario. So that's a terrible hitting percentage with runners in scoring position. But positive, you more than double your opportunity with runners in scoring position, right? So then that takes you to the series against the White Sox. You were 5 for 37 with runners in scoring position. And here's one of the things I want to spotlight, and then we'll get back to the bad part of it. You only had 11 opportunities against Tampa.
Hold on, you said 5 for 37?
Correct.
In the series?
In the series.
I thought it was just in that game on Saturday.
That is true.
That's the way it felt.
And that is the way it felt because there's no reason that game should have gone to extra innings. It had like a 7-2 vibe all over it.
Yeah.
And then you found yourself going into extra innings. And I know that padded the opportunities with runners in scoring position because obviously every single at-bat you're going to get, or probably with the zombie runner starting on second base, is going to give you another opportunity. But even if you back out like 6 of those, that's 11 opportunities against Tampa, 23 opportunities against Washington, 31, even if you took out the extra innings, against the White Sox. So what you're seeing is an increase in opportunity. So I will start by saying I think that's a positive, all right? It is a positive that you're getting more opportunities with runners in scoring position. Although, Corey, I will quickly acknowledge that if you're not doing anything with those opportunities, what difference does it really make? You know what they're hitting in those 3 series with runners in scoring position?
150.
Oh, so close. 140. 140. So that's never, ever going to cut it. So if I want to be positive...
Speaking of it, 140 today, crosstalk with the G-Bag Nation.
Look at that. Look at that cross promote. Look at that cross promote.
I did it.
Tomorrow, 940 crosstalk with Sean and RJ from the Firehouse in Arlington.
Yeah, let's start hitting 940.
Yeah.
In these situations.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Well, okay. Agreed. Then you'll never, ever lose a game.
Yeah, that's the hope.
So, positive, you have 3 discernible standouts. Another positive, you've gotten more opportunities with runners in scoring position. Big, giant negative, you are not getting hits. And you just brought it up. You saw that on Saturday. They had 12 runners left on base going into extra innings. 12!
Kevin, who were the people coming up to the plate in those moments? And here's...
Oh, do you have a breakdown that's going to make me sad?
Here's where some unfortunate negative numbers
Look,
happen.
and that's fair, because I don't want to just do segments like, oh, they got a couple of hits, they're back.
In the month of June, Corey Seager is hitting 103.
Golly.
Josh Young is hitting 156. That's not me going after Josh Young. Those are the 2 lowest batting averages on the team.
And by the way, both of those guys had opportunities to win the game that did not come through.
Josh, and how many times I think it was 2 or 3, I told you, Josh Young seems like the right guy to have up in this moment, and then he let me down. Both of them. 12 strikeouts for Corey Seager in this month and 13 for Josh Young.
Yikes.
Evan Carter has 4.
Wow.
But then all right, so if you have strikeouts like that, like White Langford has 15 strikeouts this month.
Okay.
He leads the team in strikeouts. He also has 12 hits.
Okay.
And he also has 7 RBI. He's scored 5 times. Corey Seager has 12 strikeouts, 4 hits. Josh Young has 13 strikeouts, 7. Like the bad
that's
and the good
bad.
are not balanced out there. Like Berger's at 13 strikeouts with 15 hits, 3 home runs in that time. Corey Seager didn't have a home run this month.
And Josh Young was rough on Saturday in some of those opportunities.
And those 2 guys, I'm not even bringing up Wyatt Langford in this conversation yet, because Wyatt Langford's doing most. I don't think Wyatt Langford's job right now is to drive in runs as much as it is to continue to move a runner over and be on base.
Okay,
I think
especially if they're going to have him at 2.
Yeah, hitting at 2, in my opinion, and I know Corey Seager's a different type of hitter, but if he's at 2. You're hoping he hits a double and that Josh Smith scores, or you're hoping that he gets on base and moves Josh Smith to third base, and then you have Seager coming up to drive one in. But Seager at this moment, Seager and Young, and they're still trying to figure out where Young belongs in the lineup. They don't know where Josh Young goes because of the inconsistency of his bat right now. And Seager, if you're like, how many times, Kevin, for the last 3 years has Bochy been trying to figure out who belongs in the 3-hole?
Yeah.
And he's like, I'll just put Corey Seager there, fine. And Corey Seager's like, I can't hit anymore. I don't know what's going on. And I have a feeling, because of the history of Corey Seager, that it's going to come back at some point. And again, this is Chris Young and me together believing that at some point he's going to come back to the mean, or he's going to come back to what he really is. Josh Young, though, is a big concern in this. So, yes, as you have a group when you were at your worst, nobody was hitting.
Yeah.
Now at least you have a portion of it, but now Bochy's struggling in the situation where he's like, okay, now I have runners on. The guys that I'm expecting to be in the position to do that aren't delivering, and they need to find theirs at some point.
So I think this is the perfect opponent to gauge realistically where you are. Because you look, we just talked about it. Kansas City's offense has been terrible this year as well. But the starting pitching that you're going to run up against, you're going to get a legitimate Cy Young contender, and bookended around them are two pitchers whose ERAs are like in the low 3s.
Yeah.
By the way, that legitimate Cy Young contender, he goes by Chris. I believe, obviously that's short for Christopher with a K. I believe that's spelled with an F. So just if you wanted a weird factoid
Chris
about that.
with an F?
No, Christopher with an F instead of a PH.
Where would you put the F in Chris, though, if you decided?
I would put it after.
the H?
I would put it after the S.
Oh,
Chris.
it makes Chris.
Yeah. So my point is, that tomfoolery aside, which I did really enjoy, this is a team that is going to trot out excellent starting pitchers against you. So while you can make the complaint that Kansas City is not a particularly great team, well, guess what? Neither are the Rangers. You're going to go up against a great starting pitching staff in these 3 games. So if you can get an effective run of runners in scoring position, and then you can have let's set the mark easy, above 220 or above even 200 batting average with runners in scoring position, I think that's going to take a step that you need to know that the bats really are coming back around.
I will add, Corey Seager does have 14 walks this month.
Yeah.
Like that is a significant number.
Yeah.
But he has 5 total bases. Do walks not count as total bases?
I thought they
then?
did, so that is confusing.
It's 14 walks, 5 total bases. The leader in total bases is Josh Smith with 35. So you're Josh Smith, who's making what? League
$800,000 or whatever, which as a human is great.
Has 30 more hits than the $250 million hitter that you have on your team.
Yeah.
Which again, Corey Seager's beating himself. He hates this right now.
Yeah.
As competitive as he is.
Look, this game tonight I think will be really fascinating to see how much progress you've made, as will the series as a whole. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the lunch rush. NFL overreaction or reality plus. This is in honor of our trip to the ballpark on Saturday. What is the most annoying behavior or action you consistently see at a sporting event? We'll do them both next right here on The Fan.
Thanks for Toloing through your midday with the KNC Masterpiece.
Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, but
You can do both. Get a new AC system for as low as $89 a month and enjoy a 5-day, 4-night stay in Cancun on us. Call 214-655-COOL or visit astardfw.com. Restrictions apply. Visit website for details.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Wilson gets the snap. Lofts, right corner of the end zone, and it is hauled in by Pickens. Touchdown, Pittsburgh Steelers.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. In case you are interested, yes, Cooper Flagg is here in Dallas. He's having his private visit, I think. I don't even really know if he needs to work out with the Mavericks.
Two things. Flag planted, right? Isn't that something
Correct.
that has happened? But didn't Jason Kidd say with us, let's wait until he has his official visit, and then I'll say his name?
Ooh, okay.
I remember him saying that with us, that he was like, can I just wait a little bit longer? So
Flag Day.
I like it, dude. I think it's smart of them. That's a really This goes back to Kevin, also us talking last week maybe about NIL deals, and you get the NIL deal in college, and then you sign a 5-year deal with the kid, and NIL deals are going to continue, correct? Like you're getting. You're going to get after July 1st, the colleges are going to be able to pay you, but you can still get your deals.
And now the fascinating thing about that is you're going to have to do a better job of proving market value for that. And that's where I think the lower tiered players, sorry, I didn't mean that in a disrespectful way, but they will have more trouble with this. Whereas I don't think you'll have any trouble if you're New Balance, proving the marketing value of Cooper Flagg.
But yeah, this is where you say, hey, we're going to keep this guy for 5 years. And we're going to follow him to his pro team.
Yeah.
And as opposed to just saying, you know what, we have him while he's in college and we'll sign a deal for 1 year, then next year. No, that was smart to get the future number one overall pick and have him stuck with you for a while.
Absolutely.
Not stuck in a bad way.
No.
Y'all are connected.
I get what you're saying. All right. We're going to do some NFL overreaction or reality. Gentlemen, are you ready?
Alec, I am currently ready.
I think I am now. Yeah.
I feel pretty confident how you're going to answer this first question, but I feel like we need to discuss it because the Vikings supposedly passed on Aaron Rodgers because they had a 3-year Super Bowl plan with J.J. McCarthy. So, overreaction or reality? The Minnesota Vikings, for the first time in franchise history, will win a Super Bowl in the next 3 years.
Overreaction. Although I do think it's funny, how the Vikings being connected to Aaron Rodgers, and it would have been all Brett Favre's
my God,
teams.
it would have been amazing.
It would have been just the weirdest thing in life. But yeah, no, I think that's overreaction. I think they have an amazing receiver. I'm very interested to see what J.J. McCarthy is. Because I thought he was a winner in college.
Yeah.
He had a winning coach. He was a winner there. He was a different dude. They talk about his meditation and everything, and he's just a unique guy. But, man, I'm not going to say – in 3 years, though, maybe that plan will come together. But I think that things can fall apart very fast.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Alec, safe to say you're – oh, he's thinking about it, Corey.
No, it's an overreaction, but two things can be true at once, right? Where they have the right idea. Will it be executed? I don't think so. That's why it's an overreaction. But Aaron Rodgers is not the Super Bowl plan. Like, the rookie quarterback on the rookie deal with, for my money, the best non-quarterback in all of football on his team and building around with a great coaching staff, that's a Super Bowl plan.
Yeah.
I just don't think it's going to work.
NFL overreaction or reality, Lane Johnson is just now hitting his peak as a football player. Now, he said
at 35,
he's still improving at 35, and I also scoffed at this, but then I took a look. He's been all-pro the last 4 years. Now, 3 times as a second-teamer, 1 time as a first-teamer, but that's obviously still super impressive. Is it possible that Lane Johnson is peaking at 35?
He's still so good.
He is.
He is, I mean, just absolutely strong. Peaking, and he's actually healthier right now, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe so. 35, he's got the experience to go along with it. Trent Williams wants to play till he's 40.
And he's still really good, too.
So, yeah, man, I'll stick with it. I think that, no, Lane Johnson stinks.
Hey.
And I'll stand by
You know why
that.
he's doing that, Alec? 1 o'clock. Unless he backs down, he is going to talk positively about the Eagles again. That is a reality.
The Eagles, by the way, were the number 3 team in pancake blocks last year.
What are you doing?
Behind the Chiefs and Lions. Lions, obviously, like when you talk about what they were last year, they were a run-first team. They were a power-run team, and they could do it in multiple ways, but Eagles then, so Lane Johnson, obviously part of that.
I can comfortably say that this is a reality because I don't have some sort of hidden bias towards the Philadelphia Eagles other than the fact that I can't stand them. But, Corey, to your point, he's been more available as of recent, whether it's for injuries or PEDs. He's actually staying on the field. And he's staying healthy, he's staying available, and he is still one of the best in the NFL, and it feels weird to say that someone can peak at 35. I hope I peak at 35, because I feel like I already have. So, Lane Johnson, if you want to give me advice on how to get bigger, faster, stronger, and just better at life at 35, I'd love that.
At the age 43, a way to do that, Men's T Clinic. You can peak anytime in life at Men's T Clinic.
Yeah, very good point.
Man, I'm gonna start using that.
I think you should.
You can peak anytime.
All right.
Huh.
This is going down a route I don't care for.
I didn't meet
NFL overreaction
You at the gym, huh?
or reality. The Cowboys trading for George Pickens was one of the 5 riskiest moves of the offseason. In the NFL offseason, not just the Cowboys.
Interesting. Reality. I actually am trying to think of 4 other ones that are really risky.
All right, I'll tell you what.
Aaron Rodgers is risky.
I'll give you 5 through 2. Then we'll get to number 1. Number 5, Jaguars trade up for Travis Hunter. Number 4.
I don't think that's risky.
Okay, and that depends on how you feel about Travis Hunter.
But it was a lot to get. Yeah, okay. All right.
And then, if you actually can't depend on him to play both sides. Like, if he's just a wide receiver, clearly you overdrafted at 2.
All right.
George Pickens, Cowboys trade for him. That's number 4. Number 3, Patriots bet on Stephon Diggs to be the number 1 wide receiver. Well, it feels like early on that is a fair assessment. And then, Corey, to your point, the Steelers bet their 2025 season on Aaron Rodgers. We'll get to number 1 in a second, but overreaction and reality, Alec. The Cowboys trading for George Pickens was one of the 5 riskiest moves of the NFL offseason.
I want to go overreaction. I feel like it's win-win in every scenario, even if they don't win a Super Bowl, right? Like, I do think that...
I'm with you on that.
I do think that there's some benefits to, expiring contract and mid-round pick and, the character concerns on the field is what everybody's going to equate that to riskiness, right?
Yes.
That's going to be the main thing about. It's not actually are they going to win games with him. It's going to be how many tantrums is he going to throw?
Right.
How many cameras are going to be in his face after he does something stupid on the field and he German suplexes a DB after Dak throws a pick? That's all the risk in my mind. You got a good football player for cheap and you didn't give up too much to get him. I think it was a smart football move.
Very calculated risk.
Yeah.
Very, very calculated.
That's a good way to put
I
it.
like
with
that.
the Cowboys thinking that they have a lot of things working in their favor.
Yeah.
The contract, there's a lot of things, but very calculated on their part.
NFL overreaction or reality? The number one riskiest move of the offseason was the Seahawks betting everything on Sam Darnold.
That's pretty risky. He didn't get quite the contract I thought he was going to get, though.
Okay, yeah, because it was like, I don't know, $35 million, give or take.
Yeah, I thought a team would do something ridiculous, but they were like, no, this is still Sam Darnold. Let's not let that one season fake us out, guys. It's still Sam Darnold. So I think that helped. But yeah, no, I think it is a significant risk to say that's our guy because it is still Sam Darnold. But what are their other options beyond that?
I think it would have been keeping Geno Smith, right?
Yeah, I feel like
I'm with you on that.
Pete Carroll were destined to be with each other.
I'm with you on that. Alec?
Yeah, that's a reality because it goes to your Geno Smith point. How do you logically upgrade from him in today's NFL without having the number one overall pick in the draft?
Yeah.
Or pulling off some amazing blockbuster trade in the offseason for a franchise quarterback on an expiring deal where, just for fun's sake, it's the Bengals and Joe Burrow because the Bengals hate all of their players. They say, you're not worth this money. We're going to trade you. It would have to be some weird situation to upgrade from him.
Since you brought that up, NFL overreaction or reality, the Bengals are clearly wrong in the Shamar Stewart negotiations.
Yes.
They definitely are.
Would
right?
he say that they're trying to win fights instead of games?
Yes.
Yeah. That's a
so
great
essentially,
line.
they're trying to add
arguments. That's what it was.
They're trying to add in a clause, and we talked about this before, that would remove the absolute guarantees in Stewart's contract at a time when it's pretty much become rubber stamp that the first-round draft pick gets a fully guaranteed contract. And the Bengals haven't done this before, and now they're like, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. All right. So, you know what? I'm going to stick with the Bengals theme for just a second then. NFL overreaction or reality. For one reason or another, the Bengals defense will be absolutely awful again this season. Now, you could say that they're not going to re-sign Trey. They don't get it figured out with Shamar. Maybe it's injuries. Whatever. For one reason or another, the Bengals defense is going to be absolutely awful again this season.
So they hired Al Golden to be their defensive coordinator this year. That's going to be a difference. I think they're going to be better. I think that's overreaction. They were miserable last year. I don't think you can be worse than last year.
So even would a little bit better than miserable still be absolutely awful? I don't know. I don't have
my word rankings.
Yeah.
My word thermometer.
Okay. I just want to get people's temperature on this since you said thermometer.
By the way, Golden was the defensive coordinator for Notre Dame.
Okay.
So don't you feel like a little more confident there?
Yes, that is fair. Do you think that a little bit better than miserable would still be absolutely awful?
I think
figure
so.
that out. All right. Alec, regardless of the reason, overreaction or reality, the Bengals defense will still be absolutely awful.
Yeah, that's a reality. It's going to take a few years to repair that. You can't go from historically bad to even decent overnight. You can't do that in one offseason. It can't be one philosophical change with the guy calling the shots. It's got to be some supplementary work on the roster itself. And when you give two massive bags to two wide receivers, it really limits what you can do on the other side of the ball. It's simple math. It's going to take time.
Now, overreaction or reality, we talked earlier about the likelihood of the Cowboys carrying three quarterbacks into the season. I have seen people try to make this work. This would have to mean the Browns have one of the most talented teams in all of the NFL. Overreaction or reality, you buy the narrative that the Cleveland Browns could carry four quarterbacks on their roster into the regular season.
Reality, Kevin, because they are a chaos franchise.
Man, that's true.
It seems like you thought Kevin Stefanski was, when he arrived, that you were like, okay, finally got some leadership that they can run behind here. And he even can't control the whirlwind that is the Cleveland Browns. It's just, it consumes you.
That's such a great way to put that.
And you just get lost in it. It's Myles Garrett's lucky he's as giant as he is. Otherwise, he would too. But he's just like, he gave in. He's just like, I give up. if they're just going to give me the money, I guess I'll just give up and deal with it. At least I can go to a Rangers game.
Then he's throwing out first pitches in giant pants, dating Chloe Kim, and saying Micah also deserves all the money.
Did you see him at that game?
With his giant pants.
He was huge. He stood up.
He's a big
in the
dude.
stands, and every Rangers fan in the stands looked very tiny compared to him. I mean, he's a giant dude. He just stood out like a pillar of the community.
I like it.
What was the question?
I got derailed so quick.
About
the Browns are carrying four
quarterbacks.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And we ended up with how Myles Garrett is like a pillar at the Rangers game.
Of the community.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
NFL overreaction or reality. The Commanders will not have Terry McLaurin on the roster at the start of the season.
Overreaction. Did you hear Austin Eckler talk about this? And this is the thing, man. I'm at a point now where I said this about Myles Garrett. I hope this isn't in the conversation, but he was like, "Yeah, Micah, go get paid, dude."
Yeah.
These guys don't care.
Sure.
The money's so big right now that they don't care who has the most anymore.
Right.
As much as I care about that, because that means the next guy and my next contract. If the next guy's going to get more than me, that means something better from my next contract when it's time to negotiate. So they don't care anymore. And Austin Eckler, not the same.
And
but
he did get kind of jobbed on his money.
He's a teammate of him. He's like, go get every nickel you're worth.
Yeah.
Go get every penny that you deserve. And every one of his teammates are saying the same thing. I think Washington's eventually going to say, you know what? We have a great leader here. We need to pay the man. Let's go ahead and do it.
Okay. Alec, what say you? He has a base salary of $15.5 million going into the final year of his 3-year, $68.4 million contract. I would just assume, based on the market, he would want at least $30 million per year.
Yeah, he's severely underpaid, and I'm right there with Corey that they're going to get this worked out. It's just the typical case of hardball, trying to figure out what that exact market is, and I feel like that front office has already done too many good things, so I would like for this to fall through, just for our sake, but they've done so good in such a short amount of time at managing this roster, this team, and that fan base, and they've treated them so well in such a short amount of time. I feel like they can do no wrong. They're going to get it figured out.
Okay, now we're going to transition to the other question that I had in just a minute. What is the most annoying behavior or action you consistently see at a sporting event? But I wanted to ask y'all real quick tonight. Stanley Cup Final, Game 6. Florida up 3-2. They also have the home ice tonight. Do you believe that they will close it out? And I forgot to mention this yesterday. You talked about, Corey, how Marchand had looked like a stud. He has at least 5 goals multiple times in the Stanley Cup Final. Only one other player had ever done that, and that is not Wayne Gretzky. It's Mario Lemieux, who, again, we talked about, if not for health issues, I think Mario Lemieux would at least be second best.
Gretzky would have been
all
a bum
time.
compared
No,
to him.
I'm not going to say that.
That's what I thought you had said last time.
I think he might have had real competition.
Off air, that's usually what he says.
For who is the greatest of all time. But yeah, now the category, 5 goals or more in a Stanley Cup Final multiple times. It's Mario Lemieux and now Marchand. That's terribly impressive.
So didn't Marchand and, if I remember correctly, hearing this over the weekend, him and McDavid played on the same club team?
Oh, yikes.
Or something like this. They were on the same team at some point, and when they were younger, maybe in high school or something like that. And isn't it kind of strange? Because McDavid is clearly thought of as the best hockey player on the planet. And Marchand's sitting there going, what am I? Chopped liver?
Yeah.
You know, like that's got to be what he's thinking. And now he's sitting there going, I'm showing this dude up.
Yeah.
I am the best player on the ice, even if you're the best player on the planet.
And getting the cups to go along with it.
Yeah.
All right. Do you guys think Florida closes it out tonight?
This is it, man. This is it. Good luck to Edmonton tonight. But I think Florida knows how to shut the door. They know how to do it, and they're doing it tonight. They're like, on our ice, we want to celebrate. We want to hoist that cup in front of our fans. Let's get this one over with. I think it's done tonight.
I hate it because it's really good hockey and I want to keep watching it, but I do think it's over. And even for the selfish fact that I want it to be over tonight, just because I know that the Panthers are going to have the best social graphics that you have ever seen in your life, especially after winning a championship. their social media is just going to be fun to watch. But in all seriousness, I wish this thing would go 7. I don't believe it does. I do think that the better team is going to win tonight, and that is the Florida Panthers.
Think about this. If Edmonton was to win and it goes to Game 7 on Friday, right now, the cheapest ticket you can get for that game is $1,881. And I would imagine if it came to fruition that game was going to happen, that price would only go up.
He was the first ever.
I mean, maybe if you sell your tickets. Alec, can you go ahead and give me cut number 7? We're going to go back to Saturday, and this was the game winner from Adolis Garcia.
Here's the pitch. Swung on in a high drive, deep center field. Back goes Robert, and he can't get it. The Rangers have won it. Adolis Garcia singles to the 4-10 sign in left center. And the Rangers stream out of the dugout and mob El Bombi.
So on Saturday, we got the opportunity to do something super fun. We went out to the ballpark. We got to sit and share a suite with Steven and his family because they won the auction.
It was awesome.
From Peace-a-thon. And so we kind of talked about how fun that experience was. So I want to throw this out there because there were a lot of annoying behaviors that we saw across the stadium, including there was a Tolo in the suite right next to us who he wanted to complain about something in particular. It was the 10th inning, and it was time for the girl power picture. You know, like, oh, we're all ladies. We're having a fun night out. Now it's time for the picture. And he goes, that's something you do in the 2nd inning, not in the 10th inning. And so and they were in his suite. So you would think perhaps people that he knew, and he was super annoyed by that. So I wanted to start off. Super annoying arena or stadium behavior is taking the pictures at the inappropriate time. And to go along with that, this might be my number 1. People without kids just standing up and maybe or maybe not leaving when play is going on. This is especially prevalent in the NBA and the NHL. I know sometimes if you have kids, they'll just get up and start to move and they're unpredictable. But if you're an adult and there's a play in the midst of going on, sit your ass down. Wait till the stop and play and then go. Unless you got a phone call that somebody's dying and you got to get to the hospital, then we'll grant leeway for that.
The 817 idiots yelling "get in the hole," mashed potatoes, or any other stupid saying after any shot at a golf tournament.
They do it way too soon.
I love the get in the hole. Especially on the drive on a par 5. You're like, get in the hole. That's ridiculous. It's not going to happen, but it's still hilarious. Because what if it did? What if a Happy Gilmore moment happened and he got a hole-in-one on a par 5?
True.
I'm okay with that. But golf's interesting to me. This might take a little more time than you expected, Kevin.
Oh.
The other day I heard, somebody did something and it was very out of character for golf. I was like, isn't that why Liv's kind of winning right now? Liv's
except in the TV ratings.
They're collecting more people at their places because it's a fun vibe. And that is golf. Do we just have to continue to treat it as the richest, most we can't have any fun kind of sport forever? Or is there going to be a time where we're like, you know what? It's just like every other sporting event and it's all fun. Arizona's a place. You got a couple of different ones that are fun, but then there's the Masters. And I feel like golf wants to be the Masters all the time. All right, that's my rant.
Okay.
I don't like, this is not necessarily in the stands. This is on the concourse.
Oh.
I don't like when people walk slowly or take up significant space as a group and walk slowly around the concourse.
Dude, I'm going to read you word for word what I had written down. People on a leisurely stroll and spaced out, especially when the game's about to start. I get it. If the game has started for a while, do what you got to do. But the people who feel like they've never walked before and they're like, I'm just going to walk with my arms hanging out and at 1 or half a mile an hour, even though first pitch is in 2 minutes and you got a boogie. I am absolutely with you on that. Now, this one I think could be a little controversial. For the 901, most annoying action at a sporting event when someone in the lower level stands the entire game. You have a great seat. Sit the F down so people behind you can see. Now,
why don't you stand up?
Would you argue that, or would you argue why don't you stand up, or why don't you get a better seat?
Be a better fan. Stand up.
Oh,
listen. I love sitting down.
Sure, sitting down is the great equalizer. Everyone loves a good sit.
I've often said that. Sitting down, we sit all day on our, here at the show. Sometimes we try to stand up to loosen the back up and everything, but sitting down at a game is great. But if you're there, man, you bought the ticket. Why did you buy the ticket? To see your team win?
Sometimes it's to be seen,
or
right?
to socialize.
Yeah.
And I bought the ticket so that I could see my team win. That's me. I think if you're upset that somebody is in front of you standing up, go ahead and stand up too. And then maybe the rest of the arena will stand up with you and it'll be a more enjoyable experience. But I get it for the people that want to see. It is weird if somebody's holding a sign up the whole game. That's a problem. Like, that's extra distance that nobody expected right there.
Sure. Now, from the 817, because we saw this, I could just envision Chuck Morgan being mad about this in the moment. The 817, I can't stand it when the crowd starts trying to do the wave in the later innings of a close game. Pay attention and keep cheering on your team. In extra innings, people were trying to get the wave going. And I just envisioned Chuck Morgan being like, the wave is stupid, but especially right now, the game's on the line. What the hell are you doing?
He's got a detonation button like right there, and he's holding his hand over it going, I'm going to do it. I am going to do it. And Eric Nadell runs down there. He's like, no, don't. We're not dreaming.
From the 972, the annoying hockey fans that yell, hey, announcer, how much time is left? And he says, 1 minute remaining in the period. Does that mean like they really don't know, or they're timing it up? So like they'll ask the question and it feels like the announcer is responding to
1
them.
minute.
Yeah. And then from the 214.
And then you hear the clack, 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 clack.
Yes, exactly. Don't tell me when to stand up and when not to stand up. Look,
I'm not telling you how to fan.
I can't enforce any of these rules. I just think it is super annoying. Alec, do you have a particular sports annoyance or fan annoyance when you go to the games?
Y'all actually hit my 1 and 1A. The wave is stupid at any point in any game, at any arena, at any stadium. The wave is pointless. It's dumb. Find a better bit. Like, come on.
Okay.
It's just outdated. It's dumb. And especially, like you said, in the later innings of a game, I get so mad at the stadium when it happens. I probably get overly mad to the point where whenever it really starts to develop, my friends just kind of make that slow turn to look at me. Like, he's going to be red in the face, isn't he? And I know for a fact a lot of the players hate it, too. Whenever it's like a one-run game and you're in the 8th inning, you're trying to get a big third out and you're doing the wave.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, be a fan. That's not being a fan. That's being a dork.
I'm really excited to see what kind of feedback we get to one of these. Now, I'm going to read one more quick, and then we'll get to potentially controversial. The 817, I cannot stand when I go to a Rangers game and a fan has a Cowboys or Mavs jersey on, or when I go to a Stars game and a clown has a Chiefs jersey on. What do you guys think about the jersey that there's no chance that team is playing? Like, I get it if you're wearing a throwback from like that team or one of the teams competing, but what do you think about the person who's like, well, I'm going to a sporting event, I need to wear a jersey even if it's not the same sport?
I mean, first off, if I see a clown at the stadium, I'm pretty excited.
I don't think they mean a literal clown with the makeup and everything.
Oh, okay.
I believe.
Well, because if you dressed up as a clown, I'm definitely asking for a balloon animal.
I am definitely not sitting next to you.
Why not?
If I can help it,
Are you afraid of
because that
clowns?
person is there to murder you.
No, they're not.
If
not all
somebody
clowns
just
are killers.
Yeah, you're right. But if you just go out in a social situation for no reason dressed as a clown, I am going to try to stay away from you.
Look, dude, okay, two things about the clown person at the stadium. One, middle of the day in front of thousands of people. Two, maybe nobody else can see him, only it's you. That means they're probably murdering you. But whenever it's a clown, I'm not afraid if it's in a group of a lot of people. I'm afraid if I'm driving down the highway at night and I see them on the side of the road holding a balloon and trying to tempt me to come over there and get the balloon. That's when I'm afraid of the clowns. What was the question?
That's the second time in the last 2 seconds.
I've had rants today, dude.
All right.
I've been very focused on my rants.
Let's get to the 817. This person says, hot take. People standing up and taking their hats off for God Bless America in the 7th inning. We have one national anthem, not two.
I literally asked Kevin.
Wow!
I literally asked Kevin this on Saturday. Whenever God Bless America came on, I was like, do I have to take my hat off for this? And Kevin goes, I think so. And so I just did. And I was like, I don't think you have to take it off for that.
I mean, that person says no.
Yeah.
But do you ever get in a situation where you're like, all right, I have two options. I might not have to do option one, but if I do option one, there'll be no problems, no concerns, everything is fine. If I don't, there could be a problem. This feels like one of those things.
I have options.
Yeah, like if you take your hat off, I don't think anyone's going to be like, hey, you stupid idiot, put your hat back on. But if you don't, I could see how people would get really heated.
What if I turn around and talk to somebody the whole time?
I would not recommend that, but I am not going to tell you how
would that be
anthem.
disrespectful?
I could see how
it's not the anthem, it's just a song.
As we determined several years ago, what people think is or is not disrespectful in the playing of these songs can vary wildly.
Do you remember God Bless America being played when you were young at the stadiums? Because I don't. I remember the anthem and then 7th inning stretch, and that was it.
I really don't. The only time I really remember is I thought they would always sing God Bless America at the beginning of WrestleMania. And then other than that, everywhere else was national anthem. And I was like, oh.
From the 214, let's get Corey a shirt that says, what was the question?
I would support that. From the 817, most annoying behavior at a sporting event is when adults step in front of young children and act like their viewing pleasure is more important. It's always if you try to snag the souvenir away from the kid, I'm like, come on, dude. Like, that's going to make that kid's day.
The coolest thing. And I think every adult that ever catches a foul ball should enjoy the moment of having the foul ball for a minute. And then if there is a kid around, you know what, give that kid his special day. Because that kid's going to have that ball forever and remember you for it.
Yes.
They may not know your name, but they're going to go, that dude, I remember his face. I remember him saying, hey, kid. They're going to remember it forever.
From the 469, dude, I work at pest control and I absolutely hate people who can't walk. It's like, is today your first day of being a human? That's a great point. And I feel this way about driving too. I don't want to segue too far into that. It's the people who walk or drive as if there is no such thing as time in the world. They'll never have anything that they need to do. They don't need to conform or even get close to the speed limit. They're just driving la la la
in the left lane.
Walking.
Yeah. In the left lane. And you're like, why are you even in this lane right now?
Yes. Hey, also, if you're a parent with a kid at a sporting event, I mean, at least try to figure out what the beef is with your kid. I think the same thing in an airplane. Like, if you're a little kid or a baby in an airplane, he's probably going to cry. You're going to have to deal with that. But it's the parent who acts like nothing is happening that you're kind of like, okay, just like at least pretend that you're doing something so I can be like, hey, they're doing their best.
From the 469, that's why I bring my own kid to all the games. So if I catch a foul ball, I don't have to give it to some goofy kid. Do you hand the ball to your kid though?
So rude.
Do you hand the ball to your kid? Or are you like, no, this is mine. Catch your own.
Man,
Zach Campbell texting in.
That is harsh. Or you gave it to that other kid, like who's not even your kid. That would be so messed up.
That'd be amazing.
We're the KNC
like he's
masterpiece.
been nicer this whole game than you.
Yeah. That kid's been just perfect. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
You know what? I'm stealing something from Philadelphia. Next on the Fan.
Our Firehouse tour this year.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
FM Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Before we get into anything, Kevin, I'm in the middle of texting somebody back.
Oh, okay.
The person might just have chemotherapy-induced painful neuropathy in their feet, a-holes. Be thankful your dumbasses can walk pain-free and don't have to fight cancer. Arrogant, ignorant a-holes. Time for a new channel. Go F yourselves. Here's hoping that you get cancer and have to suffer in pain.
Wow.
I mean, we raised over $400,000 for people with disabilities. I think it was pretty obvious that we were talking in general ideas of things there.
We even gave the example of like if there's a medical emergency.
I just
get over yourself. That wasn't about you.
I don't like when people say, "Here's to hoping you die. Here's hoping you suffer the worst." That's just miserable.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, somebody hurt you, and that's where you are right now, and you got to take it out on somebody else. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. That is a shocking turn of events, especially since they had just texted, do they stand up at home? Why do they put up on the board to get loud with 2 strikes? Like a question, because you're supposed to get hyped up about the potential for a strikeout, and then going scorched earth and saying, I hope you get cancer. Good job.
For the rest of the Tolos out there that have been with us for a long time and stick with us, because they get the show and they enjoy the show and they love the show. Thank you for making this the most listened to midday show in DFW. In the month of May, we were the best. What did you say? Oh, yeah. We were the best, and it's because of y'all, and we really appreciate that, because a lot of people, and us included, we had thoughts. A lot of people were concerned that when Mike went to go work for the Rangers, which, by the way, Mike's crushing it.
Oh, yeah.
And we talk to Mike all the time. We love him. He loves us. We do miss him just as much as you guys, too. We knew the show would be different without him. Like, we absolutely knew, hey, it's going to be uniquely different because Mike fills up a room. Anywhere he goes, Mike can fill up a room.
For sure.
And all the words. He has all the words to say. Mm-hmm. And so this show in particular had a lot of sitting back and letting Mike ride. You know, we definitely could do that a lot of times. But we always said, hey, you know, we had this show. We started as Kevin and I a long time ago at the newspaper, brought it here.
The what?
At the news, those existed then. We brought it here, and we will continue to do the show the way we do it. It is that way. We knew we'd be okay, and the boss knew we'd be okay, too. He was like, I got complete faith in y'all. And thankfully, the Tolos said, hey, we still like you, too. And we really appreciate that. So we'll keep doing this. We'll keep showing up and doing a badass show if y'all keep showing up and having fun with us. So keep telling your friends online, on social medias, like MySpace.
I'm seriously asking, does that still exist?
Is it a music page now? I think it's just for music or something.
Okay.
But yeah, well, just keep telling your friends, hey man, I've been listening to this show. They're hilarious, or they make great sports points, whatever it is. And then while you're doing that, say, you should also listen to these other shows in the station.
You know, to be fair, I'm okay if you say and think bad things about us as well, as long as you keep listening. That's fine.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you can. Yeah, that's fine too.
Either way.
I appreciate that. But yes, again, Kevin, would you like to say thank you to anybody out there?
Yeah, thank you, Alec, for showing that Reggie was an irrelevant part of this show. And I'm just kidding. I am just kidding. You can tell that Reggie's not irrelevant because he's crushing it himself in Houston. No, I seriously appreciate all the different iterations of this show that people have listened to. And even at the Rangers game, we saw people who were like, I listen to you on the nights. I listen to you on the weekends. So there's been a lot of people who listen for a long time, and that is super cool.
I think I've met the 5 people that listened to our first show. Because I'm pretty sure it was just 5. But I think I've met all of them, and that's been pretty cool. From the 972, you all got the jab, so you're going to get cancer, but I hope y'all beat it. my favorite fan show and second favorite show still on the FM dial.
Ooh, they're right. I went the laziest route possible and got the one-shot one. I wasn't like holding up any particular grievances. I just was like, twice? That's a lot of work. Give me the one.
But like I said, I think this station's full of awesome talent from top to bottom, man. And I really appreciate the Tolos. It's been, for me, a great journey to meet the people that we've met, because there's some interesting, y'all are interesting people.
For sure.
Maybe a little weird, but interesting nonetheless.
I'm weird.
I like weird. That's what I'm saying. You can go ahead and use that for Friday. I feel like that's a good one for Friday. All right.
Thank you.
Can I just protest something that Alex is going to use on Friday at Masterpiece of the Week?
No, this is the C
Corey
block,
segment,
Kevin.
yeah.
All right.
Guys, I know this is unfortunate.
And from the 469, y'all really think Mike misses the show? Yes.
Yeah.
We're not kidding as much as you think when we say that Mike Tolos more now than he did before.
And we appreciate that from him too. This is a story about an Eagles player.
I told you.
I'm not. I think it's pretty cool.
I told you.
He's not necessarily an Eagle yet, though. He's a rookie, so he hasn't even played a snap for them. Mm-hmm. 4th round rookie Ty Robinson out of Nebraska.
Who drafted him? Sorry.
The Philadelphia Eagles.
Gotcha.
Has a pet camel.
Awesome. Well, okay, I'll admit that's pretty cool.
The story is that my neighbor back home, he needed somewhere to put the camel. I came home one day after school and I looked down, obviously, at the feet of the camel.
Sure.
On my backyard, and about 100 yards away, and I went out there and walked in like, really? There's a camel in my backyard? And yes, there was a camel in his backyard. And so he has taken this on as a pet.
Huh.
And that always brings the question, if you had an exotic animal, obviously Exotic Joe or whatever.
Yeah. He went to jail, though.
Yeah. Obviously tigers
Joe
were a
Exotic.
big deal.
Yeah.
Tiger King. I've always wanted a lion. I've always thought lions would be awesome, and they just seem kind of lazy, but also very capable.
Okay, so I will admit most of my life, I have either lived in apartments or pretty boring, but I like them, suburban neighborhoods where I don't really feel like I've ever seen somebody with a pet that would immediately strike me out of the ordinary. I have to admit, if I had a neighbor who had a camel, that would be a talking point. It would surprise me, and I would take interest in the situation.
Yeah, that would be pretty dope. From the 210 Exotic Pet Mongoose, Ricky Tikki Tavi. You remember that book? Ricky Tikki Tavi. There was also a Ricky Tikki Timbo no Sarembo, something like that. There was another one.
I'm so sorry. I don't think I do.
You know, there was a cherry in there too. I don't know. I'll have to go back and look at the Ricky Tikki Timbo book. But yeah, that's pretty cool that he has a camel. I'm also going to steal something else from Philadelphia.
I told you.
WIP radio in Philadelphia did a top 11. They were doing a top 11 athletes in Philadelphia.
Do they mostly yell at their listeners when they did it?
Hey, what are you doing? Yeah. That's just my example of most Philadelphians.
Or Sean.
What are you doing right now, dude?
I'm just kidding. Hey, they took 2 shots at G-Bag today.
That is true.
We got to part-way defend them.
We have to defend our teammates against our teammates.
And part-way ride the fence on the other thing.
So what we decided was we're going to do a top 9 list of the athletes here in DFW.
Why 9?
For fun. We just wanted something different than 10. That being said, we couldn't think of 9, so we reduced it to top 8. So we have a top 8 list.
Hold on.
Of the athletes in DFW.
I mean, we could think of them. We just didn't think they were good enough to make the list, right?
Maybe they're 9 and 10. We cut it off at 8 because who does 11? Nobody. Nobody does 11. So here's the group of people that we thought deserved to be on the list. If you would like to add somebody to the list, you can. We will spend the rest of the time for this segment figuring out the order of this list.
Okay.
We may not be able to do it in this segment. We may have to do it tomorrow too.
Oh God.
This is in no particular order. This is the group of people that we think belong on the top 8 list. Anybody else not on it was obviously number 9. Corey Seager. Even though he's bad right now,
Yeah.
he belongs on the top 8 list, correct?
Okay. Yes. Agreed.
Jake DeGrom.
Very good. Agreed.
All right. Anthony Davis.
Agreed.
Alec, you give me the head nod, all right?
Saying that has to mean you have to like the Luka trade, but agreed.
Kyrie Irving.
Normally this would be an easy agree, but he's out till at least January, maybe March. Does that still... Just ask.
He's been here a long time. I'm going to give him. I'm going to give him. I'm going to give him the.
Right.
I think he belongs on the on this list.
Approved.
Micah Parsons.
Approved.
CeeDee Lamb.
Yep.
Mikko Rantanen.
Yep.
And Tyler Smith. Those are the 8 people that we felt belonged in the top 8 at 1 on 105.3 The Fan. Nobody else could be on this list beyond that. If you have anybody else you would like to suggest for this list.
What about Dak?
He was number 9, obviously.
What about Jason Robertson?
Kyle Yeomans.
Oh, yeah. What about Kyle Yeomans?
Number 1 in our hearts.
Yeah.
Robertson, he was number 9.
Who is more deserving of being number 9 on the list? Because I know there was Mike Modano. Jason Robertson or Dak Prescott?
I'll let the Tolos decide.
Oh, man.
All right, so now...
What a cop-out answer.
Now, the question is, somebody said Josh Smith, and Kevin, we did have that conversation.
Tomorrow we're going to do the segment. Is it time for Josh Smith to be an all-star?
Out of that group of people, who deserves to be the number 1 athlete in DF? We're going to start at number 1. Who is the number 1 athlete in DFW?
Scotty Scheffler.
All right. Scotty Scheffler goes to the top of the list.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's fair.
Thank you very much from the man. There's a lot of answers here.
So
Thank
now
you very much to the person who texted.
This is now turned into a top 9 list. Sorry, Dak and Jason Robertson. Y'all were obviously number 10.
Okay.
So that's what happened there. So Scotty Scheffler, number 1. Number 2, Mikko, Tyler, Lamb, Micah, Kyrie, AD, DeGrom, or Seager. I think DeGrom might be 2.
I'll put DeGrom at 2, and I think CD is at 3.
Dude, I almost thought of putting CD at 2.
CD's,
but DeGrom has been, he was universally the best pitcher on the planet, and then now he is starting to arrive back at that place.
From the 210, this is a fair question. Are we screwing over Brandon Aubrey for not being on this list?
He was number 10.
Behind the 2 number 9s and the person that we didn't even have.
But he said no Miro. Yeah, number 10, obviously. I think that's the deal.
What?
All right. So CeeDee Lamb, number 3. All right.
Hey, so whoever asked for Paige Beckers, I argued about her and Enrique. I was overruled.
So here's my problem. We couldn't decide between her and Enrique. And so we decided that we were going to put that off to the side for another discussion. Is that a deal?
Okay, fair. By the way, somebody said, very national media of y'all to shorten the list to keep Dak off for reaction. Seriously, though, tell me who you would put Dak ahead of on this list.
Would you have him ahead of Miro?
No.
Would you have him ahead of Robo? Would you have him ahead of...
but Robo didn't make the cut either, and I would at least have that conversation.
Would you have him ahead of Evaldi?
Yeah.
Evaldi, the only reason Evaldi's not on this list right now is because he's hurt at the moment. Kyrie is not in season right now. So that's why I allowed that.
All right.
Would you say Kyrie 4 or Micah 4?
I would say Micah 4.
All right, Micah. And then...
Because then 4 Micah.
Mikko, Kyrie, AD, Seager, Tyler Smith. I feel like...
I can't put Seager there at this exact moment. Alec, what say you? I feel like people are already angry at me for some of my picks. I would like to move some of that anger.
I think you just lean into it. I say you follow your heart because I think I agree with you.
I'm going to go with Mikko. I'm adding Mikko at number 5.
And then I think Anthony Davis should be 6.
I will go. I agree.
I'm right there with you.
I agree.
All right.
That leaves us with Kyrie, Tyler Smith, and Seager.
What about Bryson DeChambeau?
No.
Oh,
jeez.
Wow.
We already have Scotty Scheffler on here.
You can have more than one golfer.
Nope.
Okay. I mean, it's his list, Alec. He makes the rules.
That's true.
So now it is down to Tyler Smith, Corey Seager, and Kyrie Irving. I feel like I got to go with Kyrie. No, you know what? I'm going to go with Tyler Smith.
Oh, I was going to say Corey Seager.
I'm going to go with Smith, and then Corey Seager, and then Kyrie at number 9. Is that okay?
Okay.
Does that seem reasonable?
Just if Kyrie was going to be ready to go when the season started, he would be significantly higher.
Probably bumping up to 4.
Yeah.
Ahead of AD. The number one option on the Mavericks team is Kyrie in the fourth quarter, Anthony Davis most of the time. Like, Kyrie's going to be looking for Anthony Davis most of the time. Is that right?
Yeah.
And then, like, they're trying to figure out to get the open guy, but the ability for Anthony Davis to pass out of the block and also do other things, I think they're going to try and figure out how to use him as much as possible.
From the 903, does Jamie Benn make the top 18? To me, no chance. And also, what are the components of this? Because Wyatt Langford's a better athlete than Seager. I will default that to Corey. And I feel like you're going to say it's just a gut feeling.
Seager won me a World Series almost single-handedly.
What about Jordan Spieth? Oh, we discussed this. Cooper Flagg. For people asking about Cooper Flagg.
He's not a Maverick
We
yet.
did discuss that.
Yeah.
He is not part of the team yet, or else that probably would have changed it.
Somebody said Ashton Gentry. It's Ashton Genty, but I appreciate what you... That was probably voice to text. But Ashton Genty is a Raider. I'm not going to count high school athletes here.
See, and this is a tricky thing. Is it based off careers? Because right now, DeGrom hasn't done enough. See, I think it is kind of in the moment. Because otherwise, you would obviously put Seager ahead of DeGrom, because Seager was one of the key components to winning the World Series and had the most amazing reaction
and World
outside
Series
of
MVP.
Adolis, to a home run I've seen with the Rangers. And so I think it's very much in the moment, just because Kyrie is hurt right now and Micah hasn't got his extension done yet, and then Jacob deGrom's pitching really well right now.
I'm renaming the list, by the way. Somebody is correct. This sounds more like an MVP list rather than the best athlete. And you're right. It is now the legitimate, definitive KNC masterpiece MVP DFW list.
Would you put Flagg on the list if he had a pet camel?
He'd be number 1.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next is Chris Young under a lot of pressure at the MLB trade deadline. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
doesn't sound right.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Carter, the batter, he's grounded out twice to first base. Left-handed hitter, he swings and hits one deep to right. This is way back, and that ball is history. Evan Carter has homered again. What a tear he is on, and the Rangers now lead it 7-1. That's their fourth home run of the game.
I want to get y'all's gauge on if you think Chris Young is under any pressure at the trade deadline, but I also want to turn your attention to tomorrow. Tomorrow morning,
Bobby.
And we're going to tease the show as well. Tomorrow morning, Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour. I know you're like, hold on, it's not Friday. It's happening tomorrow. They're going to be at Arlington Firehouse, number 1, 401 West Main Street. All right. They're going to be giving away the one-of-a-kind fan Firehouse bucket hats while supplies last. And there's going to be free Whataburger available once again while supplies last. Although I know Whataburger usually brings a lot. I want to turn your attention to 8:20 tomorrow. They're going to do reliving some of Sean and RJ's most embarrassing high school sports moments because Bobby, with focus and time, is a dangerous enemy.
You're in trouble. Don't make him an enemy.
I'm going to read you one quote from Sean's mixed doubles team with him and his partner did win the Maryland State Championship. Thank you very much. This is an actual quote from their coach. Sean doesn't hit as hard as Brooke, but he didn't have to. So he did not hit as hard as his female tennis partner. And I believe those are the kind of things.
Dude, wasn't she like a stud, though?
Yeah.
Like she was like the number
But I'm
one
saying,
in the state.
Those are the kind of things that I think Bobby is going to focus on. But fear not. There are plenty of different isolated, highlighted texts from Bobby Belt to call out some of the sports achievements or perhaps lack thereof from Sean and RJ. Tomorrow at 8:20, go watch the segment in person at Firehouse 1 in Arlington. Now, for Chris Young. So there's an article out on ESPN, front office executives with the most pressure at the trade deadline. And that group does include the president of baseball operations for the Texas Rangers, Chris Young. I believe there are 7 on the list. So I wanted to ask you guys, and I know we still have about like 5 weeks, give or take, maybe 6, until the trade deadline at the end of July. Do you feel like Chris Young is under a great deal of pressure at the trade deadline? Because last year I did not.
Pressure. Not pitching wise,
for sure.
Pitching wise, he is squared away. Because you're still Bradford's on his way back. I don't know when John Gray is supposed to be back at what point, but you have a plethora there. Now, do you start going, well, can I trade some of the pitching I have for a bat? And I think the most significant question is, how do you add the bat that's going to be a difference maker in this lineup? Kevin, do you think it's great or unfortunate that he believes Jock Peterson can come back and be great?
I think it's unfortunate.
And
hopefully he does.
He is in that mindset that Jock Peterson is a very talented hitter and all that. So, Kevin, I don't think he's putting a lot of pressure on himself. I think he's looking at this team and going, no, that I believe in this team. I believe this team can do it. And we've heard it multiple times on G-Bag Nation every Monday. When Chris Young hops on with them, we hear him saying, I believe these guys can and will. So I don't think that he has a lot of pressure on him, maybe from us, maybe from the fans and he'll even say, I think the fans are right. They're smart. They know what they're talking about when they see what they're seeing. Not a lot of offensive production. So I agree with you that they can, but his focus is not on how do I bring something into this team. His focus is on how do I get what's here to be better? That's where he is right now. That's where the pressure comes along, and that's why a hitting instructor or a hitting coach was fired this year, because that wasn't good enough.
Yeah, and I think that's why I lean towards there is pressure. Like, I understand what you're saying. I think there is more pressure, and maybe significantly more pressure, because they followed this same kind of blueprint last year of like, we'll get it figured out. There's still time. This is a really good team. And then it just never came to fruition. And I just don't see Chris Young like dealing particularly well with 2 straight seasons of that, or maybe not having the patience for 2 straight seasons of that.
I mean, firing a hitting coach shows how little patient, because he didn't want to do that.
And so I wonder about the pressure, because then again, and I don't know if anybody in the Rangers organization thinks like this. I know Rangers fans think like this. I believe you had 6 straight losing seasons going up into the World Series, which is the longest run of consecutive losing seasons in the history of the Texas Rangers. Then you win the World Series, then you miss the playoffs, and then if you miss the playoffs again, I don't know if they would think that that tarnishes the World Series whatsoever. I've been very clear. I do not.
You got to be back in the playoffs at least for sure.
See, I think they could have gone, I think they could win 60 games, and it doesn't tarnish the World Series whatsoever. But I know there are a lot of fans who feel differently about that. And so I do think there's internalized and owner-based pressure, because at a time when we're bumping right up against the ceiling of where the owners want to be salary-wise, and you're like, hey, but we are going to eventually need more money, you got to have some semblance of a result, attendance, or record otherwise to get that.
From the 903, I think CY has pressure within himself because he cares. He might be that one. He's one of those GMs that like super competitive, super passionate. You can hear it. You can just hear it when he talks. I love opening day because we get to talk to him on opening day.
For sure.
That's one of my favorite.
Yeah.
There's a lot of times I'm very jealous of G-Bag for being able to get to talk to him all the time. And as the baseball show of record, we got Bochy, so that's always a cool thing to do too. But like just hearing the way how passionate he is. CY doesn't have much external pressure as long as ownership wants to stay under the threshold. That's a reality. If ownership is like, look, we're not going any further economically, we're not giving you any more advantages than anybody else because we have to stay under this threshold, then you are kind of hamstrung with what you can do.
So,
and that's probably comes in line with that same statement of how can I go get a bat?
Yeah,
when I already have, I need Jock Peterson to be good.
And I do get that thinking. I think the schedule is going to lend itself to adding pressure to the situation, because like if you just weren't good and like most of your players had come back, and I know you mentioned Jock, but like most of your players had come back and you still just weren't good, then either you might be like, hey, maybe we can still make a couple moves, or maybe it's a complete overhaul or whatever. But that's not the situation you find yourself in. Your offense has been abysmal this year. Like for the Rangers, almost historically abysmal, while your pitching has been the exact opposite. Some of the best pitching we've ever seen in the history of the Texas Rangers. But now you've won 4 in a row. You've won 7 of your last 8. You're back up to 500, and you still have a string of, I think, 5 more series against teams who are either not good at all or mediocre. And I think the schedule is going to lend itself to you creeping above 500 and maybe closing the gap in the division, or at least taking over one of the wild card spots. And then I wonder what that pressure level is going into the trade deadline, knowing some of your competitors are going to make a move. What, if any, move do you need to make to keep your spot?
Do you wait for them to make a move?
I don't think so.
Like, didn't it feel like the Cowboys kind of observed Washington and Philly and were like, okay, what do we need to do to keep up? We need to go get George Pickens.
Yeah. And I don't think the Rangers will, just because like the finite market that the baseball trade deadline really is. Like I know it can happen whenever, but it really feels like it's like 4 days long, and so if you wait, then other teams are going to be like, you're in trouble now.
Part of me, when I think about Christian, I'm like, man, he went and got Aroldis Chapman.
Yeah.
Early. He went and made the move to get Bochy. Like he made all these moves ahead of when anybody thought he would. And then since then it's been, no, hold on. I built this thing. Let's let it work itself out. And that is a different model. But at the same time, when he started, he had a vision.
Yeah.
And maybe he had this plan. And now that I've talked about this before, you start with the plan, but then 4 years later, 3 years later, how has it evolved? Who's gotten hurt? What guy needs a contract? All those things start playing into the plan that you originally built. So you built a 1-year champion. building a 5-year champion is even more difficult.
And, I mean, we've seen enough time pass with the plan to show it is not going according to what you thought.
Right.
Like, we've got a year and a half in. You've seen long enough to know, not to say you have to scrap the plan, but you at least need to tweak it. Like, you've seen that going back last year. You've seen that thus far this year. You need to tweak the plan.
Yeah, and I do wonder his patience level with it, what direction he thinks it needs to go. Because I don't know that he does, Kevin. That's where that's my unfortunate thing is I think that at the moment he doesn't think the plan needs to be tweaked too much. It just needs to play up to what it's capable of.
And that's going to be hard to argue against if you're sitting in a season where you have a bunch of mediocre opponents and a lot of your players have come back. Like, that lends itself to hopefully a long winning streak. And look, if they go out and in their next 15 games go 12-3, who am I to say that you need to scrap what's happening? Because at that point, you'll be like, 19-4 in your run? And I could see how you could comfortably sit there and be like, my plan's fine.
Yeah. Trade everything for Paul Skeens, right?
No, the Pirates are not trading Paul Skeens.
Why not? They suck. I mean, he's not even going to pitch when he gets here, dude.
I'm not disputing that.
Can you believe that? We're not even going to get to see Paul Skeens.
Do you really want
roll.
Paul Skeens, or do you want to just see Livy around more?
I don't want Paul Skeens to pitch against us.
Okay.
Because I want to be able to win. I don't know if we'll be able to hit off that dude.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3. Wow.
I've been told.
On 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute one. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Shea blasting inside away from Nemhart. Shuttle feeds Dort. Right wing Duff. Wide open. Strokes a three. In there. Cha-ching at Thunder Moneyball. Jalen Williams 33 and counting. Thunder making shots. 98-93. 8 minutes to play.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing. It's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing. Hey, how are you?
Man, I'm doing fantastic. Whoa. I know Broadus was already just naturally invested in the College World Series. What was y'all's reaction and like attention level to the developing no-hitter that obviously happened while y'all were doing the show yesterday?
I'd say it was a 10 out of 10 on both accounts.
Okay.
We had an extremely exhilarating reaction. We were totally dialed in. We realized what was happening in the 7th, and we realized he was not only doing it, but he was like a bull in an arena.
Yeah.
Like kicking dirt and just he was so intense that you almost couldn't take your eyes off him live. And you got this feeling like there's no way in hell anybody's putting this ball in play.
Yeah.
Because he was just throwing it so hard and it was moving and he was just so intense. Like he would not be denied.
I mean, that is a great assessment.
His manager said he was like, I don't know what goes through his head. That's just Gage. So like that's I have no clue. Don't even ask me what's going through that guy's mind.
We were thinking that he was going with the dry powder. C4
just in between innings.
I mean, he looked like he had totally overdone the pre-workout and might be on his way to an ambulance.
I mean, he was locked in those eyes.
And he bumped into me, like rip one off off or something.
Just dry scooping too.
He was talking about crazed dogs in the dugout.
It was badass, man. He just wanted to. It looked like he wanted to fight every single batter that was stepping into the box.
Yeah, he did, frothing at the mouth.
Lawrence Taylor of pitching.
It was clearly effective. Hopefully,
yeah, it was
only from the on the field perspective.
No, there could have been some cracks.
Okay, who knows? Who knows?
It would not have surprised me to hear that he was, partying in between innings. Let me just say that.
He was partying.
All right.
It is summer. You're right. The kids are out of school.
What do you guys think about? Would you be more likely to buy food or a souvenir from somebody who's doing a bit at the ballpark? So MLB.com had this story up, and I had to read it. Meet the minor league hot dog vendor who rides an ostrich. So,
like up and down.
It's not a real ostrich.
The stairs?
Yeah.
Or like throughout the concourse?
He has like the stuffed animal ostrich.
Oh, damn.
And he also is kind of dressed up like Mr. Peppermint and has that like 1950s paper hat on and stuff like that. You see that guy coming down the aisle. Are you like, whatever you do, don't make eye contact? Or are you like, I'm going to clearly buy my hot dog from that guy? He's had this job with the Fightin' Phils for 21 years.
Do we know the backstory on the ostrich? Just like why of all animals? I was assuming this was going to be like the ostriches.
So no, that's
not even the team mascot.
That
That's
is
just
a great point.
This
his
guy's
personal
never been
bit.
ostracized for this, huh?
If kids are with me, I think I'm getting that dog from that guy.
Okay,
But
all right.
If I'm in an adult thing, I don't want to have to suffer his bit.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm with you. Yeah, no, for sure. Like, I always feel that way at
I'll just
stand-up
get up and
comedy
go to the
shows.
concession
Like, I
stand.
love being there, but I do not want to be involved. And we went to a stand-up comedy show where somebody was like, is anybody in here a teacher? And I was like, please, God, no, Jess. She fired her hand up immediately, and it ended up in like a 3-minute back and forth.
no.
And I was like, this is the worst.
I hate this.
Was this your husband?
Yeah, I was like,
brought you here, sir?
I don't want to be involved.
Yeah, I do think I would placate this guy though. In the moment, I'd be like, "Hey, man, you're really obviously pulling out all the stops here." I'd be interested in buying a dog off that guy.
Absolutely not. It would not make a difference for me. I might take a picture, in a video, but that's about it. I don't think it would make me any more or less inclined to really buy something from the guy.
I prefer the guy with the real camel that you guys were discussing.
Yeah.
You know,
Can
like
you
that's
get dollar dogs from the guys, or do you have to go to the concession stand specifically?
Great question. I think you've got to go to the concession.
Yeah, I think so too.
they make you work for it, man. You got to earn
but
that.
I do like the hot dog. Like
that's my favorite guy.
It.
Yeah.
That guy gets into it.
He's cooler than cold beer guy?
Yeah.
Cold beer here.
Yeah.
That's what you hear around the
Because
stadium.
that was like an iconic part of me growing up, is if you
Just
were
hot
ever
dogs.
listening or watching the game, you would always hear that guy going, hot dog, in the background. And it was amazing. By the way, the ostrich's name is Rodrigo. I don't know why you need to know that, but if you wanted to know that, I thought I would tell you.
I'm with Corey on this one, though. The alliteration of the beer hip.
Yeah.
And it's so just right to the point.
Yeah.
I'm with
That's
you.
cold beer.
Yeah, and on a hot day when you hear cold beer, that's the part
Cold
you're like,
beer.
I do need something cold.
I'll tell you,
just
Eric
stick
and
my
I have
head in a
talked
bucket
about
of
this
ice.
plenty. The underrated concession item, though, is the lemon chill, especially at the old ballpark.
I could see that,
Man,
yeah.
the lemon chills, those were fantastic.
Do you ever feel like if somebody invited you to a game at the old ballpark after June and it was an afternoon, that they didn't really like you that much? Mm-hmm. They're like, hey, do you want to come to this 205 game?
It's a punishment.
Broadus still has those bleachers in the back of his thighs. He won't show them to you, but they're burnt into that skin.
It was a real problem, like the old Arlington Stadium.
Yes, which felt like 90% bleachers.
And it was like as a kid, I'll never forget, though, being out there, and it was so hot, and you talk about, I was a kid, but we're drinking beer, and you're just kind of losing consciousness out there in the heat. Mm-hmm. Roger Clemens, I looked up, had like a no-hitter in the 7th. And my buddy looked at me and was like, my God, I haven't had a hit yet, And we just kept drinking beer, but there was just no shade. It was just a bowl of just, and that's a time in Texas. Well, Texas has always been hot, but we had the 1980s where it was like 41 straight days.
81, yeah.
And we were going to ball games. We were going to the ball games and just sitting out there and just, you take 2 sips of your beer and it was just boiling hot
Warm.
after that.
You just had to chug them all.
It's just crazy. But yeah, if somebody to ask you to go to a 2:00 game at either the old Arlington Stadium or the one before this last one, they really don't like you very much.
My grandpa used to have 2 mini coolers that he would bring in. One had Sprites in it, and the other one had rags in ice water. And that was how he would get by with it. He would just stick those rags in ice water and be like, put one around your neck. And I was like, thanks, Grandpa.
Yeah, that's a pro move right there.
Absolutely. What are the 903s asking about the pink things at Six Flags?
Yeah, it's like a
screwballs.
It's you're thinking the screwball in the cup, but this one's on an actual stick.
Okay. It's like an ice cream sort of.
Yeah, it's like a popsicle. Yeah.
Oh, I don't think I know that one.
Yeah. Six Flags is another really.
Six Flags
they're not a
can be,
sponsor, right?
Yeah, as a kid, you don't really care. As an adult, it's like I'm good on this.
That's what
I'll pass.
I took Ben at that time. He was 5 or 6 years old, and I looked down at him. Poor kid was just sweating just so profusely, and I'm like, "Son, are you okay?" And he's like, "Dad, it's really hot." And
that's when you go stand on the bridge at the log ride.
So I
for the whole day.
I'm like, okay. I'm like,
the whole day. You just stay right there.
You ready to go? And he's like, oh, and I'm like, I'll get you the bat wings. So we had to go into the thing and get the bat and pull them, and then they go whoop, the bat. That
those are sick.
That is badass.
So he was like, that was my way, but he didn't know. It's funny. He's never asked me to go to Six Flags or go to Disneyland or World or that stuff. He was so traumatized by the heat exhaustion that he suffered as a 6-year-old.
Wow.
That he just kind of he's like, Dad, I never want to do the park thing with you.
With how damn expensive Disney World is, I will never go in July or August again.
Yeah.
It's just not worth it. It's not worth it.
And they know they got you because it's summer. And they're like, you don't live in Florida or you don't live in California. You got to go now.
Maybe February right after the Super Bowl.
Now, it's 3-2 Panthers with Game 6 tonight. It's also now 3-2 Thunder.
2-0 LSU, by the way.
Hey, and they're in the winner's bracket.
In the winner's bracket, yeah.
Do you view either one of those series as effectively over? Or are you like, are you serious? It's 3-2. What are we talking about?
Hockey's going 7.
Oh, hockey's over, I think.
You think
Edmonton wins tonight?
I think Edmonton finds a way.
I think Florida at home. I mean, I thought that was going to go 7, but they just seem broken right now with their goaltenders. Maybe Stuart Skinner gets back in there.
I'm just saying one last hurrah.
Yeah.
By the greatness of.
Can't ever count out McDavid. Yeah. But I'd guess Florida wins tonight. This Halliburton thing, I had gone Pacers in 7. But if Halliburton looks like he can't really do anything.
That calf problem is.
They said he's going to be out there for Game 6, but obviously will not be 100%.
I was just pulling for him because of Rick. And it's funny how they made this actually a series because I didn't think it was going to be a series.
Me too. Yeah,
but
I'm with you on that.
I hope that they find a way.
So the tickets for Game 7 in Edmonton right now, the cheapest ticket you can get is $1,881.
There you go.
For Game 7?
I imagine if they win tonight and that actually comes to fruition, the resale market on that is going to be mind-boggling.
Florida better find a way to get this thing done.
Did you think they're in trouble Game 7 on the road?
Oh, I tell you what, nobody wants
They've
to play.
been dynamite on the road, though, for a long
Yeah,
time.
I just think they're clearly better than Edmonton right now. I think they figured out both goalies. I think to be able to go high on Stuart Skinner, that's one of the stars just evidently until Jason Robertson the last game didn't figure out.
I'm just hoping for a Game 7. That's all.
No, there's something better than sports.
Game 7 in the Stanley Cup Final. Come on, give it to me. Let's go.
Give it to me, even though you punt on everything once your team gets out.
Oh yeah, but no, I
won't watch it.
No,
Give it to me.
My team's still in the College World Series. You know, I survived the rain delay.
Handily winning the Jello shot competition.
Yes, they are.
Handily.
What
Was
do you
that ever
got?
a question?
Yeah,
No,
handily.
All right,
everybody
let's
was
go.
fighting for second on
Libby
that.
Dunn's handing them out even. How about that, huh?
Everyone's a winner.
I've been
Yeah.
told she's overrated.
What do you guys?
What, Libby Dunn's overrated? The Jello shot.
That's what I've been told.
What do you guys got coming up on the program?
Oklahoma.
We're going to talk about the kid from Duke being in
Gymnastics can handle
town
that.
and the Rangers looking to continue their dominance tonight here
We're
right
talking
out of
about
the gates.
Dawson building thumbnails too. He's really good at this.
He's a
thing now.
thumbnail master.
Of course, the Rangers player show coming up at 3:20. And yeah, if you need some thumbnails, I'm your guy.
Okay.
He is the guy.
Great.
Do we know who the Rangers player is yet?
No, we don't. Let me text Rich.
I like to.
He'll be on the
wing
team,
it.
though.
Let's just
Hoping
wing
for
it.
Simeon again.
That's the element of a tease, though. You don't even know who it's going to be. You got to
Right.
tune in. 320.
Mystery guest.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The
When
Fan.
Sean teases like that, you make fun of him, though.
Me?
Take it out,
Never.
Kevin.
Racing Studios.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. General at your service at ease. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champ. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup, ready to go 4.5 flawless. Wolchuk and Shea, follower in the house. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. How you guys doing? Everything going good?
Yeah.
Doing great, dude.
Right along.
Solid, man. Just zooming, just hanging out here on a Toxic Tuesday. I'm just waiting for things to get real toxic.
Well, they will be getting toxic.
Can't wait for
It's
it.
in the air. I'm sure. I can feel it coming over the console right now from Wolchuk. I think he wants some kind of a sports fight today, and I'll tell you what, right now, I'm your huckleberry.
Let's go. I want the smoke.
I was like, Walter, why are you shadowboxing before the show? He was like, I'm just trying to get my mind and body ready.
Yeah.
It's about to be a dogfight.
Sometimes you can walk past the restroom. This is funny that this comes up, but I heard something earlier today, and I kind of cracked the door open, and I saw the woolly bully staring at himself in the mirror, giving himself a pep talk.
Holy crap, you saw that?
Yeah, I did.
That was a private moment, guys.
It was impressive.
He started channeling that when he became Bully Melrose.
Yeah.
And now he's just allowing that to bleed into everything.
I might want to borrow that. That seems like a pretty good pregame routine.
It works.
I'm going to pump you up.
Yeah.
Oh, so you've seen it before?
Yeah.
Nice.
Dang it, guys.
It's a nice pregame ritual.
I thought it was all alone in private.
You're a creature of habit.
Well, it is a back-to-work Tuesday here for our Texas Rangers as they try to keep the winning streak going. What are they at? 4 in a row? 4 in a row? Looking for 5 here. And this would be to go over 500. Leiter and Lugo with the pregame coming up at 6:30. How are we feeling about Leiter right now?
Kind of liking it.
There's 2 starts in a row that.
Yeah.
What are you liking about it?
I'm liking the fact that how he's going out there, and when maybe times have gotten a little tough for him, maybe when he doesn't have great command, that he's kind of found ways to get out of trouble. He's found we've had a start where he had to went beyond the 5 innings. I'm kind of ready for him to get on that train where he does go 7-8 innings if he can. But
just become a full caballo.
I just kind of like the fact that when he's gone out there and taken the ball, that he's had a lead, he lost the lead, they got it back for him, he kind of held things in check. So there's a lot more. There's a time where I felt like that if it was going bad, it was just going to snowball and then be bad.
Yeah,
I feel like that he's got better command of his emotions, better command of his pitches. He's more confidence in the way that he can get these guys out. He's kind of trying a lot of different things. The sinker is something he's gone to.
Slider's been a nasty pitch for him.
Yeah. I mean, he's trying different things. If he gets in trouble, he's just not a guy that's like, okay, I'm just going to keep throwing four-seam fastball and hope for the best here. He's trying different things that if he doesn't have the A game going, that he can maybe fall back, regroup, and then kind of get himself out of some trouble. I like that. I think his mental approach towards pitching is a lot better than what we've ever seen with him.
This will be tough for him, though, because the plate discipline for the Royals is some of the best in the sport. And we know he gets to walking dudes.
Yep, that's still I'd say absolutely the one issue that he needs to overcome. His last start, 4 walks. And I thought that he was taking a step in the right direction there, but this definitely will be a good task. I think you're absolutely right about the mentals. I think him and Evan Carter are 2 guys that you've kind of seen go over the hump. I mean, I still think Jack Leiter definitely trending to be like a bullpen guy throughout his career. No question about that. But, man, yeah. I mean, I think he can go 7 innings tonight.
Yeah, trending towards possibly.
What was that all about? What were we doing there?
Trending towards possibly being a bullpen guy, absolutely.
No doubt.
I mean, you look at the expected ERA and the batting average above expectation. Jack Leiter has had one of the luckiest 2.5 months for any starter in baseball.
I wanted to tee him up here. I knew he had the goods.
Nice work, Wolchuk.
Okay, you want to come after me like that?
That whip's pretty good, though.
It was nice, in mid-May when he had that 6-inning game and that 7-inning game.
Yeah.
And since then, it's been 5 2/3, 5. And then the rough game last week against the Twins, you just don't want to have to talk about wanting to recover from 2 of those in a row. Because once you get to 2, once you get to 2, then we're going to start talking about Leiter's regressing to the mean. And he's probably looking more like a 4 or 5 starter if your ERA. I mean, his ERA should be closer to 5 than it should be to 3.
That's true.
I do think, like, honestly,
Those are facts.
without trolling and making things toxic, like, he probably is a number 3 starter. I think that's kind of his peak right now, but I'll take that. And I do wonder if you will just have to look at kind of like a Tampa Bay Rays situation with him, where they just don't let their guys go 3 times through the order.
Yeah.
And he can go 5 innings for you and be really good 2 times through. He just now has to get over the hump of proving, like, I can go 3 times through to get to 7 innings. If he can do that consistently, then hell yeah, we're playing with house money. But if he can't, then at worst, I think that's what you're looking at for him.
I've always kind of felt like with him, I mean, watching him pitch at Vanderbilt, of course, we've all seen that, but then he had so many problems when he came into the major leagues. Man, I think he's just a completely different pitcher now. I think like I said, I think he's got a better understanding of what he needs to do to be able to continue to pitch out there. There was a time where I think his confidence was not good. I don't think he had any understanding where the ball was going to go. I think there's some things he's improved on in that way where, man, I think there's other things to worry about this team, and I don't think he's one of them. I think when you give him the ball, you're going to get like his absolute best, and I think every time that he goes out, it's getting a little bit better. That's just how I look at it, because I was one of these guys that think, man, this guy is not even close to being what he was at Vanderbilt.
It was a little scary there for a bit.
Yeah, and now that he's out there, holding in games, getting in, innings. He hasn't pitched 6-7 innings like most starters, but man, I give him credit for where he's come from, though.
It's pretty amazing, that he's established himself. He's going to have a big league career.
Yeah.
And that's something that we didn't know in his first couple of seasons. It's just a matter of how good is it going to be. And I think what Chief mentioned, he'll start walking guys. He walked 4 dudes and gave up 5 hits last time in 2 innings, right? And that's more consistent with what his location should be doing than, hey, look at this. I just went 7 innings and only gave up 2 hits. This is the new Jack Leiter. No, that was the absolute peak for what's going to happen here in 2024. And more realistic is a starter struggling to locate his fastball. And if that's the case, you do profile as a 4-5 or a reliever guy. Mm-hmm. And that's why this stretch of the season is so important. Can you avoid having multiple bad starts in a row and have the team scratching their head looking at you? And if he can, why
do I feel better about him than Kumar Rocker?
Well, he hasn't had like the absolute brain fart that we saw Kumar Rocker have this year, to where he's got to get sent back.
He hasn't
down.
had the same level of lows that Rocker
He's done
has
a pretty good job of being consistent, and I think that's really been the key for him. Is the consistency. Now, can he take the next step, like we mentioned, and be able to go 3 times through, and he can go 7-8 innings.
But I think it's just the sample size of like 2.5 months here. Last September, it was 1 month that we were feeling a lot better about Rocker. Could that pendulum swing back in Rocker's favor and then back to Leiter a few more times throughout their careers? I absolutely think so. Okay, they do open the game just a half game back of Seattle for second place, and then 5 back of the Astros, who are now 41-31, guys. The division might be tough if Houston continues on this pace they've been on since the start of May. I don't think they're going to make it easy, but only 1 game back in the wild card and just 3.5 back of the best wild card team. So there are plenty of playoff spots there for the taking if that's how you got to do it. Boston's the 3rd wild card. They just traded Devers. Toronto and Tampa are the others, and you'd be confident that over the course of the rest of the summer, you're better than those baseball teams. But Rangers Player Show coming up at 3:20. Actually, Rich Rice texted me there at the break. And
give me the good news, baby.
Jack Leiter?
He's working.
We've already had Jack Leiter.
Yeah, he's not going to talk on a day's pitching.
Working on Simeon.
All right.
Working on
Let's go, Marcus.
Simeon. Heck yes.
That would be something. Okay, Cooper Flagg is in town for the Mavericks. Locked to be the number 1 overall pick here in just a couple of weeks. I think after that, the bigger question to me now is, how are the Mavericks going to build around him quickly to contend in the Kyrie and AD window? If you just look at the amount of small forwards and power forwards on their team, it's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
And you could find yourself in a really quick situation where you're like, we're trying to win, but we want to play Cooper Flagg, but hey, Max Christie and Najee Marshall, Caleb Martin all know what is going on out here, right? And I think over time, Cooper Flagg's going to be better, but you can't be spending time developing a guy as much as you would want to around Cooper Flagg if you're trying to, win as many games as you can in the regular season to get a good playoff spot. So I think that is like, how could we balance those? And I think it has to start with, we have way too many forwards, guys. Isn't that true?
Yeah, I mean, you could say that when you consider the lack of point guard opportunities right now and options. I would say yes, you have sort of an imbalance there. I love the idea of having as many of those 3-and-D wing type players, but you do have an opportunity to maybe move one of those guys in order to get a more true point guard situation there, because that is clearly the bigger need right now. But that is an interesting concept.
I mean, could you have guys like Klay Thompson, Max Christie, Caleb Martin, at one point in their career or another, they want minutes. I'm in my prime, I need to play. I'm working for my second contract, I need to play. Klay Thompson signed here to be a starter, he needs to play. And then you have Anthony Davis and PJ Washington at 4, and Gafford and Lively at 5. Like, I think it becomes a very significant minutes crunch to put the head coach in, and you're going to have so many guys who are like, bro, you know, what's going on here? I need to play. I'm working for my next contract. This is. I think those guys are too good to be getting DNPs. Which is
so
what
y'all
you'd be
think
heading
Cooper
for.
Flag's going to be a bust?
Yeah.
Is that what we're going with here?
No,
we're giving Caleb Martin minutes
I
over
know.
Cooper Flag.
Yeah,
Are you freaking kidding me?
That's what I'm saying.
Like he's just some jobber. This is the number 1 damn pick.
Yeah, I mean, Cooper Flag's
What are we doing?
Cooper Flag's helping your team more day one than Klay Thompson is. I mean,
sure.
So
you have an issue of Klay Thompson and Caleb Martin and all these guys wanting time. So
it's a long season, baby. Sit tight. Enjoy having fresh legs, Klay. You're going to need them.
I mean, you're inviting problems that don't need to be there, though. What we're talking about is
bring the problems. Bring them in.
Is an unbalanced roster. You need to get ball handlers on this team.
Yeah, I'd trade those guys. Give me the ball handlers.
And maybe it's not Caleb Martin and Klay Thompson, but okay, so it's PJ Washington.
Well,
PJ Washington is better than Cooper Flag right now, and so is Anthony Davis. And guess what? They play his position.
Yeah, Anthony Davis is going to get his minutes over Cooper Flag. And as of right now, I'd agree with you on P.J. Washington. There's definitely a world where I'm hopeful at the end of the season we're looking at Cooper Flag as a better player. I think that he's the guy that's supposed to profile to be that guy.
He's 18 years old. You're trying to win a championship.
Yeah.
He is going to make lots of mistakes. Like, you know what Bronny looked like when he stepped out there after 1 year of college?
Oh, did Bronny go
What's
to Duke?
going on here, guys?
Come on.
That is what Cooper Flag's experience is going to be for at least a month.
That Duke education, that guy ain't making IQ mistakes on the floor.
Well, let's
he's
also
incredibly
not forget,
intelligent.
Let's not forget the fragility of a lot of these guys. They're going to be missing games left and right.
They're virgins.
Like, their injury report is going to be very lengthy after 4 quarters of basketball get played.
This might be too many bits for me going on here. I don't know what I can take seriously, but I mean, you have 7 guys potentially standing in his way of playing time.
They're not going to not.
You even if without drafting Cooper Flag, you have a major logjam going on.
No, but I'm not viewing Anthony Davis and Cooper Flag like, to me that's not a question at all. Those are 2 completely different scenarios and situations. Cooper Flag's a guy that could actually do some level of initiating offense.
You got a deal in mind you want to make for the number 1 overall pick?
And also, I know that it's professional sports, and so you have to maintain the idea that you're competing for a championship. They're not.
Why not?
Because of the fragility of all these guys that you're depending on. We're talking about Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
So, like, all that
Anthony
to me is really funny. You mentioned a guy like Caleb Martin. Yeah, even Derek Lively. Like, this is not going to be some team that is a top 4 seed in the Western Conference and has a real chance at the playoffs. On paper, sure, you can say that, but these guys are going to be missing so much time.
And that's the original premise. They aren't right now because of how unbalanced they are, but they are so overloaded at these spots. They can make multiple trades, still have more than enough forwards and more than enough defenders, and put themselves in a position because they have enough aggregate talent. It's just so imbalanced that they're going to be vulnerable. But, I mean, AD's played 50, 60 games, right? Kyrie has played a lot of games with the Mavs.
Yeah.
There's a chance they stay healthy. You know, and you arrive in the playoffs with a healthy roster. And looking around, I guess OKC has a team, but the Indiana Pacers had them on the ropes. I just don't think there's anybody out there that's unbeatable.
It's wide open right now in the NBA. I mean, if you are I get what you're saying. The likelihood that Anthony Davis stays healthy, it's not high. I know that he was for the Lakers the last couple of years, played 76 games in 2023, and then last year, unfortunately, after the trade, he got hurt. But if this team is healthy going into the postseason, which they were this year, I think they absolutely are talented enough to make a run.
Yeah, so I mean, like, I don't know, about 75% of the time he's played 60 games or more. Now, a lot of that happened early in his career, so I guess it'd be fair to look at like the last 5 years. But over the last 5 years, he's probably played in 60% of the games. Could you get lucky enough to have Anthony Davis healthy at the end? Yes, but I think he's a 4. I think Cooper Flagg is a 4, like as he steps into the NBA. Like and Davis wants to play 4, right? So, you know, how do you make it? So now we're going to play him at 3. Okay, well, what about Klay Thompson? What about PJ Washington? What about Max Christie? What about Caleb Martin? Like, there is a lot of premium assets I feel like the Mavs have, and they're going to be able to shake this thing up and get us something going. I feel like it's all going to transpire over the next month, right? We're going into the draft, free agency starts, and this should be an incredible
I'm ready
whirlwind.
for it. It's going to be a lot of fun.
All righty. When we come back, we'll get the G Bag of the Day champion for you. And then we'll get into Wolchuk's top 10. What's the subject matter looking like today?
That's a tremendous question. Today it is
the top 10 reasons why Cooper Flagg is Bronny James.
Ooh, from Gavin Dawson. Top 10 vegetables people love and hate. National Veggie Day. Do you have issues with your kids eating vegetables? And the Bronny James topic next.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg.
Is it spice, yeah?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a good one. We got the G-Bag of the Day champion here in just a second, and then Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. The segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or loved ones injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online at frankelfirm.com, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Let's go into the Pimp Cup. We're Lucius. Here's your G-Bag of the Day.
All white bricks, white 10 bricks, 50 more bricks. Gotta hit the lick. I'm ready, boy. I've been in that Gucci. That Gucci got me in the gym going crazy.
Nice.
I'm in there dancing.
How you feeling in that studio? Is it still as hot as it was yesterday?
I don't know yet. I'm just hot overall, so I don't know yet. I don't know yet. But pretty soon I'll let you know about 3:30. What's going down? All right, our winner and champ of G-Bag of the Day so far is a French tennis player, the best athletes on the planet, tennis players. Gael Monfils responds to a gambler that, he lost some money on him. He had hope on him.
Hey guys, it's not a financial advice, but really, you still betting on me? First tournament on grass? I play Alex Michelsen, 20 years old, 35 in a word. And you want to bet on me? You write in that I'm I know I'm we both know I'm and you still bet on me? Who is the dumbest between you and me, to be honest?
To be honest.
No, come on.
Really?
Nah, come on.
Really? You bet on me?
Gael Monfils. He's like 38 years old. I Googled him. He's had some big moments throughout his tennis career, but, at 38 years old, somebody's backing that with money. Yeah, you deserve to lose, and salute to Gael Monfils for being funny about it. He's your G-Bag of the Day champ. He'll face challengers coming up at 5:30 right before Lucius has L.A. Live. Let's go over here to Wooly Bully's Top 10 at 2:20.
All right, a subject everybody loves, veggies. 877-881-1053. What's a vegetable you love? What's a vegetable you hate? Shout out to Angel Reese, though. She's leaning into this me-bounds thing. She's trademarking it. She has trademarked the rebound term me-bounds, as people are loving to troll her. We've got the bets going on, like, Angel Reese to miss her first shot, and then what happens? She gets her own rebound, puts it back up, boom. Yeah, it's on a heater. It is. But I like this. I like leaning into this bit from Angel Reese, and kudos to her. She's going to cash in a big, big way. Other story that I've kind of been saving here, saw this last week. You guys, have you heard about this Christy Martin biopic?
Christy Martin, who's that?
Christy Martin. Well, she was a successful female boxer in the 1990s. She was one of the most successful in all of America. At the same time, she was dealing with personal demons and a toxic relationship behind the scenes. So they're making a biopic about her. It's going to release on Apple TV. Who is starring as Christy Martin? None other than the soap queen herself, Sydney Sweeney. Now, apparently,
I thought it'd be Ronda Rousey.
The soap queen.
The soap queen.
Yeah, it really does make a little bit more sense.
Ronda just can't act. That's the problem.
That's true. You do have to be able to act.
It was really bad. I mean, Ronda played herself in Entourage, and she still was bad at that. And Ronda can't box either.
That's what I'm saying.
Does Sweeney act well? I don't think I've
Sydney
ever
Sweeney
seen
is
anything.
actually, in my opinion, I don't think she's a bad actress at all. I think she's a pretty good one. But
you'd nominate her for plenty of roles.
Absolutely.
She qualifies.
She does. She gained over 30 pounds to portray Martin in the film. And she says that all the weight went to her butt and her boobs, which I found stunning. She said her boobs actually got bigger and her butt got huge. It was crazy. I was like, oh my God, but it was amazing. I was so strong, like crazy strong. That is a quote. She said she went from a 23 in the jeans. She's now wearing a size 27. That's dedication.
She wasn't skipping glute day.
Very ample.
Or chest day.
Proportionate.
Wow. No, but you can't really, I guess you can try and focus on certain parts of your body to get bigger or whatever.
Definitely
but in
the
terms
bum.
of like weight gain, you don't really get to dictate where that weight's going.
No, I wish you
But
could.
I guess if it's muscle and you're just really focusing on the gluteus maximus, decimus meridius.
Like, I can understand the tush expansion, but I didn't think there was much more room when it came to the chest.
Yeah, I thought that was only for moms. I thought that was something that was reserved only for moms who are preggo and they're getting the milkies.
Hashtag milk me.
What?
No, I think that
Brian, you read.
comes along with weight loss and weight gain in general for the lady. Yeah, I think that's one of their complaints when they drop the pounds is everything kind of reduces in size.
940 Sydney Sweeney looks great bulked up. I don't even usually like her, to be honest, but she looks great.
he likes a muscly, bulky. Are you guys into a little muscly, bulky situation? Like, where do you draw that line?
I'm more of a personality guy, Eric.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can work. It can work. Muscly and bulky can absolutely work.
Yeah.
It's just it's more about how everything comes together.
All right, let's talk.
Ever date a bodybuilder?
I never have. I don't think I ever would. No, that I would definitely draw the line.
That's
there.
where it goes a little too close.
Well, I don't want to date somebody that's going to kick my ass. Or could.
Once you get like the bigger biceps and the delts and stuff, and you can tell she's probably taking steroids, I think that's about my line.
Okay, vitamin S.
Yeah, like she's working out
As
at
you
the gym
encourage
really
it all
hard.
the time, right?
Well, the guy,
for
if you're in
athletes.
performance, sport.
Well, yeah, for athletes. I mean, the sports are better when they're juicing. Okay, so, there's the myth. I don't know if it's a myth. Maybe it's accurate. The shrinkage with the steroid injections for the men.
dudes. Yeah.
What
Yeah.
is there a, for women, do we have...
What's the shrinkage
Is there,
side effect, or is there enhancement?
I've heard it's
perhaps?
the opposite, actually. Something grows there.
Enlargement.
Get that Jamie Lee Curtis going.
The man in the canoe.
Hey, come on now.
So to speak.
I want scene.
You know what I'm saying?
That's all you need to watch from Jamie Lee Curtis.
No, I know exactly what you're saying. Yeah.
I get exactly. Yeah, I'm picking up what you're laying down.
Watch out for that vitamin S.
Don't. Vitamin S. Thought it was more about vitamin D.
If you say so.
877-881-1053.
I'll
The
never get
best
this time back
and
in my
least
life.
favorite vegetables. Now, I am fortunate. So far, so good that my daughter will eat most things that we put in front of her. She has not been a picky eater, but I've heard of the stories when it comes to getting your kids to eat vegetables. And I'm worried, like, once she's actually older and she can tell us no, that might become a problem. I don't know if there's ways around this. If you guys have been able to, go through this, live through this, have
It's
good
frustrating.
advice.
Just don't let her get around other people that are super picky and they make it known that they're picky, and all of a sudden they feel like they should be picky too. Because once some picky person lets their principles rub off on your child, they all of a sudden, even though they actually like the whatever that thing is, they'll just say that they don't for whatever reason, and now you're in a dogfight. That it's my middle child. She was crushing eggs when she was a baby.
Yeah.
It was the easiest thing in the world. It's great. I could just make an egg. Boom. She's killing it. Then she gets around. I can't even remember who it was, but somebody's like, "No, I don't like eggs," or "I think eggs." Just one little comment about eggs, and then now it's like she won't eat them.
She won't touch the eggs.
It's frustrating.
Because that's a fear. Now you send them. She's going to school now. Eliza is. She loves her bananas. I'm worried one day it's going to happen. She doesn't like her bananas. She eats one every day.
So this is crazy. I do like when the kids get into healthy things and they don't know they're eating healthy, but they love them. But my problem was the picky eater is mom, and like from a young age, she's like she's not going to like that because I don't like that. Like she assumed that her preferences that she learned over life were like born and the baby was going to be the exact same. So I totally gave up on fighting about it. I'm like, I'm not going to spend the next 20 years fighting about what our kid's eating. Fine, we'll make the most of it. I'll try to get her a multivitamin.
Yeah. We'll figure
But
it out.
it can be such a point of nonstop stress that you can drive yourself nuts with a lot of these things that I think, maybe parents maybe just let it go.
Well, and that's a good point from the 682. Like their mom forced them to eat a lot of things growing up. Now I just don't eat those things because of that. It's like
Same.
to spite. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be like forceful with it.
Moms don't cook as much as they used to.
Really?
I think that's a problem.
We're losing recipes, man.
Yeah, I mean, the convenience of fast food now.
Yeah.
Being able to
It's
just
very-
microwave something.
Very, very convenient to go out and pick stuff up and heat it up. Not
And the
really
time
cooked.
aspect
Yeah.
of it, it's a great point. Here are the vegetables that people hate the most in the U.S. of A. Kale comes in at number 1. Celery at number 2. I used to hate celery. It's grown on me. I can deal
You can trick it up, with peanut butter and some other stuff.
A ranch.
I've never had kale in anything that I was like, wow, that's good. Like, you got to grind it up and put it in a shake if you want me to consume it in any way.
Honestly, can't stand it.
Yeah.
What's good?
It's wicked.
like bitter.
It's like spinach, but worse.
It's like all coarse.
Yeah.
Anti-inflammatory stuff. Kale.
Yeah.
really
Apparently there's some
superfood, right?
Yeah.
It's really, really good for you because I think I was reading about this. It's these vitamins like C, K, all these, because I always read about circulation. I'm always worried about getting older and my
blood clots.
Well, just everything getting clogged up, my heart and all that.
Do you do the compression socks deal?
No.
Not yet.
No.
With the Spanx.
No, I'm just saying that I think that you need to worry about like the things for high blood pressure and things like that are like your circulation.
Yeah.
That's a big problem. And like kale and all that stuff is like it opens up passages and stuff in you. So that's one of the reasons why people like kale.
I would drive myself crazy like trying to chase down all these foods to eat though. That's why I just want the shake, like give me the kale, give me the beets.
Yeah.
Give me the turmeric.
Just chug it real quick and it's over. It's done.
I'll do 2 of these a day and let's move on.
Beets is real simple to do with the one.
I thought Popeye really made it popular.
No, you could put spinach. You could doll spinach up pretty good.
And I don't think it really has much of a taste.
Oh, you could doll it up. You could put it on top of if you have you ever like cream spinach like when you with a steak
love
and
it.
stuff like that?
I'm a big spinach guy.
Yeah, I mean,
I was 7 years old visiting my
Parmesan
grandfather.
cheese on top of it?
And he told me to eat the spinach. And I said, I really don't want to. I took one bite. I said, I think I'm going to throw up if I eat more of that, Grandpa. He said, eat it. So I ate it. I did. I threw up right at his kitchen table in Huntington, Indiana.
But you could do
your word. Yeah.
You could do spinach spinach salad's actually pretty good if you do it with the strawberries and blue cheese.
Yeah, you can get a fresh
pecans.
piece of lettuce.
You could do it with steak.
With
You
the spinach.
Yeah, you take steak and you cook it medium rare, dice it up and make steak salad with spinach.
Anybody else used to mess around with the spinach Alfredo pizza at Cece's?
Absolutely.
That's nothing wrong with that at all, except it gets in your teeth at the end of the
I remember
day.
just feeling so weird. I'm like, wow, I'm in elementary school and I actually like this pizza. It feels like a pizza I shouldn't like at this
The
age.
Alfredo pizza, underrated. Anytime I've had an Alfredo pizza, I'm like, damn, this is actually pretty damn good.
It's so good.
The white pizza's delish. Beets, cabbage, asparagus does make your pee stink.
Asparagus is good.
Asparagus
and
is excellent.
radishes. Those are the other most hated.
That is, I see that in a salad that's always getting left in the bowl.
The radish, bro?
The radish.
Absolutely.
Radish in like soups and stuff.
Always tastes
I've
like
learned
dirt to
phenomenal.
me. It's like a dirt vegetable.
We had a lot of love for the squash and zucchini. Hate the peas. A lot of people don't like peas.
Why?
They're
I don't
useless.
know. Useless? Just little tiny balls of love.
Have you
Or
ever-
hate.
Yeah, I don't think
Why don't
there's
you mix
much
them up
love
with
in there.
why don't you mix them up with your potatoes, your mashed potatoes, and they're really good.
Yeah, put some corn in there, maybe some pork chop,
Now you're talking about the KFC everything
gravy,
bowl.
Oh,
butter,
KFC bowl.
salt and pepper.
Most loved. We've got carrots, potatoes,
Yeah.
lettuce, bell peppers,
Make sure you wash the lettuce too before you use it, please.
Bell peppers are fire.
sweet potatoes.
Even I had them last night, purple ones.
Delicious. You're 100% right. The sweet potato fry, much better than the regular fry.
Yeah. Sweet potatoes are amazing. Top
potatoes-
fruit.
So much better.
I keep seeing a bunch of things where it's like you get hundreds and hundreds % of your daily value of just like all vitamins basically with one sweet potato. Like
It's
they're just
it's really
packed.
it's really good for your gut. It's like gut health. It's got that fiber, so it cleans you out. Is what it is.
Cucumbers.
You had one last night?
I had about 4. And
Really?
the purple ones, yeah, absolutely.
Get 'em
Steam
in.
them,
Get
yeah.
'em.
Blows you out like no tomorrow.
Gotta cleanse. Cucumbers.
I'm serious. When you guys get old, you're gonna figure all this out.
Do you eat prunes?
What? No.
What about prune juice?
No, not at all. Not at
Prunes
all.
are good. Corn coming in at number 7 of the most loved.
On the cob.
Peas are hate. People do like the peas, but the text don't like the peas.
This is a ball sack list.
Zucchini at 9 and onions at number 10.
Very,
the most loved veggies.
very versatile.
And it's all about
Red
the caramelized onion.
Well, I'm
I
glad
like
you
a
got
raw
that in
onion.
there.
You like
Thank
a good
you.
raw?
Yeah, raw onion's fantastic. Like on a
Nice
sandwich,
raw.
burger, whatever.
Are you done over there, Wolchuk?
Yeah, we're good now.
Yeah,
Right
are we
on.
done?
Right on.
Have we concluded the
Well,
veggies?
now it's time for the brawny list.
Yeah. I don't know if we have time to get to that here, get to that there, but I know the text. I know the text was waiting for me to follow up on my comp of Cooper Flag to Bronny. I don't know if we want to do that now or do that later.
Let's tease that into a rim sesh here. Let's just crank open a rim sesh.
I love it.
Perfect.
And we also may have just witnessed the single worst finals performance of all time.
Oh no!
It's next to the nation, boys.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, we will see you live in Arlington.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
Cinnamon sisters.
Hazel ladies.
Saffron squad.
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curl.
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024, y'all.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for some hoop talk. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids down for that afternoon summer snoozer so that the G-Bag Nation can go all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it ride!
Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when the General Gavin Dawson has a sports take involving a future Mav and Bronny James.
Now, what happened?
The floor is yours. What did I do?
Just take it away,
I think you said Cooper Flagg will look like Bronny James with the speed of the game and just being year one as a rookie, trying to play any semblance of a point guard role.
Yeah, I do think there's some uncertainty there. Now, of course, I wouldn't want to compare Cooper Flagg and Bronny James as overall prospects in any way, but you know, Cooper Flagg is a young rookie after 1 year. Did he leave high school 1 year early? So he should have just graduated high school.
Yeah.
Yeah. If he would have been born 11 days later than he actually was, he wouldn't have been qualified for this
He's
draft.
19, right?
I mean, the biggest problem with Bronny last year was that he's still just 18.
He's 18 years old.
Yeah, so the biggest problem with Bronny last year, and you saw it early, was just that the game is moving so fast. It's like, holy crap, what is going on around here? And it's so much faster and stronger and more organized and well executed. So it's not just the speed of the game. Oh, well, I'm Cooper Flagg. I have top 5% genetic DNA to defend. I'm going to be fine. Sure, on the ball, right? But you're going to get caught ball watching. You're going to get caught not understanding what the other team is trying to do to you. So your on the ball skills, you know. And then when it comes to offense, I see a ton of turnovers if you try to put the ball in his hands. You know how difficult that is just to be a secondary creator? The Mavs don't have one, and they're full of a roster with guys like Najee Marshall and PJ Washington that have more point guard skills than Cooper Flagg does right now. So, like, what is your role? I'm an on the ball defender and a secondary scorer. You know, until until I can prove that this game isn't moving too fast for me. So I think in what we saw in Bronny's debut last year, where he was just sort of awkwardly out of place, that's what I expect when the games start in late October. And then maybe by the time we get to the All-Star break, he can be at a place where he wouldn't be on pace to like foul out of games, or wouldn't be frustrating his coach with turnovers, as his coach is already trying to mitigate the lack of Kyrie Irving. We're trying to make it to the playoffs, and I agree with you guys that like maybe we shouldn't be worried about the playoffs. Maybe we should go young with Cooper Flagg, but this organization feels like the championship window is open. So trying to bring Cooper Flagg into being a pro while trying to get what's left of Kyrie, and I just think it's a tightrope. And it's going to be tough, and maybe they might decide to bail out of it by midseason or so.
Well, so I guess you're saying like every rookie experiences that. You said Bronny, but if Cooper Flagg, every rookie pretty much steps in and has. I mean, they will obviously have rookie moments. There will be
especially for one and dones. I think that's essentially what we're looking at, and then this is an extra one and done, and then it's not a point guard. So the point guard is blessed with this kind of vision. I can track everything, right? And that's why I'm the guy that's trusted with the ball in his hand. Not just I'm the best dribbler, but I see everything, and I'm setting others up, and I can sense weakness in the defense. So Cooper Flagg doesn't have that supernatural ability to see the game that Luka did that allowed him to be a guy at 18, 19 years old.
Now, I agree it's not to the Luka levels, but I will just disagree in terms of I do think he has that type of floor general court vision and ability to get others involved. I think his biggest weakness when you're talking about point guard skill set is that dribbling factor. I think that is the skill that he has to get better at in terms of handling the ball. And you go up against a team like OKC, they're just going to be pickpocketing you left and right if you're going to try and do that. And you see it now. Even Tyrese Halliburton, they're giving him fits. He's a guy that is a great assist to turnover ratio guy. He's going 8 assists to 1 turnover, and they're still pickpocketing him. So at the highest level, yes, that's something that for sure has to develop with him. Brian Scalabrine, the White Mamba, he says that Cooper Flagg is a supercomputer, and everything that I see about him, not only watching him play, especially in the tournament this year, but everything you read about him is the basketball IQ, the basketball IQ, the basketball IQ. So I do think he has some elements to that. I just don't think right now at his size, he understands how to actually dribble the ball like an actual point guard. And maybe he'll never get there, but hopefully over the course of the next few seasons, because he is so young, he can develop that and become a little bit more of that point forward, because that would be awesome.
I think so. Like Scottie Pippen's a good comp, but Scottie didn't become an actual point guard until he was in his 30s. So I'm not negative about Cooper Flagg. I definitely don't want to make it about that. I just think it's interesting the two different timelines that the Mavs core is on and Flagg is on, and if at some point they need to choose one or the other.
Agreed. Now, Cooper Flagg has arrived in Dallas for his visit with the Mavs today, expected to have a light workout, they say. This is from Mike Curtis. He's going to be meeting with some Mavericks players to discuss the team and the culture, whatever. I wonder who those players are. And he will be having dinner with Nico Harrison.
Where do you think they go?
Nico wants to watch this guy eat. And
does he put down the 77-inch Lucas?
I think you want the salmon.
If you're Cooper Flagg, what are you going in? Like, you're not going to punish things the way maybe you usually do with your buddies, right? You're going to. Now, he doesn't look like a guy who's bloated or anything like that, so he's got that going for him. But you don't want to be overeating with Nico, do you?
No. And I would imagine his agent has informed him on that already. So I want to go like strong but balanced.
Hopefully he was listening to that veggie list.
Some steak and veggies.
Yeah. I mean, I think all Mavs fans would love it if he stepped up there and ordered the big beer, the 24-ounce man-sized Coldie.
That'd be fantastic.
If they go to Nick and Sam's, he's got to get the Luka Doncic steak, which is like 77 ounces, which was Luka's appetizer every day.
Yeah.
Okay, we bounce around now.
They, in talking to some folks over there, I know what you're kind of trying to. They see him as a skilled 4, is what they look at with him. As that's the position they believe he's going to be the best at.
Okay,
skilled 4.
Well, that would be in line with Dawson's analysis as well.
Yeah.
So, and that could very much so be the case. I think that's what's exciting about him, is because you do have kind of a wide variety of where could he end up. Could he be a floor general for like a positionless type team?
They don't know.
Or is he just going to be, hey, you're our 4 and we will get you the ball. You don't need to be worried about getting anybody else the ball.
Yeah, I mean they've talked about, because I was asking about this, and they're talking about the versatility. They think that he's going to be a really, really good defender.
Yeah.
And because he's a big that actually cares about how to play defense.
Competitive spirit, that's his number one attribute.
That's what they're talking about.
Do we remember, you guys, I don't know, let me see here. Were you born when Kobe was a rookie? Yes, you were. Yeah. You were 5 or 6? Yeah. It was bad, okay? And it was not good. That's the Cooper Flags. Kevin Garnett, it was 10 and 6 at this age. We have to go back into the 90s to find players that were this young when they came into the league. He's going to be wide-eyed and blown away with how different it is. I mean, he was a freak to be able to compete at the level that he did at Duke. And I'll acknowledge that, but also say it was because of his physical intensity and superiority that he won, not because of, basketball skill or basketball IQ. That's why he was so successful at Duke, because he was bigger and stronger and more toolsy than everybody. And when you step into the NBA, everybody is like that.
Well, Tyrese Halliburton was not like that last night. Tell you what, Jalen Williams was, though.
Oh,
we are watching him grow right in front of our eyes. These last 2 games, Jalen Williams, Oklahoma City, they were fantastic last night, especially when it comes to the defense. They forced 23 turnovers. They were just agitating these guys. Like every offensive possession, it felt like they're trying to set up a screen, and then it's not going to work. Reset. Can we screen somebody else? No, they can switch. They can do whatever. This OKC defense is ridiculous, and I think that's the credit here. We're going to make fun of Tyrese Halliburton for a second, but I think most of this is just, man, you are going up against one. You're banged up last night. Sounds like he's got a calf strain. He's going to get the MRI, see just how crazy that strain is, but also going up against as stingy a defense as you'll see in the sport.
And he's been good for one of these series, which is kind of strange. I think it was Game 5 last series when they had a chance to close it. It might have been Game 4, and he just stunk it up against the Knicks. Like Tyrese Halliburton's had. Now, I think this was more related to the injury than anything, but he's had a game where it's just like he is non-existent. You don't even know he's on the floor.
Yeah, I think asking more from him as a star player is going to be one of those things that picks up volume. I don't know if he's got the potential to do it. I don't know if you want him taking shots. Like, I like his shot selection. I like him as more of an 18 to 20 point scoring guy who doesn't turn it over, makes the right decision. But I'll tell you the other thing I love about watching this series is that just the model, the style of play is so different. It's all guys that can switch everything and score and pass and dribble.
Yeah.
And I wonder if the Mavs want to continue on this path of having more centers. Are centers like? Have we seen the last? Other than I guess Jokic, but the ability to be versatile in every way in basketball, I think, is starting to take on its final form. That you can't have specialized positions. I'm sorry, you can't be a small point guard that gets exploited on offense, and you can't be a center that just rim protects and rebounds.
Positionless basketball, wasn't that the phrase? Like a few years ago, it just became super popular, and that's exactly kind of what you're seeing this Thunder team represent.
And the Lakers win a championship by going big. The Mavs get to the finals going big. The T-Wolves thought Rudy Gobert was going to be the answer, and the Jazz were going on nice runs. So I don't know if those teams fail, are we seeing like the death of that model, and it's got to be all positionless, or is there still an opportunity to do it like the Mavs? Well, you zig, we're going to zag and get all the rebounds.
Well, Tyrese Halliburton just became the first player in NBA history to record a finals game with 0 made field goals, 0 steals, 0 blocks, 3 or more turnovers, and 3 or more fouls in over 30 minutes played. Perhaps the single worst NBA Finals performance of all time. Stephen A. Smith had a poor performance in Game 4, playing solitaire instead of watching the finals game. Stephen A. Smith live on the DNM Leasing Fan Hotline. What do you say to the people that are annoyed by you doing that?
I was doing what the hell I always do, and for those out there who don't like it, kiss my ass.
All right, very good.
Well,
thank you, Chief.
I guess I'm gonna. He's really backed me into a corner here. I have to now like the fact that he's doing the solitaire thing, because if I don't have to kiss his ass, I don't really want to do that.
Well played.
Seriously. That guy gets it.
We got Rangers pregame coming up at 6:30. We'll take a look at the DeGrom dilemma and more coming up next year on The Fan.
Let's chat Trajan Wealth, though, shall we? That's Trajan Wealth, Trajan. And right now, we're excited to share that they're holding a complimentary dinner event right here in Dallas, okay? June 19th. That's 2 days away at 6 p.m. You can enjoy dinner and networking at Chamberlain's while learning about key strategies to prepare for your retirement. So give them a call today 800-670-0366. That's 800-670-0366 to learn more about this awesome event, Eric.
That's right.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It is hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. They have Rangers baseball coming up at 6:30 here on your home of the Rangers. The first pitch at 7:05. And I want to get to the Rangers and their DeGrom dilemma here in just a second, but also I'd love to talk some Cowboys here with you because we do have the C-Note coming up right around the corner. Our buddy Ted Wynn of The Athletic has put your Cowboys, though, on a list of offensive teams that could break out here. And I don't know how you guys feel, but, last year I think they were trying to hold it together with a rookie offensive line, one wide receiver, Jake Ferguson hurt. That was a dumpster fire. I don't think that's too emblematic. Is that the right word? I don't think last year defines who this team is. Do you guys? I'm with Ted Wynn,
No.
and I don't know if it's as much of a breakout as much of it's a bounce back, plus adding George Pickens and getting the line right.
I'm hoping for the new, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think it would be a breakout if you're seeing them doing it consistently versus quality defense and quality teams. I think that could be the breakout because I think that's been the missing ingredient for this Cowboys offense, that the end-of-season numbers look great. They put up ridiculous numbers in specific games, tear up the bad teams, but they consistently come up pretty short versus the playoff quality teams and defenses. So that would be, I think, the big difference if they're able to really cut through offensively this year, that additional portion. Like, hey, we're not going to put up 48 versus the Giants and then put up 16 versus whatever playoff team.
Or 7 if we see them in January.
Yeah, or something even worse than that. Exactly. So I think that would be the biggest sign of encouragement for sure.
Yeah, beating quality teams, being good enough. And I haven't really felt that way about these Cowboys since like the mid-2010s. That's 2016 was when I felt like they were balanced enough and physical enough to go beat quality teams. Other than that, I don't know how often we've seen that in Dak's career. But, it's not just the Pickens production, though, Wolchuk. It's taking the top off the defense. It's this deep ball threat they haven't had, opening more opportunities and now getting the ball to those guys underneath in space instead of being suffocated by these shell defenses that didn't have to respect the Cowboys' ability to go long.
Yeah, they haven't obviously had. I mean, you got to go back to the Amari and CD years, then Gallup sprinkled in there. But certainly the impact of George Pickens can help out, I think, Jake Ferguson to hopefully get back to where he was, the middle of the field. Can that end up opening up as well? I think, as always, and when you look at all the good offenses, for the most part, they're probably going to have a decent offensive line, right? Or you've got the awesome play caller, schemer, that's good to be able to mitigate some of the flaws that you have up front. I don't know yet if Brian Schottenheimer and this coaching staff is that, but I do think that we have to hope and be optimistic about the offensive line. Tyler Booker, I'm super excited about. He's still got to prove it, but I think this all comes down to Tyler Guyton at left tackle for the most part. If Guyton can just be pretty good, you don't need him to be a Pro Bowler. I don't need him to be an All-Pro or a second-team All-Pro. I just need you to not get your ass kicked every single week. Can you just be a stable left tackle? And this team, that's what made them in 2014 and 2016 when you last had confidence. They knew they had the best offensive line in the NFL, and you can travel and you can go and kick everybody's ass. What is that also going to do? You're going to be able to run the football. You got the good offensive line, I can run the football. And the second you display, we can run. Now everything else is opened up, and it's a lot easier to do.
I think to both yours points, they can have regular season success not needing to run and putting up a bunch of stats. Look at this, 4,900 yards, MVP runner-up or whatever. But in order to beat the good teams, it's got to be because that offensive line, the runners, and the coaching staff gives them a great running game. Mm-hmm. You just give me a great running game, and I'm willing to believe in this team. Brian, you think we could see that?
Yeah, I think to me that it's just the coaches. This is where I know we all focus on what the players are going to do. I think this is going to come down to the coaches. Could these coaches, could they find ways? Are they going to be creative? Are they going to find ways to use the personnel the right way? That's where I think this offense is going to be. I think the quarterback's going to be fine. I believe the quarterback's going to be fine. I think he's going to benefit from the wide receiver like we talked about. I think he's going to benefit from the right guard, especially, with it. I think he's going to benefit from the center being a year more experienced and stuff like that. The running game part of it, we'll see. If Blue can pick up things quick enough, that's going to be the key. You can't have anything with Blue being behind everybody.
Yeah.
Maybe we're not hearing so much about, why are we hearing so much about Blue? Well, is Blue picking up things quickly here?
He's got to be good enough at all that stuff to get on the field.
Yeah, he's got to be good enough. He's got to be good at all that stuff.
Get that speed on the field, baby.
But to me, this is where a college line coach, a college wide receiver, and others are going to have to kind of figure it out really fast.
I love that. Okay, and then you want to talk about breakout in another way, and relative to Dak. I mean, Dak said he believes, or Brian said he believes Dak is going to be good. I agree, as long as he's healthy. But last year, that hamstring came just by reaching on a throw. That wasn't like a really bad collision injury. That is my body doesn't work right anymore kind of injury. So assuming he can dodge those, and by the way, that was the shoulder, that was the calf. We've seen post-leg injury, like things just aren't connected and smooth, and he's having the weak point pop, right? So you avoid that. You play 16 games. I think he's going to be good. But what if he doesn't? Could Joe Milton, with these weapons, the gut offensive line, like if you get the line and the weapons and everything's coming together and then Dak gets hurt, here runs in Joe Milton. What are you expecting, Chief?
Oh, man, I would expect plenty of volatility for sure, and a guy that will still have some significant mental errors from the pocket. You will get the highlight reel type plays. If you're really running the football well, then that's going to help for sure. But I would imagine he would be the perfect feast or famine type of quarterback.
It would be exciting.
It would be a lot.
You get some breakout plays, some breakout series.
A lot more fun than watching Cooper Rush.
I was doing a video on my YouTube page at How About Wow if you want to follow that, and I just wanted to look into what did Joe Milton do his last preseason game, and it was a dumpster fire. He was like 5 of 17, and then to week 18, his next chance to play in that game against the Buffalo Bills, and you saw evidence of, pocket presence and avoiding and then stepping up and making throws. You saw going through multiple progressions, but you would need another big step forward. And that's just one game against a Bills team that probably wasn't game planning and a lot of their starters weren't playing.
Right.
So I would expect volatility as well. But I think there's just enough in there, like the Joe Milton storyline of never really being taught to go through progressions at Tennessee. It was hike, fake, throw, hike, fake, throw. That was it, So if you look at it through the lens of that preseason that he played last year against New England was the first time he's gotten real coaching, first real time he's been asked, and 20 weeks later in week 18, I would say there's something significant there. So I think I'd be, excited about it, especially if they do want to run the ball. Now, he's not a Cam Newton or Lamar Jackson or Steve Young even, but I mean, you put a running game together with Joe Milton, I think you could win. You could win in the NFL like that. Okay, Evan Grant on DeGrom says, now the Rangers are encountering a math problem, guys. How would you handle this? I was never good at math.
That's horrible. Horrible.
Wheels came off in 6th grade, actually. It was pretty good until then. When it was simple math, like 8 times 9, 9 times 7, that land, superstar.
Well, this isn't good for our show because I did math models. I did remedial math courses.
I did, advanced quantitative reasoning instead of calculus.
Learning disability, mathematics.
I needed that. I needed to graduate high school, and I didn't know I could do the algebra. So I ended up taking summer school where they basically tutor you through it.
Yeah.
That's how bad it was.
Exactly.
It got in my head. Like, I was shook. I was seeing ghosts when it came to algebra by the time we left. But anyway.
Sam Darnold versus a Belichick defense on Monday night.
Yes, we were seeing ghosts. 100%. We had that class. I think that you're probably going to be skipping starts here in the second half of the season. I think Boach just kind of outlined that out when he jumps on with KNC. Should be on tomorrow again. But I think that's why the timing here might be kind of perfect for the Rangers, where you're getting back, fingers crossed, right? Bradford, Gray, like you're getting back some arms that have, and Evo should be, sure, and he's had now 2 weeks off. Mally's going to have about 2 weeks off, but I think those were guys anyway that you kind of had to consider. They're probably going to need to get start skipped as well. I think Rocker would have been in that conversation too, having not pitched a bunch, but you're probably going to have, and you know what? The success with the bullpen days now also is something that I think you're feeling better about this situation as a whole. So inevitably, you're going to have some starts, I think, skipped here as we get closer probably to the All-Star break, and then after the All-Star break, just to be able to extend DeGrom throughout the season. Maybe you don't have him pitch as deep in a game. Maybe he does what we were talking about with Leiter. You have him just go 5 or 6 innings. Even if he's that effective, he's only got about 70 to 85 pitches, whatever it might be. Right. But you do at some point have to look at, I don't know, even though he has said, I can be a 200-inning guy, with just he hasn't, what's it been 5-6 years since his last Cy Young season?
Well, yeah, he hasn't had a heavy workload season in 6 years, and he said, the team would not try to get to 200 innings this year. So if you're at 82 already, doing the math, you got to skip some starts.
Right.
If you want to have him potentially in October. I would feel like you need to roll into October at about 170 innings at most, right? So
Sure.
you can get
And
double
that's
here.
why
You got to find a month to take off.
These type of series here with the Royals, and I know the Royals, maybe you have some desperate team theory working here, Brian, as they have been swept in back-to-back
By
series.
the A's. A's got him, yep.
Yankees before that.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a team that you've got to pounce on while they're down. Like, especially with the Astros now starting to gain ground, you've got to beat these teams. You can't be messing around anymore, boys. You didn't give yourselves any leverage.
Stars news, the team's not prioritizing trading Jason Robertson. They're letting it be known. The story in the morning news, they say that report's completely overblown. Sounds like they're considering all options, but don't have anything cooking right now.
I like that. I like that message. You never want to just get out there and tell everybody, yeah, this guy's available. You want to keep it like, no, he's not available. If you want him, you're going to have to give me something strong here.
Yeah,
reel it in a little bit.
That's the way to play it. Plus, you don't want the guys talking. Like you want everybody feeling like my organization has my back right up until the minute you trade them. You know?
Especially with a Stars bunch that clearly has some sensitivity issues.
Indeed, man. Okay, is Katie just ring chasing?
Yeah.
Reportedly had interest in joining the Celtics at the deadline per Kevin O'Connor. He's already been denied by his top choices. There were rumblings at the deadline Katie wanted to land with the Celtics. Or the Knicks. New York's interest reportedly isn't mutual anymore. Boston's cap sheet and trajectory make that scenario highly unlikely as well. That's just weird. Like, I thought after going to Golden State, there's no way Katie would want to join the reigning champions again, but damn it, he did. You're like, yeah, let me see here. Which team do I want to go to? Who just won it?
It is pretty incredible, man. He doesn't even consider the idea that, like, I'm just going to be ring chasing in a very obvious way. Everybody's ring chasing to some extent, for sure, for the most part. But he's like, he has no problem being very heavy handed about it. It's funny.
Yeah, and I mean, his legacy is the better for it. I mean, if he had gone his entire career and not had championships, that would be a catastrophe. So I guess in the end, the resume is going to look significantly better, and over time, that whole storyline is going to be smoothed out, and we'll just appreciate the greatness of that team plus KD. Now, for the Mavs, if this value continues to decline like I expect it will here over the next couple of weeks, as we're going to find out teams just don't want to give the Suns what they want, I would entertain something around the idea of a pick, Gafford, Clay, PJ. Like those are the kind of assets that I'm looking at. You can have 2 or 3 of my veteran forwards that we have massive long jab at, and a draft pick. You want Hardy, and I wonder how far the value is going to come down. As you see right now, I mean, the Knicks need to get over the top. They don't want him. How many other teams just don't want him? I would think Houston should be lined up. But, I mean, if you can't even take that Suns team with Bradley Beal and Booker on a playoff ride, how good are you really right now? And I think that reality is hitting people in the head. We need our entire salary cap to get a bunch of guys who are incredible role players that can switch everything. And if we drop $60 million on one of them, we can't do that. We need to stop the Thunder and Pacers. And if we say we're going to have 2 good players and then some guys that are okay athletes, but they shoot threes, and some guys that don't shoot threes, but they're good defenders, we're going to get mopped and exploited on both sides of the ball once we get into these playoff series against these versatile, Swiss Army knife type of players. So if that happens, and you're the Mavs and you have Kyrie and AD already, and you could add KD to it and not have to give up Cooper Flagg, I think you'd have to be interested.
I mean, yeah, I would be interested in the conversation for sure. I wonder if they're wanting more. It's just crazy what the Suns are asking for. It seems like they want quality players and a bunch of draft assets.
Yeah.
Like, weren't they asking San Antonio for the number 2 pick and Stephon Castle?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, that's laughable, dude. You're probably not getting either of that.
Yeah, and I can't help but think Houston ends up being the team that's willing to go a little bit more and give them some of the things they want, because Houston is that team that plays a ton of defense. They got nobody that can put the ball consistently in the basket, and you're bringing in Kevin Durant specifically for that.
It's massive need. I mean, it would make sense, much like Orlando going for Desmond Bane. Like, he fills really one of the biggest holes on your roster. So I do think Nico would probably want to get in the mix here. Supposedly he loves KD if the price were to drop, but I don't know what Phoenix is going to end up doing here, man. And the Knicks apparently said they had zero interest in Kevin Durant, which I know pissed off a lot of people in New York.
Alrighty, just heard from the Rangers. Rangers player show here coming up in about 5 minutes on the schedule, but it looks like we're going to get Luke Jackson pushed back to 340. Brian, would you like to do the corner next? Or would you like to do that at 4?
Can we do it at 4?
Sure, we'll do. Okay, we'll do Krusty's corner. Yeah, coming up next, we got the C Note Cowboys news of the evening coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
Remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here is the C-Note, Cowboys News of the Evening. We do it every afternoon here at this time. Luke Jackson, your Rangers pitcher, dog. He's coming up at 3:40, and Rangers Player Show as they're hosting the Royals tonight, looking for their 5th win in a row here. Man, I didn't know when they took that swoon about 2 weeks ago if they were going to get back to 500. Then last week when they took 2 of 3 from the Twins, I started thinking and hoping and dreaming. And then, boom, here we are. So what if Simeon's turnaround just brought the entire Rangers team along with him and the good times are back? I think we're due. We definitely paid enough penance after that World Series to be due, I feel like, and this team's good enough to get the job done. So we're very excited about that. We'll have day baseball coming up on Thursday, so hope you guys can enjoy that. And then next week, they're actually going to be on the East Coast, so we'll have like 5 o'clock starts. So you're in Rangers paradise here if you're listening to The Fan and afternoon drive over the next couple of weeks, especially if they keep on winning like this. We're going to be at Pickler Universe playing pickleball with you. That's the I-35 and George Bush location. That's Friday from 2 to 5, and we'd love to see you out there along with Stella Artois. This C-Note, though, brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, here we go. Morning News writing about what we know about Micah Parsons' contract negotiations with the Cowboys. You know, I just feel bad for Micah at this point because I know he'd like to have this thing taken care of, but he has to sit out or the Cowboys will never have any real urgency towards this, and I'm glad we're now at a time where at least fans see that. I think with clarity, I don't think there's a lot of people mad at Micah Parsons, but Brian said yesterday, I don't think he wants to lose $50,000 a day. So
I don't think he does.
The move then is going to be a hold in. Is that what you're predicting for Oxnard?
Hold in. Yeah. If we don't get this thing done by the 21st of July, I think there's going to be a hold in.
So that stinks as you're changing coordinators, but also I think the thing that really stinks is it's just a reminder the Cowboys aren't interested in doing whatever it takes to get the guy to practice. I think this comes down to not wanting to do it enough or not being good enough. Don't they have to redo this whole contract negotiation approach? Like their process just sucks.
Yeah,
they painted themselves in a corner.
How can they fix this now?
Trade Parsons.
You trade him, or you just call his bluff.
Yeah,
which means this thing's just going to go for.
And that's why I talked about going to maybe getting Von Miller and find a way to make up for 16.5 sacks.
I just think Jerry does not have the stomach for that. And Jerry's the one who has the extreme.
Well, he didn't have the stomach for Dak's situation. We know that. So you're absolutely right about that.
Just trading away superstar caliber players. He doesn't want to do that. And he's super stubborn. Bobby was saying it this morning of like, Jerry doesn't want to pay you until he says it's time for you to be paid.
Yeah.
It's just like his own stubborn way of maintaining the power and the control. Even if it costs him more money when it's all said and done. He's willing to pay that price just so everybody knows I'm the one who decides when anybody here gets paid. I'm the big swinging stick. So until Jerry is no longer running things from that standpoint, I don't think any of that changes. We'll see if Steven has the same type of heightened level of stubborn nature and that power control that Jerry has when it comes to these very specific situations of negotiating. But
you better get ready. You got other ones down the lane that are coming here
very quickly.
I think Jerry is a very unique personality, though, and that's a great point. Like the psychology of not having money growing up and wanting to be that important, and finally getting here and clinging to that for your ego. I think that's specifically him.
Yes,
where Steven, I think, will look at things much more practically.
Yeah,
I think Steven's really frustrated right now. I think he is really, really frustrated.
Because he probably knows exactly what we just talked about.
He knows. He knows that this trend is not going to change for him.
But you nailed it. I mean, in order to get the agents off your case and to make them nervous that they might actually say no, and to do the deal now, like if you want Micah to do the equivalent of the Osa deal now, you would have had to trade or let Dak go. You got to let one of these guys go to reestablish your credibility at the bargaining table. Right now, they just see you as a pushover.
Yeah, because that's exactly what's happened. I mean, what's the last player that they played hardball with? I mean, they let Byron Jones go. Is that the last one we can think of?
No.
Amari Cooper got what he wanted. Zeke got what he wanted.
What was Ware's situation? Was his just
DeMarcus Ware they thought was old and not that good anymore, not worth the money, so it was a salary cap dump.
Yeah, the quote from Jerry that year was, "I don't even want to disrespect you with an offer because we're so up against the cap that we have to sort of turn over a new leaf in team building." And, you know, he was still good enough to be one of the top paid defensive players at his position. So he went on to Denver and got a nice check and won the Super Bowl ultimately there. But hopefully, you know, the Cowboys are recognizing this situation that they put themselves in, and somebody there can sell them on a new vision. Like, maybe this is where actually we should be aligned with the league instead of trying to do our own thing. From the players' perspective, though, I do wish they would all take Dak's approach of, I'm never going to miss a day of practice with the team. We'll do everything with that in mind. And then if I have to hold out, I'll get to there when the regular season starts happening. Because I think that's what the Joneses would care about. Like, what they're revealing in their negotiation strategy is they don't really care that much if you miss practice in training camp. So if I'm Mike, I'd be like, I'm not taking anything away from them by holding out here. They don't care. What I will tell them is, I will be here practicing and doing all the meetings because I care about winning. But if we get to week 1 without a deal, you won't even see me at the stadium. And I think, you know, I think Dak has shown, listen, you can have it actually both ways. You can show everybody here I'm fully committed to the practice and the team and everything and still get the bag.
And maybe he has a conversation with Micah about that. I mean, there is a part of me that thinks Micah is such an uber competitor. One, the finances that you illustrated there, Brian, I think is spot on. But, I mean, we saw it just at minicamp the other day. He wasn't supposed to probably go out there and do anything. He couldn't help himself.
Yeah.
I mean, being out there and just standing on the side, like, we've seen how bored he gets just after stretching. He's got to jump around from station to station and go to different position groups and just get in the mix. So
maybe the Cowboys need to wait him out.
I mean, that could be a play.
Yeah, maybe they're feeling like that he can't stay away from it. Once it starts, he can't stay away, and maybe
get him to do that deal that you want.
Yeah, maybe
we don't need to talk to your agent. We got the deal that we want with you, and if you want to be here, then
they talked to him initially, but that's before Crosby and others had been signed.
You know, I don't want to get into, you know, talking about the guy because I really don't know him that well, but, you know, maybe he's just not a classroom kid, you know, like.
Oh, he's not.
They talk about the kid in class, you know, when we were growing up, it's like, wow, you're the bad kid. He's just hyperactive, just ADD a little bit.
He hates classroom football.
See, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. He's and Zach's right. We've talked about this a bunch. He'll bounce from meetings to meetings, and you're kind of like, and the coach is like, oh, well, don't you have to be down at your meeting? You know, he's like hanging out with the running backs, or he's hanging out. You know, he just does not want to sit down. And, you know, this isn't Sean Lee or Leighton Vander Esch when it comes to just grinding, just every day thinking about football. You know, I mean, he thinks about football, but not on the level that those types of guys do. Once he gets out there and plays, we all know what that kind of guy is, but he just does not want to sit in the classroom and learn about scheme. That's just not his deal.
I mean, I could not stand a class, you know, and that's why I was constantly an underperforming student. And I think if I was amazing enough to just show up and get A's, there's no way I would have been in that class. You know, if I could have showed up and aced the test every Sunday. Okay, NFL execs and scouts picking their favorite 2025 offseason moves. We go to ESPN's Jeremy Fowler. And this is interesting. He writes, Dallas has leaned into a certain strategy more than any other teams. The Cowboys are willing to relinquish draft capital for high upside talent on rookie contracts. This is kind of their version of F them picks.
Yeah.
Says the Cowboys executed 3 trades for Kyer Elam, for Joe Milton, and now Pickens, who has the talent to be a top 10 receiver. You know, the Pickens trade might be a winner when people in the NFC East mention unprompted that the acquisition might just shift the dynamic of the Cowboys offense. Dealing with CeeDee and him opens things up for them, a coach in the division said. And an AFC personnel man said he'll be a big piece there when he's covered. He's really open. I know the current concerns are there, but I think having an established passing game with veterans to help him along and the fact he's in a contract year will keep him in line. And if you can tap into what he can fully do, his major ability will shine through. So a couple of things, just the team building angle that maybe we haven't talked about a lot. Is this the Cowboys going for it? And if you've gone for it this much, shouldn't we expect a trade or a signing of a veteran corner and maybe more help against the run game? I think if you know you get Pickens, you're trading future picks for these guys. Is that kind of a win now move? And
Pickens' move is pretty win now.
Yeah, predict more. I mean, maybe the Elam, the Trey Lance, the Joe Milton to a lesser extent, but
there's no safety net for signing him long term after this season, unless you figure out. unless you want to use the franchise tag on him, but you might have to use that on somebody else.
Yeah, it could be a one-year rental.
This is a try and win now mode because there's no safety net here.
But, with Cooks and Gilmore acquisitions and then Trey Lance, Joe Milton, maybe we're getting into an age where they're like, hey, Dak's on the other side of 30. We need to start taking day 3 future picks and keep trying to pepper the team now to take advantage of whatever's left in this window.
Yeah, I think the Pickens move is a win now move for sure. I think those other moves are just like just be competent.
Yeah.
Just be competent now moves. Yeah. Kyer Elam, he's not winning you a bunch of games. He's just a body out there to
just
be
pieces
respectful.
to fill the puzzle.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's not, hey, we're swinging for the Super Bowl fences here.
They also looked at the Commanders' acquisition of Laramie Tunsil, while teams we spoke with had mixed reviews on the Deebo Samuel trade due to perceptions of a declining skill set. Most were all in on Tunsil. Still a top 3 player at his position, a top 3 tackle set on AFC Scout, and anything you can do to protect Jaden Daniels and load up while he's on his rookie deal is smart.
It's amazing the variance of opinion on Laramie Tunsil. Like, I still think he's pretty good too. But as soon as they made that trade, I saw other people coming out talking about how he's regressed. He hasn't been as good. Maybe it was the PFF grades weren't great for him. People in Houston were still saying like he was solid. The penalties maybe were
ton of
something.
false starts.
So I'm interested to see how Laramie Tunsil plays with Washington. It is an upgrade on paper, there's no question. But we'll see how it works out.
Okay, they like Rodgers to the Steelers. Quote, he's still throwing the bleep out of the ball. Honestly, a veteran coach said. He's the best QB they've had since Roethlisberger. We will see how the body holds up, but I think he's going to help them immensely. I guess you have DK Metcalf. I'm not sure who their runner is. Did they draft a new runner?
They got Warren.
They got
and
Caleb Johnson.
Caleb Johnson.
Our RB2, Brian, from Iowa.
They like the Rams signing Devontae Adams, 32 years old, still performing at a high level. And with the Cooper Cup out, now it's Adams and Nakua, who might still be one of the best receiving duos in the league. Alrighty, the C-Note every afternoon at 3:20 here in the G-Bag Nation. Now, usually we get to Krusty's Corner coming up next. We're going to move that till 4 o'clock because it's time next for the Rangers Player Show. And reliever Luke Jackson joins us here in the G-Bag Nation.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Rates on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Well, thank you, Lucius. Okay, so Luke Jackson has asked to come on at 4:40. He wants to come on after a batting practice. So we'll have the Rangers player show in an hour, which means we can slot Krusty's Corner right back in here, right back into its spot. We're watching College World Series for the second day in a row. Oregon State has bases juice, top of the sixth, nobody out, but they're down 4-2. So this is a big moment for that side of the bracket, and he gets him swinging for the third strike. So one out, Oregon State and Louisville on the television. Time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's Brian.
Thank you very much, General, and thank you very much to Reliant as well for being a part of this one today, as they always are. Yeah, excited about LSU, by the way, getting through last night. I was a little bit worried when we saw last night the start. It's not very good for LSU, but they rallied in the bottom of the first, and then unfortunately, though, the rain, gosh dang, that just thing, we were kind of carrying that thing till 11 o'clock last night, basically, and then all of a sudden they're like, okay, we'll play this thing tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Craziness.
So it worked out. I'm proud of the Tigers for getting it done today. I want to ask you guys a question real quick, because I had this discussion on a couple of different platforms, and I did this segment called Last Chance, No Chance.
Okay.
But I'm really curious. I took it really, really, really deep, and I don't want to go that deep, but I want to ask just about one particular player, and then I want to get into something that Pro Football Focus. But I want to see what your discussion level is on this particular player. On the last chance or no chance for a Dallas Cowboys player, I was thinking about Deuce Vaughn. Where are we on Deuce Vaughn? Last chance, no chance. And when I say this, I'm thinking about for the 53-man roster.
Yeah.
Is there anybody that's willing to fight for him on this roster right now? Because like I was looking at guys like him. I was looking at Brooks was another guy.
Sure. And Jalen Brooks is interesting because I wonder, like I was looking, Eric and I talked about this on Love of the Star, like position groups, maybe they could end up trading if they have a surplus. One is interior lineman, but they might end up actually having some wide receiver depth, and Jalen Brooks would be an interesting name who has, I think, made the most of his opportunities when he's got on the field and special teams. Here's what I'd say: if there's somebody on the coaching staff that would fight for Deuce Vaughn, it's obviously Coach Riley, offensive line coach who was with him at K-State. And then I wonder about Shoddy. You know, Marty, and he was there in San Diego where they had success with Darren Sproles at the very beginning of his career.
Man.
Maybe he's got a plan, but I lean no chance. I mean, as soon as they took Blue and they took Maffa, and then you bring in Williams, you bring in Sanders, I don't think there's a spot. So considering the fact that he's proven he can't play special teams whatsoever.
Sure.
Like, he's uncomfortable returning, Deuce Vaughn.
Sure.
He can't cover. So you've got to have, if you're going to be like a third or even a fourth, and we're not even factoring Hunter Lipke, at least I haven't into this.
Sure.
So I think there's no chance unless the offensive line coach makes a huge case for him, and Shoddy does see like, yeah, I can do some gadget fun things here.
Yeah, I lean no chance. Your fielder's choice there, first baseman couldn't get to it, couldn't get the scoop. One scores, it's 4-3 now with 2 outs. I'm going to say Dunsky for Deuce Vaughn. I just think there's too many guys now in that running back room, even Lipke and Maffa, you know.
Yeah, the thing that when I think of Deuce Vaughn, it always reminds me of what Bill Parcells said to me. And he said it not just to me, but to everybody that worked in the personnel department. Is like, these guys, when you bring them to the game, how many plays are they going to play? And the problem I see with Deuce Vaughn is, unless he's the starter, and we've seen what's happened with the Cowboys with these running backs. It seems like every time they have running backs that don't play special teams. It seems like that they have 2 or 3 guys. I mean, Hunter Lipke's out there probably taking every special team rep, and plus doing what he has to do. But I just don't see it unless Deuce Vaughn is the starter. I just don't see a real role for him.
In all of his chances, it's been under 3.5 an attempt with a decent sample size. You're not going to get the runner out of it, and he would have to be a star runner to put up with everything else you mentioned.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't know what the height limits him, and
absolutely,
and it's not the desire or anything like that. And when you say that, you're trying to like, I'm being a mean guy, but I'm trying to be nice here right now. But it really does. I mean, it's
happened like Quiz Rogers. It's doable at that size. I don't want to say he's too small to do it. He's just not good enough to do it.
Okay, then this turns into. I think that the Quiz Rogers situation, they had a plan for what they were going to do with the guy.
No, that's exactly it.
This might be maybe the biggest reason. I talk about lack of height for Deuce Vaughn. I wonder if the biggest problem he has is the coaching staff. And I say that in a way of, do you really have a plan? When I'm watching a Wednesday practice last week, the OTAs, and they're putting CeeDee Lamb in the backfield, and they're putting Turpin in the backfield. To me, that's like, well, isn't that kind of stuff that maybe you could do with Deuce Vaughn?
In theory, but he doesn't have, like you mentioned, Darren Sproles and stuff like that. Like, he doesn't have that same type of elusiveness or burst or quickness or speed. Like, I think even less than the height is just he doesn't have the athleticism to make up for it. He doesn't have the Darren Sproles burst or a Turpin type of speed or burst.
And the bulk. Like, Jacquizz Rodgers was a bowling ball.
Yeah.
Even Maurice Jones-Drew, smaller back, but these guys were,
strong,
strike a match.
Thick, yeah.
It's and Deuce is lacking that a little bit. I was optimistic that they'd have a plan for him. They were trying him out at some wide receiver stuff. Maybe they saw something there.
Yeah, we came dancing in here for a show 2 years ago, like, they're using him as a wide receiver. Oh, look, they're looking at his slot. What?
We never saw
it again.
I know,
and that's kind of like that's been the MO, if you want to say, of what the coaching staff has done here the last several years. That maybe guys do have, and people are like, oh, I'm sure if Deuce Vaughn went to Kansas City or the Rams or something.
The hope that a different coaching staff is going to find a role for him. And I think, having CD and Turpin in the backfield is actually encouraging for Turpin for me, because we're looking for a lot of different things. What Lamb does that's so exciting is he can take it and run it, or he's going to get into the slot and run a route. So you're really in conflict there. And I think that's why they wanted to see if they could get Vaughn some targets in the passing game, because if he could do that, now you're putting him in a position where maybe he could get a matchup. But what I think we need is for them to play their games before and after the snap, create space to get the ball to Vaughn on the outside or with some decent protection. And I think he's quick enough to make plays. But it's going to have to be this coaching staff putting him in a position, because the traditional opportunities that he's getting, there's just not enough there.
No, there's not. And look, the questions are going to be, can he beat somebody out for a job? That's the big. I mean, to me, I look at the way that them drafting Blue, that just seems to me that eliminates Deuce Vaughn there, right? Doesn't it?
You got to have size or speed. And, when I saw his 40 time coming out of college, I was like, whew, this is a long shot.
Yeah. Well, I can say there's times where he's looked good in training camp and things like that, but I think this is a no chance situation right here. All right, Pro Football Focus, and as I finish my stuff up here in a little bit, Pro Football Focus put out today every team's make or break player for the 2025 season. And I was interested because, would you guys like to take a guess? Just a guess.
Guyton.
Mozzie?
Yeah, Guyton was the first name that came to mind for me. Or just like for their career? Or
just right now, season? Just for their career right now with the Dallas Cowboys.
Sam Williams?
Make or break. No, you're right.
Okay.
You're right. It's Mozzie Smith. They think, then this is what they were saying about Mozzie Smith. They were saying that Dallas's run defense was a sieve.
Mm-hmm.
But we talked about this. As a sieve. And you're blaming, you're kind of tagging that with Mozzie Smith right now as everybody else was sieving right along with him. But he posted the second worst Pro Football Focus defensive grade in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, like, that's his job. I'm a corner. I'm not a good tackler, but I get picks, and I'm covering guys like Mozzie. You need him to stop the run, and he's got one of the worst scores on the team.
Yeah. He had the 9th worst mark among defensive tackles who played at least 200 snaps, defensive run snaps in that span last year. They're thinking that maybe Matt Eberflus can unlock something we have yet to see from Smith. If Smith can't figure things out this season, though, it wouldn't be surprising to see him playing elsewhere in 2026.
Elsewhere being like the UFL. You might be able to play for the Renegades.
I mean, hey, Taco Charlton got picked up by some teams, and that dude was probably even worse than what Mozzie's been. So, like, just the first-round pedigree, I think he's going to end up probably getting some other opportunities, but it could end up
2 or 3
years
away
just a matter of time, from probably doing that.
I mean, from my understanding, I'd be patient with Mozzie because he's one of the strongest guys in the league, and you just don't know when
it's going to unlock
the love of the game.
Yeah.
Like, where is he mentally and psychologically and emotionally as he's gone through this struggle? We've heard that maybe he didn't handle it well. Well, if he keeps working hard at some point,
This is his 3rd defensive line coach that he's had.
Yeah.
I mean, is that even a consideration? And I'm not making excuses. We've talked about this. The film against division opponents was actually pretty decent, but I'm kind of in the mode right now where I don't need Mozzie to play great. I kind of think of him like Guyton now.
Yeah.
I just play.
I think of Guyton still so much better, so much more optimism.
I'm going to say it this way, Eric. Just play good. I'm not asking you to be great.
Yeah.
I'm almost asking you to be Terrence Steele good. Is that too much to ask of a player right now?
It's not too much to ask, no. But I don't have optimism that he can even be that. But I think it's fair to just say, hey, can you go out there and just be an average player? Just an average, a guy with one job, as Dawson mentioned. Just help us stop the run.
And the thing there is you could get that for like $3 million in free agency. It's one thing if you're like, hey, we got to depend on Ravel because a good corner is going to cost us $22 million.
Right.
All you have to do is go get a decent veteran, Brian, instead of keeping your fingers crossed that Mozzie's going to make your scouts right.
Yeah, I mean, he's shown some flashes, and if there's an undersized center, I think he's going to have a good game.
Yeah.
He's proven that. But otherwise, I'm with you, though. If you can just get average play from Mozzie, that's kind of all I'm looking forward to.
I'm kind of thinking the same thing with Guyton. And I'd say good.
Just don't be a liability.
Yeah, don't be a liability at defensive tackle, and don't be a liability at left tackle.
Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon at 3:40 here, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Okay, Wolchuk, we're moving. We're shifting. We got Sands coming up at 4:20, Luke Jackson at 4:40, which means your NFL Sounds of the Day is coming up next.
Okay, let's get to...
Mic on.
Mic on.
Oh, my mic's off, guys. We got Aaron Rodgers, a former teammate, talking about him. Manziel's talking Shador. And is this a check down merchant or not? That's next in the Nation.
Racing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy. Hour 3, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Rangers fans, stick around. Coming up at 4:20, Sans is going to join us. And then one of the best personalities in that clubhouse, Luke Jackson, a pitcher we got to talk with at spring training, is going to be back on with us. Coming up, Rangers Player Show at 4:40. Here's Wolchuk.
Lots of quarterback news. You guys want to start dad bods, puking, or check down merchants?
Oh, my gosh. This is tough. What do you guys think?
A lot of good options there, right?
I thought the dad bod was going to be a no-brainer, but the puking. Yeah, let's go puking.
Always interested in puking,
Yeah, all right. Yeah, the puking's always a good topic. Buffalo Bills star quarterback Josh Allen said he throws up before every single NFL game he plays in.
Oh, no way. He's got a little Mark Schlereth to his game.
Yep, that's his weekly pregame routine. He's got to be able to get the puke ski in there. You think that's pulling the trigger or just naturally the nerves? It's just happening. The body realizes.
I would think that you still have to do some level of finger assist there, where you have the nerves, but your body's just not immediately. Like, I've been really, really, really nervous before, and it's not like I'm just all of a sudden vomiting because of it. Now, maybe I'm like, I have that feeling like I could vomit. I'm so nervous I could vomit. Maybe I want that feeling to go away. So you go with the old finger assist.
I had a lot of dry heaving going on. 7th grade.
All you have to do is hear somebody else puke and you could puke.
Yeah, you start to see someone else going for it.
See someone else throw up.
You get the smell.
You get the smell. That's another thing. And I told you about those locker rooms there. I mean, those bathroom stalls in that area. Not good.
You painted a disgusting picture.
It is not a good scene to be hanging out in. The smell and the sounds you hear in that thing will make you throw up.
Yeah, I believe that.
You don't need assist.
Trending, Chiefs star quarterback Patrick Mahomes, his trainer. He says he's intentionally having a dad bod. He's doing this on purpose.
Intentionally.
The trainer's making him have the dad bod?
The trainer wants him to have the dad bod. He said, quote, I think
body armor?
Yep. An NFL quarterback should have at least 14% body fat from a force absorption standpoint.
Yeah.
You have to be able to take contact. Quote, not a lot of quarterbacks in the Hall of Fame that have a six-pack. End quote from the trainer of Patty Mahomes.
Yeah, we've seen it for a long time. These quarterbacks are rarely super impressive physically. You definitely have some that are just that dude, and especially now with the more running quarterbacks, you see the leaner Lamar Jacksons of the world. But for the most part, I do agree with that. You want to be able to take that punishment that's inevitable at the position. So, I mean, but is Mahomes 14? Think
14%?
Think 14%?
Oh, no, that's 17 or 18.
Times 2.
Yeah.
Times 2?
He's pushing 30%.
I think so.
It is a lot of beer, and it's a lot of those little mini
It's like a
ice
potato
cream
with
cone
straw
deals.
stuck in him, like fries.
28,
like fry
though?
arms and fried
28%.
legs.
That's
No,
pretty.
He's sub 20 for sure. I would say maybe 16, 17%. Just eyeballing it.
Okay.
He's not that fat, Brian. Come on.
I think he's just on the field with super fit people. It's like Steve Nash looks short, but he's 6'4".
His rib guard things look like they're kind of like there's stuff coming between the rib guard things.
You're right. You mean stuff being fat?
You said it, not me.
All right.
I did say that.
You did say that. You said that. That was you.
He was at one point on his way to being considered Fat Mahomes, but I feel like he's reeled it in a little bit.
I think he's done a good job overall.
Because he is still strong. You can see the strength in the upper body and even in the lower body.
And he moves well. He's got some quickness.
He does have the God-given QB jacket, if you will.
Yeah, he does. And you need that.
He's a big guy that moves very well.
He is.
He's kind of rare that way.
He is.
He's pretty nimble.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to another quarterback that I don't know if he's considered nimble or not, but there is this check down merchant association with one Brock Purdy.
Oh, with Purdy. Oh, okay.
So George Kittle's coming into his defense here. Now, hey, fellow teammate, I get it. So here's Kittle on with Rich Eisen yesterday, and he's kind of fed up with this Brock Purdy slander.
Is he worth it, George? You're going to hear that.
I am. I've heard it multiple times already. I would say, I don't know what his winning percentage is, but when you win a lot of games and then the only, 2 years you go to NFC Championship or better, I think that's decent. And, one of my favorite things about Purdy is everyone calls him the checkdown merchant. And then the last 2 years, he's had the least amount of checkdowns in the NFL as a starting quarterback. Yeah. So I think he's doing pretty well.
Coming with some receipts there, George. I kind of like that. I don't know. Where are we at with this Purdy talk? I mean, look, $181 million guaranteed. I do think we're all kind of looking at San Francisco and wondering, has that window closed? I like what they did in the draft. To me, Brian, they took some defensive linemen.
They did some good things.
And I like to kind of retool. If Christian McCaffrey's healthy, I think this is a playoff team. I think that's a big question mark. And I do think the best thing about Kyle Shanahan is that running scheme that they've got, that's going to work no matter who's in the backfield. It's just, does it really scare when you have Isaac Guerrero in there versus Christian McCaffrey, kind of how defenses are going to have to game plan against you. I think Purdy's better than others do. How good is he? I think that's still up for debate.
Yeah, so I would not consider him a check down merchant. I do think he's been the beneficiary of an offense that has a lethal screen game that allows for him to throw the ball at the line of scrimmage and still create first downs and chunk plays out of it. So, but he's not some guy that is just super low. In fact, he's pretty high up when it comes to yards per attempt and adjusted net yards per attempt, things like that. So I still see him as a guy that can push the ball down the field, but when you're in a Shanahan offense, you're not going to be asked to do that all the time. When things are working the way they're supposed to, you are going to get the benefit of being able to just throw it to the back or throw it to the receiver right at the line of scrimmage and go get some chunk plays out of that. So that's what I would say. Maybe more, and he's not even a screen merchant. He just gets a lot of those, but he still is pretty quality from a metric standpoint on the other types of dropbacks.
I don't think he throws the entire route tree. He doesn't throw with great velocity or into tight windows. So I think people can intuitively tell watching him, this guy is not like the other so-called franchise quarterbacks. There are limitations to him, but I mean, the stats say no, and the stats say he's good throwing deep. I just think this is one of those things where the eyeballs tell you the truth more about Purdy in this situation, because he's not going to go make plays that take victory, and as the surroundings declined, the 49ers offense significantly declined.
They did, and that's tough to overlook because it is true. Like, as soon as they start losing some pieces, the effectiveness, you see that downgrade. We go to Cleveland. Who's going to end up being their starting quarterback? They got 4. You got the old guy, the crusty Flacco. They drafted Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders. And then they've got Kenny Pickett. I don't think Kenny Pickett's going to be the guy. They might start the season with Joe Flacco, but here's a guy that knows a thing or two about being a starter in Cleveland. Johnny Football. Johnny Manziel talking Shedeur Sanders on the Glory Days podcast with Colleyville Heritage's own Max Crosby. What's your take, and why the hell did Shedeur fall, Johnny?
Man, I don't know. Quarterback opinion. As you hear and just kind of see reports about certain things, maybe he's a little bit too loud at times, the quiet guy, the Geno type of guy who just comes in, is kind of under the radar. I'm watching rookie minicamp stuff, and they're detailing every single report of every single throw. It's fucking crazy. It's rookie minicamp. You're every sitting there, every single snap of red zone, how much. So it's just it just adds that question of just you're getting peppered with so much. He's getting an opportunity now in Cleveland with a quarterback situation that, honestly, he can come out of and win the job. I think he'll do well. I really do. I think the kid works really hard. I think he loves the game of ball. And when it comes down to it, if you have a guy like that loves the game, obviously grown up around it his whole life, I think he'll be successful. I agree, bro.
817 was Watson cut. That's what's incredible about this. No, Deshaun Watson's still on that roster eating a ridiculous bunch of salary cap space, but they've moved on. They don't want any part of Deshaun Watson.
They're just waiting for the right time to release him off. Okay.
Because it doesn't benefit them. I think they end up, it's like the Dak contract, right? It's one of those that there's so much, it's all guaranteed. The entire contract was guaranteed. You're better off just having him earning the money than you are just having him away, cut him, and you're still off paying him a ton of money.
Well, I hope Johnny Manziel can get it figured out. I guess it's good to hear from him, but I don't know. That just listening to him talk, I didn't hear a lot of good from Johnny, so I hope for the best on him. But I think it's going to be Shedeur. I think the reaction from inside the Browns facility told us all that the coaching staff and front office is not excited about the possibility that Shedeur Sanders turns into a player and this gets complicated by Dion wanting to be our coach. You know what I'm saying? I think that's a huge part of it. And I think that's why a big part of ultimately why he fell. But I just don't see anybody else there that I think is a better candidate than Shedeur.
Yeah, Dylan Gabriel is accurate. I don't know that that's a guy. I think that he needed, much like Bo Nix, he needed somebody to assess, like, that's my guy. I can fit with him in my system. Like, I wondered if a Sean McVay in L.A. would have looked at Dylan Gabriel and been like, I can work with that.
Tua, he should have been down in Miami.
Miami, yeah, with Mike McDaniel.
Yeah.
Right, and the lefty thing, like you brought that up.
I mean, it's a perfect, you get an accurate quarterback that'll stand in the pocket. It's not very big, and you don't have to switch the offense. You could still play left-handed. You don't have to play right-handed. You could just say, okay, most teams are right-handed the way they play. Dolphins are a little different. They play left-handed. So if you got a guy like him backing up, then you don't have to switch anything in your offense. And he's the exact same type of player.
Yeah, I do think Shador's going to end up maybe even by the end of the season. He'll be starting there in Cleveland. We'll get to see just how good he is. I think probably Flacco gets the nod to start the season. And then we'll see how it goes. I mean, Flacco did have a hell of a run up until the wild card game 2 years ago for Cleveland. Maybe he's able to channel that type of Joe Flacco. All right, last audio clip here. Let's go to Brady Papinga and 877-881-1053. What are some of your favorite forgotten football names? Because Brady Papinga, I just love that name.
Lofa Tatupu.
Lofa Tatupu is outstanding. Famous Amos Zeroaway. That was one for me that I also love to say. But Brady Papinga, he is on the Infinity Sports Network, and he played. Maybe he might even been on that Super Bowl team with the Packers and Aaron Rodgers.
He was with the Cowboys for a minute.
He was.
He showed up, I remember, and he was telling everybody he wanted to be Batman. And I was like, okay. We all wanted him to be good because the personality was next level
Awesome
opportunity.
Dude.
Yeah.
And the name Papinga. But here he is giving his thoughts on Aaron Rodgers, and I think this is spot on.
What I saw, because I went to the Jets-Patriots game last year, and the thing that was sticking out about Aaron that was different was simply, it's almost this unwillingness. I wouldn't say unwillingness because he's tough. It's almost like the body's tired and doesn't want to take the hits. So there's a lot of flinching. There's a lot of, I would say, his vision is going from reading the field to the brush, which isn't usually normal for a high-level quarterback. The high-level quarterbacks are kind of able to fill the rush, and then they're able to then keep their eyes downfield. Because as soon as you all of a sudden take your eyesight from the field, which is where your receivers are and how they're spread out and configured in space versus the defenders, a receiver literally could come open and all of a sudden get covered in a tenth of a second, or by the time you're looking down at the rush and then back up to where you don't see them even come open or even have a chance to being in open space. And that's where I see him, and that comes with age. And it's just a reality. It's just human nature. Your body gets tired of getting hit. Once it does, you begin to what I call flinch.
And we saw that with Brady at the end there. Like, Brady just looked like, my gosh, he did not want to get hit. I think that Rodgers is there. I mean, the offensive line has a chance. We talked with Nick Faribault on our BetMGM show, who covers the Steelers. He thinks they've got an opportunity with Troy Fountainu back at right tackle, who they took in the first round out of Washington last year. Like, the offensive line could be the best that they've had in a while. But Rodgers just looks like a broken man to me. And then there's this stuff about the wedding. Like, is he ball sacking all of us? Did he actually get married? He might be faking this thing.
No way.
Yes, the Daily Mail's done research on this. As of today, public records show no trace of legal marriage. A clerk in the Pennsylvania county where Rodgers was rumored to now have moved told them this week that there's no such marriage involving the football star that's been registered. And then county officials in Vegas, where people will go and elope all the time for quick celebrity weddings, they also confirmed there's no record for an Aaron Rodgers getting married there this year. So I don't know. He might have just made up this entire thing.
Okay, so this could be like the immunization controversy, where it was a technical detail of what he was saying. Remember that from 2020 or whatever?
He's married to the game?
Yeah, I'm technically married. We went through a religious ceremony, or maybe
that could be.
We're common law married now.
That could be.
Who knows with Aaron Rodgers, if he could be ball sacking or just not paying enough attention.
Doing bits, man.
Well, thank you, Chuck. Okay, so that gets us through your NFL sounds of the sports day here in the G-Bag Nation. On the other side, Jared Sandler is set to join us for a Rangers preview, and then Luke Jackson's going to jump on coming up at 4:40 here on The Fan.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, great.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
All right, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Coming up at 4:40, it's time for the Rangers Player Show. Luke Jackson's going to join us for fun. Jared Sandler joins us now. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. If you or a loved one's injured in a car or truck wreck due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels and get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online, frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And good afternoon, Jared. How the heck are you?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Man, just excited. You looking for 5 in a row here. Can you get us the preview brought to us by Blue Nail Roofing about what these Royals are bringing to the party?
Yeah. What's this music? What do we this is kind of intense. I feel like I'm in like a weird bonus level of GoldenEye on N64 or something.
I love the reference.
Make the right play, Jared.
It could be.
Putting numbers on the board, bro.
Yeah, light it up.
Little Pusha T right there. Putting numbers on the board.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, I like it. Yeah, so the Royals, they don't really score. They pitch well, but the Rangers, thankfully, well, I shouldn't say thankfully. It's not a good thing. Cole Reagans is hurt, so the Rangers aren't going to have to deal with Cole Reagans this series, and hopefully for Cole, it's nothing serious, although anytime you got a shoulder deal, that's that's no bueno. But the Royals are, in some ways, they're, I guess, a disappointment. They made the playoffs last year, and they were an exciting, fun team, but they really just, no one's kind of been what the hope was that they would be. That seems like word salad. But even like Bobby Witt's been really good, but he hasn't been Bobby Witt of last year. And Salvador Perez, same thing. And they just, as a team, we're so stuck in Rangers world, obviously, but they were having similar conversations, over in Kansas City about, the Royals' inability to do this or do that offensively. So they pitch well. They have the fewest home runs in Major League Baseball. They only have, I think it's like 46 home runs in 72 games. So they don't really slug, but the Rangers are going to face 3 really good pitchers. Seth Lugo tonight's a veteran who throws like 17 different pitches, and then Chris Bubich is one of the kind of out-of-nowhere stories in baseball. He's got a sub-2 ERA after, I don't want to say being a failed first-round pick, but just taking a little bit longer to develop than maybe people would have expected coming out of Stanford. As a Division I big program college guy. He's pitched in the big league since 2020, but this year as a starter. Last year he was a reliever. This year as a starter, he's been outstanding. So Rangers are going to have some good pitching ahead of them, but this is not a Royals team that's going to light up the scoreboard.
What do you make of this Rangers lineup tonight, man? Evan Carter leading off. You got no Jungle Cat. You got Osuna in the mix here. And the AL Player of the Week, Josh Smith, also off today. What's going on?
Yeah, so I think with Josh Young, we'll start with him. The Rangers, I think, just want to give him a little bit of a reset, much like they did with Adolis, not to the same extent. Adolis, 4 straight starts. He didn't start and then came in that 4th game. I think Josh Young's going to start tomorrow. With Josh Smith, I don't know if you guys have noticed it on Sunday. He was trying to beat out a grounder in the infield, and he sort of hit the bag at first and then just looked a little uncomfortable. And they're calling it a tight upper left hamstring. But the fact that he's not on the IL is hopefully a good thing. They don't expect him to go on the IL, although how he responds the next couple of days will be telling it. I'm not sure if he'll be in the lineup tomorrow with the lefty on the mound. It might be a natural way to just give him an extra day, but I think the real sign will be on Thursday. If he's in the lineup on Thursday, then hey, all good. If he's not, then there might be an IL stint coming.
Upper hamstring. That I feel like that's a butt cheek thing that they're just trying to.
Is that what that? Yeah. What's the difference between upper hamstring and like glute?
Glute. It's right. It's right underneath.
Tush strain.
It's right underneath the glute.
It's that area that the gals are wearing, exposing with their shorts these days.
Yeah.
That's the exact intersection we're talking about, Sandler. That crease. Scientifically.
No,
speaking,
for sure.
Of course. Now, how about this runners in scoring position situation here? Is this something that you look at and say, hey, we got to get this figured out, or is that just, you play enough games and you're going to start getting hits with guys on?
Yeah, I mean that. Some people disagree with me. That's kind of my approach. I just think
take a number.
If you're a 230 hitter, or sorry, if the team is like a 230 hitting team, that at the end of the day, they are more or less going to be that with runners in scoring position, with runners not in scoring position. This situation, that situation. Now, sample sizes are going to differ, or numbers are going to differ until you get to like 10,000 plate appearances. That's when I think it necessarily would be most likely to even out. I'm just throwing that number out randomly, but like an excessive number of plate appearances. But like I just don't know. I do think that there are some guys who they get a little bigger with their swing in those spots because they see an opportunity, their eyes get big, and it's a detriment. I do think there are some guys who they play to the situation. They know, hey, runner at third, 1 out. This guy's been spiking his breaking ball. They don't want to risk a wild pitch. I'm going to eliminate that pitch, right? Or this, based on the guy's repertoire and, my strength of the situation, hey, he's going to try pound me with sinkers or something to get the ball on the ground because they really need a double play. I think there are guys that still play to situations and think through at bats in that way, but I think the majority of hitters go up there, and I don't want to say one approach no matter what, but I think largely pitching is so good, they're up there trying to do their thing. And I think unless it's like a game on the line situation, you don't see a major adjustment in approach. And so I think with that being the case, that's why I think it just kind of, I hate to say it, I kind of think it is what it is. And I think that, over time, you are going to be who you are no matter the situation. In like a middle of the game type of case, again, we saw Jonah Heim in extra innings the other day really try and hit the ball to the right side to move a guy over, right? That is a game on the line, very specific situation. I think more often than not, though, you see guys going up with their approach, and it's not really impacted by base runners. Whereas that used to not be the case, right? That in the 90s, early 2000s, I don't know when it stopped, but you used to really see guys kind of play to the situation. I don't think you see it as much anymore.
Jared, I was going to ask you that when you talked about Heim. I always feel like that expanding the strike zone is a bad thing. But is it, in this case with Jonah Heim, was that a good thing with him trying to do what he was trying to do?
Yeah, I guess it depends, right? So it
always feels like, he's expanding the strike. Because we talk about Adolis. He's like, he's always expanding the strike zone too much. And Bruce Bochy doesn't want him swinging on 3-2 pitches as much, as a team. Is that when it's a bad thing?
So I think there are a few thoughts here. Jonah Heim, specific to the other day, he was a switch hitter. So he was batting as a right-handed hitter with a lefty on the mound, Tyler Alexander, and there's a runner at second in extra innings, and he is trying to move that runner over. I mean, if he gets a hit, great, but like the worst outcome is for there to be one out and that runner still at second. And it was clear Jonah was trying to go the other way, which is a lot tougher these days than it used to be. Because back in the day, 90s, 2000s, you didn't have guys throwing 97. It's a lot easier said than done. But in that situation, I don't want him expanding his strike zone on the inside part of the plate, but maybe a little bit off the plate if it's easier for him to then go the other way with it. Sure, in that specific situation. But in general, Michael Young said something to me probably about a decade ago that I haven't forgotten, and it was about hitting with 2 strikes. He's like, because Michael is a really good 2-strike hitter. And, you're never in a great spot when you're down 0-2 or 1-2 or 2 strikes. But he said, hey, half the time people just psych themselves out. Like, at the end of the day, the pitcher still has to throw you a pitch in the strike zone. Like, this whole, expanding with 2 strikes thing, that doesn't need it. Just have the same zone. Now, you might get burned on a 2-strike pitch that's not in the strike zone. That's called a strike, human element. But over time, more often than not, if you swing at strikes, you're going to be rewarded a lot more than if you don't. Now, again, specific situations, expanding might be okay, but at the end of the day, I don't know that, I would really ever coach someone or encourage them to expand outside of the strike zone. I just think, if it had to be one or the other, I'd rather you not be flexible with that and be stubborn about swinging at strikes.
Has there been any chatter about Andrew McCutchen and his comments about Major League Baseball using different balls, and maybe that's causing an issue when it comes to some of the offense?
All the time, yeah, all the time. It's been a conversation the last few years, it seems. Especially since it came to light that there were different baseballs used from one year to the next a few years ago. I think, unfortunately, because of that, it gets in guys' heads, so they know it's a possibility, but I think it's also reality, right? It's not like some made-up thing that they're using to justify, why a ball's, stopping at the warning track and not going to the first row. It's clear that is in play, and I think it's in play here. So I don't know why. I don't know, the rhyme or reason. It's silly, and other than Deflategate, like in what other sport? And then that weird period where NBA used different balls, and then they bagged that early, one of the things I can't stand about baseball, or I wish we spend way too much time talking about the umpires. We spend way too much time talking about the equipment, right? It should be about the players and the athletes. Now, I know in all sports we talk about the officials, right? That's just the reality of it. So you're not going to get away from that. But I wish we didn't spend as much time talking about the equipment. And that's not you asking. You need to ask, right? Unfortunately, it's a part of the conversation. I don't understand why baseball can't just get this right. It seems like such an easy thing. Why do we constantly have this conversation? It makes zero sense to me why the commissioner's office can't get better control over this.
We got Luke Jackson coming up here in a few minutes. How's he been lately?
Well, he pitched well the other day. That was just in general, everyone on Sunday or whatever day that was Sunday, right? Yeah,
That was Sunday.
It got like gutsy performance with a short bullpen. I mean, you even had Patrick Corbin warming up, but Luke's an interesting guy. Spent a lot of his childhood in London. Very eclectic taste. Loves art. Loves soccer. Loves hockey. You're gonna have a lot of fun with him. He's a fun guy, but he's been, I think, a really kind of good sport about being moved around in role, and I thought what he did yesterday coming in, or Sunday and coming in and getting the job done was pretty important.
Hey, I don't think it's any mistake that you get in the TV booth, all of a sudden they get the sweep going, man. You crushed it. Nice work.
In there, man.
Really nice work, Jared Stanley.
I appreciate it. Just as I have zero bearing on a jinx of any kind, I obviously, as you know, had zero bearing on the outcome of those games. So it was a lot of fun. It was great getting to work with Mikey, and other than the pickle juice stuff on Sunday, it was a pleasure. That's nasty. There's no reason why anyone needs to drink pickle juice.
Yeah, first time I've ever heard a TV play-by-play man gagging into the microphone in real time.
I really I turned away. I just didn't need to see it. I don't know what it is. I have a horrible aversion to pickles and pickle juice, and
even
I wish
kosher
it wasn't
ones?
the case. Yeah, it doesn't matter. How they're cut, kosher, unkosher. I don't know if that was a euphemism or not, Broadus, but I'll play along on both ends. I don't like pickles no matter how you slice it.
I love it, buddy.
What if you don't slice it? You just eat the full thing.
Was just going to leave that one unspoken. But yeah, yes.
Have a great night, dude. We'll catch up with you tomorrow.
All right, fellas. See ya.
Yeah, Luke Jackson, incredible Sunday. Picked up his 9th save of the season, part of a 2-1 Rangers victory. They swept the White Sox. We're coming back with Luke Jackson, the Rangers Player Show, next on The Fan.
But first,
Steve brought up. I got to remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and it is time now for the Rangers Player Show right here on The Fan. And joining us now is a World Series champion. Came back to the Rangers actually this last winter. Clean inning Sunday, got the save, helped the Rangers sweep the White Sox. Luke Jackson joins us now here on The Fan. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you? Oh, we got Luke coming on here in just a minute. That's my bad. We'll get Luke Jackson on here in just a second. Rangers baseball is coming up at 6:30 with the pregame, 7:05 first pitch. It's a Leiter and Lugo on the hill. It's a Leiter and Lugo tonight, so I know a lot of fans are excited about that, and they're excited about the Rangers Player Show.
My man said BP ran a little long.
Oh, BP running a little long?
Yeah,
okay.
so it's going to be 5 o'clock now.
Okay, we're going to 5.
Yes, sir.
Wow, how about that? And that's whatever it takes. Get Luke Jackson on. Hey, last time this happened with Osuna, he ended up being electric.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah. And Luke Jackson is nothing short of electric, right? Isn't that? Okay,
Yeah,
so
we love Luke Jackson. He's electric.
Boogie, woogie, woogie. Rangers Player Show brought to you by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, who is your beneficiary, okay? Chief, what you got for us?
Let's just dive into a sports hodgepodge.
Gosh, let's do it.
Doesn't that feel right?
It does.
Do you guys want to do a football or ball sack?
Ball sack.
Yes.
Okay, so we know Caleb Williams had his issues in Chicago.
Uh-huh.
Okay, somebody called him out for being, I think it was AB. Did somebody call him out for something?
AB?
Yeah.
Antonio Brown?
Yeah.
Antonio Brown called out Caleb Williams?
On something.
Okay,
yeah.
get to the Twitter account, Walchuk. You give us the call out. Give us the Antonio Brown call out as he's fleeing the country because he has.
Do you know what the call out is?
I have no idea what the call out is. No, that's not my football or ball sack. That's
I feel
a
like I'm
Broadus
being
special.
set up here.
I have no idea what Broadus is talking about, but I'm assuming it's from Antonio Brown's Twitter account, which is just as ridiculous of a Twitter account as you'll ever find.
I mean, there's so many tweets. I'm going through it. There's a lot of Pride Month stuff.
Yeah. Well, they spell things 100% correct every time. That's why I know Antonio Brown is not running that account. But whoever he's paying to do it is diabolical.
I would be, yeah. So is he telling the people what to type?
I don't believe so. No, I would imagine that he has really nothing to do with the contents of that
something
particular
to do.
page.
I think he called out Caleb Williams for not dating girls.
Well, he quote tweeted
Does that mean he's dating dudes?
tweet that just said that
It just, yeah.
Focused on
not
his sport.
interested in girls as a kid, and he used a word that we're not going to use on this program.
Yeah.
What does it rhyme with?
I don't even know of a good word to rhyme it with.
Really? Wow. It just sounds like a big word.
There was a pro golfer that was named back in the day.
Noda?
No, there was a pro golfer.
Maggot?
Jeff, yes.
Oh, there you go.
He went
All right.
yeah, from Texas A&M, yeah.
Yeah, he likes to do that. He claims, something of the day.
No, that's not where I'm taking this.
Oh, I thought
that's not my Caleb Williams football or ball sack.
I thought maybe you were going that direction.
Quote, Caleb liked Chicago, but there were moments of doubt. He said, I always wanted to play for the Bears. Then my first meeting made me reconsider. His first meeting with Matt Eberflus, your new defensive coordinator. He says, I walk in the room and Eberflus is on the floor biting his toenails, twisted up in the legs like a soft pretzel. I'd never seen a coach do that before. His first question was, do you like feet? That's something I just wasn't prepared to answer. So this is more from the Seth Wickersham, Caleb Williams, Matt Eberflus stuff. I didn't know Eberflus had that type of flexibility. Didn't get uncovered in the Doomsday podcast with Eberflus, but apparently that is something that's out there.
Is this a yoga thing?
I could see that. He seems like a guy who might stay in shape, so I could see yoga happening and maybe being bent over to where his face is touching his feet. But once you say, do you like feet? It's clear sack. You nailed it.
It's ball sack.
Nice work, boys.
I was there until that last line.
Really? You had him biting his toenails?
Well, maybe not
In
biting
the
his
office?
toenails, but it looked like he was biting his toenails as he was kind of like sitting there in that butterfly pose with his head down.
I got you.
Yeah.
Caitlin Clark, by the way, third most watched WNBA game ever on ABC.
Man, she
her
was,
return.
I was watching
She was crazy.
The highlights, it's like she got the ball just over midcourt and just started firing. And those things were going in.
She had 9 assists in the game.
Yeah.
Her passing it's not the headliner with her because just her ridiculous range. But dude, she's 5 tool when it comes.
Yeah,
to
she sorted everything out. You know, I don't know how her defense is, and obviously she's never going to be a shot block player. But offensively now, what I notice is her aggressiveness and confidence is so high. Like as a rookie, I didn't know if she'd get out of the mode of feeling like I'm on the run here. I'm being hunted by these great defenders. Now she's like, I'm fine, right? Even if they get me, I have counters to this. And I think she's made enough adjustments now that, yeah, you know, multiple MVPs. And I wasn't so sure. This time last year, I mean, they were really struggling out of the gates, and I didn't know if she was going to be able to reach that, level of maybe being the best player in the WNBA as well. But now she's there. You know, now she's in the conversation for being one of the top 5 players.
That's the type of breakthrough I'm looking forward to seeing from our guy Cooper Flagg.
Absolutely, and Paige Beckers.
How about Brian Scalabrine saying
3 to 4 years?
White Mamba. Now, White Mamba says that Cooper Flagg's supercomputer. He also had this quote when he was with Dan Patrick today. He said, "I've been around Hall of Fame players. I've never met someone that can just pick up things at such a high rate." Basketball IQ, boys. Sounds like our guys got it.
I was heard for young players, basketball IQ was good. The word I was given was good.
For Flagg?
Yeah.
Okay. So, good, and some would say incredible. We'll find out firsthand in real time.
I didn't get the word great or incredible, but I got good.
Shams was saying that the Spurs may be holding on to their assets for, quote, an even bigger star. So just something to monitor there, as the Spurs are probably going to be a little bit patient here, not trying to give up a bunch of future assets for Kevin Durant. But they, of course, will be in the market for every big-name star that becomes available over the course of the next, really, forever until they actually get a guy. So, but Wemby and
they
Fox
don't think De'Aaron
Fox
is that guy?
Maybe not to the fullest extent. If somebody, not to say that they want to move on from Fox, I think he's a part of what would be some level of a trio with Wemby and Fox, and then all of a sudden you add another star caliber player as they come available over the course of the next 12 months or so. So just something to consider there.
Probably a smart, slow play for them too.
Agreed.
I mean, one, but also the Wemby factor of this. Like the dude just had to sit out because of the blood clots. Now he's, with monks, and it wasn't Thailand, wherever it is that he is. I mean, I think the future of him, like they need to make sure they got their guy before they start going all in here.
Yeah, and I don't want to give up a bunch of my young assets for a guy who's 36 when maybe we could wait for a star who's 28 or 29. That's what I think we need to do, because we could put ourselves in a heck of an opportunity for the rest of Wemby's, not only rookie window, but then that first contract that he gets isn't going to really break it wide open. So I figure we have 4 or 5 years. I need a star in his prime.
Speaking of a star, Gage Wood was a star on the bump yesterday in the College World Series. He gets the no-no, 19 punch-outs. You have Wright's Barbecue, which apparently is pretty popular in the Arkansas area. Tweeting out yesterday, Gage Wood will never pay for brisket again.
Good for him, dude. That's a huge dub.
What a notch on the belt.
That's
dude.
incredible.
As you start thinking
Always
about
got that.
your future and everything, knowing that you got free brisket at all times. Now, is it just going to be the brisket, or is it just in general, we're going to give him free barbecue anytime he wants
What's the name of this place?
Wright's Barbecue.
Let's look it up and see where it ranks as far as the Arkansas barbecue places.
Arkansas Barbecue.
WRIGHT Barbecue. You let me know, but I struggle to find anything else I'd rather have free for a lifetime than just simply delicious brisket. How about this from James Duthie on the Stanley Cup Final?
Ball sacking.
No, this is real.
Now, James is coveted.
Yeah, this guy's dialed. He says multiple people who are involved or close enough to hear it all say this is the nastiest trash-talking Stanley Cup Final they've ever seen.
Usually some subjects are off limits. Not here. Everything's on the table. The quote was pure verbal hate with the Oilers and the Panthers.
That's the kind of reaction we wanted from our stars, right? I think you got to match that intensity and that fire with fire. If not, in a game like hockey, you better be so much better skill-wise that you can sort of overcome it and just block out the guy trying to intimidate you into playing well. But yeah, I think this Florida team has really shown the Dallas Stars like how far away you were from Edmonton in a lot of ways.
Yeah, you got to bite back a little bit.
You got to bite.
I can't imagine some of the stuff. I mean, there's no way we're going to get an uncut, mic'd up, trash talking edition from the Stanley Cup.
You never know.
I would pay pretty good money to hear some of the stuff. Like, just give me a couple of true examples of what this verbal hate actually looks and sounds like. Now, if Carter's available, is Carter available? Carter, can you throw up the big beefy punter guy, please?
Can we get beefy?
Have you guys seen this Arena League kicker?
You got
punter,
KO'd.
whatever.
You remind me of covering a punt one time.
Yeah, we got this guy. It looks like this is like a pros versus Joes kind of thing.
Was this like how he took a dive?
This dude's like 5'5", 300 plus pounds. It's ridiculous when you see him out there, but he plays Arena League football, and yeah, he got blindsided trying to track down a punt returner. Yeah, he got ear-holed. It's funny to see a 300 plus human being just get sent into the sky and then come crashing down on the Arena League turf. But this is going to be something I'm pulling for this guy. I want this guy in an NFL uniform.
Hey, it's the day of the thicker kicker, though, man.
Wright's Barbecue.
Yeah.
It's known for its Texas-style craft barbecue featuring thick sliced brisket, peppery ribs, juicy sausage links. Standout items are bacon burn-ins. Their meats are smoked low and slow over wood fires, delivering deep, smoky flavors. Dawson, you'll like this. They used pecan wood, and it's particularly noteworthy for its flavor that shines without the need of sauce.
Oh, look at that! Yeah,
Wonderful.
you don't need sauce on Wright Barbecue.
So they've got 4 locations there in the Arkansas. One in Fayetteville area, in Johnson, and Bentonville. That's where I think Walmart's located, if I'm not mistaken. Rogers and Little Rock.
Dude,
we know the area well.
A lot of accolades for these guys. Best barbecue in America in 2024, according to Yelp.
They got some.
Okay, this
Best Chef in the South nomination by the James Beard Awards.
I stand so corrected right now in this place if all these things are true.
The menu items sound pretty great.
I was kind of thinking that maybe that we were just kind of like we're just showing up kind of a place. But no, this sounds legit.
That's breakfast, lunch, and dinner for Gage Wood the rest of the time.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's the same Wrights that does the rubs. The Wrights barbecue rubs.
Oh, I bet it
if
is.
So that's like a national brand.
Yeah, because they got merchandise here.
Yeah, they were named the best barbecue in Arkansas by Southern Living in 2025.
Yep,
You're right
the sauce
about
and
that.
the rubs. That's them, man.
That's a win right there. Okay, thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
When we come back, we'll have the Rangers Player Show and Luke Jackson set to join you here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat about my friends over here at Men's Tea Clinic before.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Noses?
Free
No.
Nutmeg Noses.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
G&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and it is time now for the Rangers Player Show with the pregame coming up at 6:30 and the first pitch at 7 o'clock. The Player Show brought to you by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. Yeah, our guest is a World Series champion. He was with the Rangers, 10, 12 years ago, came back this winter. He was a great Sunday, got the save as the Rangers swept the White Sox. Luke Jackson with you here once again on The Fan. And a good evening, sir. How the heck are you?
Good. How are you guys?
We're doing wonderful. A 4-game winning streak will do that here for sports fans. Now, when you were on that hill Sunday, were you thinking, man, I got to get this done and get us back to even? Was that even in your mind at all?
Record is something that I don't think many of us look at till it comes crunch time. So it's more of just win today and worry about tomorrow after when you finish this game. So I was just kind of going out there and hoping it was a quick one, give everyone a sigh of relief.
Well, thanks for doing it for us, man. It was quite a relief, but what's it like being on this pitching staff right now with all these wins, and it looks like you guys are having a lot of fun, a lot of success together?
Yeah, it's taking a little bit of time, but we're gelling together and vibing. With the starters going down recently, I think the bond gets a little stronger because you're in there a lot more and everyone's kind of on high alert. But boys are doing great, and it's a fun bunch.
Were you dabbling in the pickle juice along with Kumar Rocker?
I was actually just talking to him about it. We're gonna just quantify it as the pickle juice game. We're gonna all take pickle juice shots tomorrow.
How common is the pickle juice? Like, is that ever something you've had to?
I've actually never seen it. That was a first for me, honestly.
Wow, dude. Well, I knew on Father's Day you were going to get the job done. You're too good of a dad to take an L on Father's Day.
My wife told me that. I said, "Oh boy, this isn't going to be good."
Well, you were showing us when we talked with you in spring training, like all your different gloves, and your son had made one for you. Have you figured out a favorite glove yet this year?
Yeah, I actually was playing catch with it today. It says Great White Shark on it, and I realized it's probably not the Gamer. So I just got one with their names on it. But one day I'll have to whip out the Great White Shark, and there's a crocodile glove too that he just put his 2 favorite animals on there.
So kids can design the gloves, and then you send them off somewhere to get all done up with their art? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, they like every off season you kind of get like a form to fill out. I've been with Wilson now for 15 years, so I've just kind of known those guys. And every January you kind of fill your gloves and you get them in spring training. And this year I just let him do whatever he wanted because I kind of use the same glove for a couple of years in a row. I just make 2 a year, pass them down or give them out as just gifts to people. But yeah, he made 2 this year because he's kind of fallen in love with baseball a little bit.
Hey, Luke, Jarrett Sandler told us you spent time in London, right? You lived overseas. I was going to ask you this, where does the proper full English breakfast fall on your list?
Oh, my gosh, it's so low. I cannot stand English breakfast. Who wants beans? Who wants beans for breakfast?
The Heinz beans. I was wondering where that is. That or the blood pudding? Which one is the more offsetting?
Dude, both of those I cannot stand, honestly. But there is the Breakfast Club is a really good breakfast spot in downtown London that does an American-style breakfast that I highly recommend.
Okay, so are there any foods that you really miss from London? Like they're doing baked potatoes.
You know what? Every time I'm in London, I gravitate towards Indian food. I love spicy food, and they do some of the best Indian food there. So I dive that area.
Luke Jackson with us. So how often are you back in London? How much time did you spend there in your childhood?
Quite a bit. Kind of the first off season. The first month of every off season, I would go see my dad there because he'd be over there working. But since COVID, a lot less. And I had kids, and so I haven't been over there in quite some time. I think the most recent time was, I think we went in 2020, right before COVID. I think, right before it all shut down and got crazy. Was the last time I went. But he doesn't do a lot of. He still goes over there, but not as much as he used to. So nowadays it's more of family trips in the States to keep all the kids close.
Now, I'm known as the soccer guy here in DFW media, so I have to ask you, if you participated in that part of London culture, to what extent?
Oh, I think that's my real gravitation towards the London culture is soccer life, because I grew up as a soccer player, and my dad, when he first went over there, somehow he got lured into being a West Ham United fan. So I'm a hammer. I'm a hammer for life, unfortunately.
Well, I've also been known to blow a bubble or two in my day.
Okay, I love that.
Yeah, it is a fun thing. I think a lot of American fans have been attracted to in one way. So is that your team as well, Luke?
Yes, unfortunately, yes.
Did you pick up an accent?
We're just out here avoiding relegation every year.
Did you pick up an accent when you were growing up out there?
No, I wish I did. That'd be real cool.
It would be. What about the teeth of the people out there?
I don't even know if we should go down this route. Get some hate mail.
We don't want that, Luke.
Yeah, we don't. No hate mail.
Luke Jackson.
I already get enough of that.
I mean, but you're bringing so much fun. Tell us about your philosophy on bringing this fun. Has that always come natural to you? And what are your keys for setting the vibes?
The season is so long and such a grind, and there's so many ups and downs that I've always just kind of been like, I'm going to enjoy coming to the field every day because I like it. I really enjoy baseball and enjoy sports, and I don't know if that's just my energy I bring. Just I like being here. I like showing up with the guys, whether it's good, bad, and different. I try to just kind of head above water and 2 feet in a heartbeat and just keep going.
So you're also a South Florida guy. Are you pumped about your Florida Panthers?
Oh man! I was a Florida Panther when we were the worst team in history for about 15 consecutive years. So it is really cool. And I'm not even there in the off season to get to watch them. So just rooting on the boys before. Our bullpen coach is actually a diehard Toronto Maple Leafs fan, so that was a lot of fun to do while that was going on. Just watching them choke again for the 25th consecutive year.
Well, gosh, we're, our Stars 3 straight years losing the Western Conference Finals. Did you get any Stars fever?
You know what? I was cheering on the Stars because I really wanted to go to a game. We were hoping they just kept surviving to. It would be a sweet Stanley Cup if they were in it with my Panthers.
What do you think the Stars need to do to get to this level? Because watching this finals, it's clear we're just not quite there.
Yeah, honestly, I don't want to say you guys need a new goalie, but you might need a new goalie.
Ooh, okay.
I feel like a lot of the it's like the bullpen gets all, like, when you lose a game, it all goes down to the bullpen, and when you lose a game in hockey, it all goes down to the goalie. Like right now, like subbing out a goalie with Edmonton, and Bob's just doing it for the Panthers right now. And I don't know. Hockey, to be honest with you, the only reason I absolutely love hockey, the boys just die for each other out there on the ice. If he's fighting, I'm fighting type thing.
Would you be a bad sport shaking hands at the end of all that, though? Would you be that guy?
I would never. The only thing is I don't get how they do that.
I don't either. Yeah. I really don't either.
I don't understand. I can't get that one. Doesn't cross my mind how that's possible.
Yeah, I could not imagine walking across the field after like the World Series and having to shake those guys' hands.
Absolutely not. Yeah, no chance.
Did you ever get involved in any of those benches clearing brawls? Like, would you be somebody that just would love to just take somebody out?
Oh, I would love it. I think that'd be great. We used to clear benches every single series when I was in Atlanta with either the Nationals or the Marlins. Anytime Ronald Acuna got hit, it was just like benches clearing war. But by the time the bullpen gets out there, it's over. So it's never fun. I'm like running my hardest.
Yeah.
By the time I get the shortstop, maybe I'm just not fast enough. I think.
Is it like you're
get there in time?
You're looking for the fight, but you're like tired running out there, right?
Exactly.
Do you guys get fined if you're last guy out? Like in hockey, it's third man in the fight.
Yeah.
In the third man, you're getting kicked. But what about like in baseball? You got to run your ass off to get to the fight.
Agreed. If you get hurt or you're last one there, immediate fine in the locker.
Wow, I love it. Now, are you a pretty good fighter? Do you think you could handle up when you get out?
I don't know. I have a bunch of brothers growing up, so I could scrap a little bit. I got a lot of heart, so I don't know if I'm a good fighter, but I got a lot of heart.
So you got heart. You love hockey and soccer and baseball. What all did you play growing up?
I played football, soccer, and baseball growing up.
And you threw it a lot better than you ran, I suppose. Is that what we learned there? How good were you at soccer and football?
That's kind of where we were at. Soccer actually was my main sport all the way till like my senior year when I actually got like some scholarships to play baseball, but I was a full soccer go guy most of my high school career.
Okay, well, since you're a soccer guy, real quick, because I get mad on our show all the time. I'm sitting sick of getting beat by Ghana every year. What does our U.S. team need to do? Trinidad Tobago will take us down in a heartbeat. What do we need to do here?
Yeah, dude, I just don't know if we produce enough good soccer players. I don't know why.
That's a good point.
I don't understand it.
We need a big son of a gun like you as center back, I think, right now. What would you play?
That would. Yeah, I put in high school. I was 160 pounds, so I played like a roaming midfielder to forward.
Nice.
But I did most of my dirty work being like a cherry picking forward. I was like an Erlich Haaland back in the day.
Whoa, there we go.
Very physical, very physical in the box. I was putting about 80 shots on net, scoring once or twice.
I love it, man.
So if you weren't a baseball player, would you have pursued maybe a pro soccer career?
I don't think. My dad tells me there's no chance I would ever made anything out of soccer, but you never know.
So is it true that about the rumors about you trying to get Tyron Smith and Luka Doncic out of this city so you could be the lone 77?
That was orchestrated before I got here. I knew it was going to happen, so I was going to be the only Luke 77. I made sure of it.
What do you think about?
And then I was going to guarantee the first pick in the draft as well.
Perfect. We appreciate you for that one.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What do we? How much talk about these baseballs in Major League Baseball right now? Are they doing dead balls? Are they helping the pitchers out right now?
I have no idea. I mean, thankfully we have a big yard here in Texas, so I don't think we see. You know what I mean? But Aaron Judge is on pace to set the homer record again, and Cal Raleigh, so I don't think they're that dead. But what do they think? 4 feet? It's flying 4 feet less. I bet you it changes in the summertime when the humidifiers get dialed in and everything's the same again. So I think it's just kind of a bunch of hearsay.
What's on your pregame playlist, Luke?
I play 2 songs only currently. That's Pink Pony Club and this song called Hellenbeck by Bakar, and the whole team hates it because they call me DJ Repeat because I just play the same 2 songs.
Do you have aux cord privileges in the clubhouse?
I am actually team DJ somehow. I don't know how that happened, but somehow I am, and everyone just yells at me. It's more like people just yelling at me to change the song.
Yeah, it can't
so
be.
I don't even know. I'm not a good DJ. I'm the only one I think with the idea of how to work Bluetooth.
Yeah, it can't be your personality. That's no fun at all right now. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
Okay, on game day, you can only have a Zen pouch or a cup of coffee. What do you choose?
Copenhagen Wintergreen and black coffee, a little pour over.
That's cool.
Okay, so you got to have both.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's natural. That's diet.
I'm sure you're aware, Luke, that the Creed thing pulled this group together in 2023. I don't know who was in charge of being the clubhouse DJ at that point, but do you have anything cooked up to try to galvanize the guys or anything you're rallying around currently?
I think that's I think the DJ spot was open when I got here, was part of why. So I don't know who did it previous to me. And to rally the troops right now, I think I've gotten most people to enjoy Pink Pony Club.
Nice.
And that's really going to, it's more of just converting them to finally liking the music I like. I don't think I'm not going to, it's adapt or die in my situation here.
I love it. Stay strong.
Have you guys heard Pink Pony Club? I don't know. What's that song sound like, Luke?
I would sing it for you, but I got a feeling that's going to get used in the clubhouse if I attempt to sing it on this phone.
That'd be good for the vibes, though.
Yeah, they're not in here, thankfully. Maybe one day I'll do it. One day I'll do a solo for you guys.
Perfect.
We would appreciate that. Obviously, being the vibes leader, does that mean that you feel like you lead the team in like attaboy butt slaps, get the guys going a little bit?
You know what? I'm not really much of a physical toucher. I'm more of a verbal guy. So I do most of my cheering in very negative, harsh, mean ways, and I think that's more of the loving. It comes over as loving over time.
How's our guy Jock Peterson doing, by the way?
Oh, Jocko.
Yeah.
Well, we're checking in on him. We're making sure his card game is getting lackluster. So I'm assuming he's sharpening up. But He's on the bike currently right now.
Oh, you don't say.
So maybe he's gonna come back like Captain America.
Has he found the weight room yet?
We know how much of a workman he is.
Yeah, he's gonna come back and he's gonna hit 400. I already got a feeling.
Let's go.
Hey, what are you eating out here in the DFW?
You know, the other day I went to Javier's, which I heard.
Oh,
is
good call.
Yeah.
How'd you like the green
That was-
sauce? You like that green sauce there?
Dude, fantastic.
Yeah.
I walked in very skeptical. I thought it was like a dark Ruby Tuesdays. And the food was fire.
Well, you're the man, Luke. I feel like we could do this all the way up to first pitch, but we'll let you go. Give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Always. Thank you, guys. It's been a blast.
There he goes, Luke Jackson.
Thanks.
Hell yeah!
What a
right
guy.
here on your home of the Rangers, 105. Him. I mean, that's got to take the cake. That's the winner, right?
That's a winner.
Sean Armstrong was great last week. I mean, we've had a blast talking with these guys. Obviously, our guy Asuna as well was money. So thanks to Rich Rice for setting that up, and thanks to Luke Jackson for joining us here. Brought to you by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. And we're going to hit the expressway when we get back here in the nation.
You can make your tomorrow better if you get a hold of Greystone Roofing and Construction to fix that roof of yours. The storm season here in the DFW.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Seaman Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
At the forefront. Go ahead. You know, I think he's going to struggle. I look at Kobe and Kevin Garnett's first years in the league, and that's my comparison for Cooper Flagg. If you want to set it, you know, to Hall of Fame expectation, I'm right there with you. I just don't know at 18 years old what he's going to be able to do initially. And you know, for that, I imagine that if I was the Mavericks front office, I'm thinking about, as we get to the trade deadline, is this something that we want to really try to see through? Or in light of what Desmond Bane got, in light of what Mikal Bridges got, should we be looking at the Thunder plan? Like, hey, we have our SGA. Let's load up so many picks for now and the next 5 to 6 years that we're going to constantly be supplying him. And that starts with trading a Gafford and a PJ Washington.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it would be trying to trade an Anthony Davis. It would be trying to figure something out with Kyrie Irving. That's a little bit more difficult of a situation. But, yeah, I would 100% be down to reset this particular timeline.
You look at, those four players right there. You know, I think you'd probably want to keep Lively a young center, but maybe if you want to trade him even, you know, I would be open-minded to that if this season is a struggle, if Davis is hurt again, if Irving's not coming back. I don't want to sit here and let this competitive core rot and play out its course without like
getting it in return for the
because
future.
You don't have your draft picks. I mean, coming up for the next 5 years, could you imagine you're lost at sea with Cooper Flagg and cap space? I don't think you could build like that.
No, I agree with you. The direction of the NBA right now with the new CBA and everything, it definitely helps to have as many draft assets as possible, especially when you've got a guy to build around in Cooper Flagg already.
It does look like the NBA Finals are over, as we'll find out how good Tyrese Halliburton can be. Maybe it's going to be an Isaiah Thomas-like performance. Maybe it's ultimately going to be a situation that he regrets. I know everybody's mind kind of goes to Kevin Durant. Once you're dealing with that strained calf, do you want to push through it? Obviously, it's a significant hurdle for Luka Doncic, but just incredibly poor timing. You're down 18, you cut it to a bucket. Jalen Williams hits the 3 to push him back up 5, and you're thinking this is a finals that can still happen and go the Pacers' way. But now with Halliburton out like this going into Game 6, I don't think they have any shot. This is over. Right, and at best they rally at home with the enthusiasm of the crowd, but that's a tough one that took what was a historically interesting final to me.
Yeah, it's been a great series. It really has. This injury will certainly dampen probably the end of it here because I'm with you. I think Game 6 goes OKC's way, but the Pacers have definitely been a team that you can't really count out. So maybe Siakam can just go berserk, and that 3 ball, we know the Pacers can really get clicking there. So maybe they got one last shot, but they will be emptying that tank, and it would be definitely Church in Game 7.
903 says Gavin thinks Flag is Bronny James. I did compare just how massive the change is going to be going from a young age into the pros, and I just don't think it's going to be a rookie year for the ages, like rookie of the year, all that stuff. I think that's probably going to go to a college player who's just more prepared. Like I think we have maybe a younger audience, especially compared to me now. But just go look at Kobe and KG at 18 years old. Like there's a huge difference 18 to 20, which is the age. Like most guys that come in are like older guys that have been held back, to get the most out of their high school career. And now I'm at 19 or 20 coming into the league. This is a guy who turned 18 halfway through his freshman year. Okay, so then we have Jacob deGrom. And that one is interesting. How would you play this, Brian, Zach? Like you have the innings that are starting to get up there. He's at 82. So if you continue on this path, he's going to be around 200 at the end of the season. How do you adjust?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the plan is you're going to skip a start for him here and there. So I don't know. I don't think it's ever like necessarily going to be an IL stint. Maybe it is. Maybe they do just say like, hey, we're going to put you on the 10-day IL just once, and we'll let you just get a breather, rest that arm. But I think that the timing of this works well, as I mentioned earlier, with getting back some arms in Gray and Bradford, and hopefully that helps be able to extend out DeGrom, and you're okay with him missing a start here and there. I think that's really the key here.
Extended All-Star break, and then hopefully another rest in September. Like I don't want wear and tear to become a factor where he's throwing fatigued in the last series of the year. Those high leverage, high stress pitches could.
How far away? Okay. Tell me how many games you need to feel like you're still in touch with Houston.
Within 5. Within 5 or 6.
Okay, so all this stuff, if this thing stays at 5 or better, you're still okay with the resting thing, or
I don't think it's like really for them. I don't think it's much of a debate. I think that it's something that they have to do to preserve him.
The fact he hadn't pitched, a couple years, though, right?
It's been 6 years since he logged 200 innings or anything close to it.
Yeah, they're trying to just do what's in the best interest for the player to make sure that they've got him.
Well, yeah, next year, next year for your team, and then for a playoff run, like you can't get to October with them sitting at 190 and say, hey, let's push you to 220. You got to be at 170 thinking if we're going to make a run to the World Series and we want DeGrom twice a series, that we got to have 30 innings banked here. So I would look at it like not where Houston is, but where's the wild card, and it is time now to look into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has your G-Bag of the day.
Check, party. All right, here we go, G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. How you doing out there, Tolos, huh? How you doing out there? For your pride. If you see anything floating out there on the social media, you might hear it on another station. I don't care what it is, where it is. If it's good, if it's an argument, whatever, send it to me, bro. At Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can find us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter, and send your hate mail there too, okay? All right. Our winner and champ right here is a French tennis player, best athletes on the planet, Gael Monfils. He responds to a gambler that lost some money on him. I like this.
Hey guys, it's not a financial advice, but really betting on me. First tournament on grass. I play Alex Michelsen, 20 years old, 35 in a word. And you want to bet on me? You write in that I'm I know I'm We both know I'm and you still bet on me? Who is the dumbest between you and me, to be honest? Nah, come on.
Who is the dumbest between you and me? Now, be honest.
We got to get this guy like as a cartoon character, man. What a voice.
All right, let's go. Let's move. Hold on, let me get them vibes for everybody out there on the streets. Hey! Y'all be careful on these roads getting home. I know you super excited. Hey, tell him, Mike. We got a dude right here that goes full toxic because it is a Toxic Tuesday at the LA City Council meeting.
Let me show you the way to go.
Now, don't feel bad for these council members because they are the highest paid council in all of land.
Yeah.
So they're here to take all of this abuse. I'm here to take your abuse.
That's what we're paid for, sir. Go ahead, unload.
Good morning. You have 3 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
All items and non-agenda public comment, please. You know, in my days of being in Sylmar as a rich white all of a sudden I find out that Monaco, moo, wants to put a liquor store for public convenience and necessity so that I can get up. Now, I don't know about the rest of you folks, but yeah.
Mr. Herman, this item was continued. So
Item
please
4?
speak to another item,
All right.
or I'm going to move to general public comment.
No, bitch, give me some time to find another item, like number 6. Is that one on there? It's on the board.
Yes, you can speak to item 6.
Thank you. All right. The issue here involves a code and article number 13 of the California Constitution, which means in a narrative, California, Gavin Newscum.
Wow. New scum. Hadn't heard that one before.
Hey.
Man, they really let these guys just go.
Yeah,
Just let him go, man.
They let him go.
He didn't even tell him to watch his language. He said, just address the thing that's on the board.
Yeah.
You're not addressing the thing that's on the board.
He called him out, too, didn't he? He called the guy out.
Cussed that fool out, man.
Yeah, the guy
dismissed.
Yeah.
This is not one. But it's graduation season, and I don't know why they allowed this whatsoever at this school. Because if you're speaking at their graduation as a student, that means you did something successful in school, right?
Yeah.
You did
Valedictorian.
something. Yeah.
Great. Salutatorium.
Yeah. This man right here decided he was going to preview his graduation song at the graduation after he did his speech.
Yeah. Listen. Class of 2025, make some noise real quick. Yeah. Class of 2025, yeah, I'm in there. Trials and tribulations, let me tell you, it's been a long year. Finally after college, I'm trying to focus on my knowledge and make it to the water. But let me tell you, I'm a scholar.
That's a lot of auto-tune.
Man, trials and tribulations, it's been a long year. Trials and tribulations, I tell you, it's been a long year. What the hell up, bro? Shut up.
Man, my senior year was not trials and tribulations. Do they still let kids coast like that? Man, I went to like 3 classes a day. Great.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
They still let kids do that? That's
I
great.
used to get out of school about 11 o'clock, maybe 10:40-ish.
Yeah.
I was out of that joint.
They called it senioritis.
Out of there, bro.
Just got senioritis, just skipping school. Apparently it's fine now.
Gone, dog. All right, let's see what else we got right here. Let me show you. Let me show you the way to go. Okay, someone is parked in front of this dude's garage.
Uh-oh.
And he can't get to his property. Now, there's people outside chilling. And he asked them to move their car.
Mm-hmm.
He assumed that that car belonged to them. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Property, I can't get into my garage.
Look, I cannot move the car.
Why not?
Because I just can't move it.
Why can't you move it?
I just can't move it.
Well, listen, the cops are going to come, they're going to ticket it, and you're going to get towed. So it's either one or the other.
I cannot move that car.
Well, only because you don't want to, because you're going to be a prick about it.
Ooh.
Hey, why did you have to call me a prick?
Well, because, dude,
Good
why don't you just be reasonable? You know it isn't right.
I
Why
cannot.
not just do the right thing? No, yeah, you can. You just don't want to. You know, we're done here.
Hey, no, I'm playing. That's not my car.
Jesus. Hey, man, you know what? You should be an actor.
You know what? You should be an actor.
My man sounds like a TV news anchorman.
Yeah, he sounds like he does the introductions.
Yeah, exactly.
Some announcements somewhere.
I stutter.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's not my car.
Hold on, I want to hear him say that.
I've never heard a guy sound so smooth and so nervous at the same time.
He had a smooth stutter, bro.
He did.
Listen, the cops are gonna come. They're gonna ticket it.
They're gonna ticket it. That is a smooth. They're gonna ticket it. It's a smooth ass stutter, fam. All right,
Not
that's
a
it.
traffic and weather.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, exactly.
Is it our champion, Gail Monfils?
Traffic.
Yes. The tennis player, 38 years old. His fans were betting him to beat a 20-year-old who was number 30 in the world.
On grass.
On grass, yes.
That's weed.
Man, these tennis guys, something else, though. Dude goes full toxic at the LA City Council, or dude parked in front of his garage said, I'm sorry. I'm voting for the champ once again, Chief. How about you?
I'll go with the stutter man.
Yeah.
That's you too, Lucius?
Yeah.
We're at 2-1 now, Wolchuk.
The Dutta man.
Yep, give me the stutter.
The Dutta.
Yeah, stutter man.
Ticket.
By a score of 4-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's the stuttering announcer. Okay, it's time now to stay in this Pimp Cup where Lucius has LA Live.
It's a Toxic Tuesday. Let's get into it after Mr. Toxic himself, Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares. It's time to smoke. Rick James! Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
No, man.
Horsehair belong on the horse's ass. That's where it belongs. Don't belong on your head.
I would enact legislation that you can't have braids if you work in a hospital. You're standing there trying to give the patient an IV and your hair is dropping in their mouth. They can't breathe, their eyes are open, they're chewing on your hair. I don't know what happened to them. You can't have braids and false hair, horsehair in the hospital. Horsehair don't belong in the hospital. Horsehair don't belong in the restaurants. Horsehair don't belong in the schools. Horsehair don't belong in the horsehair belong on the horse's ass. That's where it belongs. Don't belong on your head.
Man, that's hella toxic right there. That is Pastor James Manning. He is officially running for NYC mayor right now. And his platform is horse's hair and the ass it belongs on.
Focused on the right stuff.
That's what he's doing. Meanwhile, his wife is right behind him, just shaking her head up and down like, yeah, he's right. We talked about this a lot.
I'm all natural.
My gosh, man. We are so unserious right now. This is LA Live for June 17th, 2025. It is a Toxic Tuesday here. Welcome in first time, last time, and long time listeners. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Let me turn this down real quick for a somber situation. Man, did y'all see that billionaire that got stung by a bee in the mouth and died, bro?
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Died.
Did not see this.
Yes, man. Indian billionaire Sanjay Kapar.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
He copped an L. That's
What
for
was
sure.
I reading? Huh? What was I reading? And I wrote that. Yeah. I wrote that. Yeah. Sanjay Kapar, man.
So is this like an allergy?
53 years old, stung in the mouth by a bee while playing polo.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
He's friends with Prince William, so he's got that money
Yeah.
and prestige.
Yeah, you got to play.
That's a rich sport.
Yeah,
They were
very-
playing at the Guards Polo Club in Windsor, England. So you know this bringing that paper.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. While he was out there playing, a bee got in his mouth, stung him, and it ended up killing him. Now, I don't think he was allergic because John Hopkins right here says bee stings inside the mouth, nose, or throat can be life-threatening. Right there.
Yeah.
Because it causes internal swelling and breathing problems.
That is
wow.
Yeah, now people be saying, the bees are our friends. We got to protect the bees. And then we at the pool and there's bees swinging. I mean, right by you, and you kind of swing at it. Somebody at the pool always tells you, "Oh, don't kill the bees.
Yeah.
Leave the bees alone."
I think those ones around the pool, they're just the mud skippers. I don't see them ever making any honey. I just see them making mud holes
All
to
those
go
mud
live
daubers,
in.
those are different. I like the yellow honeybees are cool, but if they're killing you, what's going on, bro? Yeah.
That's crazy. That happened to my brother when he was like 12. He was eating a burger. Yellow Jacket landed on it, chomped into it, bit him. But we didn't know that it was, potentially life-threatening.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Did his tongue swell up or anything crazy?
It didn't get too bad. It didn't get. I remember he was more worried about the nail that I'd thrown at him about 10 minutes earlier. But yeah, and then with those mud skipper things, there was one in the pool the other day. I grabbed one of those pool noodle foam things that you float on.
Yeah.
Swung for it, hit him out of the air. It was maybe the greatest hit of my life, and that includes winning the first place tournament in 12-year-old baseball.
Is it kill shot?
Yeah,
nice, dude.
Right out of the air.
Your bat speed's incredible.
Yeah. Abby looked at me in a completely different light that day, Lucius.
This man lost his life, Dawson.
I'm sorry.
You're talking about how awesome your bat was.
It wasn't very respectful, but
no,
it was so rewarding.
It's a freak accident over here. You're like, how sweet I was the other day? I reached out the pool, waka baka.
I mean, it was.
Abby was like, Dad, oh my God, I gotta tell mommy.
So it was a chopping down motion as he was flying horizontally across my field of view.
We got no stop.
Boom!
Wow!
Slapped him down.
You popped him perpendicular style.
Long arm of the law got him.
Man.
Well, this man is up there with in the bosom of Abraham now. He was riding on this expensive horse, playing this expensive polo, and a bee got him, swole him up. Freak accident. That's so darn scary. But his last photo posted to Instagram was fly, bro.
Hey.
Were they white polo suit on?
Were they holding the trophy?
He was fly. Nah, he looked like he was just about to get into battle. Yeah, he had his polo suit on.
Yeah.
They caught him in action.
Yeah.
Oh, man, fly, bro.
So he finished the match, evidently, huh?
I don't know.
It didn't fall off the horse?
Know.
Oh, wow.
I don't know.
Okay.
Gosh, it's awful.
I don't know.
You never know.
You tell a lot about him, though, what number he was wearing on that polo team, by the way. 1 through 4? Yeah.
What does that mean?
Yeah, if you're the 1 or the 4, it's usually the better players are the ones that have like the number 1.
Or donated the most money.
No, what's fascinating is that these polo players, though, they have a stable of horses they travel with.
Yeah.
So when you go and play all over the world,
can't wear one out.
Yeah, they got to fly. They got to fly these horses, like maybe 6 of them out. So wherever you play in these matches all over the world, unless you go to a club but you always want to play on your own pony is what you want to do. But a lot tells you about how the number you wear, what kind of player you are.
That is freaky right there, man. Freak accident, billionaire taken out by a bee. Just riding your horse. Gotcha.
Quite the way to go.
Yeah, it's scary.
I can think of better ways, but
all right, hold on. Let me get the vibe right real quick again. Hey, cleanse the palate from that scary story.
Cleanse the palate. I see what you're doing.
Hey. hey.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Memphis Ribs Club.
Yeah.
I'm your host.
Yeah. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Toxic Tuesday. Looks like President Trump and Tucker Carlson are beefing. Y'all see that?
Oh, no, what happened?
Yeah, they beefing, bro. Former Fox host Tucker Carlson was once Trump's true rider. True rider. Not a big fan of Tucker Carlson myself. Not because of his policy thing, it's his dumbass face. I don't like his stupid ass face. Okay, I don't like it. If you're explaining something to him, he's gonna have that look as like I want to get what you're saying, but you're such an idiot, I can't. And that's the look on his face, and it's so punchable. I hate him.
Got that drunken fraternity boy look.
I hate him, man.
Oh man.
Yeah, Tucker's not a fan of how Trump is moving with the Iran-Israel situation.
No,
which I've been seeing the timeline. We might be getting some. It's scary.
Yeah,
wild times.
Might be about to pop off.
Wild times.
Israel's saying that we're next.
Yeah, it's wild times, bro. Tucker was on Steve Bannon's War Room podcast. Steve Banner's a hell of a character, too, by the way.
He is.
My God.
And the original Tucker.
Yeah, in a sense. He's not feeling Trump's situation right now. Let me see. Where's my mouse?
I actually really love Trump. I think he's a deeply humane, kind person.
Do you say that before you say something rude about Trump, just to make sure he's like, well, he does like me. He just doesn't like how I'm doing.
He's my guy.
Yeah, he's been
Dawson's really good at it.
Yeah.
I actually really love Trump. I think he's a deeply humane, kind person. And I am saying this because I'm really afraid that my country's going to be further weakened by this. I think we're going to see the end of American empire, obviously. Other nations would like to see that, and this is a perfect way to scuttle the USS America on the shoals of Iran. But it's also going to end, I believe, Trump's presidency and effectively end it. And so that's why I'm saying this.
Wow.
Yeah, so Trump's not a fan of that, of course. He's not. But he was on Bannon's podcast just talking.
Yeah.
Now, Tucker Carlson used to be on Fox. In fact, he had one of the highest rating shows on Fox.
Yeah.
Now he's calling Fox a propaganda machine. What?
Yeah, Tucker. Yeah, Trump said Tucker needs to get his own TV show again. He called him out for that.
It's crazy because I thought like everybody was united by Trump and they were afraid to go against him. But now like so many people in the Republican Party, Elon or Tucker or different lawmakers, I think it just strikes to how crucial this situation is.
Everybody's out for themselves.
Yep.
So he called Fox, his former network, a propaganda machine, bro.
That's not by popular acclaim. That's not like their viewer surveys. Like, we need a lot more Mark Levin. Less Jesse Waters, more Mark Levin. Mark Levin! What they're doing is what they always do, which is just turning up the propaganda hose to full blast and just trying to, knock elderly Fox viewers off their feet and make them submit.
Wow.
Out there with Steve Bannon and Tucker Carlson. This is crazy.
I wish I had Steve Bannon hair.
Would you take the face and body to go along
No,
with it?
just the hair.
He looks like he comes with a ring around the collar.
Yeah.
Steve Bannon looks like he'll leave a mean-ass ring around your tub, too, by the way.
Yeah.
Mean-ass ring. Yeah, Trump hit back on Tucker, called him kooky.
Yeah.
He's a cookie guy. He's a cookie guy. And like Broder said,
he couldn't be more.
I don't know what Tucker Carlson is saying. Let him go get a television network and say it so that people listen. Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you.
After he lost his gig.
Didn't he get sued? Didn't he cost him hundreds of millions?
That's some of the other reporter dudes, I think.
That's Tucker Carlson now. It was Elon just a few weeks ago. But then didn't Elon kind of piece it up? Didn't Elon try to piece it up?
Yeah, he tried to make amends.
Yeah, because Steve Bannon said, you know what? How about we deport that guy? That's what he said. How about we deport Elon Musk and take his SpaceX? That's what Steve Bannon said. And then Elon jumped on the Twitter saying, you know what? That's a great guy. I kind of like him. I was wrong. Sorry about that, guys. What else we got right here for you boys? Hey, there was lots of courtroom clips that have been going viral as of late. Oh, should I bring up Mike Liddell since I was talking about Trump? Yeah, Mike Liddell, the Mike